In a parallel world of 1979, Fang Yufan awakens to find himself in the midst of a desperate escape from the mainland to Hong Kong, having inadvertently taken over the life of a tragic reincarnator. Surrounded by fellow escapees and a looming barbed wire fence, he is haunted by the memories of his predecessors' failures and suffering. With the opportunity to change fate, a cold mechanical voice in his mind promises unimaginable rewards if he reaches Hong Kong within 7 days. As he navigates this perilous journey filled with deception and betrayal, Fang must confront his own doubts and the ghosts of the past. With newfound abilities from a mysterious system, he is determined to rewrite his destiny. Will he seize the chance to become the world's richest man, or will he fall into the same traps that ensnared his predecessor? In this lighthearted yet thrilling adventure, anything is possible, and the stakes have never been higher. Chapter 1. Rebirth and Escape to Gonko. In a parallel world on August 25, 1979, amidst the grass by the boundary between the mainland and Hong Kong Island, Fang Yufan abruptly opened his eyes, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. Bathed in the moonlight, he discerned the situation around him. Not far from him lay several others, and 100 meters ahead was an extensive barbed wire fence. Upon realizing this, anxiety surged within him as he thought, "Where on earth am I?" Just as he was contemplating this, a flood of memories rushed into his mind, causing a sharp pain in his head. As the memories merged, he became increasingly disoriented. "I have actually taken over the body of a reincarnator." Fang Yufan had been a recent university graduate who, while job hunting, had a fateful encounter with a speeding luxury car. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself in this predicament. However, the reincarnator whose life he had usurped had met a rather tragic fate. The original owner of this body shared his name and had previously made a successful escape to Hong Kong Island. Unfortunately, he had been deceived by a friend who claimed to have connections to assist him in obtaining an identification card through relatives. Naively believing this friend, who was also a fellow native, the original owner had traded all his possessions for a measly little fish. After waiting several days with no word, he inquired at the friend's relative's home, only to discover the truth: there was no such arrangement. Realizing he had been duped, he confronted his friend, resulting in a brutal beating by a group of people, culminating in a broken leg and expulsion from the village. Unable to afford medical treatment and fearing arrest if he went to a hospital, he was forced to live a life of hiding. He endured exploitation while working and was bullied by gangs, experiencing a myriad of tragic events. Ultimately, after 20 years on Hong Kong Island, he met his end in a park without anyone to claim his body. Reflecting on the original owner's woeful life, Fang Yufan felt a mix of disbelief and pity. This person was incredibly foolish. If only he had sought advice, things could have turned out differently. Besides, even being imprisoned would have provided at least a meal. After silently lamenting, he cautiously scanned his surroundings, thinking, "The mainland is on the brink of reform and opening up. I would be insane to head to Hong Kong Island. If things go awry, I could either be shot on the spot or imprisoned." With this in mind, he quietly began to retreat, preparing to make his escape. "What are you doing, kid?" a companion nearby asked in a hushed tone as he noticed Fang Yufan crawling backward. Upon hearing this voice, a wave of intense resentment surged within Fang Yufan, his body instinctively tensing with the urge to lash out. Frightened, he internally pleaded, "Please, don't cause trouble. Just go ahead. I promise I will avenge you." If he were to act out violently, the border patrol would surely notice, and he would face imprisonment. The speaker was named Chow Bin, a friend whom the original owner had met along the way, and the very person who had swindled him out of his fortune, leaving him crippled and living in disgrace for over 20 years. As Fang Yufan continued to suppress his resentment, it gradually dissipated, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He silently vowed, "Rest assured, I will seek vengeance for you. You can go in peace. After all, you have no ties now. I will live on in your stead." Once this resolution settled in his heart, he felt an inexplicable lightness, as if something had departed from him. Suddenly, the atmosphere around him felt eerie, and he anxiously glanced around, a newfound reverence for the supernatural creeping into his thoughts. Chow Bin, observing Fang Yufan's peculiar demeanor, merely smirked in disdain. "What a fool. Once we reach the other side, I'll relieve him of his money, and then he will no longer serve any purpose." Chow Bin paid him no further mind, focusing intently on the barbed wire ahead. Unbeknownst to Fang Yufan, Chow Bin was already plotting against him, while he was preoccupied with thoughts of revenge. Based on the original owner's memories, Xiao Bin's relatives resided in a nearby village. Alone, Fang Yufan realized that accompanying Xiao Bin would yield no benefit. However, if he were to leave now, it would contradict his promise to avenge the original owner. Caught in this dilemma, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! The stylish life system is beginning to bind. Fang Yufan was momentarily taken aback as his heart raced uncontrollably. A system? Incredible! I too possess a system, ding. Binding of the stylish life system complete. Congratulations, host, on receiving a beginner's reward, 1 cubic meter of personal space and basic combat skills. As he processed the voice in his mind, excitement coursed through him, causing his body to tremble. Without hesitation, he whispered, claim. The others nearby, curious, glanced at him. Xiao Bin, noticing Fang Yufan's peculiar behavior, whispered urgently. What are you saying? Keep quiet, or we'll be discovered by the patrols, and it'll be the end for us. At this moment, Fang Yufan had no time to heed him, as his mind was flooded with combat techniques and experiences. He felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, continuously enhancing his physical abilities. Within a mere minute, he had absorbed the reward, and he could not help but clench his fists. Fang Yufan was filled with exhilaration, acutely aware of the significant increase in his strength. The combat moves he had just learned became ingrained in his muscle memory, ready to be utilized at his command. Brimming with enthusiasm, he lay on the ground, striving to restrain his urge to shout in joy. This is fantastic. I have finally gained some means of self-defense. Although the space is only 1 cubic meter, if utilized wisely, I will never have to worry about food and clothing. He then began to explore his newfound personal space, effortlessly storing a small fish into it with a mere thought. After several attempts, he fully grasped the mechanism of the space. Only items he touched could be stored, and living creatures were prohibited. Furthermore, time within the space was static. Fang Yufan stowed away his gold bars and some provisions into the space, then glanced at Xiao Bin. It would be an easy task to deal with him now, but the current setting was not suitable. Just then, a voice echoed once more in his mind. Upon detecting the host's profound obsessions from a previous life, the system issued a task to retrace the path of life, to rise again from where one has fallen. The host is required to reach Gangdao within 7 days to receive the coveted reward. Hearing the voice of the system, Fang Yufan scratched his head, perplexed by the situation. What could his obsessions possibly have to do with Gangdao? Then, realization dawned upon him. Oh my, could it be that this is not my system, but rather the system of my former self? Chapter 2. The Dream of the Ghost. After contemplating, Fang Yufan felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain whether the system would abandon him for usurping the host. The thought of the coveted reward sent a thrill through him. He endeavored to recall the original host's obsessions. Wealth, luxury cars, opulent mansions, beautiful women. Had he truly yearned for these? The mere contemplation ignited a spark of excitement within him. If that were the case, he would be soaring to new heights. He had long envied the lives of the affluent, and perhaps this time, he might finally experience it himself. Ding! Does the host accept the task? A mere thought will suffice to respond. Upon realizing the system had not deserted him, Fang Yufan felt an immediate sense of relief. With a mental nod, he declared, accepted. Ding! The host has accepted the task. The countdown begins. Failure to complete the task will result in the loss of this opportunity for reward. Fang Yufan was unfazed by the system's prompt, as he was confident that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would complete the task by day's end. His abilities had significantly improved, and although he was unsure just how formidable he had become, he was undoubtedly stronger than the original host. Having successfully scaled a barbed wire fence previously, this time should be even easier. Glancing around, he spotted a fist-sized stone nearby, and an idea sparked in his mind. Discreetly, he tucked the stone away into his spatial pocket and cast a sinister smile at Xiao Bin beside him. If he could ensnare the other, he would at least face several years of incarceration, thus avenging the original host, albeit temporarily. Once he became prosperous, he could send someone to inquire about Xiao Bin's circumstances, allowing him to experience the original host's life. Surely, that would count as retribution. With clarity, Fang Yufan allowed a delighted smile to grace his lips, then gazed at the moon's position in the sky, recognizing that the opportune moment to escape was fast approaching, precisely as it had in his previous life. As time ticked away, a sudden shout echoed from a distance. Run! Instantly, Hundreds of people sprang up from the grass, frantically racing toward the barbed wire. Fang Yufan surged forward like a wild stallion, his speed astonishing even to himself. Overwhelmed by excitement, he quickly reined in his pace, remembering the need for vengeance. A gunshot rang out. A voice blared through a megaphone. "Warning! Everyone down, or we will open fire." The cacophony of gunfire, screams, warnings, and the frantic barking of police dogs filled the air. Yet, the crowd showed no fear, driven by a singular determination to scale the barbed wire. While Fang Yufan also sprinted forward, he remained vigilant, surveying his surroundings. Approaching within 10 meters of the barbed wire, he summoned the stone into his hand, leveraging the momentum of his arm to hurl it backward. The distance between him and Xiao Bin was merely a few meters. The stone struck its target, hitting Xiao Bin squarely. "Ah!" Xiao Bin's anguished cry pierced the air as he crumpled to the ground, clutching his groin and emitting a series of pained wails. Observing this, Fang Yufan smirked. "Humph, just collecting some interest." He then accelerated, launching a prepared bundle of old quilts over the top of the barbed wire, aware that the sharp spikes could easily shred flesh if one was not careful. Employing both hands and feet, he successfully vaulted over in mere seconds. Rising to his feet, he saw in the distance that Xiao Bin had been apprehended, filling Fang Yufan with a sense of satisfaction. With a buoyant spirit, he turned and dashed toward the nearby desolate hills. He had no intention of entering the village, uncertain if anyone had witnessed the earlier scene. If someone alerted Xiao Bin's relatives, he would find himself in a predicament. As no one knew him, he believed that as long as he distanced himself from the fleeing crowd, he would soon be forgotten. After running for over half an hour, Fang Yufan finally paused, scanning his surroundings and finding no one in pursuit. He located a hillside and lay down, gasping for breath. "Phew, I'm exhausted." Ding. The system detects that the host has completed the task. "Congratulations, the host has obtained the coveted Hong Kong identity card." Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Fang Yufan shot up in shock. "What? The ghost's coveted prize? I wanted a mansion, a luxury car, and endless wealth." Ding. The system does not err. The host's previous obsession was to obtain a Hong Kong identity card. Defeated, Fang Yufan slumped back onto the ground, realizing that this system belonged to the original host. It had now fully accepted him as the original. In the moments before his demise, the original host had indeed wished he had not been deceived, believing that had he secured the identity card and relied on his savings, he would not have endured such a tragic existence. With matters as they stood, Fang Yufan could only sigh in resignation. He summoned the identity card to examine it. The name read Fang Yufan. Age, 19. The subsequent information was all generated directly by the system. Sighing, he tucked the card away, contemplating his future. His entire fortune amounted to 50 grams of gold, which could be exchanged for approximately 2,000 to 3,000 Hong Kong dollars at current prices. If he economized, he could manage a few months. During this time, he would seek ways to profit from his spatial abilities, and with that thought, his heart regained its tranquility. With a mere thought, he inquired, "System, what abilities do you possess? Please elaborate." Ding. The purpose of this system is to ensure the host lives a carefree life. This task has been exceptionally issued due to the host's deep obsession, and no further tasks will be assigned in the future. Taken aback by the system's words, Fang Yufan quickly asked, "Will there be any rewards in the future?" Ding. The system will dispense rewards periodically based on the host's living conditions. Rewards based on my living conditions? What kind of reward system is that? After pondering for a moment, he couldn't quite grasp it. After all, who could define what a carefree life entailed? Rubbing his head, he dismissed the thought and directly asked, "What types of rewards are there?" Ding. The system's rewards encompass a vast array of possibilities. Anything is conceivable. What does anything is conceivable mean? Muttering a quiet remark, the system offered no further response. Fang Yufan, feeling disinclined to inquire again, retrieved a hard, crumbly steamed bun and began to devour it voraciously. As he ate, he pondered how to reach the city. At present, he possessed only gold and not a single Hong Kong dollar, indicating that he would have to run to the city. Sipping from his water flask, he consumed 3 large buns in succession before contentedly releasing a satisfied belch. Glancing at the moon hanging in the sky, he realized it was already late into the night, and he had no intention of resting. For the temperature in the mountains remained quite low. By the light of the moon, he cautiously made his way down the mountain. Chapter 3. Renting a house. Fang Yufan traveled through the night until dawn, finally arriving in a bustling area of the new territories. The breakfast shops along the street had begun their daily operations, and the enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air, causing him to involuntarily swallow. At last, he had arrived. First, he needed to exchange his gold. With this thought in mind, he found a gold shop, but it had yet to open. Unperturbed, he sat on the railing by the roadside, observing the passers-by while glancing down at his own attire, feeling rather out of place. An elderly man passed by and kindly remarked, "Young lad, you're likely to get caught dressed like that. You should go to Kowloon to get your ID." Hearing this, Fang Yufan replied in fluent Cantonese, "Thank you, sir, but I do have my ID." With the memories of his former self, he managed to speak Cantonese quite well. The old man retorted gruffly, "What a foolish lad. If you have your ID, why aren't you working to earn some money to buy proper clothes? Are you just waiting here to rob the gold shop?" After saying this, he walked away, hands behind his back. Fang Yufan chuckled softly, not taking it to heart. People in Hong Kong Island are often quite pragmatic, showing little regard for those they deem unworthy. They might even find amusement in the misfortunes of others, relishing the fact that there are those worse off than themselves. The enticing aroma from a nearby breakfast shop made his stomach growl audibly. "What a nuisance. Why aren't they open yet?" he muttered. He endeavored to distract himself from thoughts of food, striving to recall memories of his past life in Hong Kong Island. After a lengthy wait, the gold shop finally opened, and he hastened inside. A man in his 30s, upon noticing Fang Yufan's attire, regarded him with suspicion and said, "You from the mainland? This isn't a place for you. You should leave." Fang Yufan felt a surge of displeasure but restrained himself, asking directly, "Are you buying gold?" The man's demeanor shifted instantly upon hearing Fang Yufan's polished Cantonese and the mention of gold, transforming into a warm smile. My apologies, sir. There have been too many people escaping from the mainland recently. It's purely a matter of safety. Please, come in," he gestured invitingly. Noting the swift change in the man's attitude, Fang Yufan said nothing and followed him inside. The man inquired, "May I ask how much gold you wish to sell? Our establishment is renowned for its integrity, and I assure you, our prices will satisfy you." Fang Yufan surveyed his surroundings and casually replied, "First, tell me how much you pay per gram." The man, sensing an opportunity, eagerly responded, "The latest gold price is $200 per ounce, which translates to approximately 50 Hong Kong dollars per gram. I'll offer you 50 Hong Kong dollars per gram. How's that for a reasonable deal?" He smiled broadly at Fang Yufan. Given that 1 ounce equals over 28 grams, and considering the exchange rate, the price should logically be above 55 Hong Kong dollars per gram. After calculating, Fang Yufan stated, 55 per gram. "If that works for you, we have a deal. If not, then it's fine." The man, realizing he had encountered someone knowledgeable, laughed and said, "Ha, you truly know your stuff. For my first transaction today, I'll also consider it a good omen and accept 55 per gram. I have 50 grams, please weigh it." He then produced a small goldfish and handed it over. The sight of the small goldfish brightened the man's expression, as he was pleased. Although the amount of gold was modest, it could still yield a profit with some processing. Once the weight was confirmed, Fang Yufan felt assured that the man had not tampered with the gold. Upon exiting the gold shop, he found himself with over 2,000 Hong Kong dollars. To avoid drawing any unwanted attention, he chose not to dine nearby, but instead boarded a bus heading directly to Kowloon. The new territories were not as vibrant, so he planned to find a place to stay in Kowloon before mapping out his next steps. After walking for a while, a group of young thugs with dyed yellow hair approached, scanning their surroundings. The leader, bare-chested and adorned with tattoos, inquired, "Where is he?" One of the young followers timidly replied, "Boss, I don't know. I saw that guy enter the gold shop. He must be selling something, so I hurried to call you." "You're useless. The fat meat just slipped away. I'll punish you by making you skip a meal today," the leader declared, waving his hand as he led his crew away. The other thugs mocked their unfortunate companion, saying, "What an idiot. Why didn't he send someone else to call us? Serves him right to go hungry." After a brief moment, they departed, leaving to catch up on sleep, having been interrupted by their incompetent comrade. Unbeknownst to Fang Yufan, his cautiousness had spared him much trouble. At that moment, he had already changed into a different outfit and was enjoying a meal at a cha-chan-tun. As he glanced at the newspaper, comparing its news with his memories, he noted, "Housing prices are still quite affordable. I should find a place to stay first." With this thought, he settled his bill and departed. Walking down the street, he noticed an abundance of advertisements and numerous signs featuring the words Ilong Irfing. This was a street steeped in history, with shops on the ground floor and residences above. A striking woman smoking a cigarette caught his eye and seductively asked, "Handsome, would you like to come in and have some fun?" Fang Yufan merely glanced at her before continuing on his way. "Humph," she scoffed, raising her middle finger as she leaned against the doorframe, waiting for customers. Arriving at a building with a for rent sign posted outside, he stepped inside. Ascending 3 flights of stairs, he paused before a door and knocked. A woman, her face adorned with a mask, opened the door and inquired, "Who are you looking for?" Fang Yufan assessed her, silently thinking, her beauty is not immediately apparent, but her figure is quite impressive. "I would rate it an 8. He asked, "Is there a room available for rent here?" Upon hearing it was about renting, the woman instantly brightened, nodding enthusiastically, "Yes, handsome. I have some lovely apartments available, both private and shared. Which type do you prefer?" Instead of responding, Fang Yufan directly asked, "What are the prices? May I see the rooms?" "Of course. Just a moment," she replied, closing the door. A few minutes later, the woman emerged, her mask removed and holding a set of keys. "The rooms are upstairs. Let me show you," she said with enthusiasm. Fang Yufan, noting her youthful age and attractive appearance, thought, "Who would have expected that in my search for a place to stay, I would encounter such a beautiful landlord?" The two ascended to the 5th floor, where the woman opened the door and introduced, "This is the place. It has an area of 300 square feet, complete with a private bathroom for showering. What do you think? Quite nice, isn't it?" Fang Yufan stepped inside to take a look. 300 square feet is equivalent to over 20 square meters, featuring a layout of 1 room, 1 living area, and 1 bathroom. The furnishings were quite complete, though not extravagant. The space was reasonably clean. He then inquired, "What is the price?" Chapter for the miserable life of an enemy. Upon hearing this, the woman smiled and said, "It's $800 per month, with a deposit equivalent to 1 month's rent. The utility fees are to be paid along with the rent each month." Upon hearing the price, Fang Yufan was somewhat taken aback. The average person earns just over $1,000 a month, while those with better jobs might earn around $3,000 to $5,000. After calculating the money in his possession, he realized that if he paid the deposit and rent, he would only have a little over $1,000 left. Although he felt a pang at the thought of spending money, having been reborn, should he still deny himself and squeeze in with others? If it came to the worst, he could always return to the mainland and earn a decent amount by bringing back something with his space. After contemplating this, he looked at the landlord and asked, "Could you lower the price a bit?" The woman, somewhat displeased, replied, $800 is already quite cheap. Some places nearby charge $900. I also have shared accommodations for only $300 a month, with utilities shared among the tenants. You might want to consider that." Hearing about the shared accommodation for $300 a month, he was indeed tempted, but then thought about being in Guangdao. Who knows what kind of people he might encounter? Thus, he shook his head and said, "I don't like sharing. What is the lowest price you can offer? If it's acceptable, I'll rent it immediately." Seeing that he genuinely intended to rent, the woman shot him a glance and said, "Since you are quite the handsome lad, how about $750 a month?" Fang Yufan assessed her and recognized that this was the lowest price she would offer. He decided not to waste any more words and directly handed over the money, asking, "What should I call you, landlady?" After receiving the money, the woman cheerfully replied, "My name is Sun Xiaoxia. You can call me Sister Xia. Remember to come down on time to pay the rent next month." After that, she produced a contract, and upon signing it, she happily departed. Fang Yufan closed the door, inhaling the scent of his surroundings, and headed straight to the bathroom. He hadn't bathed in many days and felt utterly uncomfortable. After showering, he stood in front of the mirror to admire his reflection. With an 8-pack of abs and well-defined chest muscles, he couldn't help but touch his sculpted physique and thought to himself, "If I had this body back then, I wouldn't have remained a single dog for so long." Then he gazed at his long hair and shook his head, saying, "This looks terrible. I need to get a haircut and buy some bedding." Dressed, he stepped outside. With his hands in his pockets, he strolled through the streets, absorbing the atmosphere of Guangdao in this era. Fang Yufan suddenly found himself quite fond of it. It truly was a time brimming with opportunities. Spotting a barber shop, he walked right in. The barber, noticing a customer, greeted him warmly. "Hey, handsome, are you here for a haircut or a perm?" "A haircut, please. I want it short on the sides and thinned out on top, leaving it this long," he replied, gesturing with his hands. People in this era favored long hairstyles and perms, but he simply could not appreciate such styles. The barber quickly grasped his request and skillfully began to cut his hair according to his specifications. After washing his hair, Fang Yufan looked in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. I look much more handsome than before. The barber complimented. This hairstyle suits you perfectly. I won't charge you this time. Just remember to bring me customers in the future. Fang Yufan smiled, saying, thank you. I call this hairstyle Mao Cun. I live nearby, so I'll come back for another haircut. Great name. You're always welcome here. If anyone asks, definitely send them my way. The barber replied happily. Absolutely, I'm off now. With a bright smile, Fang Yufan exited the barber shop. There weren't many gangsters on the streets during the day, and he occasionally spotted a few loitering around, smoking. Most of them were nocturnal, as darkness was the prevailing theme of their existence. Fang Yufan purchased bedding and toiletries, and picked out a few outfits from a street vendor before heading back to his rental apartment. Once he arranged his new home, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, never mind, I'll just sleep for now. I'm utterly exhausted. With that, he lay down on his bed and drifted off to sleep. The escape to Gangdao had indeed worn him out. Had it not been for his significantly enhanced physical condition, he might not have made it this far. Beep, system successfully activated for 24 hours. Would you like to claim today's rewards? However, at that moment, Fang Yufan was sound asleep and completely oblivious to the system's notification, rolling over and continuing to slumber. Chow Bin, pale-faced, awkwardly waddled into his cell. The other inmates, noticing the newcomer, turned their gazes towards him. The cell leader, seated on the bunk, looked at him and inquired, Kid, how did you end up here? Chow Bin, overwhelmed by despair at being crippled and facing several years in prison, had no inclination to respond to the inquiries of those around him. The cell leader, noticing the newcomer's disregard, immediately scowled and waved his hand, ordering, teach him the rules. Laughter erupted around him. Chow Bin, now visibly anxious, stammered, what do you want? Don't do anything reckless. I'll call for help. Call for help. Shut his mouth. Suddenly, Chow Bin was subdued, his mouth covered, and he struggled desperately. A flurry of punches and kicks rained down upon him. Suddenly, someone noticed blood seeping from Chow Bin's groin and shouted, Stop! What the hell, he's bleeding. At that moment, Chow Bin lost consciousness due to the pain. One of the inmates quickly pulled down his pants, and the others gasped in shock. What kind of monster did this? The cell leader glanced over and remarked, He won't die. Wake him up and ask him. Chow Bin was splashed with cold water, jolting him awake. Seeing the crowd surrounding him, he instinctively recoiled in fear. Kid, do you understand the rules? Now, tell us about your situation and what is going on down there. The cell leader took a puff of his cigarette and asked directly. Chow Bin, in immense pain, finally complied, recounting the circumstances that led to his imprisonment. The cell leader, intrigued, asked, What kind of deep-seated hatred could lead to you being crippled? Chow Bin, with a heart full of despair, shook his head, saying, I don't know. There were so many people. I was just focused on getting over the barbed wire and didn't pay attention. The others around him exchanged glances, speechless. At such a young age, you've become a eunuch. You'll have plenty to endure in the future. Indeed, though in that chaos, it's uncertain if anyone acted intentionally. Perhaps someone just accidentally kicked a stone, and you happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. It is indeed possible that this young man is experiencing an extraordinary streak of misfortune. As Chow Bin listened to the chatter of those around him, a sense of despair began to envelop his heart. Fang Yufan, on the other hand, slumbered soundly through the night until dawn broke. Had it not been for the gnawing hunger in his stomach, he might have continued his repose. Rising to his feet, he took a refreshing shower, instantly revitalizing his spirit. With a sigh, he resolved to first attend to his basic needs. With this thought in mind, he descended the stairs and made his way to a nearby tea restaurant. A cheerful waitress greeted him, inquiring, What would you like, sir? Fang Yufan glanced at the menu on the wall and replied, I would like a pineapple bun, please. Certainly, please take a seat. It will be ready shortly, the waitress responded before attending to other patrons. Chapter 5 News of Hidden Treasures. Fang Yufan, having finished his breakfast, wandered aimlessly down the street, contemplating what to do next. With just $1,000 in his pocket, he needed to devise a way to earn some money. Working a job was not an option for him, and starting a business without any capital was equally unfeasible. Even if he had the funds, the gangs would demand protection fees. Sighing, he lamented the ineffectiveness of his system. Even a simple sign-in system would have sufficed, yet here he was, with no clear rewards in sight. As he strolled, he noticed a promotional poster for police recruitment and took a closer look. This seemed promising, though it appeared that being a police officer was not as straightforward as it once was. Passing by a newsstand, He purchased a newspaper and headed toward a taxi. Sun Xiaoxia, dressed in a lovely dress, happened to come downstairs just as he returned. Curious, she asked, "Oh, Afan, aren't you going to work?" With a smile, Fang Yufan replied, "Sister Xiao, I quit my job earlier. I plan to take a few days off before deciding what to do next." Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoxiao looked him over and remarked, "You've changed your hairstyle. You look much more spirited now. It's a shame you're not pursuing a career as a star." At the mention of being a star, Fang Yufan quickly shook his head. "No, that's not for me. The life of a star is not as glamorous as it seems." "Huh, I was just joking. You really think stardom is something you can just choose? Well, I have to leave now." With that, she swayed her hips and departed. Fang Yufan watched her retreating figure, internally praising her charm, before heading upstairs. He settled onto the sofa with the newspaper, skimming through the sensational news without much interest, focusing instead on reports about various companies and stock market trends. His eyes widened when he saw that the stock price of Zhejiangkang was under $20. The Zhejiangkang incident was notorious, having been extensively covered online. In June of 1980, it coincided with plans to oust the Baochuan king, resulting in a fierce battle that drove the stock price up to $105 per share. Now, with prices languishing at just over $10, the profit potential was undeniably enticing. Approaching the window, he pondered how to make some money. His gaze fell upon a nearby mahjong parlor, and an idea sparked. What if he utilized his spatial abilities in a casino? Yet, recalling that only items he personally touched could be stored, he dismissed the thought. There would be no opportunity to handle cards in a casino. Was he to engage in smuggling with his spatial powers instead? Feeling a surge of frustration, he mentally addressed the system. "You are truly useless. What kind of carefree life system is this?" Ding. The host may choose to settle the rewards for the first day, or opt for monthly or yearly settlements. Startled by the system's reply, Fang Yufan quickly inquired, "Wait, you have rewards? Why didn't you mention it earlier?" Ding. "Please choose your settlement method." He contemplated his options, realizing the system lacked intelligence. Perhaps it had made an earlier suggestion while he was sound asleep. Clearly, settling rewards monthly or yearly would yield greater benefits compared to daily rewards. He asked, "Can the settlement method be changed later?" Ding. "Adjustments can be made at any time." Reassured by the flexibility, he beamed and declared, "I'll opt for the daily reward." Ding. The system has assessed your day's activities and rated them as F grade, granting a reward of 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. Would you like to collect it? F grade. Fang Yufan scratched his head and promptly replied, "I'll collect it." No matter what, he thought, it was better to take it. If he could earn $1,000 daily, that would amount to $30,000 a month, enough for a comfortable life in this era. Seeing a large golden bull with a value of 1,000 appear in his spatial area, his mood lifted significantly. With a grin, he asked, "System, how is the grading determined?" Ding. F is the lowest, while SSS is the highest. The higher the grade, the more substantial the rewards. Now understanding the grading system, Fang Yufan sat down on the sofa, holding the golden bull, feeling quite pleased. It seemed the system wasn't entirely useless after all. Earning $30,000 effortlessly in a month was a promising prospect. Once he had some savings, he would explore the monthly rewards. With the burden of survival lifted, Fang Yufan felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. He decided to venture out, eager to explore the island of Hong Kong. Although he possessed the memories of his previous life, he had never truly wandered around the island. Central was the most bustling and secure area of Hong Kong. Given that the administrative center was located there, making it a target for the strictest crackdowns on gangs. Arriving at Victoria Harbor, he leaned against the railing, feeling the sea breeze while admiring the yachts on the water, a pang of envy stirring within him. Gazing at the distant mountains, where luxurious villas perched at the peak, he noted that not only did they offer stunning views, but they also ensured a high degree of privacy. Later, at a bustling food stall not far from his residence, Fang Yufan found a seat. The proprietress warmly greeted him. "What would you like, handsome?" Glancing at the menu, he responded, "Stir-fried clams with black bean sauce, black pepper butter clams, and a few bottles of beer." "All right, please wait a moment," she said cheerfully before jotting down his order and leaving. Fang Yufan looked around at the young people seated nearby, chatting and enjoying their drinks. As he opened a beer sent by the proprietress, he sipped while listening to their conversations. Suddenly, thoughts of his parents from his previous life crossed his mind, prompting a sigh. Although he was no longer with them, his older brother was still around, and anyone driving a luxury car likely had financial security. Their future seemed assured. The proprietress returned with his dishes, smiling as she announced, "All the food is here. Just call me if you need anything." Deciding to put aside his previous thoughts and embrace the moment, he thanked her and began to eat. "Hey, what are you guys having?" the proprietress cheerfully asked as she wiped down the table for a few new arrivals. Fang Yufan turned to look, noticing that the leader of the group had his hands on his hips, casually displaying a firearm. Upon seeing the gun, he felt a twinge of envy. No man could resist the allure of firearms. Thinking to himself, "This is excellent. I must find a way to acquire a few guns for my space." Returning his focus to his meal, he listened to the conversation among the officers nearby. One of them complained, "Boss, does it seem like they think we're too idle? Why do we have to handle illegal immigrants when we're part of the serious crime unit?" Others quickly chimed in, "Exactly. We haven't even solved the gold shop robbery case yet, and now we have to stake out smuggling ships at night. Are they trying to turn us into Iron Men?" The leader glanced at several team members and shook his head, saying, "Let's hold on for a bit longer. The director is currently unable to assist us. Sending us there is a sign of his trust in our capabilities. Surely, you do not wish for your shoulders to remain stagnant." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of a few lightened somewhat. "A2 speaks wisely. We respect A2. They echoed in agreement. When Fang Yufan learned about the jewelry store robbery, he instantly recalled the opportunity that the original owner had missed. At that time, the original owner lacked an identity, had a broken leg, and was forced to wander, too fearful to appear casually in public. He had roamed through numerous places, but on one occasion, he came across a newspaper article mentioning that a treasure chest had been discovered near Zhilongfeng, where he once sought refuge. The chest contained a staggering 100 pounds of gold, and upon reading this report, the original owner was so enraged that he slapped himself several times. He had hidden there without ever taking the time to explore, otherwise, he might have stumbled upon it, sparing himself from a life of wandering. Contemplating this, he found himself increasingly restless. By the reckoning of time, the treasure should still be there. Chapter 6, 100 Gene of Gold. Fang Yufan was brimming with excitement, for the gold bars were each a gene in weight, clearly aged treasures that he could claim as family heirlooms without raising any suspicion. At current market prices, they were valued at over 2 million, and it was evident that the price of gold would soon multiply. He could effortlessly use these gold bars as collateral for a bank loan, and profit handsomely upon selling them back to the bank once their value increased. After taking a sip of beer, he strained to recall the specific location of the treasure. After all, Zhilongfeng was vast, and aimless searching would be akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. He remembered that the gold was buried beneath a tree, pressed down by a large rock. He just needed to look for areas with significant stones. With this thought, he felt a surge of confidence, downed the remainder of his beer, and called out, "Boss, the bill please." "Coming." The proprietress replied, jotting down his order as she approached. Fang Yufan produced 100 yuan, saying, "The taste was excellent. No need for change. I'll return another time." The proprietress joyfully accepted the money, warmly replying, "Thank you. We look forward to your next visit." Fang Yufan smiled and headed back to his rented room. He had not anticipated that two beautiful women lived opposite him. He regretted not agreeing to a shared lease earlier. After a refreshing shower, he settled on the sofa to strategize. Visiting at night would be inconvenient, so he decided to go during the day. Once he located the treasure, he had ample space to store 100 gold bars with ease. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Fang Yufan awoke, stretched lazily, and commanded, "Calculate yesterday's rewards." Beep. The system has assessed the host's daily life and rated it as F grade, awarding 1,000 Hong Kong dollars. Would you like to claim it? Indeed, it was still 1,000. He mused delightfully. Claim. After getting up, washing up, and dressing, he stepped out. He visited several restaurants, purchasing enough food for 10 days, and then acquired some outdoor tools before hailing a taxi to Zhilongfeng. During the morning rush hour, the taxi journeyed slowly, taking over half an hour to reach the destination. After paying the fare, Fang Yufan gazed at the mountain peak in the distance and made his way towards the forest based on his memory. Along the way, he encountered a few groups of tourists, leisurely ascending the mountain in pairs. Following a narrow path, he walked for over 10 minutes until he spotted a thicket. A surge of joy filled Fang Yufan, and he hurried over. The forest was deserted, with thick foliage and weeds, indicating it had been a long time since anyone had ventured here. He wrapped tape around his pant legs to prevent insects from crawling in, uncertain of any venomous creatures lurking about. After spraying insect repellent all over himself, he took a climbing stick in hand, tapping it against the grass as he proceeded deeper into the woods. The area was expansive, and Fang Yufan had to employ the most rudimentary method of searching along a straight line. The dense underbrush became his primary target. Perhaps it would have been easier to locate the treasure in winter. However, by that time, he might not have been the one to find it. Suddenly, a snake hidden in the grass was startled, launching itself several meters away into another patch of foliage. Fang Yufan jumped in surprise. Having lost count of how many times he had been startled, he muttered to himself, "Were it not for the gold, I would never have returned to this frightful place." Despite his complaints, he quickened his pace, diligently swiping through the underbrush. Initially, he had contemplated staying overnight if he could not find the treasure by day, but after hours of searching, he abandoned that idea. He certainly did not wish to be surrounded by insects come nightfall. He retrieved a can of chilled beer from his space, opened it, and gulped it down in one go, wiping the sweat from his brow. What a wretched place, so vast. After his lament, he casually tossed the empty can aside. The can clattered as it struck something hard in the grass, drawing his attention to a patch of foliage that was taller than himself. He surmised that the can must have hit something solid to produce such a sound. Curiosity piqued, he carefully made his way over, treading cautiously to create a path. There, he discovered a square stone about a meter on each side, partially exposed and surrounded by dirt. His heart raced with excitement. Could this be it? He quickly retrieved a spade and began clearing the surrounding vegetation. After a prolonged effort of over half an hour, he finally succeeded in moving the stone aside. Upon seeing a wooden box beneath, Fang Yufan's excitement intensified. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then crouched down to smash the lock on the box. Opening it, he was greeted by perfectly arranged gold bars inside. Thankfully, the box was not too large. Otherwise, it would have been a challenge to store it in his space. He hastily closed the box, and with a mental command, stored it in his space. After probing the surrounding soil with the spade to confirm there was nothing else, he put the spade away and dashed out of the forest. He had no desire to linger even a moment longer. Fortune had favored him today, revealing the treasure on his very first day. His spirits soared. He jogged out of the woods, tearing off the tape from his legs, and strolled leisurely towards the road. With both hands empty, no one would suspect anything amiss. By the time he returned to the rental, an hour had already elapsed. He casually purchased 2 suitcases downstairs. Fang Yufan gazed at the gleaming gold bars, overwhelmed with joy. How delightful it was to have found them so effortlessly. Now he had plenty to occupy himself with. He carefully placed the gold bars into the 2 suitcases. Moreover, he did not squander the wooden box that had housed the gold bars, crafted from fragrant enamel. Fang Yufan promptly stored it in his space, knowing that in a few years, it could fetch several million. Chapter 7. HSBC. The following morning, Fang Yufan retrieved breakfast from his space, munching as he contemplated the reward settlement. The system chimed. Based on the host's daily activities, the score is F-. You are awarded 100 Hong Kong dollars. Would you like to claim it? Upon hearing that his rating had diminished and the reward was merely $100, his mood soured instantly. He speculated whether yesterday's treasure hunt had influenced this outcome. After inquiring further with the system, he received no clarifying answers. It seemed he still did not fully comprehend the system's rules, though it undoubtedly related to the strenuous efforts of the previous day. With that thought, he accepted the reward, for even the smallest mosquito is meat, and he would not let it go to waste. After finishing breakfast, Fang Yufan did not rush to leave. He waited until it was nearly time for work at the bank before he set off with 2 suitcases in tow. He hailed a taxi and headed to a hotel situated not far from HSBC. Upon arriving, he watched the taxi depart before dragging his 2 suitcases toward HSBC. He entered the bank smoothly and glanced around before approaching the front desk. The attractive receptionist greeted him politely. "Welcome to HSBC, sir. How may I assist you today?" Fang Yufan replied with an air of indifference. "I would like to apply for a mortgage." The receptionist, upon hearing his request, responded with enthusiasm. "Certainly, sir. Please follow me." She led him to a private meeting room. "Please take a seat while I call the manager over. Would you like something to drink?" Fang Yufan settled into a chair and smiled. "A cup of coffee would be fine." "Of course, please hold on a moment," she said politely before exiting. Observing Fang Yufan's suitcases, she speculated that they contained valuable items, as it was common for clients to bring such luggage, hence her decision to lead him directly to the meeting room. Fang Yufan was quite pleased with the service, reclining in his chair casually while he waited. Soon after, a man in his 30s entered. "Hello, I am Zhang Jun, the manager of the loan department. How may I assist you today? As the receptionist placed the coffee on the table, she smiled and left the room. Fang Yufan responded with a smile. Hello, Manager Zhang. I am Fang Yufan, and I wish to mortgage gold. What policies do you have regarding this? Gold. Zhang Jun's eyes brightened, his gaze flickering to the two suitcases. With a broad smile, he replied, Thank you for your trust in HSBC, Mr. Fang. Our policies regarding gold mortgages are quite flexible. We can offer you a full loan based on the current gold price. Furthermore, should the value of your gold increase, you may apply for a loan on the price difference, provided you repay within the stipulated time frame. You can retrieve your gold at any time. Hearing this, Fang Yufan felt even more satisfied. Indeed, this bank was remarkably considerate. Noticing his contentment, Zhang Jun inquired cautiously, Mr. Fang, do you have documentation for this gold? Fang Yufan took a sip of his coffee and shook his head. These gold bars have been passed down through my family. I intend to make some investments, which is why I wish to store them here. Keeping them at home is not secure. Upon learning that the gold bars were inherited, Zhang Jun felt reassured. Ah, I see. You are correct, Mr. Fang. HSBC has the most secure vaults, ensuring absolute safety. If everything is in order, I can call someone to begin the paperwork. Fang Yufan nodded. That would be great. Quickly, Zhang Jun summoned several staff members to begin counting the gold. When the two suitcases revealed 100 gold bars, the sight was truly impressive. However, being professionals, they quickly regained their composure and got to work. Zhang Jun, sitting nearby with a smile, asked, May I inquire what sort of investment Mr. Fang is considering? HSBC has a professional team that can assist you with any concerns. Fang Yufan pondered this. Since he was applying for a loan here, he could indeed ask the securities department to help him acquire some stocks. Having made up his mind, he nodded, Of course. I am looking to purchase 2 million shares of Geelong Warehouse. What price can you secure for me? Zhang Jun mused. It seems Mr. Fang has a favorable view of Geelong Warehouse. However, this stock has been relatively stable and not particularly remarkable. These are merely my observations. Perhaps I should call in my colleague from the securities department to explain further. Seeing no objection from Fang Yufan, Zhang Jun smiled and stepped out to summon someone. As he sipped his coffee, Fang Yufan observed the staff diligently inspecting the gold. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Jun returned with a man in his 40s. The newcomer glanced at the gold bars on the table with interest. Hello, Mr. Fang. I am Yu Junliang, the manager of the securities department. Fang Yufan shook hands with him, smiling. Hello, Manager Yu. I would like to ask for your assistance in acquiring 2 million shares of Geelong Warehouse. Yu Junliang nodded. Not a problem. If you require, I also have several promising stocks that could be of interest to you. Thank you, Manager Yu. However, I don't need anything else at the moment. Let us focus on completing this transaction first. Fang Yufan replied with a calm demeanor. Yu Junliang, recognizing Fang Yufan's determination, assured him, Very well, Mr. Fang. If there are no further requests, we can finalize this before the end of the day. Currently, Geelong Warehouse's stock price stands at 18.7. If you are not in a hurry, we might even be able to purchase at a slightly lower price. Fang Yufan was pleased with his professionalism and remarked with a smile, That's fine. It's not a large sum. It would be best if we could resolve this today. They promptly assisted Fang Yufan in opening both a HSBC account and a securities account, demonstrating exceptional service. Zhang Jun then stated, Rest assured, Mr. Fang, I can transfer the loan into your account right now. Thank you, Manager Zhang. Fang Yufan expressed his gratitude. Please have Manager Yu arrange for the necessary steps. I will wait for your updates. Yu Junliang stood and replied, Certainly, Mr. Fang. If we work quickly, we may have everything finalized by noon. Please have a seat while I make the arrangements. He then exited the room. The 2 million acquisition typically wouldn't require a manager's involvement, but given that Fang Yufan had brought along 100 pounds of gold, the treatment was naturally different. No one could ascertain whether he was a scion of a wealthy family. Such individuals were often among their most valued clients and warranted special attention. Zhang Jun smiled as he presented a checkbook, saying, Fang Sheng, this is a small checkbook, applicable for amounts under 1 million. Once the account balance is sufficiently ample, I can readily provide you with a large checkbook. Fang Yufan took it and glanced at it, feeling a sense of curiosity. He had only seen such items on television before and was encountering the real thing for the first time. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor, nodding as he replied, Very well, I hold HSBC in high regard and shall undoubtedly require your assistance in the future. Chapter 8 Considerate Service. Zhang Jun's smile grew more pronounced, as they had already ascertained Fang Yufan's identity through HSBC. Although he had just arrived from the mainland, the mere fact that he casually produced 100 gene of gold hinted at his prestigious lineage. They had often heard tales about the reclusive aristocracy from the mainland. However, the current circumstances were different, and they were unclear about the specifics. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. As long as they could cultivate a good relationship with him, that would suffice. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Jun remarked, "There is a saying from Fang Sheng that I am uncertain whether to convey." Fang Yufan, intrigued, looked at him and replied, "Please feel free to speak, Manager Zhang." Fang Sheng, the policies in Guangdao differ from those on the mainland, so it would be prudent for you to consult a specialized lawyer. After all, not all places conduct business with the integrity of HSBC, and should any issues arise, having a lawyer represent you can alleviate much of your troubles. Upon hearing this advice, Fang Yufan was reminded of how lawyers were often utilized in Hong Kong films. Realizing he had overlooked this aspect, he was not at all surprised that they discovered he hailed from his hometown. After all, HSBC's capabilities were evident. Having come to this understanding, he beamed and said, "Haha, I truly hadn't noticed that. I wonder which lawyers uphold a better professional ethic?" Seeing that Fang Yufan grasped the situation, Zhang Jun smiled and responded, "Please don't take offense at my unsolicited advice, but I happen to know a lawyer, Ding Mingjia, who was my classmate at the University of Hong Kong. He is a seasoned lawyer of impeccable character." Fang Yufan, upon hearing this, smiled and said, "What a coincidence. I would appreciate it if Manager Zhang could arrange a meeting for us. Let us find a place to meet tomorrow." With a cheerful demeanor, Zhang Jun replied, "You're too kind, Fang Sheng. This is a trivial matter. I will contact him right away. Since we need to sign a contract shortly, perhaps you could discuss matters with him in person first." "That would be splendid. Manager Zhang is quite thoughtful," Fang Yufan praised, feeling even higher regard for the service here. After about half an hour, Zhang Jun entered with a bespectacled gentleman dressed in a suit, exuding a sense of composure. "Mingjia, this is Fang Yufan, Fang Sheng." Ding Mingjia promptly extended his hand in greeting. "Hello, Fang Sheng. I am Ding Mingjia from Dahua Law Firm." Fang Yufan rose to shake his hand, smiling as he inquired, "Hello, Lawyer Ding. May I ask how your firm structures its fees?" After sitting down, Ding Mingjia explained, "I offer two types of legal services. One is charged based on specific requirements, starting at 1,000, and the other is a retainer for my services as a full-time lawyer, which is priced at 100,000 annually." Upon hearing his fees, Fang Yufan pondered for a moment. It was indeed substantial. However, he had heard that some reputable lawyers in this era charged as much as 200,000 per year. Considering that a 100 square meter apartment only cost around 500,000, it was no wonder that lawyers in Guangdao were regarded as a high-end profession. Shaking off his thoughts, he inquired with a smile, "How do you charge for today's loan contract?" "For contracts exceeding 1 million, we charge a fee of 1,000th. Should litigation arise, the price will be determined based on the specific circumstances," Ding Mingjia elucidated. Fang Yufan nodded and smiled, "I understand. I have just arrived here. And to be honest, I have yet to finalize my future direction. For now, I will proceed on a per-transaction basis. I will reach out to you when needed." Ding Mingjia, showing no sign of disappointment, replied with a smile, "Of course, Fang Sheng. Rest assured, I will not let you down." He then handed over his business card. Zhang Jun, having completed the gold appraisal, approached them and said, "Fang Sheng, everything is in order here. We can proceed to sign the contract." Ding Mingjia also assumed his professional role, meticulously reviewing the loan contract, while Fang Yufan patiently waited beside him. After several minutes, Ding Mingjia looked up and said, "Fang Sheng, there are no issues." "Great," Fang Yufan replied, taking the contract and signing it without hesitation. Although he knew Ding Mingjia through Zhang Jun, he had no doubts that HSBC would not tamper with the contract. Once the contract was signed, Zhang Jun smiled and said, "Fang Sheng, please have a seat for a moment. I will handle these matters and check on the securities." "All right, Manager Zhang, you may proceed," Fang Yufan nodded with a smile. Once everyone had exited, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had never dealt with such matters before, and fortunately, everything had gone smoothly. The loan amounted to 83 million, exceeding his expectations by a few thousand. After deducting the 2 million for purchasing stocks, he was left with 830,000. Aside from withdrawing 200,000 in cash, the remainder would temporarily reside in his account. Fang Yufan took out 3 large gold bowls and said, Lawyer Ding, thank you for your hard work. Here is your remuneration. Ding Mingjie accepted the money with a smile, saying, thank you, Fang Sheng. Should you need anything in the future, feel free to call me. I assure you, I will always be at your service. After exchanging pleasantries, Ding Mingjie departed. Fang Yufan remained seated, contemplating how to utilize the remaining funds. He had no intention of changing his residence for the time being. His current living situation was quite convenient, especially since he was alone. Moreover, with nearly a year before selling the stocks, it was wiser to keep the money as a reserve. He had yet to fully grasp the system's rules and decided to experiment during this period. Approaching noon, Yu Junliang entered the meeting room with the paperwork, smiling as he announced, Fang Sheng, sorry for keeping you waiting. As promised, the acquisition has been completed. With 2 million, we have acquired 107,000 shares. Fang Yufan received the documents with satisfaction, glancing over them before smiling and saying, thank you for your efforts, Manager Yu. I won't take up more of your time. I believe there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Yu Junliang, visibly pleased, replied, certainly, Fang Sheng. Here is my business card. Feel free to reach out whenever you need assistance. HSBC has the finest traders, and I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Fang Yufan accepted the card, glanced at it, then stored it away, engaging in a few more exchanges with Yu Junliang before leaving HSBC. He hailed a taxi and returned to his residence. These stocks were expected to be worth over 10 million by next year, and his gold would also hold a similar value, providing him with substantial wealth for future investments in promising stocks. The mere thought filled him with joy. He had never considered leveraging his investments for greater profit. Who could predict unforeseen circumstances? In the event of a margin call, he would only find himself disappointed. It was better to enjoy modest gains for the time being. Upon nearing his residence, Fang Yufan leisurely entered a nearby restaurant. The server warmly inquired, Sir, what would you like to eat? After perusing the items on the cart, Fang Yufan replied, I would like a serving of shrimp dumplings, honey-glazed char siu buns, beef rice rolls, and a bowl of beef soup. Chapter 9 Nightclub. After indulging in a hearty meal, Fang Yufan sauntered to a nearby shopping mall, feeling the urge to spend now that he had money. He selected 2 formal suits and several casual outfits, along with a few pairs of shoes. Upon spotting a watch display, he approached it. The attendant greeted him warmly, saying, Sir, if you fancy any particular model, I can assist you in trying it on. At that moment, Fang Yufan had donned a brand-name casual outfit, and with his robust physique and handsome appearance, he radiated the aura of a wealthy young master. Under the enthusiastic guidance of the attendant, Fang Yufan spent over 80,000 Hong Kong dollars on a royal oak watch. He opted against a gold watch, deeming it too ostentatious, as he didn't wish to attract the attention of unsavory characters while strolling the streets. Having completed his shopping, he returned directly to his rented room. Miling, lazily leaning against the door, remarked, Xiajia, can you refrain from calling me next time? When we go to work, we can conveniently drop it off for you. I was in the midst of a delightful slumber. Sun Xiaoxia, securing the money, smiled and replied, you all go to work at unpredictable hours. That would disturb my sleep. Hence, to avoid impacting my rest, I must affect yours. Miling rolled her eyes in response, teasingly saying, you truly are something else. Hurry back and keep an eye on your husband. Otherwise, he might sneak off to drink with us again and get handsy with Ami. Hearing this, Sun Xiaoxia's expression turned furious. That useless man. Just wait until I deal with him. After ascending the stairs, Fang Yufan found their conversation amusing and chuckled. Xiajia, a Ling Miling, captivated by his designer attire and the several shopping bags he carried, exclaimed, wow, a fan? You've struck it rich with all these luxury brands. Sun Xiaoxia, upon noticing his appearance, also brightened, remarking playfully, a fan? You look even more dashing. You'll surely charm countless souls out there. Fang Yufan chuckled, no matter how handsome I become, I cannot captivate Xiajia. He then added, these are merely counterfeit brands. After all, one's appearance is often judged by their attire. Miling, with a mischievous grin, teased, who knows, you might just enchant Xiajia. You think I'm some flirtatious vixen? Enough of that. I'm heading back, Sun Xiaoxia retorted, casting Miling a disapproving glance before descending the stairs with a sway of her figure. Fang Yufan watched her retreating silhouette and said with a smile, Ling, continue your rest. I shall return as well. Miling, with a playful expression, inquired, my figure is quite splendid too. Care to come in for a while? In response, Fang Yufan chuckled, you still have a bit of distance to cover compared to Xiajia. With that, He opened his door and returned inside. Sun Xiaoxia, overhearing their banter, wore a satisfied smile as she happily made her way home. Miling, finding the conversation dull, closed the door. Ami, rubbing her eyes as she emerged from her room, poured herself a glass of water and asked, "What were you discussing at the door just now?" Leaning casually against the sofa, Miling replied, "It's just Xia Jia again. She came to collect the rent, disrupting my peaceful slumber." Ami scoffed, "What a bother. She always does this, once every month." "You said it well. Next time, you handle her," Miling suggested. "Don't be so petty. If I don't get my beauty sleep, how can I maintain this perfect state?" Miling rolled her eyes before chuckling. "Just now, I teased Xia Jia that her husband was getting handsy with you, and it infuriated her." Ami, with disdain, responded, "I find him repulsive. He thinks he can take advantage of me. I have no idea what Xia Jia sees in him. Who knows? Enough of this chatter. I'm going to lie down again, or the night will be unbearable," Miling said as she retreated to her room. Fang Yufan took a shower, turned on the television, and sat on the sofa with a can of beer. Now that he was financially stable, he did not intend to postpone the system's settlement time, opting instead to test it further before making any decisions. He aimed to ascertain the criteria for the system's evaluation before determining whether to modify the timeline. After a light dinner, Fang Yufan strolled to a nearby nightclub, believing it appropriate to reward himself now that he had come into wealth. Upon arriving, he was struck by the lively atmosphere and found a corner booth to sit down. A polite server approached him, inquiring, "Sir, what can I get for you?" Fang Yufan scanned the surroundings and replied, "A bottle of imported wine and a platter of snacks." He handed the server a $10 tip. The server, delighted, responded, "Certainly, sir. I will be right back. Would you like me to call a lady over for you?" "Not at the moment," Fang Yufan replied. "Very well, sir, please hold on." Leaning back on the sofa, he observed the patrons engaging in drinks and conversations, with various women approaching guests with flirtatious banter. Ami spotted him and quickly pulled Miling over. "A fan is here. Let us go find him." "Really? This rascal actually showed up. I must have some fun with him," Miling quipped. Fang Yufan, noticing the two approaching, smiled and remarked, "How did you manage to see me in this dim light?" Miling, playfully leaning against him, teased, "Of course, a fan. You arrive but fail to invite us. Are you dissatisfied with us?" As she spoke, her hand playfully roamed over his physique. Upon encountering his muscular build, she gasped in delight. "Wow, a fan, your body is incredible." Ami, hearing this, sat on the other side, eager to join in. Fang Yufan, feeling exasperated, said, "Hey, both of you can ease up. I came here for enjoyment, not to be taken advantage of." Ami giggled uncontrollably, then flirtatiously replied, "We're not stopping you from having your fun." Miling added teasingly, "Indeed, you can always return the favor." Though they were playfully bantering, they refrained from further teasing, as they merely sought to amuse Fang Yufan. The server delivered the wine and fruit platter, collecting the payment before departing. Ami poured the wine and, with a pitiful expression, asked, "A fan, should we reserve the entire place? That way, a Ling and I won't be disturbed by others." "Yes, a fan. Those obnoxious men can be quite bothersome," Miling chimed in, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Fang Yufan found their antics amusing and replied, "All right, but you two must give me a discount." Ami, surprised, exclaimed, "Wow, you genuinely want to reserve us? We were merely joking. We have nothing else to do right now, so we can keep you company for a bit." Miling picked up a piece of fruit and said, "Indeed, we were just teasing. We live right across the hall, so we wouldn't want to take your money." After saying this, she fed him a piece of fruit. Fang Yufan naturally opened his mouth to accept it, feeling a favorable impression of them. They say that heartless women are unfeeling, but it seems circumstances matter. Ami cautioned from the side, "It can get quite chaotic here. Enjoying your drink is fine, but if you witness anything, do not intervene, or it could lead to complications." Chapter 10. The gang conflict. Fang Yufan took out 2 large golden bowls and handed one to each person, smiling as he said, "Since I'm alone, you might as well keep me company for a chat." Miling looked at the money in her hand, astonished. "Affan, are you serious?" "Indeed, we won't need this much. We can just contribute 50 each day. Today, let us consider it a freebie," Ami said as she passed the money over. Fang Yufan took a sip of his drink and casually replied, "Just rest assured and keep it. Since we know each other, I certainly wouldn't let you miss out on earning." Miling glanced at him and teased, "Are you trying to take advantage of us? We sell our skills, not our bodies." "Haha, if that's the case, you should quickly take your money back," Ami nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan flashed a mischievous grin and said, haha, it's already too late. Once I take the money, you must do the work. Miling recognized his jest and playfully hit him, saying, you're incorrigible. You and Ami sit here. I'll go have a word with Mama Sang. With that, she happily departed. Ami, beaming, raised her glass and said, this is great. Today we can finally relax. The two clinked glasses, and Fang Yufan took a sip, saying, Ami, I just arrived here. Can you tell me about the situation? Ami set down her glass and replied directly, sure, this is the territory of Lianqing. See that man sitting at the bar? That S. Changgu, the one in charge here. I've heard he is quite formidable. This nightclub, along with where we live, is all under their control. On the other side is the territory of Hongxing, which has been relatively stable lately. They used to fight frequently. After listening to her, Fang Yufan couldn't help but ask, so who is the leader of Lianqing? Ami looked at him curiously and said, it's Lei Yi, didn't you know? Upon realizing this was the real world, not a cinematic one, Fang Yufan sighed in relief, for one could never predict what circumstances might arise. Hearing her words, he chuckled. Of course I didn't know. I just came from outside and know very little about the situation in Guangdao. Now I understand, no worries. Just ask me anything you want to know. Just remember, when you encounter anything, don't get involved. It's fine during the day, but especially at night, Ami advised quietly. Miling returned with 2 bottles of liquor and a box of cigars, sitting down and smiling. It's already settled. Mama Sang won't assign any tasks today. If you want to head back later, we can accompany you. After saying this, she took a cigar, clipped its end, and lit it. Curiously, Fang Yufan accepted it. He had smoked in his previous life, but this body had no such habit, causing him to almost forget. Taking a puff, he savored the flavor of the cigar and remarked, it's been ages since I smoked. This is quite good. Miling replied with a smile, of course. It's $100 each, but we got it for a cheaper price. Fang Yufan looked at the two and asked, where are you both from? Ami, munching on fruit, said, I can't quite remember where my hometown is. I've lived in the village since birth and came out to work when I grew up. Miling took a sip of her drink and casually remarked, yeah? We can't compare to someone like you who comes from wealth. We endured a lot of hardship growing up, and now we just want to earn more money for a better life. For people like us without education, this is the only way to make a living. Fang Yufan took a puff of the cigar, shook his head, and laughed. What wealthy person. I just came from the mainland. I'm also the child of an ordinary family. So, we're quite similar. I just happen to know how to make money. The funds provided by the system could indeed be considered as earnings, so his statement held weight. Miling looked at him in surprise and asked, did you cross the wire fence like those people? Ami also looked at him curiously, realizing she wouldn't have thought he came from that side had he not mentioned it. Fang Yufan nodded, smiling yes. So I really don't know much about this place. Please remind me if anything comes up. Instantly, Miling and Ami relaxed considerably. Initially, they weren't familiar with each other, so their seemingly casual conversation was tinged with caution. Miling linked her arm with his and said with a smile, don't worry. If I hear any news, I'll definitely let you know right away. Exactly, so will I, Ami happily chimed in. The three of them enjoyed drinks and engaged in lighthearted conversation. Suddenly, the sound of a shattering bottle echoed through the air. Curious, Fang Yufan turned to see several tattooed gangsters confronting a group of others. Miling whispered, don't mind them. Changgu will handle it. This sort of thing happens often. Ami, sitting nearby and snacking, cheerfully remarked, yes, just consider it a show. A young man pointed at the opposing group and said, Changgu, it's not that we're disrespectful, but these guys harassed my girl. How can I let that slide? A long-haired youth from the opposing side retorted, what do you mean harassed your girl? If your girl wasn't so promiscuous, we wouldn't even want to bother. Upon hearing this, his companions burst into laughter. Haha, exactly. Your girl is so loose that you can smell her from afar. Seeing their arrogance, Changgu's expression darkened. And combined with the scar on his face, it became even more menacing. It seems Hongxing wants to start a war again. I, Scarface Chong, will accompany you to the end. Lianqing truly was domineering. We come to support, and now it seems we're the ones being accused. Do you really think Hongxing is easy to bully? Fang Yufan took a sip of his drink, finding it dull to watch the verbal exchanges without any actual fighting. It was just like on television, a battle of words. Taking another puff of the cigar, he said, let us leave soon. Are you hungry? If so, I'll take you out for a late-night snack. Great. Finally, we can finish early today, Ami exclaimed happily. Miling naturally had no objections, smiling as she said, all right, let us go get some late-night snacks. Fang Yufan took another puff of the cigar, and as those people dispersed, he extinguished the smoke and said, "Then let us go." "All right, let us go." The two happily stood up, linking their arms with him as they headed outside. Many of the accompanying women looked on enviously as Meiling and the others departed. Once outside the nightclub, Fang Yufan noticed that the atmosphere was far from calm. A considerable number of gangsters had already gathered nearby. Thus, it was remarked, "It seems that tranquility has evaded us tonight. You should return home first, while I venture out to procure some late-night snacks. It is perilous outside." Ami, having observed the unfolding situation, quietly suggested, "Let us return directly. It is quite possible that the two factions may clash again tonight. Indeed, there are provisions at home. I can prepare a meal for you all." Mei Ling also nodded in agreement. Chapter 11. A good place. Fang Yufan took note of the situation behind him and reassured, "Do not worry. It is unlikely that a fight will erupt. I will have everything sorted out shortly, so you all should return home obediently." As he spoke, they reached the bottom of their residence. The two complied and ascended the stairs. Fang Yufan ventured to a nearby food stall, ordered several dishes, and settled down to wait. The proprietress of the stall cautioned, "Young man, today seems rather unusual. If a fight breaks out, do not venture near. Those gangsters may not discern friend from foe." "Thank you for the warning, but do you not take precautions for your business?" Fang Yufan inquired with a smile. The proprietress replied nonchalantly, "We have grown accustomed to it. If a brawl occurs, we simply hide. Otherwise, it could be a daily occurrence. And how would we conduct our business then?" Indeed, her clarity of thought was commendable. Fang Yufan observed a throng of over 100 individuals gathering in the distance, their numbers steadily increasing. Meanwhile, several hundred more, brimming with hostility, marched ominously down the street, evidently having received news of the situation. While he was engrossed in the unfolding scene, the proprietress approached with the packed meals and said, "Young man, your order is ready. You should head back now." Fang Yufan produced some money and replied, "Thank you. Could you also bring me a dozen beers?" He then hurriedly made his way back to his rented room, relieved that the gathering of gangsters was not at his doorstep. Otherwise, he might have been unable to return. Upon reaching the 5th floor and opening his door, he entered with the food in tow. Meiling and the others, hearing the commotion, came over. "Wow, Afan bought so much," Amy exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the dishes. Fang Yufan chuckled, "Do not be shy. Make yourselves comfortable." Meiling, stepping into the room, remarked with a hint of trepidation, "I am just relieved you are back. We saw a large crowd from the window and feared you might be blocked outside." Fang Yufan approached the window, glanced outside, and shut it, saying, "What would you do if you encountered such a situation while at work?" Amy casually replied, "We would just hide in the nightclub rooms. They fight among themselves, and no one would bother us." The three gathered around the table, and Fang Yufan took a sip of the beer Meiling handed him, smiling as he declared, "Truly, this is a wonderful place." Startled by his words, the two looked at him in unison and exclaimed, "A good place?" Seeing their curiosity, Fang Yufan continued with a grin, "Indeed, it suggests that as long as one has wealth, one can indulge in whatever one desires. Is that not a good place?" Meiling rolled her eyes at him and teased, "You certainly have a way with words. Everyone aspires to be wealthy, yet how many truly succeed?" "Exactly," Amy added, "We, the working class, earn just enough each month, and after expenses and supporting our families, hardly anything remains." Fang Yufan smiled quietly, choosing not to respond further. He had begun to appreciate this place. "Kill them," a voice from outside shouted, followed by the sounds of fighting and screams. Fang Yufan, with a can of beer in hand, moved to the window to observe the skirmish below. Meiling and Amy leaned in to watch as well. "Afan, do such events not occur where you are from?" Meiling inquired. Fang Yufan chuckled, "If such a thing happened where I am from, the next day, everyone involved, including those backing them, would be facing dire consequences." The two were taken aback, their eyes wide with shock. "Is it really that severe?" Fang Yufan nodded. "Indeed, there is zero tolerance for such behavior, which is why no one dares to act so brazenly." "Wow, that sounds incredibly safe. I truly envy that," Amy said with a hint of longing. As they chatted, they continued to observe the tumult below. Fang Yufan noted that he did not see anyone particularly skilled in combat. He estimated that he could handle a dozen individuals with his current capabilities. The altercation persisted for over half an hour, ultimately resulting in no clear victor. Each side withdrew with their injured, and the street gradually returned to tranquility. Once they had finished their late-night snacks, Fang Yufan smiled and said, "All right, I will dispose of this tomorrow. You two should return and rest. Miling replied with a smile. Thank you for your hospitality today, Fan. Yes. May I use your bathroom to take a shower? Amy asked cheerfully. Fang Yufan casually responded. Of course, feel free. This is hardly a grand gesture. Upon receiving his consent, Amy joyfully dashed back to her home to fetch some clothes. After Miling returned, she observed Amy and cautioned, You do not have any ulterior motives, do you? Amy, beaming with happiness, replied, Hee hee, Fan is so handsome. I have nothing to lose. I'm off now. If you come over later, I shall let you in. With that, she hurried away. The following day, Fang Yufan awoke, glanced at Amy sleeping soundly, stretched lazily, and, being careful not to disturb her, slipped out of bed and headed directly to the bathroom for a shower. After so many years of solitude, he felt as though he had finally savored the pleasures of life. Reflecting on his performance the previous day, he felt quite satisfied. With a thought, he summoned Reward Settlement. Beep. Based on the host's daily life, the rating is F, granting the host basic driving skills. Would you like to accept? Surprised to receive a skill reward, particularly with a rating higher than before, he seemed to grasp the system's rules somewhat better. Accept. A wealth of driving knowledge flooded his mind. Initially, he had assumed it to be a mere ordinary skill. However, he soon realized that basic driving encompassed not only operating vehicles, but also flying and driving machines. The infusion of skills was rapid, and within a minute, Fang Yufan had mastered all the techniques. He marveled at the system's prowess, recognizing that a skill that could take an ordinary person years to acquire had only taken him a minute. After washing up, he emerged from the bathroom clad in shorts and a tank top. Ignoring the slumbering occupants within, he retrieved his breakfast and began to eat. Contemplating whether to obtain a driver's license and purchase a car, he recognized that with his newfound driving skills, idleness was not an option. After finishing his meal, he packed up the leftover late-night snacks, took them downstairs, and disposed of them in the trash bin. He then bought a newspaper from a nearby stall and made his way back to his rented room. As he descended, Sun Xiaoxia carried a bag of garbage downstairs and, upon seeing him, was momentarily taken aback by his robust physique. Good morning, Sister Xia, Fang Yufan greeted. Morning. Fan, I hope you were not frightened last night, Sun Xiaoxia remarked, her eyes lingering on his form. Observing her gaze, Fang Yufan smiled and said, Not at all, Sister Xia. Would you like some assistance? Sun Xiaoxia then withdrew her gaze and waved her hand, saying, No need. If you require anything, feel free to reach out to me anytime. I am at home every day. Fang Yufan glanced at her and, with a mischievous smile, replied, In that case, Sister Xia, I shall not hold back. I will call for you later. Upon witnessing his playful grin, Sun Xiaoxia's face flushed with embarrassment, and she playfully hit him, exclaiming, You're still young and already talking nonsense. Fang Yufan watched her as she hurried away, chuckling to himself as he ascended the stairs. Upon returning home, he noticed Ami was soundly asleep, so he refrained from waking her and instead settled onto the sofa with a newspaper, engrossed in its contents. Chapter 12. Visiting the shop in the morning, Ami awoke once, startled after receiving another reward from Fang Yufan, prompting him to hastily retreat to his residence. With no particular engagements during the day, he continued to wander around the bustling streets of Guangdao. At noon, he indulged in a sumptuous meal at the Peninsula Hotel. Although it was his first visit to such an upscale establishment, he felt no trepidation. As the saying goes, money lends courage. Without a few coins in his pocket, he would likely have trembled at the thought of entering such a place. Sitting in a taxi, he observed the various companies lining the streets, contemplating what endeavors he might pursue, for idleness was hardly a desirable state. Turning to the driver with a smile, he inquired, What business can an ordinary person engage in on Guangdao without attracting trouble? The driver shook his head in response, stating, No such fortune exists. Even we taxi drivers must pay fees each month, otherwise, we cannot operate. He continued, Unless one is a wealthy tycoon, possessing both riches and influence, those affiliations and law enforcement dare not create any issues. Fang Yufan chuckled at this, acknowledging, Indeed, it appears that pursuing any venture is quite challenging. The driver casually remarked, There's little choice for ordinary people. We simply save to buy property or stocks. If one has sufficient funds, investing in real estate is far more secure. Business can be troublesome, as it involves dealing with numerous individuals. Gazing out the window, Fang Yufan mused that money would not be a concern in the future. He simply sought an engaging way to pass the time. Upon arriving at his residence, he settled the fare and made his way inside, retrieving a bottle of soda from the refrigerator. He had just cracked it open when he heard a knock at the door. Opening the door, he was greeted by Mei Ling, her radiant smile brightening the threshold. "A fan, you're back," she exclaimed. Fang Yufan replied with a smile. "Yes, Mei Ling, come in and sit. You're up quite early today." As she entered, Mei Ling beamed. "Ami has had quite a rough time. Are you really that formidable?" Taking a sip of his drink, Fang Yufan mischievously responded, "Would you like to find out?" As he wrapped his arm around her waist, Mei Ling's cheeks flushed, and she playfully protested, "Don't be silly." Yet, her body leaned into him, betraying her words. An hour later, Fang Yufan reclined on the sofa, savoring a cigar. After finishing her shower, Mei Ling sat beside him, toweling her hair dry. She cheerfully asked, "What are your plans for the future?" Exhaling a plume of smoke, he shook his head. "I have no plans at the moment. Today, I wandered around, contemplating what to do, as aimlessly roaming can become rather dull." After a moment of consideration, Mei Ling suggested, "How about I introduce you to work at a nightclub? I can speak to the manager. It would be no problem." Fang Yufan regarded her with a smile. "I shall never work for anyone in my life. I am not in need of money." Hearing this, Mei Ling grinned. "So you are a wealthy man. You should come and support us more." Fang Yufan chuckled at her playful banter, giving her cheek a gentle pinch. "No problem. But are you planning to continue in this line of work?" With a nonchalant tone, Mei Ling replied, "It's just drinking. Doing anything else wouldn't even cover my expenses with that meager salary." She added with a laugh, "Once I've saved enough money, I'll find a man to marry. This job cannot last a lifetime." Fang Yufan took another puff from his cigar, responding, "That is true, but I fear you may have encountered too many suitors to find a satisfactory one. That's quite normal. That's just how our industry operates. As for the future, I'll worry about that later. Right now, I'm just focused on earning more money," Mei Ling said casually. Then, as if struck by inspiration, she exclaimed, "By the way, I heard from my friends that there's a shop across from the Kowloon police station that is closing down. You might want to consider it. There surely won't be any trouble there." Fang Yufan pondered this. It did seem plausible that a location opposite the police station would be free from disturbances. Realizing this, he inquired with a smile, "Do you know what type of shop it is? Why are they suddenly closing?" Mei Ling shook her head. "I'm not quite sure of the details. It seems they are planning to emigrate. You could go and take a look." "All right, I will check it out today. Since you've provided me with such valuable information, I must reward you accordingly," he said, mimicking a playful pounce. Mei Ling, startled, jumped up and exclaimed, "I have to work tonight. I'll come back tomorrow." Watching her flee in fright, Fang Yufan couldn't help but laugh. Just teasing her. He then rose and made his way outside. His residence was not far from the Kowloon police station, and a brief taxi ride brought him to his destination. Observing the imposing structure of the Kowloon police station, he glanced across the street at the shop. The location appeared quite promising. He strolled over, noting a sign indicating the shop was for sale, which confirmed his suspicions. Pushing the door open, he entered to find a few patrons scattered about. A cheerful waitress greeted him. "Welcome, sir. Would you like something to drink?" With a smile, Fang Yufan replied, "I'll have a latte." After placing his order, he chose a seat and began to survey the ambience of the cafe. The waitress soon returned with his coffee, and he handed her a $10 tip, inquiring, "I noticed the for sale sign. Is business not doing well here?" The waitress, happily accepting the tip, glanced around before whispering, "Are you interested in buying?" Fang Yufan chuckled, "I would like to inquire first." The waitress beamed, "It would be wonderful if you could become our new owner. You are quite handsome." Fang Yufan could only smile wryly at her boldness, reminding her, "You still haven't told me why it's for sale." With a playful flick of her tongue, she replied softly, "Our boss and family plan to emigrate. Business here is still decent. The main reason is that the police frequently visit. So there are no disturbances." Nodding thoughtfully, Fang Yufan asked, "Is this the only floor?" "There's another floor above, where the owner's family resides. The owner is currently here. Would you like me to call him for you?" The waitress asked eagerly. Fang Yufan calculated that the price might be substantial, and he likely wouldn't have enough funds. Nevertheless, since he was already there, it wouldn't hurt to inquire, so he replied with a smile, "Sure. That would be great." The waitress responded cheerfully, "Not a bother at all, sir. Please wait a moment." After she left to fetch the owner, Fang Yufan took a sip of his coffee. The ground floor spanned approximately 130 square meters, with the upper floor bringing the total to around 260 square meters. Even as a residential property, such an area would cost over £1 million. positioned directly across from the police station. It was indeed an ideal location for business, leading him to estimate that the asking price would be at least 2 million. Chapter 13. The landlord's visit. A man in his 40s approached briskly, and upon seeing Fang Yufan, especially the watch on his wrist, he immediately understood the situation. With a warm smile, he said, "Good day, sir. I am the proprietor here. My surname is Zhang, and my given name is Yanin." Fang Yufan reciprocated the handshake with a smile, replying, "Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Fang Yufan." Zhang Yanin praised, "Mr. Fang, you are truly remarkable for your age. How about we discuss matters in the office?" "Certainly. Let us proceed to the office," Fang Yufan replied without hesitation. Once inside, Zhang Yanin remarked, "Our family is preparing to immigrate. We had no intention of selling this place, as it is in a prime location. Even renting it out would be a wise choice." Fang Yufan simply smiled, remaining silent as he awaited further comments. Noticing Fang Yufan's lack of response, Zhang Yanin continued, "In business here, the primary concern is safety. No gang members dare to cause trouble, which has saved us considerable hassle over the years." Listening to Zhang extol the virtues of the shop, Fang Yufan smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang, let us be straightforward. If you are willing to sell, please provide a price. If it is too dear, I shall not impose further." Observing the young man's calm demeanor and his firm grasp on the situation, Zhang Yanin contemplated before saying, "Very well, Mr. Fang. To be direct, while the annual profit is not substantial, it amounts to around 200,000, so I am prepared to sell the shop for 2 million. Fang Yufan, upon hearing the quote, found it to be in line with his expectations, though undoubtedly still high. Nodding, he responded, "Mr. Zhang, that price is somewhat elevated. I can pay the full amount in one go." Zhang Yanin, intrigued by the prospect of a lump sum payment, considered and said, "In that case, I can reduce it by 200,000. Fang Yufan pondered. He had 2 million in stocks, which could be leveraged with HSBC for at least 1.5 million or slightly more, making the purchase feasible. Yet, he countered, "Mr. Zhang, I can sign the contract immediately for 1.7 million. Zhang Yanin, unfazed by the offer, waved his hand, stating, "That is too low. How about 1.95 million? This price is already quite favorable." Fang Yufan smiled and replied, "To be frank, Mr. Zhang, my intention was merely to find something to occupy my time. I initially considered renting a place for leisure, and upon discovering this property was for sale, I inquired. However, I do possess genuine intent. I can add an additional 50,000, still with a full payment." Zhang Yanin regarded him thoughtfully and said, "Since you have expressed this, I can make a concession to 1.85 million for a one-time payment, with all transaction fees covered by you. The cafe's accounts can be reviewed at any time. There are absolutely no hidden issues." Fang Yufan extended his hand, stating, "Then let us embark on this partnership. Indeed, a delightful collaboration." Zhang Yanin exclaimed, also extending his hand in agreement. Fang Yufan smiled, saying, "It is getting late. Perhaps I will bring my lawyer tomorrow. As long as there are no other issues, we can proceed with the formalities at any time." "Certainly, Mr. Fang, your decisiveness in business is commendable. No wonder you have achieved so much at such a young age," Zhang Yanin praised generously. Fang Yufan, not taking the compliment to heart, agreed on a time and was warmly escorted out. With the negotiations concluded, he did not linger and returned home, as he still had matters to discuss with the bank. Upon arriving home, he retrieved Zhang Jun's number and dialed. "Hello, this is the loan department of HSBC. I am manager Zhang Jun. May I ask who is calling?" Hearing the voice on the other end, Fang Yufan smiled. "Hello, manager Zhang. This is Fang Yufan." Zhang Jun responded warmly, "Hello, Mr. Fang. Is there something on your mind?" "Indeed. I am looking to leverage the stocks I previously purchased. May I inquire if this is feasible?" Fang Yufan asked with a smile. Zhang Jun replied directly, "Certainly. Based on your standing, the 2 million in stocks can secure a loan of 1.8 million. You are welcome to come in at any time to sign the contract." Relieved to hear about the 1.8 million, Fang Yufan responded cheerfully, "Thank you, Manager Zhang. If you are available tomorrow at 9 in the morning, I will come with my lawyer to finalize the arrangements." "Not an issue. I will be at the office waiting for you, Mr. Fang." Fang Yufan hung up and called Ding Mingjia. "Hello, this is Dahuang Law Firm. I am Ding Mingjia." "Lawyer Ding, this is Fang Yufan. Am I interrupting your work?" Ding Mingjia chuckled. "Not at all, Mr. Fang. Is there something you need?" Fang Yufan replied directly, "Indeed, I require your assistance with 2 matters tomorrow." He then explained the loan and property purchase. Upon hearing the details, Ding Mingjie responded, "No problem. I will be at HSBC on time. As for the shop, I will investigate through my connections to ensure there are no loose ends." "That is splendid. We shall meet at HSBC tomorrow," Fang Yufan concluded before hanging up, satisfied with Ding Mingjie's efficient handling of matters. After all, acquiring the shop could pose significant challenges if any hidden issues arose. Gazing at the clock, he noted it was already past 5. Stretching, he contemplated what to have for dinner. Suddenly, there came a knock at the door. Fang Yufan opened the door, greeting the visitor warmly. "Sister Xia, please come in." Sun Xiaoxia entered with a slice of cake, smiling. "I just heard you returned. I brought you some of the cake I made." Fang Yufan accepted the cake, took a bite with a small fork, and nodded in approval, exclaiming, "This is delightful. Sister Xia, your skills are exceptional." Seeing his enjoyment, Sun Xiaoxia replied with a smile, "I'm glad you like it. I'll make more next time." Fang Yufan finished the cake quickly, cheerfully saying, "I shall not be modest. Sister Xia, please have a seat while I wash the plate." "No need. I can take it back to wash later," she insisted. "Not at all. It will be quick. Please, make yourself comfortable," Fang Yufan said as he headed to the kitchen to clean. Sun Xiaoxia looked around and remarked, "You men live so simply. Aside from bedding and toiletries, there is hardly anything else." Fang Yufan meticulously cleans the plate and fork, placing them upon the table with a casual remark, "Indeed, it is just me. I haven't truly considered what else I might need." Once they are seated, Sun Xiaoxia inquires with a smile, "How is everything going with your job?" Fang Yufan nonchalantly replies, "It has all been arranged. I discovered a charming cafe today, and I shall go tomorrow to sign the contract. It serves merely to pass the time." Chapter 14. Taking over the store. Sun Xiaoxia expressed her surprise, saying, "You are opening your own store? Where will it be located? I hope you are not being deceived." She perceived the young man before her to be under 20, and recalling that he had haggled over the rent of her property, she assumed he was not affluent. However, in recent days, she had noticed signs that contradicted her initial impression. The watch on his wrist was a well-known brand worth over 80,000, and his clothing was undoubtedly genuine. Curious about his circumstances, she casually inquired, and upon learning of his plans to open a store, she felt a tinge of astonishment. Fang Yufan replied with a smile, "It's right across from the Kowloon police station. The current owner is preparing to immigrate, and I happened to hear about it, so I went to take a look. When I sign the contract tomorrow, I'll have my lawyer conduct a thorough check." Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoxia immediately recognized the location and nodded. "If it's there, that's acceptable. I have visited a few times, and the security is good. Since Sister Xia thinks it's fine, I feel reassured," he said, encouraged by her approval. Observing his eloquence, Sun Xiaoxia teased, "Oh, so you listen to your sister?" Fang Yufan grinned and responded, "Of course. Sister Xia is certainly more knowledgeable than I am. With that sweet talk of yours, if you really open a store, you must offer a discount when you bring your friends over for coffee." "Ah, that is nothing. If Sister Xia comes, it should be complimentary." Sun Xiaoxia laughed even more at this, saying, "Let us skip the complimentary part and settle for a discount." After glancing at the time, she added, "I should head back now. It's getting late, and I need to arrange dinner." Fang Yufan stood up and said, "All right, Sister Xia, do come over to chat whenever you have time." Sun Xiaoxia looked at him and sweetly replied, "Sure, I'll come by next time." Watching her descend the stairs, Fang Yufan smiled. Knowing he had matters to attend to the next day, he decided to stay in that evening, retrieving a meal from his space and dining at home. Hearing the sound of the door closing across the hall, he realized the two had gone back to work but paid it no mind. The next morning, after freshening up and changing into casual attire, he settled on the sofa and thought, reward settlement. He was eager to see how his performance yesterday would be evaluated. Ding. Based on the host's daily life, rated F level, the host is awarded 5,000 Hong Kong dollars. Would you like to collect it? Oh, this time it's not a skill. I'll accept it. Fang Yufan understood the randomness of the rewards. Sometimes they were skills, sometimes monetary. Furthermore, he presumed the daily life rating would yield a high score. After adjusting his clothing in front of the mirror, he headed downstairs. After dining at the tea restaurant, he sat sipping tea and reading the newspaper until it was time to head to HSBC. Ding Mingjie was already waiting in the bank lobby. Upon seeing him, he approached with a smile. "Fang Sheng, you've arrived." "Lawyer Ding, sorry to keep you waiting," Fang Yufan replied with a beaming smile. "Not at all, I just got here. Manager Zhang is already present. Shall we go over now?" "Certainly." The two made their way to the meeting room, and shortly, Zhang Jun arrived with the contract in hand. Hello, Fang Sheng. Here is the contract. I've prepared it. Fang Yufan smiled. Thank you, Manager Zhang. Today, I intend to purchase a store, so I would appreciate it if you could prepare a large check for me. Zhang Jun nodded. That is simple. I'll retrieve it now. After reviewing the contract, Ding Mingjie remarked, the contract is sound and flexible. Repayments can be made at any time without incurring any fees. Pleased with the response, Fang Yufan signed the document without hesitation. Once Zhang Jun confirmed everything was in order, he stated, Fang Sheng, the funds will be credited shortly. You can issue checks whenever needed. Great. Let us not take up any more of Manager Zhang's time, Fang Yufan said as he stood up with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, the two left, with Ding Mingjie driving him to a cafe. Lawyer Ding, I'm capable of driving. If I want to obtain a driver's license, what would be the simplest way? Fang Yufan asked, grinning. While driving, Ding Mingjie replied with a chuckle, Fang Sheng, if you prefer to avoid hassle, it's just 10,000 HKD, and I can deliver the license to you within 3 days. Surprised at the simplicity, Fang Yufan responded, all right, once today's matters are settled, I'll give you the money, and you can take care of it for me. Ding Mingjie laughed as he drove. No problem. Leave it to me. If Fang Sheng is looking to buy a car, I can take you to a place that deals in smuggled vehicles. The paperwork will be handled properly, and the prices are often 30% lower than those of regular dealerships. Fang Yufan, intrigued, inquired, if they can handle the paperwork, isn't that essentially a legitimate dealership? Ding Mingjie explained, taxes are the main burden. These individuals have grown accustomed to making substantial profits, so they are reluctant to part with their money. Fang Yufan understood that this was the kind of operation run by individuals with connections to organized crime. Although the savings were significant, the lack of taxes meant their profits exceeded those of legitimate dealerships. Upon arriving at the cafe, Zhang Yan'an was already waiting for them, and seeing them arrive, she felt a sense of relief. Fang Sheng, I've kept you waiting. This is Lawyer Ding. Fang Yufan smiled and shook her hand, making the introductions. After a brief exchange of handshakes, the group proceeded to the office. Fang Yufan found himself with little to do other than await the signing of documents. Ding Mingjie meticulously reviewed the accounting records and procedures related to the store. Fang Yufan nodded in approval, surprised at the breadth of Ding Mingjie's expertise. 2 hours later, Ding Mingjie nodded and said, Fang Sheng, everything is in order. This store has no other pledges or debts, and the cafe's accounts are transparent. The business department has verified everything. The cafe has maintained profits exceeding 200,000 for 3 consecutive years, and the transaction can proceed. Excellent. Fang Yufan promptly signed his name on the contract and cheerfully issued a check for 185 million to the other party. Zhang Yan'an happily accepted the check and smiled. Fang Sheng, it's a pleasure to collaborate. Likewise. After shaking hands, Zhang Yan'an added, the upstairs will be vacated today. I will take you to meet the staff and make the announcement. Sounds good. Fang Yufan replied as they exited the office. Zhang Yan'an called over the 3 staff members, saying, from now on, Fang Sheng will be the owner here. I have sold both the property and the store to him. Hello, boss. The staff greeted warmly. Fang Yufan observed the trio, apart from the store manager, who was in her 30s, the other 2 waitresses were young women in their 20s. While not extraordinarily beautiful, they possessed a charming demeanor and an inherent approachability. It was evident that Zhang Yan'an had put considerable thought into her selection of staff. Chapter 15 Joyful staff members. This establishment is primarily managed by the store manager, Lisa, which alleviates some of Fang Yufan's responsibilities. With a radiant smile, he greeted everyone, announcing, greetings, everyone. The duties within the store remain unchanged. Starting this month, all salaries will be increased by 20. If performance is commendable, there will also be year-end bonuses. Thank you, boss. Hooray, that's fantastic. The boss is the best. Observing the joy on their faces, Fang Yufan chuckled and said, all right, everyone, please continue your work. Seeing that there was nothing more for him to address, Zhang Yan'an remarked, Fang Sheng, I will arrange for the items to be moved. There isn't much left upstairs, just some miscellaneous items that can be cleared out today. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fang Yufan turned and said, Lawyer Ding, let us discuss this in the office. Sure. The 2 returned to the office, where Fang Yufan smiled and said, I will leave the subsequent procedures to you. Please calculate the costs, and I will settle it directly. As he reviewed the list, he noted the substantial amount. The transfer handling fee alone was 50,000, plus a lawyer's fee of 5,000. Ding Mingjie explained, Fang Sheng, The deed tax is 3 of the property price, alongside various other fees, so the price is justified. Understood. Thank you for your efforts on this. Fang Yufan said as he wrote a check for 70,000. Upon seeing the figure, Ding Mingjie remarked, Fang Sheng, this is more than necessary. Fang Yufan replied with a smile, there will also be the driver's license to handle. I cannot let your efforts go unrewarded. Rest assured, keep it, as there will be many more opportunities for us to collaborate in the future. Upon hearing this, Ding Mingjie accepted the check, smiling, thank you, Fang Sheng. I will deliver the property documents and driver's license to you in 3 days. Haha, wonderful. I will be waiting for you at the store. After the visitor departed, Fang Yufan glanced at the time, realizing it was getting late, and stood up to leave. As he entered the store, the staff greeted him enthusiastically. Boss, boss. Fang Yufan smiled and said, no need for formality. Feel free to act as you wish from now on. He then turned to Lisa, saying, I leave the rest to you. I will return tomorrow. Lisa promptly assured him, rest assured, boss, I will take good care of everything. With a smile, Fang Yufan exited the store and wandered casually nearby. Once the boss had left, the staff gathered to chatter amongst themselves. The boss looks so handsome. One remarked, I think he is not just handsome but also quite strong. Did you see how that shirt fit him? Lisa teased them. Heh, look at you two love-struck fools. Hurry up and get back to work before the customers start laughing. Just then, a few people entered, one of whom joked, wow, Xiaodua and Shuexian are swooning again. Let us hear about this dashing gentleman. Upon seeing the newcomers, Lisa greeted, Fei Gu, you all are here. Same old, I presume? Same old works for us, came the casual reply. Yudwa smiled and added, we have a new boss. And he is quite handsome. A young man jested, is that so? Is he more handsome than I am? After which, he struck a pose that he deemed charming. Shuexian laughed, of course he is. If you had come earlier, you would have seen for yourself. The others joined in the banter. Shuexian, you used to say that Nyogo was the most handsome. How quickly you've changed your tune. Indeed, Danyo might be heartbroken this time. They teased each other. Yudwa served them coffee. Lejing Fei smiled and asked, Xiaodua, has the former Zhang boss moved out yet? Yudwa responded while distributing coffee, I'm not sure, but Zhang boss mentioned this morning that he would finish moving upstairs today. Perhaps he is in a hurry to immigrate. Lejing Fei took a sip of coffee and shook his head. I really don't understand these people. It's quite comfortable here. Why would they want to leave? What's so comfortable here? It certainly can't compare to what's out there, one of the staff chuckled. Ah, the lives of the wealthy are beyond our comprehension. Anyway, we'll be working overtime again tonight. Lejing Fei ignored the banter and asked, Lisa, have the rules here changed? The police officers across the street receive a discount of 20 on their coffee, prompting his inquiry. Shuexian cheerfully replied, Fei Gu, the boss said everything remains the same. And he even raised our salaries. Lejing Fei exclaimed, wow, that is wonderful. It seems this new boss is quite impressive. Lisa recalled that she had informed the boss about the police officer's discount and wondered if he would agree. She decided to report it tomorrow. Fang Yufan strolled around the vicinity of the shop, casually had lunch, and then returned to his rental apartment. After a refreshing shower, he settled on the sofa in shorts and a tank top. Lighting a cigar from the table, he leaned back, contemplating the purpose of the second floor of the shop. Perhaps he could move in there himself. It wouldn't be suitable for anything else, and the extra rooms could serve as staff quarters. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the door, he rose to open it. Suin Xiaoxia entered with a bright smile. Afan, how are things going at the shop? Fang Yufan welcomed her inside, smiling. The contract has been signed, and everything is progressing smoothly. Wow, that was quick. You really are capable, Suin Xiaoxia praised. Fang Yufan took a puff from his cigar, saying gleefully, indeed, however, there is space upstairs where I may need to move in. Upon hearing about his potential move, Suin Xiaoxia felt a tinge of disappointment as they had just begun to build a connection. Oh, that's all right. I can refund your rent when the time comes. Fang Yufan waved hee hand with a laugh. Hee, let us not jump to conclusions. I haven't decided yet. I'll assess the situation tomorrow before making a decision. The two sat on the sofa, and Suin Xiaoxia nodded. Just let me know whenever you decide. Fang Yufan glanced at her. She wore a tank top and a short skirt, her fair skin quite striking. Ding Mingjie emerged from the property management office in the afternoon, checked the time, and drove to a nearby repair shop. A man with a buzz cut and a gold chain around his neck was reprimanding a few subordinates in the office. A knock echoed from outside. Come in, he shouted. Ding Mingjie entered and joked, I could hear your booming voice from outside. Upon his arrival, the man promptly rose to his feet and exclaimed with a smile. Lawyer Ding, you could have given me a call so that I could fetch you. Haha, who would dare to let Dezue go pick them up? Dezue was a former client of his, and ever since lawyer Ding Mingjie assisted him in resolving a legal dispute, he has been eternally grateful. Thus, through their interactions, the two eventually forged a friendship. Chapter 16 Renovation. Dezue dismissed his subordinates and then smiled, saying, if you have any tasks, feel free to let me know. After sitting down, Ding Mingjie produced a set of documents and stated, my employer needs to obtain a driver's license. Here are the materials and the fee. Could you check if it can be processed by the day after tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Dezue waved his hand dismissively, saying, I thought it was something significant. Rest assured, I will have it sorted out for you by tomorrow. You can keep your money. Our relationship is worth more than that. Ding Mingjie chuckled as he pushed a sum of 10,000 yuan towards him, saying, this is for my employer, not for me, and you will need to manage some matters as well, so please don't refuse. Seeing his insistence, Dezue accepted with a grin, saying, all right. Just give me a call next time you have a similar request. Coincidentally, Dezue had some free time that day. By the way, have any vehicles arrived recently? If my employer needs one in a few days, I can bring him to have a look. Indeed, we have several sports cars. Let him choose whichever he desires. I will handle the paperwork, replied Ding Mingjie with a smile. That works. I suspect the other party may not be particularly interested in sports cars, but we shall see. I will take my leave now and return tomorrow to collect it. Dezue stood up, saying, stay a bit longer. I will have someone deliver it to the law firm for you tomorrow. No need. I have things to take care of, so I will go meet my employer now. I will come back another day. Ding Mingjie smiled as he exited. Although the two maintained a good relationship, staying there for too long was inappropriate for him. Many lawyers were indeed connected to various organizations, and some even served as dedicated lawyers for them. However, if he were to become officially involved, it would complicate his ability to accept future commissions from certain clients. The next morning, Fang Yufan stretched lazily and thought, settle yesterday's rewards. Ding. Based on the host's daily life, it has been rated as F. Rewarding the host with advanced proficiency in English. Would you like to accept? Hearing that a skill had been granted, he joyfully replied, yes. Instantly, a multitude of vocabulary and pronunciation techniques flooded his mind. A minute later, he had completely absorbed the information. Fang Yufan reflected briefly, feeling elated as he got out of bed and headed to wash up. In Hong Kong, English was exceedingly practical, although he had previously known some. His conversational skills had been rather clumsy. Now, it felt as though it was an innate language, allowing for seamless communication. After finishing breakfast on the street, he leisurely strolled towards the cafe. It took about 20 minutes on foot, serving as a pleasant walk. Lisa had arrived early at the cafe, busy tidying up. Upon seeing her, Fang Yufan smiled and remarked, you are here quite early. Boss, you are here. I have gotten used to it. Lisa replied with a smile. I have cleaned up the office for you. I checked upstairs, and it has all been vacated and cleaned thoroughly, she added. Fang Yufan nodded in satisfaction, saying, thank you for your hard work. I will go take a look. It's no trouble. Call me if you need anything. Lisa smiled back. Ascending to the second floor, he surveyed the area. It consisted of 3 rooms, 2 halls, and 2 bathrooms, all completely emptied, with even the air conditioning units removed. Upon discovering a door, he opened it to find a back entrance leading directly down the stairs. This was quite convenient. If he lived upstairs, he wouldn't have to constantly go in and out through the cafe. After closing the back door, he inspected each room and then descended the stairs. Yu Duo and Shui Xian had also arrived, and the 3 had already organized the space and changed into work attire. Good morning, boss. Good morning. Fang Yufan greeted them with a smile, saying, I plan to tidy up upstairs. In case of inclement weather, you can stay here, which would be safer. That sounds wonderful. Sometimes it rains heavily when we finish work at night, and it's quite miserable, Yu Duo replied cheerfully. Lisa also expressed her joy, saying, Boss, we have a renovation company that we frequently work with. Would you like me to contact them? Fang Yufan nodded, saying, yes, please have them come over to take a look. If everything is satisfactory, we can entrust the task to them. All right, boss, I will contact them right away, Lisa said before stepping aside to make the call. Fang Yufan remarked, all right, you all keep busy. I will head to the office for a bit, and he made his way there. Not long after, Lisa knocked and entered the office, saying, boss, the renovation company will be here shortly. Also, there is something I forgot to report to you yesterday. Fang Yufan smiled and inquired, what is it? It's about the police officers from the precinct across the street. They always receive a 20% discount at the cafe. I forgot to mention it yesterday, Lisa said, glancing at her boss with a hint of apprehension. Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan pondered for a moment and asked, "What if they order coffee?" Not being able to discern her boss's mood, Lisa responded honestly, "For coffee orders, since delivery is needed, it will be at the original price." Fang Yufan tapped on the desk and smiled, saying, "Well, the officers across the street work hard, and we can conduct our business peacefully thanks to them. Therefore, let us offer them half price for coffee, and if they opt for delivery, we can maintain the 20% discount." Upon hearing this, Lisa felt relieved that her boss was not upset with her, especially with such a generous discount. However, she voiced her concern, saying, "Isn't that a bit too generous, boss?" "Not at all. There are only a few hundred officers there. If each one drinks a cup of coffee daily because of the discount, we would end up profiting." Fang Yufan chuckled. After considering it, Lisa nodded and said, "You are indeed clever, boss. I understand now. I will inform anyone who comes in today, and I believe the precinct will catch on quickly." Fang Yufan smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, let us proceed with that." "All right, boss, I will head out now." After she left, Fang Yufan inspected the office and found that, aside from the account books, everything else had been taken away. When the renovation company arrived, they inspected the second floor and presented several proposals. Seeing their fees were quite reasonable, Fang Yufan decided to entrust them with the electrical appliances and furniture as well. "Rest assured, Mr. Fang, our company guarantees credibility, and I will ensure your satisfaction," the manager assured him. "By the way, Manager Wang, can you also install surveillance cameras?" Fang Yufan inquired. The renovation company manager, upon hearing this, confidently replied, "Of course, that's no problem. If Mr. Fang wishes to install them in the cafe, we will only need 4 cameras to ensure every angle is covered." Fang Yufan nodded, saying, "That's fine, but we also need one by the back door on the second floor, which should be connected to the office along with the other cameras." "Certainly. I will arrange for the renovations upstairs first, and then utilize the cafe's downtime in the evening to install the cameras." Chapter 17. Enhancing employee benefits in the blink of an eye. A week had elapsed. The second floor of the cafe was now ready for occupancy. The previous layout remained intact, requiring only a fresh coat of paint and the placement of furniture and appliances. Fang Yufan had officially moved in, seated in his office, savoring a cup of tea. Over the past 7 days, he had received rewards on 7 occasions. Acquiring a basic tea ceremony skill and a handgun, complete with 3 magazines and a box of ammunition, along with several $1,000s in cash. After taking a sip of tea, he contemplated. System, change the settlement rule to monthly. Remind me to collect my rewards when I wake up in the morning a month from now. Ding. Modification successful. He was eager to discover what the rewards would be a month later. Peering through the monitor, he observed the bustling activity of the staff and smiled. Since offering a 50% discount to personnel from the police station, business had significantly improved. Yu Duo and Shui Xian took turns delivering coffee and egg tarts to the officers across the street. Additionally, Fang Yufan had imparted some coffee-making techniques from the future, and the new products were immensely popular. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lisa entered, wiping the sweat from her forehead. "Boss, our business has been thriving these past few days. Should we consider hiring 2 more employees?" Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan smiled and replied, "Of course, just make the arrangements." Relieved by her boss's agreement, Lisa responded, "Great. I believe our cafe will become increasingly busy." Once she exited, Fang Yufan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Should he consider opening additional branches? He then took a pen to calculate expenses on paper, rent, renovations, equipment, and so forth. On average, each store would require between 100,000 to 150,000 yuan, and he realized he could afford to open 4 more locations. Picking up a map of Hong Kong, he examined the Kowloon district and concluded that it would be prudent to establish branches near several police stations there. Though the rental prices might be higher, it would save considerable hassle. With a plan in place, he picked up the telephone and dialed. When Ding Mingjie answered, he said, "Fangsheng, is there another case?" Fang Yufan chuckled. "This time it's a bit special. I plan to open a cafe opposite the Yao Ma Ti, Mong Kok, Sham Shui Pa, and Wang Tai Sin police stations. Do you have any suggestions?" After a moment's consideration, Ding Mingjie replied, "Fangsheng, that is feasible. Are you looking to purchase or rent the premises?" Fang Yufan responded candidly, "I would prefer to buy. But my funds are not sufficient at the moment, so I can only rent for now." Ding Mingjie suggested, "Actually, purchasing is not out of reach. You could use the current cafe as collateral for a loan. Each time you acquire a new property, you can mortgage the deed, allowing you to replicate this process as long as your cash flow remains stable. Intrigued by this proposal, Fang Yufan felt a surge of enthusiasm. After all, by January of next year, he could liquidate his gold, and by June, he could sell stocks, ensuring he would not face a lengthy period without funds. Having made up his mind, he stated, "I agree with your plan, Lawyer Ding. If this matter is successfully executed, I will hire you as my personal lawyer at an annual salary of 200,000 yuan. Ding Mingjia's eyes lit up at this, as the offer would double his worth, placing him on par with senior lawyers. He joyfully replied, "Fang Sheng, I will not betray your trust. Give me a week to investigate, and I will report back to you next week." "Haha, I look forward to your good news, Lawyer Ding." Fang Yufan chuckled as he hung up, pleased with the prospect of having a full-fledged cafe operation in Hong Kong. Paying lawyer fees repeatedly would be less advantageous than hiring a personal lawyer. While planning ahead, he also considered the training of employees. Since the cafe was in the process of hiring, he could recruit a few more. Observing Lisa was busy at the moment, he chose to remain seated in the office, enjoying his tea. It wasn't until around 8 in the evening that the cafe staff finally relaxed. Fang Yufan emerged from his office with a smile, addressing the three of them. "Thank you for your hard work. I have an important announcement to make." The trio perked up, their full attention focused on him. "We are planning to expand Tianyuan Cafe across Hong Kong, with an initial phase of at least 4 to 5 new locations. Therefore, you Duo and Shui Xian, you will become the first branch managers." Upon hearing this news, the two young women leapt up in excitement. "That's fantastic. Long live the boss." Fang Yufan, observing their joy, continued, "Additionally, for every store's annual profit, I will allocate 20 as rewards for you. The branch manager will receive 10, while the remaining employees will share the other 10. The explosive news left the three of them in shock. This was the first time they had encountered such a profit-sharing scheme. Lisa's mind began calculating. The current cafe had profits exceeding 200,000 yuan annually. If the boss's plan held true, her bonus could exceed 40,000 yuan by year-end, equivalent to several months' salary. Yu Duo and Shui Xian also began to grasp the implications, their excitement palpable as they calculated their potential bonuses. Fang Yufan, finding their reactions amusing, teased, "Is it really that hard to comprehend? Lisa, do you understand?" To which Lisa, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "Boss, I understand. Based on our current cafe's profits of over 200,000 yuan, if we maintain this performance, we could receive a bonus totaling 40,000 yuan. With me taking 20,000 and each of you getting 10,000. As Yu Duo and Shui Xian absorbed the news, they became ecstatic, realizing their bonuses could equate to half a year's salary. Fang Yufan, seeing their excitement, remarked, "Indeed, if you wish to earn more bonuses, you must provide exceptional service and delicious coffee. This will naturally attract more repeat customers and increase profits." "Boss, I adore you. You are the most generous boss in the world." The two young women exclaimed, their excitement infectious. After the jubilant outburst, Lisa quickly regained her composure and inquired, "Boss, should we start training the new employees now?" Fang Yufan nodded. "Yes. Considering each store will have one manager and 2 to 3 servers, you should select suitable candidates from among them for intensive training. However, character is paramount. We will not accept anyone, no matter how talented, who lacks integrity." He reiterated this point firmly. "Understood, boss. I will ensure to select diligently," Lisa assured. Yu Duo, eager to share the good news, asked, "Boss, can I invite a friend? I can't wait to share this incredible opportunity with her." "Absolutely, boss. Many of my friends envy my benefits," Shui Xian chimed in, equally thrilled, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 18. The genius girl Fang Yufan smiled and said, "Of course, however, if they qualify for the position, they cannot work in the same store as you. Otherwise, it would complicate your management later on." Seeing that the two did not fully understand, Lisa patiently explained, "The boss is right. If your friends make mistakes, it will be difficult for you, so it is best to arrange them in other stores." Yu Duo and Shui Xian, being quick-witted, soon grasped the boss's intention. "Understood. If we separate later, I will remind them. If they don't qualify, there's nothing I can do," one of them replied. "Yes, I will remind them," the other added. Seeing that they understood, Fang Yufan smiled and said, "All right then, go change your clothes and finish your shift." Lisa did not rush to leave. Instead, she inquired, "Boss, if the method of making coffee gets out, Won't it lead to imitation by other stores? Fang Yufan, unfazed, replied, such a simple thing is impossible to keep secret. Over time, similarities will inevitably arise, so we can only gain people's recognition through our model and service. Understood, boss. I will definitely focus on training them in this aspect, Lisa responded confidently. Fang Yufan smiled, saying, don't feel too pressured. I will draft a plan for you later. You can study it, and if there are no issues, we will proceed with this model. Lisa was filled with anticipation, curious about what the boss would propose. The current bonus structure had already thrilled her. She was eager to sell more to increase her year-end bonuses. Noticing her excitement, Fang Yufan chuckled without further explanation and reminded her to be careful on her way home before heading upstairs. Although he had never run a business, he had learned about various store operations during his school days, particularly the renowned coffee shop operations, including their service concepts, corporate culture, and competitive philosophies. Seizing the rare opportunity to engage in something interesting, he took a shower and immediately began to write. First, management philosophy. Ensure employees feel respected and content. All staff, including part-timers, will enjoy benefits. Second, market positioning. He meticulously documented his thoughts and subsequently refined them, resulting in a competent plan. After reviewing it without identifying any issues, he proceeded to draft the training content, which was of utmost importance. If the training fell short, even a flawless company development plan would have flaws. The next day, Lisa opened the store and headed to the changing room. Hearing the commotion, Fang Yufan also descended the stairs. Good morning, boss. Good morning, Lisa. Here, take a look at this. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. We will use this for training moving forward. Lisa took the materials and began to peruse them. Astonished by the elegance of the handwriting, she marveled at her boss's impressive penmanship, becoming engrossed in the comprehensive training manual, which contained knowledge that even she was unfamiliar with. Fang Yufan smiled and retreated to the office, brewing himself a cup of tea to savor slowly. When Duo and the others arrived and noticed Lisa engrossed in something, their curiosity drew them closer. What beautiful handwriting! Indeed. Startled by their voices, Lisa exclaimed, You two girls. Why didn't you call me? You scared me. The two stuck out their tongues and scampered to the changing room. Lisa brought the materials to the office and, feeling a bit bashful, said, Boss, perhaps I should study this for a few more days before training. There is so much I don't know. Fang Yufan chuckled, Of course, but that means you'll have to work harder. I'm not afraid of hard work, boss. Rest assured. I will thoroughly understand this manual and ensure the development of the finest employees, Lisa declared earnestly. Fang Yufan nodded. All right, keep this document safe. Otherwise, I will have to rewrite it. Got it. I'll get back to work now. Watching Lisa leave, Fang Yufan smiled, contemplating the possibility of promoting her in the future if she proved capable. The phone on the desk rang, and upon checking the number, he answered it directly. Good morning, Lawyer Ding. Did you have news so early? Ding Mingjie replied with a smile. How could I be negligent with the task assigned by Fang Sheng? I've already contacted 2 homeowners through a friend, and they are interested in selling. I have some other matters to discuss today as well. Hearing that 2 homeowners had been contacted brought joy to Fang Yufan, prompting him to ask, What is on your mind? Please speak freely. A professor of mine referred me a student, a double PhD in operations management from Harvard, who has returned to Hong Kong after studying abroad. She has researched various coffee shop brands and is looking to enter a similar company here, but currently, there are no opportunities for her in the island, Ding Mingjie explained. Fang Yufan felt delighted upon hearing this. Such talent was certainly worth meeting. It would be unlikely for someone of her caliber to consider his small establishment if he sought her out directly. Thus, although Ding Mingjie framed it as a request for assistance, he was effectively bringing in talent. Once Ding Mingjie finished, Fang Yufan smiled and said, Lawyer Ding, if she has time, we can meet and discuss further. What do you think? Ding Mingjie responded cheerfully, Absolutely. I will contact her now. If it weren't for my father pushing me into something I dislike, I wouldn't even consider working in such a small establishment. But let me make this clear. If I go and find it unsatisfactory, I will not hold back. Hearing this, Ding Mingjie could only manage a wry smile. Junior sister, you asked me to help you escape your professor's plans, yet now it seems you are placing the blame on me. Shen Wanqing chuckled. Are you not aware of the saying about burning bridges after crossing the river? You are attempting to dismantle it before even crossing. Ding Mingjie retorted with indignation. All right. I shall grant you some leniency. Regardless of the circumstances, I will ensure the other party does not lose face. Shen Wanqing waved her hand dismissively, exuding an air of nonchalance. Ding Mingjie could only smile helplessly. After all, she was the sole daughter of his esteemed mentor, cherished since childhood as if she were a fragile treasure. Yet, she lived up to the expectations placed upon her. Calling her a prodigious young lady would not be an exaggeration, and her senior peers naturally obeyed her every word. It was not entirely misleading for him to refer to himself and Fang Yufan as the mentor's disciples, and with this thought in mind, they proceeded to their destination. Chapter 19. Bewildered Fang Yufan was taken aback when he saw Ding Mingjie entering with a stunningly beautiful woman. Shen Wanqing, upon encountering a potential future employer, couldn't help but murmur to herself, "He is indeed quite handsome, but I wonder how capable he truly is." Ding Mingjie, with a smile, introduced her. "Fang, this is my junior apprentice, Shen Wanqing, a prodigious talent who completed her dual doctorate at the age of 22 and has just returned to Hong Kong not long ago." Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan was genuinely astonished. What an impressive intellect she must possess. He warmly responded, "Miss Shen, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am truly in awe." Shen Wanqing, maintaining a businesslike demeanor, nodded and said, "Mr. Fang, good day. Let us get straight to the point. What are your future plans for the cafe?" Observing the conversation, Ding Mingjie took a seat to the side, opening his briefcase to examine some documents. Fang Yufan chuckled inwardly at the sight. It was only natural for such a genius to possess a degree of pride. Once seated, he smiled and said, "Miss Shen makes an excellent point, but shouldn't I be the one asking you this question? After all, if we were to collaborate, you would be managing the company." Shen Wanqing regarded him and, with a gentle touch, softened her own approach. "Oh, do you mean to say that I would have full responsibility for this company?" she inquired directly. Fang Yufan shrugged, replying with a smile, "Indeed, if you meet the standards, I shall grant you complete authority, with the exception of financial matters. Everything else will be at your discretion." Shen Wanqing was taken aback by his boldness at such a young age. She feigned arrogance, glancing around before stating, "Mr. Fang, you currently have only one store. If in the future there were to be 1,000 or 10,000, would you still be willing to relinquish control?" Fang Yufan burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Haha, if that were the case, I would be even more inclined to grant you authority and even offer you shares. The growth from one store to 1,000 or 10,000 would be entirely your achievement, and I certainly would not burn bridges." Ding Mingjie, overhearing this, nearly laughed out loud, coughing several times to suppress his amusement. Shen Wanqing was well aware of the underlying humor and shot him a warning glance before returning her focus to Fang Yufan. At this moment, she had tentatively acknowledged him, indicating that he was at least not incompetent. After gathering her thoughts, she continued, "Mr. Fang, during my studies abroad, I interned at a world-renowned coffee chain and conducted in-depth research on their philosophies. Additionally, over the past month since returning to Hong Kong, I have conducted surveys and developed a plan. The demand for coffee here is immense, largely due to the pressures of work, which leads me to believe that a convenient approach." Fang Yufan lit a cigar, nodding as he listened to her articulate her understanding. Seeing him affirm her ideas, Shen Wanqing felt a surge of pride. After so long without anyone willing to explore her thoughts, it was refreshing to find someone who recognized her insights. After finishing her explanation, she eagerly asked, "What do you think?" Fang Yufan regarded her, reminiscent of a child seeking praise from a parent, and found her endearing. He nodded and said, "Excellent. Truly, you are a genius. I now believe that you will undoubtedly secure a place among the top 3 cafes globally." Upon hearing the phrase top 3, Shen Wanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet she maintained a facade of calm as she replied, "Do you really believe that?" "Absolutely. I would never deceive a lady. My greatest flaw is simply speaking the truth," Fang Yufan replied with a hint of jest. "Well, you certainly have an eye for talent," Shen Wanqing said, letting a rare smile grace her features. Ding Mingjie discreetly gave Fang Yufan a thumbs up, impressed that his employer had managed to draw out his junior's plans without uttering a word. Fang Yufan smiled slightly in response, taking a puff from his cigar before asking, "So, is Miss Shen's coffee empire ready to set sail from here?" With a proud expression, Shen Wanqing replied, "If you believe I will secure a place among the top 3 globally, why would I not choose a grander stage?" Hearing this, Fang Yufan chuckled once more, realizing that the greater the talent, the higher their aspirations. As he laughed, Shen Wanqing, feeling slightly offended, asked, "Is there something amusing about what I said?" Fang Yufan waved his hand dismissively, responding casually, Miss Shun, I assure you, I am not laughing at you. However, based on your recent plan, achieving your goals may take many years. Shen Wanqing furrowed her brow slightly, looking at him and asking, what do you mean? Ding Mingjia, knowing his junior sought clarity in all matters, exchanged a glance with Fang Yufan that seemed to convey a silent plea for good fortune. Fang Yufan remained unfazed, producing a plan he had drafted and handing it to her. Shen Wanqing, intrigued, accepted it and was immediately impressed by the elegant handwriting. As she read the content, her interest intensified. Ding Mingjia observed his junior's focused expressions, noting her occasional looks of realization and excitement, which piqued his curiosity about the plan's contents. Fang Yufan, composed, brewed several cups of tea and placed them on the table, savoring the experience. After more than half an hour, Shen Wanqing exclaimed with excitement, this is fantastic. Who authored this plan? The concepts within are so advanced. If we execute this with sufficient funding, I am confident we could establish a presence throughout Hong Kong within 2 years and begin replicating in other developed nations within 3. In response, Fang Yufan smiled broadly and said, thank you for the compliment. This plan was merely a spur-of-the-moment endeavor I drafted yesterday. Even without you, I could easily find another manager to achieve this. What do you think? He intentionally downplayed her contribution, aware that such a proud princess might create complications in the future. Shen Wanqing, hearing this, felt a surge of indignation. However, after glancing at the plan in her hands, she recognized the truth in his words. The proposal was so comprehensive that it required no adjustments. Her mind raced as she sought to counter his assertions and prove her irreplaceable value. While your plan is flawless, conducting business in Hong Kong requires connections. Therefore, in terms of both capability and networking, I am the most suitable candidate, she declared confidently. Casting a proud look at the young man across from her, Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar, chuckling inwardly before rising with a serious demeanor. Congratulations, Miss Shun, on your successful hiring. Shen Wanqing, pleased, reached out to shake his hand, but quickly realized something was amiss. Wait, how did I so foolishly accept a position? Ding Mingjia could not contain his laughter, exclaiming, haha, junior sister, you just claimed to be the most suitable candidate. Chapter 20 Trouble. Shen Wanqing cast a teasing glance at her senior brother and proudly declared, humph, since I have said it, I shall stand by my word. If Mr. Fang fails to deliver on what he promised in the future, I will resign at any moment. Fang Yufan replied with a smile, Manager Shen, rest assured, I always keep my promises. However, due to a shortage of funds, I must ask you to temporarily work here. With that, he exited the room. Shen Wanqing complained, Senior brother, how dare you mock me? Just wait until I tell on you when I get back. Ding Mingjia, eager to please, chimed in, Junior sister, we shall all be colleagues from now on. Let us maintain some decorum. Humph, since you say so, I will let you off this time, Shen Wanqing said triumphantly. Ding Mingjia grinned. Thank you, junior sister, for your mercy. Fang Yufan returned with the training manual and said with a smile, Manager Shen, here is the training manual I wrote. Please take a look. Shen Wanqing promptly accepted it, and as she read through the content, admiration for the young boss began to bloom within her. The employee philosophy was remarkably comprehensive, surpassing even those of world-renowned cafes. If implemented correctly, their cafe would surely flourish. This is splendid, boss. This manual is incredibly thorough, and my confidence in our company grows by the minute. Upon hearing her call him boss, Fang Yufan knew he had temporarily won her over. He smiled and said, That's great to hear. The manager outside is named Lisa. She is quite diligent. You might consider training her. If she proves capable of conducting employee training, we can entrust that responsibility to her. Of course, that's just a suggestion. Also, I mentioned the bonus rules to them yesterday. Shen Wanqing nodded in agreement as she listened to his proposed bonus structure. Rest assured, boss, I find this rule very beneficial. In the context of opening multiple stores, it will greatly aid in company management while also motivating the employees. I will ensure its execution. Haha, excellent. Here are the locations I plan to open stores. Once these areas are filled, we will begin expanding into different districts. We will maintain a 50% discount for the police personnel. Shen Wanqing pondered rapidly, her gaze towards Fang Yufan shifting with newfound respect. She could not help but admire him. To draft such a flawless business plan indicated that he was indeed a commercial prodigy. The sequence of opening stores and offering discounts to police officers was nothing short of brilliant. though gangs were rampant in Hong Kong Island. No syndicate would dare to oppress a company that catered to all police officers. That would be sheer madness. Ding Mingjia, too, began to view his employer with increasing optimism, naturally wishing for his success, as it would elevate his own status. Shen Wanqing confidently asserted, "Boss, you can rest assured that I will not disappoint you." Fang Yufan, delighted by her earnest demeanor, felt a surge of happiness. He was merely capitalizing on the advantages of foresight. With the ability to win over this talented young woman, he was destined for fortune and simply awaited the profits. Wearing a smile, he encouraged, "Haha, feel free to proceed. I have faith in you." He added, "Lawyer Ding, if you require my signature for anything later, just let me know." Ding Mingjia nodded. "Understood, Fang Sheng. I will coordinate well with Manager Shen." Shen Wanqing then entered her working mode, stating, "Boss, I will temporarily take over that office. Once funds are more abundant, I will seek out a location for the company. Should we not first decide on a name for the company?" Fang Yufan, momentarily at a loss for a name, pondered whether his rebirth was a sign of divine intervention. With that thought, he picked up a pen and wrote down the two characters Xianyuan. Seeing the name, Shen Wanqing asked, "Xianyuan, does it hold any special meaning?" Fang Yufan replied enigmatically, "Who knows what the future holds?" Shen Wanqing regarded her boss with curiosity but casually remarked, "Fine, you are the boss. It is your call." She then turned to Ding Mingjia, saying, "Lawyer Ding, I will leave the company registration to you." Ding Mingjia promptly replied, "No problem, I will handle it." Fang Yufan observed that there was nothing further for him to do and said to the two, "All right, I shall leave this in your capable hands." With that, he exited. He found a spot in the cafe to sit down, and Uduo swiftly brought him a cup of coffee. "Boss, your coffee," she said. Fang Yufan smiled, "Thank you. By the way, the one in the office will be the future manager of the company. All matters will be handled by Manager Shun, so please inform Lisa and the others." "Understood, boss. I will let them know," she replied before heading to the counter. Shen Wanqing and Ding Mingjia emerged, approaching Fang Yufan to say, "Boss, we will go site hunting and inform you of any updates." "All right, thank you for your hard work," Fang Yufan responded with a smile. Lisa and the others regarded the strikingly beautiful woman who would be their manager with a sense of awe. They greeted her, "Manager Shun, Lawyer Ding, hello?" Shen Wanqing smiled, "Hello, everyone. Work diligently." With that, she and Ding Mingjia departed. Shuaixian expressed her admiration. "She is so beautiful. Even I, as a woman, find her appealing." Lisa chuckled, "You two must continue to learn coffee from me. Otherwise, you won't qualify as store managers, so don't blame me." "Hee hee, we are smart. We will manage just fine," Uduo teased. Shuaixian chimed in, "Exactly, don't underestimate us, Sister Lisa." At that moment, the office phone rang, and Fang Yufan stood up to answer it. "This is Fang Yufan. Whom am I speaking with?" A brazen voice came through the receiver. "I am the New Territories Turkey. Your woman's father owes me 50,000. I am at your woman's house right now, and if the debt is not settled, I will sell her to the South Seas to work." Fang Yufan was taken aback and responded, "You must have dialed the wrong number." "Offhand, it's me. A Miling's family owes a loan shark, and they have found us. They are quite threatening." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fang Yufan felt a headache coming on. Loan sharks were not easily dealt with. Furthermore, once this debt was settled, who could guarantee there would not be another? Despite these thoughts, he maintained a composed demeanor and said, "All right, I will return immediately. Do not harm anyone." "Half an hour. If you don't show up, I cannot guarantee anything." After the call ended, Fang Yufan set the phone down and walked out. "Lisa, I need to step out for a bit." "Understood, boss." Fang Yufan hailed a taxi outside the cafe, provided an address, and leaned back in the seat, contemplating the situation. Despite their previous amicable interactions, it was unconscionable to stand by while someone was in danger. He decided to assess the situation before determining how to proceed. If they regarded him as an ATM, he would certainly withdraw his support. Chapter 21. The pleasing method of repaying debt in the rented apartment. Ami supported Mei Ling as she sat on the sofa, casting fearful glances at the gangsters in the room. Mei Ling, with a face full of anger, exclaimed, "I send money home every month. How could you possibly owe high-interest loans?" A man in his 50s meekly replied, I was deceived by friends. You know I enjoy drinking a bit. And they took me to a gambling den while I was intoxicated, resulting in my losing several tens of thousands." Upon hearing her father's words, Mei Ling felt helpless and said, "I have told you countless times to drink less. This time, you have truly dragged me down with you." The gangster, known as Huiji, smirked mockingly. Who would have thought this drunkard has such a beautiful daughter? Why not let her be with me? Perhaps we could become relatives in the future. Mei Ling retorted, I am currently working at Liansheng, so don't go too far. Huiji arrogantly declared, haha, repaying debts is a matter of principle. If you can't pay, then that means taking someone as collateral. Ami, with a face full of fear, said, a fan will definitely come. He will repay you. Huiji dismissed her concern. Humph, that pretty boy is unreliable. He might just hang up and forget about the matter. Mei Ling felt uncertain as well. After all, Fang Yufan had just arrived from the mainland and had recently opened a shop, so he might not have much money on hand. With this thought, she felt a pang of anxiety but maintained a calm facade, saying, even if he doesn't come, I can still repay you in installments. Huiji arrogantly replied, you are just a hostess. It is your fortune that I even take notice of you. Accompanying me alone is certainly better than being with a crowd. Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door. Huiji, irritated, said, damn it, who is ruining my business? Go open the door. Yes, boss. A subordinate went to answer the door. Fang Yufan walked in directly, surveying the situation in the room, and cheerfully asked, is everyone all right? Ami joyfully rushed towards him. A fan, you are here. Thank goodness, they were so frightening. Mei Ling felt somewhat embarrassed, and said, a fan, I am sorry for getting you involved. Fang Yufan smiled, patted Ami's back, and inquired, what exactly is going on? Huiji glared at him, expressing his dissatisfaction. Kid, this woman's father owes me money. The total, including interest, is 50,000. If you can't pay, she will come with me to settle the debt. Fang Yufan calmly assessed the situation, glancing at the meek man beside him, and said, all right, I will repay the money. That should resolve everything, correct? Huiji, feeling a sense of loss at the prospect of this young man being different from the ordinary, decided it was best to avoid complications and replied, I am known for my integrity in lending. Fang Yufan handed over 50,000, and after Huiji confirmed the amount, he received the IOU and waved his hand, signaling his men to leave. Mei Ling expressed her gratitude. Thank you, a fan. Rest assured, I will repay you, but it may have to be in installments. I will pay you back a portion every month. Fang Yufan teased. Well then, I shall be your creditor from now on. Mei Ling's father joyfully stated, so you are my daughter's boyfriend. I truly thank you. Upon hearing her father's words, Mei Ling quickly clarified, Dad, please don't say such things. We are merely good friends. I am not worthy of him. Also, you must never drink again. If you get me into trouble, you can expect to starve. Don't worry, I will definitely quit drinking and avoid those people. I won't drag you down, the man promised earnestly. Mei Ling, skeptical, replied, I hope so. You should head back now and avoid causing any trouble. Oh, I will go back. Take care of yourself, he said, humbly nodding at Fang Yufan as he exited. Ami, beaming with happiness, said, a fan, you are so wonderful. I was really afraid they would take Mei Ling away. Fang Yufan playfully pinched her cheek and joked, they weren't here to take you. Why are you so scared? Of course I am scared. Who wouldn't be with someone as formidable as you? Ami replied, looking obedient. Mei Ling closed the door and approached, saying, Dear creditor, allow me to pay some interest first. She leaned in. Several hours later, as Fang Yufan enjoyed a cigar, he finally understood the circumstances surrounding Mei Ling's father's debts. He chuckled, so that's how it is, that's a relief. I was worried he might develop a gambling addiction, which would be disastrous. Mei Ling, visibly cheerful, responded, that won't happen. He is very timid and only has a habit of drinking. It was manageable when my mother was around, but since she left, he has been alone with no one to guide him. A hint of sadness crept into her voice at the end. Ami, sitting nearby, chimed in, we are fortunate. Many people are dragged into this line of work because of their families. Even then, they likely spend their entire lives unable to repay their debts. Puffing on his cigar with a mischievous grin, Fang Yufan said, I quite like your method of repaying interest. Do keep it up. Hee, as you wish. Mei Ling laughed in response. Ami, dissatisfied, remarked, you owe money and still want to drag me into repaying interest. How despicable. Mei Ling playfully embraced her. Who told us we are good sisters? Fang Yufan watched the two laugh and play, feeling relieved that the situation wasn't a bottomless pit. Otherwise, he might have had to take more drastic measures. Noticing the time, he took another puff of his cigar and said, all right, I must take my leave now. I will come by again when I have time. Mei Ling, with a flirtatious smile, said, sure, you are always welcome to come and collect interest. Fang Yufan chuckled, Haha, it's a deal. As he passed the third floor, he remembered that he hadn't sparred with Sun Xiaoxia in a while, but today was not the right time, so he headed straight downstairs. Strolling back to the cafe, he found Shen Wanqing discussing training matters with Lisa. Upon seeing him return, she said, "Lisa, you can go ahead and start working. We will begin hiring tomorrow." "All right, Manager Shen, I will get to work," Lisa cheerfully replied, giving Fang Yufan a nod before leaving. "Manager Shen, you are still not off work?" Shen Wanqing, with a radiant smile, remarked, "It is time to clock out. Today, I have thoroughly surveyed the Julong police station, and I have also finalized the location for our store. Tomorrow, we shall commence discussions regarding the acquisition, and with the addition of renovations, 1 month will suffice." Fang Yufan gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Impressive." Shen Wanqing then rolled her eyes gracefully and expressed her dissatisfaction. "Boss, have you perhaps overlooked something?" Chapter 22. Dominating the takeout market of Guangdao, Fang Yufan looked at her with curiosity and inquired, "What is it?" Shen Wanqing displayed a speechless expression before responding, "Are you not planning to pay me a salary?" Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan chuckled, "I thought it would be sufficient to help Manager Shen fulfill her dreams." "Don't flatter yourself. You're even worse than Zhou Bapi," Shen Wanqing playfully retorted. Fang Yufan felt an electric thrill course through him. It was indeed challenging to resist the charm of a beautiful woman acting coy. Regaining his composure, he smiled and asked, "What salary do you desire?" Shen Wanqing tilted her head adorably, pondering for a moment before tentatively suggesting, "How about an annual salary of 100,000? Not a problem. If you perform well, the year-end bonus will certainly exceed that amount," Fang Yufan decisively stated. "Wonderful. Could the boss possibly advance some wages?" She looked at him with eager anticipation. Fang Yufan, intrigued, replied, "Of course, but you don't seem like someone in need of money." Shen Wanqing sighed. "Now that I've started working, I can no longer ask my family for money. I also need to find a place to live, so naturally, I require funds." Fang Yufan took out a checkbook and promptly wrote a check for 100,000, handing it over as he said, "If you don't mind, there are rooms available upstairs. You can stay here temporarily." Shen Wanqing happily accepted the check, but looked at him with suspicion. "You're not trying to take advantage of me, are you?" "Of course not. I wouldn't dare offend you. Who would help me earn money then?" Fang Yufan quickly assured her. "That's more like it. Please show me upstairs, but if I'm not satisfied, I won't stay," she said, strutting out of the office with a hint of pride. Fang Yufan couldn't help but chuckle as he led her upstairs. Shen Wanqing looked around, commenting, "It's passable. I suppose it will do for now. I'll stay here temporarily, but you mustn't have any ulterior motives. I am a black belt in Taekwondo, you know." All right, you're impressive. I'll do my best to keep to my room at night," he replied. "That sounds reasonable," Shen Wanqing said with a satisfied smile. "I'll return home to pack today and move in tomorrow. I'll take my leave now." As Fang Yufan watched her descend the stairs, he smiled to himself, thinking, she is indeed an interesting woman. In a villa at Qianchuan, an elderly man wearing glasses returned home and casually asked while sitting on the sofa, "Is Xiaoqing not home?" The housekeeper, setting down a cup of tea, replied with a smile, "Sir, not yet. She mentioned she was going to look for work." Shen Juanxiang smiled upon hearing this. It seems she is quite satisfied with the job. Otherwise, she would have returned earlier. The young lady is quite capable. She hasn't taken much time off in recent days, the housekeeper remarked with a smile. Hearing the sound of a car outside, the housekeeper said, "That must be the young lady returning." She then went to open the door. Shen Wanqing entered the house, her face beaming with joy. "Aunt Zhang, has Dad come back?" "Yes, the sir has returned and was just asking about you," the housekeeper said affectionately. Shen Wanqing dashed into the living room and greeted the man on the sofa. "Dad, I want to be coming home to stay tomorrow to avoid being bothered by you." Upon hearing this, Shen Juanxiang expressed his discontent. "Are you really willing to leave me behind?" With a bright smile, Shen Wanqing sat beside him, linking her arm through his. But Aunt Zhang is here. I've become the general manager of Xianyuan Company, and there will surely be many matters to attend to, so it's more convenient for me to stay near the company." She refrained from mentioning that she would be living with her boss, knowing her father would never approve. "Xianyuan Company?" Shen Juanxiang pondered for a moment before asking. "What kind of company is that? I've never heard of it." "Of course you haven't, as it was just established today. I'll be in charge of its development. Isn't that impressive?" Seeing his daughter's excitement, Shen Juanxiang smiled and said, "Impressive indeed, but you must come home for dinner at least once a week. Otherwise, I shall come and fetch you." All right, I'll return at least once a week. After dinner that evening, Shen Juanxiang sat in his study and picked up the phone to call one of his students. Ding Mingjie, upon receiving the call from his teacher, immediately guessed the purpose and hurriedly briefed him on his boss's situation. Shen Juanxiang, upon hearing this, displayed an intrigued expression and smiled. From what you say, this young man seems quite interesting. Please keep an eye on Xiaoqing's situation and notify me if anything arises. Rest assured, teacher, I will certainly pay attention to my junior's circumstances. Under Ding Mingjie's handling, Xianyuan Company was swiftly registered. The group sat in the office discussing the company's affairs. Fang Sheng, these stores can be registered under your personal name, and the company will pay you rent each year. If the number of properties increases later, it would be prudent to establish another company to manage these properties. Fang Yufan understood the intention behind his words, which was to maximize his benefits and minimize tax liabilities. He nodded in agreement. All right, let us proceed according to Lawyer Ding's plan. Furthermore, I intend to purchase all the stores in Gangdao rather than renting them. Upon hearing this, Shen Wanqing cautioned, Boss, that will require a significant sum. Relying solely on collateral and income may not suffice, which could hinder our rapid market takeover. Fang Yufan smiled and replied, You make a valid point. However, I don't perceive it as a major issue. There are 18 districts in Gangdao, with 10 stores in each district, which totals 180 stores. Even if the monthly income is less than here, achieving 80 of that would yield a monthly revenue of 4 million. With that income, we could acquire 2 to 3 stores each month. Listening to his analysis, Shen Wanqing remarked, While your reasoning is sound, acquiring these 180 stores would require over 3 billion initially. Although our revenue will increase and banks may continue to lend us money later, I worry that they may not agree at the outset. Fang Yufan nodded confidently. Rest assured about the funding. I will inject capital after the new year. Besides, having fewer stores does not equate to lesser income. What does the boss mean by that? Shen Wanqing inquired curiously. Fang Yufan rose and approached the map, explaining, Our initial step is to open stores opposite each police station. Following that, we can equip each store with a delivery team consisting of 10 to 20 individuals. Subsequently, we will advertise on television and in newspapers. Upon hearing this, Shen Wanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. If this could truly be realized, it would pave the way for the development of other projects. Contemplating this, she gazed at her employer with admiration, despite being younger than herself. He had conceived such an ingenious idea, which was truly remarkable. Chapter 23. Monthly Review Rewards. After Fang Yufan finished speaking, he observed Shen Wanqing's adoring expression, and a sense of quiet pride swelled within him. This time, he planned to directly launch a delivery service. Although it already existed in Gangdao, it was managed solely by his own staff. Ding Mingjie could not restrain his applause, exclaiming, Boss, your idea is brilliant. If we implement this, I believe Xianyuan Company has a boundless future. He unconsciously began to refer to Fang Yufan as boss, now firmly convinced that one day his name would undoubtedly grace the list of the wealthiest in Gangdao. Shen Wanqing was equally exhilarated, her admiration evident as she proclaimed, Boss, you are truly a genius. Fang Yufan, maintaining a composed demeanor, waved his hand nonchalantly and replied, It's nothing extraordinary. I am, in fact, quite lazy. These ideas still rely on your execution. Though his exterior was calm, internally he felt a surge of delight. With renewed vigor, Shen Wanqing earnestly assured him, Rest assured, boss, I will see your plans realized. Fang Yufan smiled and replied, Very well, let us commence. Watching them leave, he lit a cigar, savoring the moment. The sensation of being admired is indeed delightful. In the days that followed, his routine consisted of sipping tea and signing contracts, occasionally attending nightclubs to support Ami and her companions. Shen Wanqing expressed her dissatisfaction with his late nights on numerous occasions. Each time, Fang Yufan promised to be more mindful, yet he continued to indulge in his nocturnal escapades. After all, it was quite tempting to be in the company of such a beautiful woman. Before long, the day for the system's assessment arrived. Upon waking, Fang Yufan heard the system's notification chime in his mind. Ding. Based on the host's performance over the past month, a D grade has been assigned. Please select one of the following rewards: 10 million Hong Kong dollars, basic firearms, or an increase of 1 cubic meter in personal space. Upon hearing his score, he frowned in contemplation. Only a D grade? However, the rewards were still quite substantial. 10 million in a month amounted to over 1 billion annually. He swiftly dismissed the option for firearms and pondered between the monetary reward and the expansion of his spatial area. After a brief internal debate, he decided, 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Ding. The reward has been automatically credited to the host's HSBC account. The source of funds is clean and verifiable. Fang Yufan muttered, the system is rather stingy. Why not just grant it all at once? After washing up and preparing breakfast, he contemplated whether this 10 million could be used to purchase stocks. If given to the company, it would have minimal impact. But investing in stocks could yield 5 to 6 times the return by next year. That settled it. He would visit HSBC again today. With a decision made, he promptly finished preparing breakfast and knocked on a nearby door. Breakfast is ready. A languid voice replied from inside. Got it. You are more insufferable than Zhou Ba Pai. Fang Yufan chuckled. Where else would you find a boss who cooks for his employees? You should be grateful. After saying this, he made his way to the dining table. Shun Wanqing emerged in her pajamas, yawning as she looked at him and teased, You are the best boss in the world. Are you satisfied now? With that, she headed to the bathroom. Fang Yufan admired her graceful silhouette for a moment. After she finished her morning routine, she sat at the table, eating as she informed him, the 5 new stores we opened have stabilized, and in 3 days, another 5 will launch. If all goes smoothly, we will have 40 stores operational within a month. Upon hearing her words, Fang Yufan smiled and said, Indeed, you are quite capable. Thank you for your hard work. I raise a glass to you. He lifted a glass of milk. Shen Wanqing shot him an eye roll but clinked her glass with his, playfully saying, Such a lack of sincerity. He laughed, Then I shall toast you with wine tonight. Humph. I know you must have some ulterior motive. This lady will not fall into your trap, Shen Wanqing declared, her demeanor proud. Fang Yufan feigned disappointment. Being a good person is truly challenging. Shen Wanqing erupted into laughter. After breakfast, they each busied themselves with their tasks. Fang Yufan changed his clothes and called Ding Mingjie, then took a taxi to HSBC. In Zhang Jun's office, he warmly prepared a cup of tea. Fang Sheng, 10 million has just been credited to your account. This funding arrives at the perfect time, as there have been discontented voices within the bank lately. He had been under significant pressure. If Fang Yufan's venture failed, he would undoubtedly be forced to leave. Fortunately, with the arrival of this 10 million, and given that it was transferred from a top-tier account at the World Bank, his burdens evaporated, and the dissenting voices faded away. Fang Yufan accepted the tea, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Manager Zhang, for your efforts in navigating this situation. Otherwise, things would not have progressed so smoothly. This gratitude was heartfelt, as he had only offered nearly 3 million worth of gold, yet had secured loans amounting to tens of millions, a feat that would be improbable for anyone else. Setting down the teacup, he remarked with a smile, I wonder if Manager Zhang is interested in the stock market. Perhaps you should consider investing as well. Zhang Jun's face brightened. What do you have in mind? How about Zhulongcang? If you trust my judgment, then follow my lead. But let's keep this matter confidential, Fang Yufan replied confidently. Zhang Jun regarded his self-assured demeanor and pondered whether Zhulongcang had something exceptional. Nonetheless, he decided to take a chance, replying with a smile. I will heed Fang Sheng's advice, though I only have 1 million on hand. I cannot compare with you. Fang Yufan beamed. You certainly will not regret it. Zhang Jun suppressed his curiosity and stated, I will contact the securities department now. All right, thank you for your efforts, Manager Zhang. Zhang Jun promptly picked up the phone and dialed. Ding Mingjie and Yu Junliang arrived at the office almost simultaneously. After exchanging pleasantries, Fang Yufan handed over the newly credited 10 million to them for the acquisition of Zhulongcang stocks. Since this was a regular stock transaction, he did not linger, signing the contract before departing with Ding Mingjie. After seeing them off, Zhang Jun also picked up the phone to call his wife. My dear, take our savings and invest all of it in Zhulongcang stocks at the exchange. Keep it strictly confidential. Are you out of your mind? We only have 1 million in savings. Weren't we supposed to invest in real estate? Rest assured, you won't go wrong by following my advice. A significant client tipped me off today. After much persuasion, I finally convinced my wife. Zhang Jun also breathed a sigh of relief. He resolved that as soon as Fang Yufan sells, he will sell as well. Chapter 24, Financial Supervisor Ding Mingjie, with a broad smile on his face, remarked while driving, Boss, Manager Shun is utterly impressed by you. I have never seen her admire anyone like this. Fang Yufan chuckled at this and casually replied, Manager Shun is exceptionally capable. Had I been in her position, I would not have been able to acquire 40 stores in less than a month. all of which are currently under renovation. Indeed, it is your astute leadership. Boss, Manager Shen has asked me to prepare the employment contracts, and she will also ensure that insurance is in place. The delivery personnel frequently traverse the streets. Without insurance, any mishap could jeopardize the company before it even begins. Fang Yufan advised, that is reassuring. Insurance is paramount. Every delivery worker must have their insurance activated before commencing work. No exceptions, even if we are short-staffed. Ding Mingjie nodded affirmatively. Understood, boss. I will not take this lightly. After dropping Fang Yufan off at the cafe, Ding Mingjie drove away, needing to finalize contracts with the newly trained employees, as his days were quite busy. Lu Jingfei was seated inside, sipping coffee, and upon seeing him return, he grinned. "Ah, Fan, you look even more dashing today." Fang Yufan approached with a smile. "Fij, are you enjoying a leisurely day?" "Leisurely? I've not been home for days. My girlfriend is threatening to break up with me." Lu Jingfei replied helplessly. Yu Duo brought over a cup of coffee, remarking, "Humph, you should have ended it long ago. Which girl can tolerate such infrequent meetings?" Fang Yufan sighed. "You are just adding salt to Fij's wounds." "Exactly," she said cheerfully before departing. Lu Jingfei, looking somewhat exasperated, stated, "It wasn't a wound until you mentioned it. Now it feels real." "Haha, a true man has no worries about lacking a partner. I believe you can handle it." "I truly appreciate your support," Lu Jingfei said, shaking his head, then took a sip of his coffee. "Previously, colleagues from other precincts envied us for our half-priced coffee, but now they are delighted. You really have a knack for this." Fang Yufan replied nonchalantly, "I have no choice. You are most aware of the situation outside. I am merely trying to minimize complications. Those foreigners are utterly idle. If not for them, those gangs would have been eradicated long ago." Lu Jingfei expressed his frustration. "If someone like you were in charge, we would be fortunate." "Stop exaggerating. I still have a long way to go. By the way, I've contacted a few friends at the shooting range and arranged for you. You should be able to practice soon." "Hey, thank you, Fij. I will treat you all to a meal then." Lu Jingfei laughed. "You must treat us. Given your fondness for firearms, you might as well consider becoming a police officer." Fang Yufan shook his head. "No thanks. I did contemplate it after seeing promotional posters, but then I realized it would be too constraining. This way is preferable." "Fair enough. I must take my leave now. I will call you once I finish my tasks," he said, standing up to exit. Fang Yufan smiled. "I will be waiting for your call." "No problem," Lu Jingfei replied. After finishing his coffee and grabbing a newspaper, Fang Yufan returned to his office. The price of gold had indeed begun to rise, but regrettably, his funds were limited. Otherwise, he would have ventured to London to trade in gold futures. He glanced at a report on Li Chaoran, grimacing slightly. He held a strong dislike for this person, despite his reputation as an investment guru. As he perused other reports, none of them presented anything particularly novel. Shun Wanqing entered, first grabbing a cup of water and taking a sip before looking at him. "The boss certainly has it easy. I am so busy I can hardly drink." Fang Yufan smiled. "Manager Shun, you must take breaks. I cannot afford to wear you out, or I will be in trouble." After sitting down, Shun Wanqing stated, "That is easy for you to say. I would love to rest, but we need to find an office space. Once the delivery service launches, we will require numerous operators, and we will be overwhelmed." "All right, you decide. I have already entrusted the company to you," he replied. "You must also arrange for finance. It cannot remain solely my responsibility." Upon hearing this, he pondered and realized there were indeed no suitable candidates. Nonetheless, preparations were necessary. "Fine, I will post a recruitment ad, and I will select the candidates." Seeing the boss accept her suggestion, she reminded him, "You should ensure the headhunter finds experienced individuals. If they are too ordinary, they will not keep pace with the company's growth." "That is true. Is there a suitable headhunting firm in Guangdao?" Shen Wanqing nodded. "Yes, Qianding Company. This headhunting firm has branches in dozens of countries globally. If you would like, I can call them now." "All right, let us proceed with them." "You arrange the meeting," he instructed. More than half an hour later, representatives from the headhunting firm arrived. Fang Yufan conversed with them in the office and finalized the arrangements. He could not help but admire the professionalism of these experts. 3 days later, the headhunter found suitable candidates for the finance position. Fang Yufan reviewed the resumes on his desk, nodding in approval. Each candidate was exceptional, but one named Luo Yaozu piqued his interest. Not only was the resume impressive, but his experience was also remarkably extensive. At the age of 30, he had served as the deputy finance supervisor in a Fortune 100 company for 5 years. He returned to the country due to personality clashes with his boss, leading to his professional ostracism. No overseas companies were willing to employ him, forcing his return. A graduate of a prestigious university, he held advanced accounting certifications, CPA, ACCA, and was a chartered financial analyst, which was quite impressive. Fang Yufan pointed at the resume and said to the Caucasian man sitting across from him, "Paul, you brought me a blacklisted accountant?" Paul shrugged. "Mr. Fang, he is indeed highly capable, which is why I included him. Besides, he is the one asking for the lowest salary." "All right, he does seem quite promising. Let's arrange for us to meet. We can discuss the other candidates afterward." "No problem. He is currently at home waiting for news and can arrive within 30 minutes. Paul replied succinctly. "Of course, you may contact him directly." Fang Yufan smiled, considering that Luo Yaozu must be facing challenges, but after so many years in a high-ranking position, how could he lack savings? This puzzled him, and he decided to inquire further during their meeting, hoping there were no bad habits involved. Upon receiving the call, Luo Yaozu quickly tidied his clothing and grabbed his bag before leaving his rented room. He was on the brink of running out of funds, and though it seemed unbelievable, it was the stark reality. Thus, he had lowered his expectations and accepted the headhunter's invitation to interview at this small company. Chapter 25 Office space. Upon arriving outside the cafe, Luo Yaozu did not rush in, but instead took a moment to observe. He noticed that the establishment was bustling with patrons, and he was particularly struck by the employees' spirited demeanor, characterized by their infectious smiles and attentive service. He had never encountered a team so dedicated and conscientious, which instilled in him a sense of anticipation for the company. After adjusting his tie, he pushed open the door and entered. The waiter greeted him warmly, saying, "Welcome to Tianyuan Cafe, sir. Today, all items are half price." Luo Yaozu was momentarily taken aback and curiously inquired, "Half price today?" The waiter, clearly accustomed to such questions, replied with a smile, "Indeed, sir. At Tianyuan Cafe, we offer a half-price discount to every first-time guest." This piqued Luo Yaozu's curiosity further, prompting him to ask, "How do you know it's my first visit?" With a proud expression, the waiter explained, "Our staff at Tianyuan Cafe remember every guest who has walked through our doors." Impressed by this level of service, Luo Yaozu felt his opinion of the company soar. He was suddenly grateful for the opportunity to interview here. With a smile, he stated, "I have an interview scheduled with your boss. Regardless of the outcome, I would like to order a cup of coffee afterward." Upon hearing it was an interview, the waiter enthusiastically escorted him to the office. When Paul saw him arrive, he smiled and said, "Mr. Fang, you two carry on. I'll step outside for a coffee." Fang Yufan nodded, offering a gentle smile as he invited, "Mr. Luo, please take a seat." Luo Yaozu noted the youthfulness of the boss, but felt no inclination to underestimate him. He respectfully sat down, awaiting questions. Fang Yufan observed his demeanor and felt a sense of satisfaction. It was commendable that someone so young had acquired numerous certificates and had 5 years of experience in a top-tier company. Yet he did not look down on this small firm, demonstrating a commendable attitude towards work regardless of financial necessity. "Mr. Luo, your resume is impressive, but I am curious, given your qualifications, why have you agreed to a lower salary with us?" In response to this question, Luo Yaozu spoke candidly. "To be honest, Mr. Fang, I am on the verge of being broke, and due to being blacklisted by my previous employer, many companies I once collaborated with will not hire me. Therefore, rather than waste time, it is wiser to secure a job to address my immediate needs." He paused, then continued with determination. "After observing the cafe from outside, I noticed the employees working diligently, and I found their service impeccable. I am truly looking forward to this job." Fang Yufan chuckled, a hint of curiosity in his voice as he queried, "Given your previous position, it seems unlikely that you would be without funds. Is the compensation at such a large company truly that low?" Luo Yaozu gave a wry smile and shook his head. "That is indeed an embarrassing matter. I was blacklisted because my girlfriend had an affair with a senior executive in the company, and she ultimately absconded with all my assets." Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan chose to trust him, believing that as long as there were no underlying vices, that was sufficient. Instead of offering comforting words, he stood up with a serious demeanor and extended his hand. Luo Yaozu, initially feeling a twinge of disappointment, thinking he was being rejected, nonetheless reached out to shake hands. Suddenly, Fang Yufan broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Mr. Luo. You are hired at Xianyuan with an annual salary of 100,000 plus bonuses." Luo Yaozu's face lit up with surprise as he earnestly replied, "Boss, you can call me Yaozu. I will not let your trust down." Haha, splendid. You will be in charge of the company's finances from now on. When can you start? I can start at any time. He responded eagerly. Then, a bit bashfully, he added, I wonder if it's possible to receive an advance on my salary? Fang Yufan promptly produced 50,000 Hong Kong dollars. Smiling as he said, take this for now, and let me know if it is insufficient. Luo Yaozu gratefully accepted the money, expressing, this is more than enough. Thank you, boss. All right, go enjoy a coffee outside, and please bring Paul in, Fang Yufan instructed. Certainly, boss. Luo Yaozu respectfully turned and exited. Upon seeing his beaming face, Paul stood up to congratulate him. Mr. Luo, congratulations on your successful hiring. Thank you, Mr. Paul, for the introduction, otherwise I wouldn't have encountered such a wonderful boss. Luo Yaozu replied with a broad smile. Paul nodded in agreement. Mr. Fang is indeed exceptional. I believe he will become a significant client in the future. Haha, I feel the same way. Mr. Paul, the boss is waiting for you inside. Understood. Paul replied, adjusting his attire before heading to the office. The waiter approached with a cup of coffee, cheerfully saying, now that we will all be colleagues, let me treat you to a cup. Luo Yaozu accepted the coffee, joyfully responding, thank you. I still do not know your name. You can call me Dian. I must attend to my duties now. With a smile, she departed. Sitting down, Luo Yaozu took a sip of the coffee and nodded in appreciation. Fang Yufan, holding the remaining resumes, remarked, Paul, the financial supervisor has been finalized. We can arrange interviews for those who are interested in the assistant positions. Of course, no problem. They may not be able to come immediately. I will communicate with them after I return and will call you once confirmed. No issue. I will cover the expenses at that time. Certainly. Then I shall take my leave, Mr. Fang. Fang Yufan stood to see him out, then returned to his office with a smile. He lit a cigar slowly, contemplating the need to find an office location. Later that evening, Shun Wonking returned to the cafe, discarded her high heels upon reaching the upstairs, and unceremoniously collapsed onto the sofa. Fang Yufan emerged from the kitchen and, seeing her in such a state, chuckled. Wonking, you've worked hard. Go wash up. Dinner will be ready shortly. I'm utterly exhausted. All I want is to lie down and sleep, Shun Wonking replied. Though she eventually sat up and went to change her clothes. Fang Yufan smiled, recognizing that she had indeed been working hard during the company's early development, and felt fortunate to have such a capable subordinate. Otherwise, he would have had his hands full. Chapter 26. The foundation of Xianyuan Company. The two sat at the dining table, enjoying their meal. Fang Yufan remarked, the finance manager has been found, and we are currently interviewing a deputy. They will come by tomorrow morning, and I will introduce you. Shun Wanqing nodded and replied, all right, the progress of personnel training is on track and will not delay the opening of the shop. That's good to hear. Please start arranging the office space. As the number of staff increases, we can no longer afford to be as casual as we are now. Do you have any suggestions for the location? Fang Yufan responded casually, we will undoubtedly require more space in the future. Just consider that, and you can decide the location. After pondering for a moment, Shun Wanqing said, then let's go with Central. The Marriott building has just begun renting. We'll take a floor, and I will contact them tomorrow. As they continued their meal, they discussed various work-related matters. Fang Yufan smiled and said, all right, you handle the cleanup, get some rest tonight, and I will go out for a bit. Shun Wanqing immediately protested, where are you going to fool around this time? You are not allowed to stay out overnight. What fooling around? I'm just having a drink with friends. I will behave. See you later, Fang Yufan said, slipping out through the back door. That rascal. He must be off to find his mistress. Shun Wanqing muttered in indignation. She then grumbled, with such a beautiful woman at home, he still runs out every day. This time, Fang Yufan was not lying. He indeed had plans with friends and took a taxi directly to a lounge. Lu Jingfei was chatting with two men and waved as soon as he saw him. Over here. Fang Yufan approached with a smile and said, sorry for being late. Fei Ge. Lu Jingfei cheerfully stood up, saying, haha, you're not late. We just arrived. Let me introduce you. This is Senior Inspector Ming Xian from the Central Police Station and Senior Inspector Xiang Bo from the Wanchai Police Station. He then added, and this is Fang Yufan, the owner of Tianyuan Cafe. Fang Yufan warmly shook hands with both, saying, just call me Afan. I truly appreciate your help this time. Ah, Afan, you're too polite. Since we are friends, just call me Xiange. Indeed, we are all friends here. No need for formality, they replied. After getting to know each other, they all felt a sense of camaraderie, and the conversation flowed more freely. Lu Jingfei took a sip of his drink and said, I envy you all. I'm exhausted over here. Finally, I can take a break today. Ming Xian lit a cigarette and replied curtly, "Spare me. I wish I had more to do, but we really don't have the opportunities. I have opportunities, but the foreigners keep restricting what we can do, so I just read the newspaper every day," Xiangbo said helplessly. As Fang Yufan listened to their grievances while enjoying his drink, he smiled and offered them a box of cigars, lighting one for himself. Lu Jingfei took a puff from a cigar and said, "Let us not dwell on that. Let us drink and enjoy this rare gathering." Ming Xian raised his glass and boasted, "Let us drink. Today, I will surely make you drunk." Fang Yufan laughed and clinked glasses with them. Listening to the music in the lounge, their atmosphere was quite enjoyable. Before they knew it, half a month had passed. On the 8th floor of the Marriott building in Central, in the office of the chairman of Xianyuan Company, Fang Yufan sat in the boss chair. Smiling as he said, "Manager Shen, your speed is truly impressive." Shen Wanqing replied sweetly, "How could we dare neglect what the boss has instructed?" Hearing this, Ding Mingjie and Luo Yaozu also smiled. Fang Yufan, undeterred by their teasing, smiled and inquired, "What is the current situation of the company? Is there anything that requires my decision?" As the conversation turned serious, Shen Wanqing earnestly stated, "Currently, the company has recruited 1,000 delivery personnel, and after training, 800 remain. Each store will have an average of 20 employees. I have spoken with many shops in the area, and they are very interested in our delivery service. Already over 500 have agreed to join, with many more still observing." Listening attentively to her report, Fang Yufan nodded in approval. This achievement was indeed commendable. "Excellent. We must ensure the quality of recruitment for the delivery personnel. As the volume of business increases, the number will need to double. I anticipate that we will need 5,000 personnel to temporarily meet the demands of Hong Kong Island." Shen Wanqing was astonished. "Do we really need that many?" With a confident smile, Fang Yufan replied, "My estimate is already quite conservative. Currently, there are approximately 5 million people on Hong Kong Island, with over 1 million earning more than 5,000 per month. Even if just 1/10 place an order daily, that amounts to over 100,000 orders. Each of the 5,000 personnel would need to deliver more than 20 items to meet the demand. Moreover, with economic development, people's incomes will also rise. In a few years, we may find that even this number will not suffice, and the delivery team will need to grow to between 20,000 and 50,000. Hearing this figure, the three were momentarily taken aback. What a scene it would be to have tens of thousands of delivery personnel. Rao Yaozu quickly pondered and agreed. The boss's analysis is spot on. Currently, more than 1.5 million people on Hong Kong Island earn over 5,000. Based on the pace of wage and price increases in recent years, in no more than 2 years, those earning over 5,000 will definitely exceed 2 million, and those making over 10,000. Shen Wanqing also began to contemplate seriously. Previously, she only felt that the project's prospects were limitless. Now, through data analysis, it became evident that achieving this goal transcended mere profit. This would be a formidable force in Hong Kong Island, and in the future, Xianyuan Company would possess the confidence to stand shoulder to shoulder with those established powers. Fang Yufan smiled and nodded, saying, "Indeed, the economic boom of Hong Kong Island is unstoppable. We must seize the opportunity in these next 2 years to firmly establish the foundation of Xianyuan Company." The three looked at their boss, their expressions filled with excitement and admiration. They had never anticipated that their boss could devise such an extraordinary plan. Currently, the economy of Hong Kong Island was almost entirely controlled by those established powers, and for new enterprises to carve out a share, even with strong financial backing, was not a simple endeavor. However, the situation has changed. By entering an industry that others overlook, one can establish a foothold before those powerful entities realize what is happening, at which point it may be too late to intervene. With 50,000 delivery personnel, who would dare to jeopardize their livelihoods? The consequences would be unbearable for anyone. Even organizations boasting hundreds of thousands of members would hesitate to claim they could rally 50,000 fearless individuals. Yet, these delivery personnel are willing to take that risk because you threaten their means of survival. Fang Yufan observed the expressions on the faces of the three individuals and smiled, feeling a surge of boldness within himself. He eagerly anticipated the moment when someone would dare to seize their sustenance from him. Chapter 27. Forming a team after leaving the company. Fang Yufan felt an immense sense of relief. However, there was still a task he needed to undertake. recruiting a group of individuals to join the ranks of delivery personnel, preferably veterans, each to lead a team of 10 or so. Only then could he truly possess a formidable asset. A disorganized bunch would never amount to anything significant. Naturally, this was not something he would disclose to others. It was crucial to keep his cards close to his chest. He took a taxi to a small dock in the New Territories and, after settling the fare, strolled leisurely towards the seaside, observing the bustling individuals nearby as he sought out a group of workers unloading cargo. Having once carried bags at this very spot, he was familiar with some of the people. Before long, he spotted his target and called out, "Chow Hui," a robust man, bare-chested and glistening with sweat from unloading goods, turned at the sound of his name, his ears catching the familiar accent of his hometown. He scanned the area and, upon noticing a young man waving at him, scrutinized him closely but could not place him. Nevertheless, he informed his foreman, "Someone is looking for me. I'll go check it out." "Go on." The foreman waved him off dismissively. Chow Hui jogged over. Curiosity etched on his face as he asked, "Who are you?" Fang Yufan, not rushing to introduce himself, smiled and gestured towards a nearby area, saying, "Let us talk over there." Uncertain of the reason for this encounter, yet sensing goodwill emanating from the young man, Chow Hui followed him to the shore. Fang Yufan beamed as he introduced himself. "I am Fang Yufan, having arrived from my hometown in August." Hearing this, Chow Hui's face lit up with joy. "Hello, how do you know about me?" Fang Yufan candidly replied, "To be frank, my company is in need of individuals like you, so I inquired through some connections and learned about you." Upon hearing this, Chow Hui's smile faded, replaced with a hint of wariness. "If you seek my service for something dubious, you've come to the wrong person. I will not betray my principles." Instead of being angered, Fang Yufan regarded him with appreciation, nodding in affirmation. "Excellent. You are exactly the person I am looking for." Chow Hui, taken aback by this remark, inquired with curiosity, "What do you mean?" Fang Yufan extended his hand for a formal introduction. "I am the owner of Xianyuan Company. I require a substantial number of individuals like you to join my company, with a monthly salary no less than 3,000 Hong Kong dollars. For those with exceptional skills, an annual salary of 50,000 plus bonuses." Chow Hui was astonished by the offer. He toiled daily, earning less than $2,000 a month, as their lack of education limited them to such arduous labor. Excitedly wiping his hands, he grasped Fang Yufan's hand and asked, "Are you truly not asking us to engage in any wrongdoing?" "Of course not. I run a legitimate company. Your skills are far too valuable for this work. With me, you could earn 50,000 a year. Will you join?" Fang Yufan smiled warmly at him. Chow Hui, brimming with enthusiasm, nodded repeatedly. "I will. You're not deceiving me, are you?" Yet, uncertainty lingered, prompting him to ask once more. Fang Yufan, with a serious demeanor, stated, "A man's word is his bond. Go resign. I will wait for you here." Chow Hui observed the young man, who, despite his youth, exuded an aura of credibility. Considering his current life, he resolved to take a gamble. With determination, he replied, "All right, give me a few minutes," and dashed towards the dock. Fang Yufan smiled at his enthusiasm. This man, having trained in martial arts since childhood and having participated in combat, possessed the skills and experience he desperately needed. The original incarnation had witnessed him single-handedly defeating dozens of gangsters. Chow Hui returned, beaming with excitement. "Boss, we can leave now." Fang Yufan took him to a shopping mall, purchasing several outfits for him before contentedly leading him back to a cafe. Chow Hui, feeling somewhat out of place in his new clothes, nonetheless radiated happiness. Upon entering the cafe and spotting numerous beautiful women, he became bashful. Fang Yufan ushered him into the office, smiling as he said, "Make yourself comfortable." "Of course, boss," Chow Hui replied, perching on the sofa with his back straight. As Fang Yufan prepared tea, he explained, "My company has a delivery team, and I need a significant number of veterans to fill these positions, each responsible for managing 10 or more individuals. Do you understand my intentions?" Chow Hui's mind raced, and he cautiously inquired, "Boss, may I know how many people you require?" "The first batch will be no less than 500. Chow Hui's heart raced at the mention of 500 individuals. Managing 10 each would mean a total force of 5,000. If more were to be managed, how many would that require? This young boss, having just arrived, was already embarking on such an ambitious venture, earning Chow Hui's deep respect, as he vividly recalled the difficulties he faced upon arriving in Hong Kong Island. He grasped the boss's vision and felt a surge of excitement. Boss, you aim to unite these individuals into a formidable force. Fang Yufan nodded appreciatively. Precisely. I trust our own people more, as this team will only grow larger with time. If we do not maintain control, it could easily be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Moreover, this must remain confidential. I need you to help me recruit enough personnel. Since retiring and entering society, Chao Hui had often felt out of place, gradually adapting but later becoming disoriented, as if he had lost his life's purpose. Now, the boss's plan ignited a flame within him. Suppressing his excitement, he replied earnestly, Boss, your trust in me will not be misplaced. I, Chao Hui, will not let you down. I can reach out to over 30 trustworthy individuals here in Hong Kong Island, and I have 2 others who are equally skilled as I am. After that, I will return to my hometown to recruit more. Hearing that there were 2 others of comparable skill, Fang Yufan felt a wave of joy. Excellent. Those with your skill set can stay with me for now, and I will assign them tasks later. The others should directly apply at Xianyuan Company as delivery personnel and familiarize themselves with their duties. Chao Hui nodded in agreement. Rest assured, boss, I will ensure they are well informed. Fang Yufan produced a sum of 50,000 yuan and handed it over, stating, Consider this your activity fund, should you exhaust it. Simply request more from me. Upon receiving such a considerable amount, Chao Hui scratched his head and remarked, Isn't this a bit excessive, boss? Fang Yufan chuckled, Not at all. Your friends may require funds in due course. Furthermore, you must seek accommodation nearby, and the 3 of you will need sustenance. Additionally, it would be prudent to procure a few outfits for the 2 of them. After contemplating this, Chao Hui nodded in understanding and replied with a smile. I see, boss. I shall make arrangements immediately and bring them to meet you tomorrow morning. Chapter 28. Accepting the 3 kings of soldiers, Chao Hui exited the cafe, not in haste to depart, but rather meandered around the vicinity, ultimately discovering a rental apartment at the back. Spanning over 80 square meters, it was ample for the 3 of them. Most importantly, it afforded a view of the cafe's back door, facilitating the protection of their employer in the future. Thus, he promptly secured the lease and then hailed a taxi to locate his comrades. In a modest village dwelling, a group of men sat, the cramped space brimming with several sets of bunk beds. Those wretched fellows led by Yao Gu are insufferable. Simply because we refuse to join them, they deny us work, one lamented. Yang Yao inhaled deeply from a cigarette, his face etched with anger, then sighed. They are forcing our hand. Once we act, there will be no turning back. Let us visit Hui tomorrow. The others nodded in agreement. One man slapped his thigh, exclaiming, This is too stifling. I can hardly contain my urge to thrash them. At that moment, the door swung open. They turned to see Chao Hui entering with a beaming smile, laden with food and beer. Do you not recognize me? He jovially inquired. Wow, Brother Hui, you've struck it rich. This is quite the upgrade. They exclaimed, surrounding him with playful banter. Yang Yao stood and scrutinized him, cautiously asking, What is the situation with you? Chao Hui placed the items on the table, tossed beers to the others, and seated himself. I've struck good fortune. I'm working for a boss now, he announced. The room fell silent, all eyes on him. Yang Yao took a swig from his beer, casually remarking, You haven't compromised your principles, have you? Though his tone was light, his gaze was intense, prepared to draw a line if necessary. Chao Hui, well aware of Yang Yao's character, teased, You know me well. Unless I'm dead, that day will never come. The others exhaled in relief, promptly cracking open their beers. One grabbed a chicken leg, savoring a bite, muttering, Delicious. I'd almost forgotten what this tasted like. Hey, you're hogging the food. Share. They laughed, launching into a playful scramble. Yang Yao, lighting a cigarette, inquired, What does your boss do? Chao Hui, his expression filled with gratitude, patted Yang Yao's shoulder, saying, The boss is also from our hometown. He arrived in August and has started his own company. Soon, you and I will visit Xiangzi and the others, and then you 2 will accompany me to meet the boss. Hearing that the boss was from their hometown, Yang Yao felt a surge of camaraderie. He couldn't help but ask, What about the others? The group turned their attention to Chao Hui. Seeing their expectant faces, he jested, Did you think I would forget? Everyone has plans. The minimum monthly salary is 3,000. Tomorrow, we'll all go to Xianyuan Company to apply as delivery personnel. Get familiar with the work and integrate well. Upon hearing the 3,000 salary, excitement lit up their faces. Though apprehension followed as they realized they only possessed physical strength and little else. However, the job description eased their nerves, Leading a team was their forte, and they were confident in their abilities. The next day, Fang Yufan sat in his office, observing the three burly men standing before him, silently nodding in approval. He gestured for them to sit, smiling. Make yourselves comfortable. We are all on the same team now. I arrived later than you. Having crossed the barbed wire in August, Yang Yao and Zhou Qiang had heard about Chao Hui's exploits the previous day and felt a mix of admiration and embarrassment. They hadn't anticipated that someone so young could carve out a successful venture in just a few days, making them feel slightly ashamed in comparison. Yang Yao, feeling bashful yet respectful, remarked, "Boss, when compared to you, we truly feel like failures." Zhou Qiang scratched his head, chuckling, "Indeed. This past time has been quite arduous. Had we not encountered you, we would have been at a loss." Fang Yufan tossed them some cigarettes, grinning, "I'm merely lucky. Your ability to uphold your principles is what I truly admire. Otherwise, your lives would not be as they are now." The group smiled, feeling validated in their struggles. After sipping his tea, Fang Yufan inquired, "Have you arranged your accommodations?" Chao Hui quickly responded, "Yes. It's set just behind the cafe, with a direct view of the back door." Nodding in approval, Fang Yufan acknowledged the thoughtful arrangement. "Good. Your current task is to recruit individuals with solid character. The delivery team will eventually expand to over 50,000, necessitating at least 5,000 recruits. This isn't an immediate goal. Initially, a few hundred will suffice, and will build from there over the next 2 to 3 years. Your responsibilities are significant. Not only must you find people, but you must also monitor their situations closely. The island's prosperity inevitably invites temptation. We must eliminate any unstable elements." The three men were taken aback by the requirement of 5,000 recruits. The trust their boss placed in them was overwhelming, igniting a fervent desire to prove themselves worthy. Fang Yufan, seizing the moment, added, "For those willing to join, there will be a relocation allowance of 10,000 Hong Kong dollars, deducted from their future salaries, primarily to provide peace of mind for their families." Chao Hui's eyes glistened with gratitude as he expressed, "On behalf of my brothers, thank you, boss. From now on, my life is in your hands." Yang Yao echoed the sentiment, deeply moved. Zhou Qiang thumped his chest, declaring, "Anyone who dares to harm you, boss, will have to step over my dead body." Fang Yufan, smiling broadly, reassured them, "Rest assured. As long as I have a meal to share, my brothers will not suffer. Together, we shall earn our living honorably, leading to better lives for us all." The camaraderie among the group deepened, their conversations flowing more freely than before. Chao Hui remarked, "Boss, yesterday we estimated that we can reach out to over 200 people. I need to return to finalize how many are willing to join. After that, I'll have Ai Yao and Ah Chong ensure your safety. I'll strive to return before the new year." Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar and remarked, "My safety is assured. It would be more efficient for the three of you to return together. Once you are prepared, feel free to call me, and I shall arrange for a lawyer to handle the paperwork, ensuring a direct pickup at the border. This approach is considerably safer." Hearing that they could proceed directly through the border, the group felt a surge of joy. After exchanging glances, Chao Hui said, "Boss, I will accompany A Yao back, while A Chong stays with you. Your safety is paramount." Zhou Qiang quickly echoed, "Indeed, boss. I shall remain to protect you, especially since we must remain vigilant regarding the situation here." Fang Yufan did not decline this time. Instead, he smiled and replied, "Very well. A Chong will stay with me. You all should wait a few days before departing. I will have my lawyer prepare the necessary documents and arrange some cash for you, so you can cross the border directly. We shall heed your guidance, boss." Chapter 29. The launch of food delivery shortly thereafter. Fang Yufan summoned Ding Mingjie to assist with the onboarding procedures for the trio, facilitating Chao Hui and his companions' affairs in the mainland. Fang Yufan inquired, "Can you all drive?" Chao Hui nodded affirmatively, stating, "Yes, we can drive. Although the rules are different here, we have no issues." "That's good to hear. Lawyer Ding, please assist them with obtaining their driver's licenses." "Certainly, I will make the arrangements." Ding Mingjie replied, promptly making copies of their identification cards. Seeing that there were no further matters to address, Fang Yufan smiled and said, "Chao Hui, why not take a stroll? You will be spending considerable time here, so it would be beneficial to familiarize yourselves. Consider these days a vacation. I will reimburse your expenses." The three were elated, as they had not explored much in the past 6 months. "Thank you, boss. We will go for a walk." "No need for thanks. Just go ahead." Fang Yufan waved them off with a smile. Once they departed, Ding Mingjie said with a grin. Boss, if there is nothing else, I will get to work. Go ahead and be busy, Fang Yufan replied, stretching lazily and glancing at the time. It's time to collect interest. With that, he exited the cafe and headed towards Mei Ling and her team. That morning, after Shun Wangqing rose and completed her morning routine, she gazed at the empty dining table with a dissatisfied expression, exclaiming, another night spent away. Just then, the sound of the door opening caught her attention. Fang Yufan entered, carrying breakfast. Noticing she was awake, he cheerfully remarked, Wangqing, you are up. I bought your favorite pineapple bun, still warm. Hearing this, Shun Wangqing's face brightened, and she happily approached him, saying, thank you. No need for formality. Enjoy it while it's hot. Fang Yufan placed the items on the table, arranging them thoughtfully. Shun Wangqing responded with a charming smile, nodding in appreciation as she ate. By the way, the renovation company is progressing swiftly. Everything will be completed in 3 days. I'm planning to launch our food delivery service alongside the store's opening. Fang Yufan settled onto the sofa, saying, that should be feasible, but make sure the operators are well prepared to avoid chaos. Shun Wangqing confidently replied, it won't be a problem. The initial workload won't be overwhelming, allowing them to acclimate. I plan to wait until we have been operational for a month before starting the advertising campaign. Fang Yufan pondered briefly and shook his head. Let's postpone the advertising. In a few days, I will arrange for people to recruit in the mainland. We must continue hiring and training here to ensure we have sufficient staff. During this period, many companies will undoubtedly investigate us. And once they are misled, we will be adequately prepared to seize the entire market. Shun Wangqing nodded vigorously, teasing, you truly are a cunning fox. I can only imagine how many companies will label us as lunatics. At this, her expression shifted to one of discontent, and she turned, saying, you will ruin my illustrious reputation. Hearing this, Fang Yufan chuckled, haha, it's merely temporary. Once we capture the market next year, those who underestimated you will magnify their admiration 100-fold. Hee hee, that may be true. Well, I suppose I can endure, Shun Wangqing mused playfully. So, prepare to become the goddess in the hearts of all men in Hong Kong, he teased. Shun Wangqing's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she responded, you have a way with words. Fang Yufan patiently awaited a few more days, and finally, the anticipated notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Based on the host's month-long living conditions, a rating of D has been assigned. Please select one of the following rewards: 10 million Hong Kong dollars, Master of Psychology, or an additional cubic meter of personal space. Disappointed to receive the same rating as before, he contemplated the 3 rewards and decisively chose 10 million Hong Kong dollars. Ding! Reward has been automatically credited to the host's HSBC bank account with a verifiable clean source of funds. Upon realizing the funds had been deposited into his account, he stretched and headed to the restroom to freshen up. In the office, Fang Yufan wrote a check for 600,000 USD. Chow Hui, once you arrive at the other side, make the exchange directly. I trust it will be straightforward and will facilitate your subsequent recruitment efforts. Chow Hui accepted the check, his demeanor serious as he affirmed, understood, boss. We will not let you down. Given the substantial sum, it was a significant responsibility, as either of the two could easily abscond with the money and live a life of luxury. Yang Yao also expressed earnestly, boss, we will return promptly. Fang Yufan patted their arms, saying, take care on your journey. The two nodded firmly and followed Ding Mingjie, who would escort them across the border. Pouring himself a cup of tea, Fang Yufan smiled and asked, Ah Chong, do you miss home? Is there anything you need from there? Zhou Qiang scratched his head and chuckled. It's only been a short while since I left, and I don't miss much. Besides, my parents are in good health, and my elder brother and younger sister are there to care for them. That's good to hear. When the new year comes, I will give you some time off to visit and bring joy to the elders at home. Hee hee, thank you, boss. Fang Yufan smiled. Having family to care about is a blessing. There is no pressing matter today, so you need not stand on ceremony. Feel free to sit and rest. Zhou Qiang obediently settled onto the sofa. In various areas of Hong Kong Island, figures clad in yellow vests could be seen cycling about. Many onlookers expressed curiosity, commenting on the words emblazoned on the back of their jackets. Food delivery, which establishment is this from? I have no idea. But judging by those large boxes on their bikes, could they possibly be filled to capacity? In a mahjong parlor, several individuals were engrossed in their game when a delivery person in a yellow vest entered, announcing, I am here with a delivery for Mr. Wang. A man with a cigarette in his mouth waved and called out, here. I just placed the order. How did it arrive so quickly? He continued to murmur in disbelief. The delivery person smiled and replied, we have designated areas. As long as it's within the area, we must deliver within half an hour. Surrounding patrons, intrigued, began to inquire, is that really true? That's impressive. Indeed. In the past, I ordered from a restaurant and waited over 2 hours. Exactly. It was utterly unreliable. The delivery person received payment and gestured towards his back, stating, I have a phone back here. Feel free to call for orders. I still have deliveries to make, so I must take my leave. With that, he exited. This scene is unfolding in numerous locations. The instant a food delivery is completed, it becomes a subject of discussion among people. Similarly, many astute individuals have recognized the opportunity within this situation and have instructed their subordinates to gather information. Chapter 30 Crisis in a Corporate Office. A freshly delivered cup of coffee rests upon the desk. A middle-aged man seated in the executive chair gestures towards it and states, you all have heard about this delivery service, haven't you? The individuals in the room nod in agreement. One subordinate remarks, I inquired about it. This is a service launched by Tianyuan Cafe, and they have also engaged in discussions with other businesses to assist them with deliveries. Another senior executive, wearing a broad smile, responds, indeed, Tianyuan Cafe currently operates 40 outlets, with the delivery personnel assigned to specific areas for their respective shops. However, I doubt this will last long. It is clearly a losing venture. A disdainful smile creeps across his face as he concludes. Upon hearing this, the man in the executive chair inquires, oh, what is the matter? The others turn their attention to the speaker, noting their curiosity. He chuckles and begins to elaborate. This delivery service for other businesses comes with contractual stipulations. Merchants are not allowed to charge customers for their orders and must sell at the original price. Furthermore, the delivery service does not charge customers for the delivery fee. After hearing about this, I conducted some investigation. Currently, Tianyuan Cafe employs 800 delivery personnel, averaging 20 per shop. If we calculate a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan per person, each shop is responsible for a monthly payroll of 40,000 yuan, not including the wages of the cafe's waitstaff. How much profit could a coffee shop generate in a month? Upon hearing these calculations, the group quickly grasps the situation. One person exclaims, isn't that a losing business? Has this company gone mad? Another adds, is there additional consumption involved? Perhaps their coffee is exorbitantly priced? At this moment, the man in the executive chair points to the coffee on the desk and says, this cup of coffee I just ordered costs only 5 yuan. He then reveals a shrewd smile and continues, their intention is to attract investment through this method. However, this scheme is destined to fail. Who would invest in such a money-losing enterprise? This scene unfolds in numerous companies. Some have even dispatched personnel to verify the claims. As more individuals become aware, the reputation of Tianyuan Company grows, albeit not for commendable reasons, but rather as a laughingstock. Business people in Hong Kong do not engage in losing ventures, and the model of Tianyuan Company swiftly becomes the subject of ridicule. Many newspapers have published reports on the delivery service, inundated with disparaging and satirical comments. Shun Wanqing gazes at the newspaper articles with indignation, feeling an accumulation of frustration. Even her father has made light of the situation. How utterly despicable. Laugh now, but the more you revel in it, the worse it will be when you weep. Lu Na, the HR manager, knocks and enters, wearing a troubled expression. She speaks, Manager Shun, the external reports have significantly impacted our employees' morale. Would it be prudent to hold a meeting to clarify matters? Shun Wanqing regains her composure and replies coldly, issue a notice. Those who wish to resign may submit their letters of resignation at any time. I will sign them immediately. They work for us, and we compensate them. If their employment stability is shaken by negative news, such employees are not needed. Hong Kong has no shortage of people. Lu Na acknowledges the manager's anger with a nod, saying, understood, I will inform them right away. Yes, as the HR manager, I expect you to take on this responsibility. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to make a change, Shun Wanqing asserts. Yes. Lu Na promptly responds, suppressing her own minor grievances, and swiftly exits to handle the matter. Shun Wanqing watches her leave, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. She is dissatisfied with the other's capabilities. She ponders how to address the negative news outside, refusing to allow such slander to persist unchallenged. Luo Yaozu sits in his office, auditing the materials while contemplating the financial figures. Currently, the net income after expenses leaves very little. and he perceives the company's strategy of borrowing to purchase properties for new stores as perilous. Especially with rampant negative news, a misstep could lead to the bank withdrawing its loans, resulting in significant complications. Frowning in contemplation, he realizes that addressing the negative news is imperative. He rises and heads directly to the manager's office. Upon his arrival, Shen Wanqing inquires, "Manager Luo, is there an issue?" After sitting, Luo Yaozu shares his concerns and states, "I believe we should publish a response. If our funds were ample, we could afford to ignore the situation, but given our current circumstances, we must be cautious of the bank." Shen Wanqing nods, recognizing their shared thoughts, and asks, "What do you propose as a response?" Luo Yaozu replies directly, "Our income statements are quite impressive. We can counteract this by highlighting our profitability. As for why we seem to support hundreds or thousands of employees, that would be an easier explanation." At that moment, Ding Mingjie knocks and enters. Noticing both present, he smiles and announces, "You both are here. Perfect timing. The boss just informed me that he will be arriving shortly for a meeting." Upon hearing this, Shen Wanqing reclines in her chair, remarking, "I thought he would be more composed." Ding Mingjie, still smiling, responds, "Hee." From the tone of his voice during the call, he seemed quite relaxed, as if he is not bothered by it at all. Fang Yufan enters the company and heads straight to his office, while Zhou Qiang instinctively takes a seat on the chair outside the office. Leaning back in the executive chair, Fang Yufan picks up a cigar and slowly lights it. Shen Wanqing and the others walk in together. Seeing Fang Yufan's cheerful demeanor, they cannot help but tease, "The boss is quite leisurely. Haha, please sit down. With you all here, how could I not be at ease?" Fang Yufan takes a puff of his cigar and continues, "I believe this situation is quite favorable. Lawyer Ding, do you have any plans for your future career?" Caught off guard by the sudden question, Ding Mingjie adjusts his glasses and asks, "What do you mean, boss?" Shen Wanqing and Luo Yaozu share a look of confusion. Fang Yufan rises and approaches the floor-to-ceiling window, exuding confidence as he declares, "Who else, if not us, can claim to create employment opportunities for the people of Hong Kong without pursuing profit, allowing customers to spend less while enjoying tangible benefits?" The trio falls silent, pondering the connections within his statement. Could being labeled fools yield some remarkable outcomes? Observing their contemplative expressions, Fang Yufan wears a triumphant smile, leisurely puffing on his cigar while gazing out at the view. All three, being astute individuals, swiftly untangle the connections based on Fang Yufan's words. Chapter 31. Strategic Planning. With a face radiating excitement, Shen Wanqing exclaimed, "Boss, do you mean for Lawyer Ding to seize the opportunity and participate in this year's parliamentary election?" Fang Yufan turned around, his expression one of admiration as he replied, "Precisely. Since everyone labels us as fools, we shall provide them with a compelling reason. The biases in people's hearts are akin to a formidable mountain. Any explanation is but feeble, for they merely seek the rationale that suits their needs." The three were taken aback by his words. Fang Yufan, resembling a sage, elevated his stature in their minds to extraordinary heights. Shen Wanqing, having recognized his excellence countless times, found herself continually surprised by his brilliance. Luo Yaozu's eyes sparkled, acknowledging the profound wisdom in his boss's words, and reflecting on his own thoughts, he felt rather juvenile in comparison. At this moment, Ding Mingjie clenched his fists tightly. Becoming a parliamentarian had long been his dream, not solely his, but rather a goal that any lawyer aspires to achieve. Now, this opportunity lay before him. Upon hearing his boss's suggestion, he had already calculated the odds of victory numerous times in his mind, feeling a surge of excitement mixed with a hint of self-doubt as he asked, "Boss, do you truly believe I can succeed?" Fang Yufan, with an air of authority, replied, "If I say you can, then you certainly can." He then addressed the others, "Let's rally support for Lawyer Ding. Our company, Xianyuan, will provide employment for 10,000 individuals next year, with a monthly salary no less than 2,000. Over the next 3 years, we aim to create a minimum of 50,000 jobs, and within 5 years, no fewer than 100,000. Upon finishing, he retrieved a check for 5 million from his pocket and placed it on the table. The three were deeply impressed by their boss's intricate strategies, as they were assured that these goals would indeed be realized, aligning perfectly with their company's developmental direction. With a face brimming with excitement, Ding Mingjie expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, boss, for this opportunity. I will not let you down." Fang Yufan smiled as he handed the check to him, affirming, "I believe in you. This time, Our so-called foolish company in the eyes of Hong Kong will present them with a definitive answer. Shun Wanqing chimed in. I will arrange a press conference to formally nominate Lawyer Ding. Following that, I will organize our delivery personnel to distribute flyers. This time, let everyone witness our strength. Luo Yaozu was utterly captivated by his boss's strategic prowess. Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar, pleased to see the excitement on their faces, and smiled contentedly. Subsequently, the group sat down to meticulously plan the entire process, finalizing the details. As for the high-level relationships, Shun Wanqing and her team would take the lead. While many on Hong Kong Island jested about the yellow vests, major newspapers simultaneously featured the news of Xin Yuan's press conference on their front pages. A seemingly unremarkable small company, due to this press conference, managed to double the sales of all major newspapers in Hong Kong. This was a staggering figure, instantly igniting excitement within the editorial offices, prompting them to dispatch reporters to camp outside Xin Yuan to gather first-hand information. When the public learned of Xin Yuan's plan to create 10,000 jobs the following year, many regarded it with skepticism, particularly when they saw the goal of increasing jobs by 50,000 in 3 years and 100,000 in 5 years. Ridicule ensued. Come on, no educational requirements. Starting salaries at 2,000? Is this for real? They scoffed. Furthermore, with various benefits being promised, was Xin Yuan's manager truly sane? What a farce. Did you not see that seasoned lawyer Ding Mingjie is running for parliament and has vowed to keep a close watch on these matters? If they fail to deliver, he will hold Xin Yuan legally accountable. Many aspiring parliamentarians, upon seeing the report, reacted differently. Some laughed dismissively, while others pondered seriously. Shun Juanxiang sat in his office, perusing the newspaper, lost in thought, muttering, interesting, very interesting. He then picked up the phone to make a call. Haha, it's been ages since I last saw Director Wang. Let us arrange a game of basketball with a few friends this week. He made a dozen calls before finally stopping, chuckling. This time, the girl should be satisfied. However, Mingjie has certainly aligned himself with the right person. Fang Yufan lounged in a cafe office, reading the newspaper with a smile upon his face. Ding Mingjie quickly adapted and began networking across various regions. Now, in Hong Kong, he dared to claim that no other company would offer jobs without educational requirements and salaries above 2,000. This was undoubtedly a trump card. If he could not succeed under such circumstances, he could only say that the judges must be rather obstinate, advising them to wear helmets when they ventured out. In his office, Li Chaoren also perused the newspaper reports, deep in contemplation. A subordinate across the table reported, Chairman, through my investigation and data analysis, this project appears to be a thankless endeavor, requiring significant financial support each year. According to my findings, the individual behind it is a young man who has just turned 19 and recently arrived in Hong Kong. He has entrusted the management of the company to Professor Shun's daughter, Shun Wanqing. At that moment, another person interjected. Lawyer Ding Mingjie is the personal lawyer of Xin Yuan's owner. I believe the reason he is engaging in a loss-making venture is to secure this parliamentary position, especially since he has just arrived in Hong Kong without any established connections. Li Chaoren took his time before responding, smiling as he remarked, "Ah, the folly of youth." However, for a 19-year-old to conceive such a strategy is already commendable. In the office of the chairman of HSBC, Zhang Jun sat anxiously in his chair, repeatedly contemplating how to respond to the chairman's inquiries. Shenzhou set down the newspaper in his hands, smiling as he asked, "Manager Zhang, what is your opinion of the owner behind Xin Yuan?" Zhang Jun gathered his thoughts and began. Fang Sheng gives me an impression of being inscrutable. Through several interactions, he always appears remarkably composed, yet his actions seem chaotic. Initially, he mortgaged gold to buy stocks, then targeted a storefront, again using a mortgage for the purchase. Subsequently, he has continually mortgaged properties and now owns 40 cafes. Excluding the brand value, the total property value is 70 million, with an additional 12 million in stocks, which have appreciated by over 10%, and gold has risen by 25%. Although he has significant loans, they remain manageable. The World Bank's premium accounts have seen 2 transfers of 10 million Hong Kong dollars each, which, while not substantial, resembles the approach of certain families nurturing their offspring. Shenzhou naturally discerned his implication and, with a smile, remarked, "I am not here to hold you accountable. Rather, I believe you have performed admirably. I hold great expectations for this young man and shall elevate his status to that of a major client." Upon hearing that the chairman not only refrained from reproaching him but also praised his efforts, Zhang Jun immediately felt a sense of relief. With a serious expression, he replied, "Understood, Chairman. I will inform Fang Sheng of this good news shortly." Shenzhou nodded and resumed perusing the documents. Aware that this signaled the end of their conversation, Zhang Jun stood and exited the office, closing the door behind him, and let out a long sigh of relief. Upon returning to his office, he took a sip of water and picked up the phone to make a call. Chapter 32. Intriguing maneuvers. Fang Yufan sat in his office, his expression turning somewhat peculiar after receiving a call from Zhang Jun. He had not anticipated that HSBC would elevate his status to that of a major client, a privilege reserved for the ultra-wealthy with assets exceeding 1 billion. Leaning back in his chair, he began to ponder. How fascinating it was. It appeared that the discerning minds were indeed numerous. Did the others also perceive something? With this thought, he couldn't help but smile. What did it matter how others viewed it? Regardless of their insights, none would follow suit. This delectable piece of pie was destined for his own enjoyment. He picked up the phone and dialed. "Old Ding, there's a loan opportunity with HSBC. If you're free, join me tomorrow. If not, feel free to send someone else. It's not too complicated." Ding Mingjia, who had been riding high on success lately, attending various speeches and banquets, felt increasingly confident about his victory. Upon receiving the call from his boss, he happily replied, "Boss, I'm available. I'll accompany you tomorrow." "Great. Let us meet at HSBC at 9 a.m. Fang Yufan hung up and smiled. With his newfound status, it was time to make the most of it. HSBC was indeed generous, offering a loan limit of 100 million Hong Kong dollars without collateral. When Shun Wonking returned home that evening and heard the news, her face expressed disbelief. "Boss, is this for real? HSBC is being so generous?" Fang Yufan calmly responded, "It's merely 100 million. They provided Li Chaoren with 600 to 700 million directly." Shun Wonking rolled her eyes. "Their market value is substantial. How much do we have?" Chuckling, he replied, "Market value is but a fleeting illusion. In no more than 2 years, I shall show you who the youngest tycoon in Hong Kong Island is." Upon hearing this, Shun Wonking chuckled as well. "Hee. All right, but if you fail to deliver, don't blame me for looking down on you." Fang Yufan poured himself a glass of red wine and confidently declared, "On this very day in 1981, Shun Wonking, inspired by his confidence, poured herself a glass as well, raising it with admiration. "I believe in you. Haha. You have good taste. Cheers." They clinked their glasses together. Fang Yufan sat in Zhang Jun's office, taking a sip of tea. Zhang Jun, wearing a cheerful expression, remarked, "With the 100 million investment, I believe you can truly spread your wings." Fang Yufan set down his cup, smiling broadly. "Thank you for the kind words, Manager Zhang. I plan to continue purchasing stocks and then use them as collateral. I wonder if that is feasible." At this, Zhang Jun was momentarily taken aback, internally muttering, "Come on, this maneuver isn't impossible, but milking the bank is rather blatant." Ding Mingjia, sitting beside them, feigned interest in the contract while secretly admiring his boss's audacity. Observing the changing expressions on Zhang Jun's face, Fang Yufan couldn't help but smile inwardly, casually stating, "Manager Zhang, I have immense faith in HSBC and prefer not to approach other banks. If I were to use these stocks as collateral at another bank, wouldn't that also be feasible?" Zhang Jun's mind raced, considering that even the top executives had confidence in Fang Yufan, and given their previously maintained amicable relationship, he saw no reason to abandon this opportunity. With this thought, he smiled broadly. "Fang Sheng, you've misunderstood. I was merely calculating the appropriate limit for you. This is completely feasible. We can extend a 90 loan, which is the maximum I can authorize without consulting the higher-ups." Upon hearing 90, Fang Yufan expressed satisfaction. "Manager Zhang, you won't regret this decision. Please contact Manager Yu and continue with full investment in Kowloon Warehouse, but ensure the confidentiality agreement is prepared." Upon hearing about Kowloon Warehouse again, Zhang Jun perked up, having invested all his savings of 1 million in it. The prospect of further investment was undoubtedly promising. "Fang Sheng, no problem. I'll contact them immediately." He picked up the phone without delay. Ding Mingjia marveled at his boss's tactics, discreetly giving him a thumbs up. Fang Yufan smiled nonchalantly, lighting a cigar as he reclined on the sofa. Yu Junliang arrived promptly. After Ding Mingjia reviewed the contract, Fang Yufan signed it without hesitation. "Fang Sheng, given the substantial amount, I plan to acquire over a span of 7 days to avoid significant market fluctuations. Does that sound acceptable to you?" Fang Yufan nodded in agreement. That works. I trust in your capability and professional integrity. I won't interfere further, only awaiting the final outcome. Seeing such trust from Fang Yufan, Yu Junliang beamed. Rest assured, Fang Sheng, with the confidentiality agreement in place, we will undoubtedly fulfill your request. Fang Yufan nodded and smiled. I appreciate your efforts, Manager Yu. He then produced several checks and handed them over. Once the task is completed, please distribute these 5 checks of 30,000 each to the traders. This 50,000 check is my reward for you, Manager Yu. Yu Junliang was momentarily stunned by the checks. While it was normal to reward traders, he had never seen such an open acknowledgement of a reward for a securities manager, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Fang Yufan simply rose, placing the checks into his pocket, patting Yu Junliang's shoulder with a smile. Fortune favors the bold. This is merely a token of appreciation from a client, devoid of any ulterior motives. Zhang Jun nearly spat out his tea, once again bewildered by Fang Yufan's audacious maneuvers. Surely, he could at least have been a bit more discreet. Now that they had reached this point, it would be inappropriate to remain silent. He wore a broad smile and remarked, "It's only natural for clients to reward us when they profit. There's no need to feel uneasy about it." Though Yu Junliang was a manager, 50,000 was not a trifling sum for him, and he felt tempted. With the opportunity presented, he smiled and said, "Haha, thank you, Fang Sheng. You can rest assured, I will ensure your reward reaches you, and we will finalize everything this week." Fang Yufan smiled in response. "That would be splendid. When I sell the stocks, there will be an additional bonus." Yu Junliang's eyes brightened, refraining from further discussion, and took the documents. "Fang Sheng, I will arrange this immediately." Once he left, Fang Yufan leaned back on the sofa, taking a puff of his cigar. "Manager Zhang, I appreciate your assistance with this." Zhang Jun, glancing at the document, understood Fang Yufan's intentions. He smiled and assured, "No problem. Once all the stocks are acquired, the funds will be deposited into your account without delay." Fang Yufan remarked with a smile, "All right, Lao Ding, I shall rely on you for the remainder." Ding Mingjie promptly replied, "Boss, this is indeed my responsibility." As Zhang Jun organized the contract, he inquired, "Mingjie, what are your chances this time? If you succeed, you must treat me to a drink." Ding Mingjie responded with a joyful expression, "Haha, rest assured, I will not forget you, and I will toast you several times." Were it not for Zhang Jun's introduction, he would not have this opportunity today, thus his words were sincere and heartfelt. Chapter 33. The luxurious residence at Qianchuan. Upon exiting HSBC, Fang Yufan felt quite pleased. Ding Mingjie, driving the car, remarked with admiration, "Boss, you truly are impressive. Zhang Jun, that credit manager, is utterly at a loss when it comes to you." Fang Yufan chuckled and replied, "Manager Zhang possesses considerable courage. He is quite commendable. We should maintain contact moving forward." Ding Mingjie smiled, and then added, "Boss, once the funds arrive, are you considering purchasing a villa? Although you may not be particularly concerned with such matters, the standards here on Hong Kong Island are quite discerning." This notion resonated with Fang Yufan, as he pondered the idea of enjoying wealth rather than merely accumulating it. Despite relying on loans at present, he saw no harm in indulging a little. Indeed, it is time to consider acquiring a property. Are there any luxurious residences with a harbor for sale at Qianchuan? Please inquire for me. If there are, I shall proceed with the purchase. If not, we can wait. Of course, I will look into it for you, Ding Mingjie assured him. He then added, "Boss, shouldn't we also consider acquiring a vehicle?" Fang Yufan contemplated the fact that Zhou Qiang and the others now possessed driving licenses and nodded. "Yes, let us procure a Mercedes-Benz. Ensure that the necessary paperwork is handled, and next week, take Zhou Qiang to collect the car." Ding Mingjie nodded in agreement. "Understood, boss. I will arrange everything today." Zhou Qiang, upon hearing that a car was forthcoming, felt a surge of happiness. He had long envied the Mercedes. Their conversation continued amiably until they arrived at a cafe. Fang Yufan smiled and said, "Old Ding, you may go on with your work. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to let me know." "Certainly, boss. I am quite confident about this upcoming election." Ding Mingjie replied cheerily. "Haha, that is wonderful. Do take care on the road." Watching Ding Mingjie drive away, Fang Yufan returned to his office with Zhou Qiang. Leaning back in his chair, he reflected on his plan to inject 70 million yuan into the company while retaining 20 million for himself. With such capital, he could continue to open dozens of cafes, and the delivery team could be further expanded. perfectly timed with the return of Chao Hui and his recruits. At that point, he could seamlessly integrate them into the workforce, preemptively recruiting thousands more and once again boosting Ding Mingjia's momentum. Having clarified his thoughts, he picked up the phone and dialed. Once connected, he greeted, "Manager Shun, are you busy?" Shin Wanking replied casually, "Not particularly, boss. Do you have something to instruct me?" Fang Yufan smiled and said, "The bank matters have been resolved. Next week, I will be injecting 70 million yuan into the company, allowing us to move ahead with our plans." Excited by the news of the capital infusion, Shun Wanking responded joyfully, "That is fantastic, boss. This funding comes at a most opportune time. Hee, I merely wish to inform you in advance. You may proceed with the arrangements," Fang Yufan concluded before hanging up the phone. He prepared himself a cup of tea and reclined in his chair, savoring the moment. Meanwhile, in the office of the company chairman, Niu Bijian sipped his coffee and addressed several subordinates. "The current situation is quite tumultuous. The stock price has seen a notable increase. Let us share our thoughts." One middle-aged man immediately suggested, "We can only persuade the headquarters to infuse capital. We need to repurchase a significant quantity of Kowloon warehouse stocks. If this continues, we will lose our influence." The company had conducted an investigation, revealing that the uptick in stock prices was primarily due to retail investors, and it was anticipated that the market would stabilize shortly. Nevertheless, the need for stock repurchase was undeniable, as all funds had been transferred overseas, leaving the company with scant liquidity. Listening to his subordinates' grievances, Niu Bijian shook his head in frustration. "Do not even think about capital infusion. The headquarters is unwilling to invest a single penny on Hong Kong Island. So we must devise alternative strategies." Faced with a lack of funds and unable to devise any solutions, the group fell silent, the atmosphere growing tense. Niu Bijian, feeling increasingly agitated, waved his hand. "Let us return to our duties, contemplate your thoughts, and we shall reconvene later." Lighting a cigar, he leaned back in his chair, contemplating that if no capital infusion occurred, preserving a quarter's profit might suffice to turn the tide. Resolute, he decided to make an effort and dialed the phone. Once connected, he spoke respectfully. "Chairman, I would like to report on some company matters." Niu Bijian endeavored to persuade the other party, but after several minutes of conversation, he could only hang up the phone in resignation. Inside a luxurious villa at Qianchuan, Fang Yufan surveyed his surroundings. The interior layout was quite pleasing. The furnishings appeared new and required only a thorough cleaning for immediate occupancy. The villa spanned 3 floors, encompassing 600 square meters, accompanied by a 2-story servants' quarters, a rooftop swimming pool, and a tennis court. Outside, a small garden graced the property, and in the distance lay an expansive private sea area, offering unparalleled convenience for both beach outings and maritime excursions. Standing in the garden, gazing toward the beach, the real estate agent eagerly described, "This stretch of sand belongs to the villa's private beach, complete with a private port for docking small yachts. It is truly an exceptional choice for leisurely sea outings." Ignoring the agent's words, Fang Yufan strolled toward the beach, which was cordoned off, clearly indicating that the previous owner preferred to avoid disturbances from other tourists. Zhou Qiang remained vigilant, surveying the surroundings. Fang Yufan inquired, "What is the price?" The agent promptly replied, "This villa is highly sought after, currently priced at 60 million. Fang Yufan displayed no visible reaction to the price, recognizing that the size and location justified it. Nodding, he turned to Ding Mingjia. "Old Ding, I leave this to you. Please handle it through HSBC." Ding Mingjia nodded. "Understood, boss. The rest is in my hands." The agent, realizing that the boss was making a purchase, felt elated, knowing this commission would be quite substantial. As the 2 men proceeded to finalize the paperwork for the villa, Fang Yufan smiled and asked, "Ah Chong, what do you think of this place?" Zhou Qiang, still astonished by the 60 million price tag, stammered in response, "This place is nothing short of paradise. However, I doubt I could afford it even if I sold myself. You truly are remarkable, boss." Fang Yufan laughed at his words. "Ha! You are worth more than this villa. A person's value is immeasurable, and no matter how splendid a house may be, it is merely a small space to reside in." After speaking, he added, "This is how business operates. It's akin to inflating one's appearance. Moreover, with a larger space, it will be more convenient for us in the future." Zhou Qiang scratched his head and chuckled. "What the boss says is absolutely right." Observing his honest demeanor, Fang Yufan smiled in return and proceeded towards the harbor. Although the villa had been unoccupied for quite some time, Both the beach and the harbor were impeccably clean, clearly maintained by the real estate agency. Indeed, it would be delightful to purchase a yacht to dock here and enjoy leisurely outings at sea. Watching the numerous men and women playing outside the enclosure, it was evident that despite the slightly cooler weather, their enthusiasm for recreation remained unabated. After more than half an hour, Ding Mingjie completed the paperwork and approached with a smile. Chapter 34. The gun club. Fang Yufan walked out confidently. Boss, everything is settled. I will head to HSBC for the mortgage shortly, and the agency has contacted the cleaning company. They will start today. Fang Yufan nodded with a smile and replied, all right, find a reliable housekeeper from the housekeeper guild. Ding Mingjie responded affirmatively. No problem. I will arrange it and send the information to you later. Good. Then Xiang and I will head back. The group made their way to the parking lot, where Fang Yufan climbed into his Mercedes, and Zhou Qiang drove out of the villa. The villa's parking area could accommodate over a dozen cars, and there was also a garage for 3 vehicles. Sitting in the back seat, Fang Yufan gazed out at the bustling streets, feeling quite content. Having only arrived a few months ago, he was already living a life of luxury. Finding a few proper girlfriends afterward would make it perfect. The delivery workers on the streets adhered to traffic rules, and there were no incidents of reckless driving. Fang Yufan was pleased to observe this. Suddenly recalling Chao Hui and the others, he asked, how long have they been gone? Zhou Qiang, focused on driving, quickly replied, the boss left half a month ago. We should be receiving news soon. Oh, time passes swiftly, Fang Yufan remarked, returning his attention to the scenery outside. Indeed, with people's residences quite dispersed, they are likely just on their way. Zhou Qiang explained further. Fang Yufan nodded, chuckling. That's true. It will all be fine soon. They arrived at the gun club, where Zhou Qiang parked the car and followed Fang Yufan inside. Ever since receiving their membership card last week, the two had been coming daily to practice shooting. Although Fang Yufan had never touched a gun before, he made rapid progress under Zhou Qiang's guidance. He felt that his mind was much sharper than in his previous life, allowing him to learn quickly, a discovery that delighted him for some time. Once equipped with goggles and headphones, he loaded the bullets, aimed at the target 30 meters away, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Without much pause, he fired off 10 shots in quick succession. The safety officer, hearing the shots, smiled and said, Fang Sheng, all 10 in the bullseye. You are the most talented person I have ever seen. Fang Yufan beamed. Haha, it's thanks to your excellent teaching. While reloading, he suggested, let us try 50 meters. Sure. The safety officer was eager to see his results. After loading the bullets and taking a deep breath, Fang Yufan aimed again and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang. This time, he fired with measured pauses, unlike before. The safety officer gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, 85 points. Fang Sheng, impressive. Most of our instructors can't achieve that. Fang Yufan smiled, continued to shoot a few more rounds, and eventually stopped. Rubbing his wrists, he removed his goggles and headphones and headed to the rest area. He ordered a glass of red wine, leaned back on the sofa, and took a sip. Glancing at Zhou Qiang, he remarked, shooting continuously is quite exhausting on the wrists. Zhou Qiang, with an honest expression, replied, in the past, when we shot long guns, sometimes we would overdo it and end up with sore shoulders. Eventually, we got used to it. After all, in battle, there often is no time for rest. Fang Yufan took another sip of wine, admiring their resilience, and thought of the films he had seen in his past, which evoked a sense of melancholy. Offhand. Back to shooting again today? A female voice called out. Fang Yufan turned to see Jia Yuqin and smiled as he stood up. Sister Qin, what a coincidence. Are you off today? Jia Yuqin walked over with a smile, nodding at Zhou Qiang before saying, yes, I have some free time today to practice shooting. They had met at the gun club. While not overly familiar, their conversations had been easygoing. At 23, Jia Yuqin was stunningly beautiful, with an impressive figure that exuded both sensuality and vigor, instantly evoking a sense of admiration in others. She served as a probationary inspector at the Central Police Station, indicating a formidable background. As they sat down, Fang Yufan teased, it seems that you are the only diligent one at the gun club. The rest are all big men. Jia Yuqin responded proudly. When encountering criminals, they do not differentiate between genders, so I need to practice more. That is true, but with your beauty, being on the front lines is quite dangerous. Late nights can age you quickly. Jia Yuqin shot him a playful glare, retorting, if I am on the front lines, those lecherous men will be the ones afraid. After a brief pause, she cast him a sidelong glance. Feigning ignorance to her teasing, Fang Yufan replied earnestly, Indeed, Sister Qin makes a valid point. Anyone who dares to pursue you deserves a bullet. Jia Yuqin chuckled softly, saying, hee hee, I wouldn't go that far, but breaking a few limbs could be a possibility. Fang Yufan pretended to be taken aback, exclaiming, wow, you are quite violent. I think I should keep my distance. With a triumphant expression, Jia Yuqin said, it's good that you understand. By the way, do you have such leisurely days every day? Fang Yufan shrugged, it's all right. I mostly just drink tea or come here to have some fun. Since you enjoy shooting so much, why not consider becoming a police officer? Jia Yuqin suggested. Being a police officer? No thanks. Too many rules and regulations, plus I have to watch my demeanor. This way is pretty good. Jia Yuqin looked at him, smiling. What profession doesn't require one to watch their demeanor? But you are still young. Take your time. Fang Yufan took a sip of red wine and joked. You speak as if you are much older. Aren't you just a bit older than me? Haha, that still counts as being older, Jia Yuqin replied, feeling quite fond of the younger man. They chatted for a while longer, and once Fang Yufan finished his wine, he smiled and said, I should head back now. Sister Qin, are you going back now or staying to play a bit longer? Jia Yuqin stood up as well, saying, I'm feeling a bit tired too. I'll head back. As they walked out together, Fang Yufan casually asked, Sister Qin, it's getting late. Why don't we have dinner together? Jia Yuqin replied straightforwardly, sure. I have nothing planned today anyway. What shall we eat? Fang Yufan had only asked casually, expecting her to decline, but to his surprise, she agreed readily, leaving him momentarily stunned. Though he quickly recovered and smiled, saying, of course, it's up to Sister Qin to decide. Jia Yuqin found the situation amusing. She had merely been teasing him. With a cheerful smile, she remarked, hee hee, I was just joking with you. Perhaps we can meet another day. Goodbye for now. After saying this, she walked away with a radiant expression towards a white vehicle. Fang Yufan, realizing he had been playfully outwitted, chuckled softly, surprised to discover this whimsical side of her. As he watched her drive away, he thought little of it and promptly entered his own car, saying, let's head back to the cafe. Certainly, boss. Zhou Qiang replied as he started the engine and drove off. Chapter 35 Butler Fang Yufan sat in his office, examining several resumes. Ding Mingjie remarked, boss, these are the resumes provided by the Butler Guild. All candidates are available for immediate employment. There are 3 individuals in total, each possessing at least 10 years of Butler experience, with one boasting over 20 years. After a moment of contemplation, he selected a candidate in his 40s, stating, let us go with him. Direct him to the villa. Very well. I will contact the guild now, Ding Mingjie replied as he dialed the number. Once they arranged a time, the 3 of them drove directly to Qianchuan Villa. The agent, who was supervising the cleaning staff from the housekeeping company, promptly approached upon their arrival. Mr. Fang, you're here. Everything will be ready today, and you can move in tomorrow. Fang Yufan smiled and replied, thank you for your hard work. The agent, beaming with joy, said, you're too kind. It's an honor to serve you. Please feel free to contact me for any future real estate needs. Fang Yufan nodded and wandered around the garden, noting that the villa's expansive area required a considerable number of staff. Moreover, the beach area also needed regular maintenance. The butler arrived promptly. Having worked as a butler for over a decade, his keen perception allowed him to recognize the young man in the garden as his future employer, and he approached respectfully. Greetings, sir. I am Ji Xinghua from the Butler Guild. You may call me Xinghua or Lao Ji. Fang Yufan assessed the newcomer, who appeared to be in his 40s, dressed in a traditional Tang outfit. The tone and demeanor of his speech struck a balance of respect without being obsequious, leaving a favorable impression on Fang. I'm Fang Yufan. From now on, I shall refer to you as Uncle Huai. Please evaluate how many servants this villa will require. Upon hearing his employer's words, Ji Xinghua felt relieved, realizing that Fang was not the type of arrogant young master, making their interaction much easier. He replied earnestly, yes, sir, I will take a look around. Very well, take your time, Fang Yufan said casually, unconcerned about the formality of the address. He lit a cigar and surveyed the surroundings. The villa's privacy was excellent, distanced from neighboring buildings and shielded by trees and walls. After inspecting the villa, Ji Xinghua approached his employer with a serious expression. Sir, I have assessed the requirements. We need 1 maintenance worker, 5 cooks, and the security personnel will depend on your preferences. Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar, pondering the staffing numbers. After a moment, he stated, don't worry about the budget. If more personnel are needed, hire additional staff, but ensure their integrity. I have arrangements for security. Ji Xinghua felt reassured and nodded. Understood, sir. I will recruit 8 servants. This will clarify the division of labor. The guild has many registered servants, and I can arrange for them today. I noticed that the villa lacks household supplies. Should I procure some? Instead of answering directly, Fang Yufan smiled and inquired, "What was your previous salary?" Ji Xinghuai candidly replied, "Sir, my last employer paid me 1,000 yuan monthly." Fang Yufan was taken aback by the low wage, realizing it was even less than what his own employees earned. He then asked, "Isn't that rather low?" Ji Xinghuai explained with a smile, "Sir, it may seem low, but many earn more. However, after living expenses, little remains. Here, meals and accommodation are covered. And my previous employer provided seasonal clothing each year, allowing me to save my entire salary." Upon hearing this explanation, Fang Yufan understood, realizing that while others might earn 3,000 to 5,000, their living costs were substantial. He pulled out a checkbook, wrote a check for 100,000 yuan, and handed it over, saying, "From now on, your salary will be 2,000 yuan monthly. Use this for household expenses, purchase what is needed, and ensure quality. I enjoy tea, so prepare some, and let me know when supplies run low." Ji Xinghuai felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of a 2,000 yuan salary, envisioning an improved quality of life for his family. Upon receiving the check and seeing the amount, he was astonished at the trust his employer placed in him, entrusting such a significant sum. With a serious countenance, he replied, "Thank you for your trust, sir. I will dedicate myself to my duties and ensure you are never disappointed." Observing Ji's sincere demeanor, Fang Yufan felt reassured. Sometimes, investing in people proved to be quite effective. He smiled and added, "Trust those whom you employ. If I choose to engage you, I will choose to believe in you. For the others, I will increase their salaries by 200 yuan." Ji Xinghuai expressed his gratitude once more. Fang Yufan chuckled and turned to Ding Mingjie, saying, "Have 3 vehicles delivered as well. It will be convenient for the staff to shop for groceries." Ding Mingjie responded, "Understood, boss. I know what to do." He didn't inquire about the types of vehicles, knowing they simply needed to be of lower quality than the boss's car, but still appropriate to maintain the right image. Fang Yufan nodded. "Very well. Let me know the costs later, and I will issue a check." After finalizing these arrangements, he looked around and cheerfully said, "Uncle Huai, I entrust the household affairs to you. I will move in a few days." Ji Xinghuai replied respectfully, "Yes, sir. I will ensure everything is in order within 3 days." "Good. I shall take my leave now," Fang Yufan concluded as he walked toward the car. Ding Mingjie lingered a moment longer to chat with the butler, casually introducing some of his boss's habits. Upon returning to the cafe, just as Fang Yufan brewed a cup of tea, his phone rang. Picking it up, he said, "This is Fang Yufan. Who is this?" "Boss, it's Ahui." Recognizing Chao Hui's voice, Fang Yufan sat up with a smile. "Ahui, how are you all doing?" "We're well, boss. As soon as I returned, I reached out, and many individuals expressed interest in joining us. They know quite a few people, and upon hearing this, they all want to come. I've counted, and there are actually 500 potential recruits, so I wanted to report to you before making any decisions." Fang Yufan was taken aback, not expecting such a surplus of candidates. However, he quickly realized the reason behind the overwhelming response, but decided to keep that insight to himself. After contemplating the matter, he decisively stated, "No problem. Even if it involves 2,000 individuals, when will you be arriving? I will arrange for the relocation expenses to be sent over to the harbor, and we shall handle the remittance on site." Upon hearing the approval from his superior, Chao Hui let out a sigh of relief, his face lighting up with joy as he remarked, "I will contact everyone and arrange for a gathering across the way in 1 week. Some may arrive a bit later." "That is perfectly fine. You may organize as you see fit. In 1 week, I shall send someone to await your arrival. Please be cautious on your journey." After reiterating his advice, he hung up the phone, pondering the necessity of arranging accommodations for such a large number of people. Chapter 36. 2,000 warriors. Fang Yufan picked up the phone and dialed. Shin Wanqing, who was at the office, heard the phone ring and, upon seeing the number, promptly answered, "Boss. Manager Shun, you need to find accommodation for 2,000 people. They will arrive in a week." 2,000 people. Shin Wanqing was taken aback by the sudden influx of personnel. After a moment's thought, she suggested, "The warehouse we trained in is spacious enough. Perhaps we could partition it off to serve as temporary housing. Once they start working, we can arrange for them to rent nearby." Fang Yufan considered this and agreed, noting that they could group them to facilitate communication. "All right, let's proceed with that. Please arrange for the staff to start tidying up. It might not be 2,000. Currently, We expect around 1,500. Shen Wanqing smiled and replied, I understand. We will definitely need more people in the future. So it's wise to prepare in advance. The warehouse is quite large and well located. We might as well purchase it outright to avoid future searches for space. Huh, you are always so thoughtful. Let us do it that way. I want to call Lao Ding. When he returns, you can inform him to prepare the necessary paperwork. After hanging up, Fang Yufan took a sip from his teacup, realizing that his payroll would increase by several million this month. Fortunately, numerous stores were set to open soon, providing an opportunity for these individuals to acclimatize. With this in mind, he felt reassured. Otherwise, managing such a large group would have been daunting. Later that evening, after dinner, Fang Yufan reclined on the sofa and remarked, in a few days, the villa will be ready. Will you join me there or stay here? Shen Wanqing, having tidied the kitchen, stepped out and said, I think I'll return home. My place is near Qianchuan. If I go to yours and get discovered, it would be disastrous. Fang Yufan chuckled, teasing, we are both innocent. It's as if we've done something wrong. Shen Wanqing shot him a playful glance and, with a charming smile, approached him. Leaning closer, she breathed softly, would you like to try? Fang Yufan's gaze momentarily faltered before he regained his composure. Recognizing her mischievous intent, a smirk appeared on his face. Then I shan't hold back. With that, he reached out to embrace her. Shen Wanqing quickly stood up, laughing as she dashed back to her room, calling out, you can't catch me. Fang Yufan watched her retreat and chuckled, teasingly declaring, I'll be waiting at the door to see if you come out. I won't let you escape so easily, you big tease. Go find your little lovers. Shen Wanqing's voice echoed from within, all right. I'm heading out to have some fun. You take care and rest early. After donning her coat, she exited through the back door. Upon hearing the door close behind her, Shen Wanqing vented her frustration on a doll, mumbling under her breath. Zhou Qiang, seeing the boss had emerged, quickly put on his coat and followed. Boss, should I drive? Fang Yufan waved his hand, saying, no need. Let us head to the nearby food stall for a drink. Zhou Qiang's face lit up at this suggestion. Great. Haha, there's nothing on tonight, so just relax and enjoy. Seeing his enthusiasm, Fang Yufan smiled in return. They strolled for about 10 minutes before reaching a bustling street lined with food stalls, some already filled to capacity. They found a clean spot to sit down. Fang Yufan ordered a variety of dishes and requested beer. A young man in a yellow vest approached on a bicycle, calling out, Boss, is my order ready? I'm here to pick it up. The boss's wife handed him the packaged food, asking, Ajia, why are you still out this late? The young man grinned, gotta make money, right? I'm off now. With that, he placed the items in his box and rode away. Some patrons were discussing nearby, I don't understand. Didn't they say they were losing money? These workers are so dedicated. The food stall owner, evidently familiar with the customers, replied casually, why believe everything others say? The company may be losing money, but the employees are earning well. Our business has improved significantly. We sell quite a bit of takeout. Lawyer Ding even said to ensure workers' welfare. If not, he'd file for bankruptcy against Xian Yuan Company. The boss's wife interjected, hurry up and cook. Can't you see many people are waiting? I'm on it, he responded, clearly wary of his wife, focusing on cooking without further chatter. At that moment, a diner remarked, a friend of mine is doing deliveries. He said he earned over 2,000 yuan this month. Is it really that much? Could it be that their company is just throwing money around? Maybe their company is simply charitable, but their hiring standards are too strict. If it weren't for my tattoos, I'd want to apply. I saw in the newspaper that they're hiring thousands again. I'll go try my luck tomorrow. Instantly, the surrounding patrons began to murmur in agreement. Many lamented their tattoos, wishing they had not gotten them. Fang Yufan sipped his beer, listening to the conversations around him with a smile on his face. Zhou Qiang, on the other hand, devoured his meat, indifferent to the discussions, knowing well that his boss was capable. 3 days later, the villa was ready for occupancy. In the morning, Fang Yufan packed his belongings and playfully declared, I'm moving in today. If you miss me, just let me know, and I'll return for a day. Upon hearing this, Shen Wanqing shot him an exasperated look, proudly declaring, who would miss you? After all this time, you still haven't dared to enter my room. Fang Yufan, taken aback, replied, you're so formidable, a taekwondo black belt. How could I dare provoke you? Who told you to be so timid? You've missed your chance now, Shen Wanqing teased. Fang Yufan, feigning regret, said, perhaps I shouldn't move after all. Too late. I've already announced I'm moving back home, she said, grabbing her bag and heading downstairs. Fang Yufan chuckled and followed her down. Zhou Qiang was already waiting outside with the car. After informing the shop manager about someone calling regarding the villa, they departed. Upon arriving at the villa, Ji Xinghuai and the servants were already waiting in the courtyard. As he stepped out of the car, they greeted him in unison. "Welcome home, sir." Fang Yufan looked at everyone and smiled, saying, "Thank you all for your hard work these past few days. We will be living together from now on. If there is anything needed, please feel free to bring it to my attention." "Yes, sir," they responded in chorus. Chapter 37 Arrival of Personnel. Ji Xinghuai reintroduced everyone to Fang Yufan, noting that most of their ages hovered around 30. Fang Yufan surveyed the group with satisfaction. Upon entering the house, a servant had already prepared tea and presented it to him. "Master, please enjoy your tea." Though it was his first experience of such treatment, Fang Yufan maintained an air of composure. Ji Xinghuai, standing nearby, remarked, "Master, the rooms have been arranged. I have left the study untouched. Should you require anything from the back, do not hesitate to instruct me to procure it." Fang Yufan lifted his teacup, took a sip, and nodded. "How is the meal arrangement for everyone?" "The kitchen will prepare a special dish for the servants," replied the housekeeper. Shaking his head, Fang Yufan countered, "One dish is insufficient. We shall adhere to the standard of 2 dishes and 1 soup. I expect the same for myself." Ji Xinghuai responded, "How can the master be treated the same as us? Your health is paramount. Balanced nutrition is essential, and there is no need to worry about waste, given the large household." Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan relented, nodding, "As long as everyone abides by the rules, I shall not be stingy with these provisions. Each season, 2 sets of clothing will be provided. Should that prove insufficient, feel free to inform me." Ji Xinghuai felt a surge of happiness, considering it a stroke of fortune to have such a master. With a beaming expression, he declared, "I will relay this news to everyone. They will surely be grateful to you." Fang Yufan smiled. "Those who labor deserve to reap their rewards. I reiterate, the rules must be upheld." "Understood, master. I will ensure to remind them and remain vigilant," Ji Xinghuai replied earnestly. After sipping his tea, Fang Yufan added, "By the way, I enjoy smoking cigars. Please procure some for me." "Certainly, master. I know where to find the finest cigars, and I am well versed in their care. I shall take care of it shortly." This exemplifies the advantage of having an experienced housekeeper. They must acquire extensive knowledge, all aimed at ensuring a comfortable life for their employer. It is said that some noble families possess particularly remarkable housekeepers. After discussing the matters of the villa, Ji Xinghuai went to inform the servants. Listening to their joyful laughter, Fang Yufan couldn't help but smile. The intricate web of power dynamics in Guangdao, especially among the old families, is daunting, with their influence often extending across the entire island. One cannot be certain whether these servants or housekeepers are mere pawns of such factions, thus compensating through better treatment might yield some effect. Of course, these are merely his speculations. It is prudent to maintain a sense of vigilance. After another sip of tea, he said, "Achong, feel free to explore the surroundings. We shall reside here from now on. I will take a look in the study." "Very well, boss. I will observe the environment." As Fang Yufan watched him leave, he ascended the stairs, heading to the 3rd floor where his bedroom and study were located. First, he inspected his room, pleased to see that everything was new and well arranged. After that, he visited the nearby study, which contained only a telephone on the desk, devoid of any other furnishings. Sitting in the chair and surveying the room, he pressed a button on the desk. A servant knocked and entered. "Master, how may I assist you?" Fang Yufan smiled. "Please summon the housekeeper." "Of course, master." Soon, Ji Xinghuai entered. Fang Yufan discussed the arrangements for the study, and the housekeeper diligently noted everything before exiting to make the necessary arrangements. Standing before the study's floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed at the distant sea, feeling an immense sense of tranquility. How fortunate it is to have wealth. Never could he have imagined living this life. At noon, he sampled the chef's culinary skills. The chef specialized in Sichuan, Cantonese, Western, and Japanese cuisine, and Fang Yufan was particularly impressed with the Sichuan dishes. In the afternoon, Fang Yufan sat in the garden, sipping tea while perusing a newspaper. He chuckled upon seeing a photograph of Ding Mingjia. In just a few days, a critical period would arrive. There were only 3 positions available in the upcoming election, and he was among the popular candidates. In a warehouse at Longjiu's location, 2,000 individuals stood in perfect silence, their postures impeccably straight. When Fang Yufan arrived, Chao Hui hurriedly approached to respectfully open the car door. Excitement radiating from his face as he exclaimed, "Boss." Fang Yufan smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "You've worked hard. It's no trouble." Xiao Hui felt warmth in his heart. The efforts of this past period were all worthwhile. Upon entering the warehouse and witnessing the neatly arranged individuals, he was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he faced an army, sensing the latent aggression emanating from the crowd, a feeling both profound and mystical. Thankfully, the warehouse was spacious enough. Accommodating such a large number of people would otherwise have been quite challenging. Fang Yufan noticed several women among the group, their poised figures earning his silent approval. Xiao Hui addressed everyone. "This is our boss." "Hello, boss." The resounding voices echoed throughout the warehouse, startling even those on the street who wondered where the sound originated. Fang Yufan raised his hand to quiet them, smiling as he said, "Greetings, everyone. Given our large number, such exuberant greetings might attract the police." He continued, "Now that you are here, please commit to your work. However, if any of you find this position unsatisfactory, feel free to voice your concerns. Should I be unable to resolve your issues, you are welcome to seek employment elsewhere. Please note, though, that I will no longer be responsible for your livelihood and safety. Rest assured, the relocation fees will serve as a parting gift for those who choose to leave. You may express your intent to depart within 3 days." Everyone was momentarily stunned by his generosity. The sum of 10,000 was offered without hesitation. Fang Yufan's intention in making this statement was to ascertain if any among them were on a covert mission. If so, it would be better to disclose it rather than have them leave secretly, causing unnecessary concern. Xiao Hui observed his boss, seemingly grasping his intentions, and announced loudly, "The boss is known for his decisiveness, so if anyone wishes to leave, please communicate with me or Yang Yao. Otherwise, if you depart without permission, do not blame us for looking down upon you." Yang Yao stepped forward and remarked, "Indeed, our boss has shown unparalleled generosity. He has made great efforts to bring us here and has provided each of us with a relocation allowance of 10,000. Where could we find such a benevolent employer? Moreover, he is one of our fellow compatriots. We must not engage in deceitful behavior. If you choose to remain, you must adhere to the arrangements. If you find this untenable, it would be best for you to depart promptly, for the benefit of all." Fang Yufan stood by with a serene smile, showing no sign of displeasure on his countenance. A murmur of discussion arose among the crowd. At that moment, a man called out, "Is it truly possible to leave?" Upon hearing that someone genuinely wished to depart, all eyes turned toward the speaker. Chapter 38. The personal bodyguard Xiao Hui gazed at a burly man in the crowd, nearly incensed enough to confront him. Fang Yufan quickly gestured for calm, asserting, "Indeed, I am a man of my word. You need not worry, for I can also provide 1,000 yuan. After all, as newcomers, it is evident that you would be short on funds." With a flourish of his hand, Zhou Qiang promptly opened the suitcase he was carrying, revealing it filled to the brim with cash. The sight of such wealth momentarily stunned the onlookers, who were filled with admiration for this young proprietor. What immense generosity it must take to accomplish such a feat. He had expended significant effort to bring them here, secured their identification cards, and provided each with a relocation allowance of 10,000 yuan, an expenditure of 20 million yuan in total. Moreover, those departing were also receiving 1,000 yuan in cash. The gazes of the crowd shifted toward Fang Yufan, now brimming with fervor. A warrior is willing to die for a friend. If Fang Yufan called upon them to fight at that moment, they would not hesitate. Among the throng were dozens who clenched their fists tightly, all yearning for escape. Yet, some began to reconsider, realizing that following such a leader was indeed worthwhile. Ultimately, 5 individuals stepped forward, disregarding the stares of those around them, their expressions grave. Fang Yufan smiled and said, "You need not say much. Take care." He handed each of them 1,000 yuan, not offering more as it was unnecessary. The 5 looked at the money, their eyes glistening with emotion. One could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Boss, I apologize, but I have my reasons for leaving. I shall repay you when the opportunity arises." With that, he strode purposefully toward the exit. Fang Yufan regarded the remaining 4, gently patting their shoulders and saying, "Take care." They nodded earnestly and departed briskly. Fang Yufan watched them leave and then addressed the crowd with a smile. "You all have 3 days to make your decisions. In my absence, Hui and others will ensure you receive your funds." No one replied, as their eyes conveyed all that was necessary. Fang Yufan nodded in satisfaction and said, "All right, Xiao Hui, you and I will head to the office. Let the others return to their quarters for a rest." Understood, boss. Chow Hui called out to the crowd, dismissed. Upon reaching the office, Fang Yufan reclined in his chair and lit a cigar, sensing that those who remained might still wish to depart. The three men entered the office, and except for Zhou Qiang, the faces of the other two bore a shade of red, feeling they had erred this time. Observing their expressions, Fang Yufan waved his hand, saying, "Have a seat. You have all done remarkably well. I initially believed several hundred would suffice, yet you have exceeded expectations." Hearing this, their expressions softened somewhat. Yang Yao remarked solemnly, "Boss, we had not anticipated being treated as fools." Fang Yufan, unfazed, replied, "It matters not. After all, perspectives differ among individuals. They are fellow countrymen, and we have assisted them." He refrained from voicing his suspicions, deeming it unnecessary, as many matters do not require elaboration. Chow Hui opened his mouth, but swallowed his words. Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar, smiling as he inquired, "Were there any among you with comparable skills?" At this, the two brightened, with Chow Hui responding, "Indeed. Boss, there are 5 individuals who match our capabilities, along with 1 sharpshooter and an explosives expert. While their skills may not surpass ours, they are more than capable of handling 10 to 20 adversaries." Fang Yufan's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Splendid. Bring them forth at once." Yang Yao stood up, stating, "I shall summon them." He swiftly exited. Fang Yufan had not expected such pleasant news. With these individuals, his safety was assured. Before long, Yang Yao returned with 7 individuals, among them an exceptionally beautiful woman. Fang Yufan could not help but admire her, noting her long hair casually tied back, her bright eyes, and the simplicity of her attire that did little to conceal her perfect curves. The other 6 exuded an imposing presence, their gazes fixed ahead. Fang Yufan rose and said, "Please introduce yourselves." Reporting, "Boss, I am Chen Jun." Reporting, "Boss, I am Ni Bin." Finally, a melodious voice chimed in, reporting, "Boss, I am Mei Gui." Upon hearing her name, Fang Yufan recognized it as a code name, but chose not to inquire further. With a warm demeanor, he introduced himself, "I am Fang Yufan. I have heard from Hui and the others of your formidable skills. Should you choose to remain by my side as protectors, I offer an annual salary of 50,000 yuan, with bonuses provided for exemplary performance at the year's end. Of course, my previous statements stand. Should you wish to leave, I shall not impede your departure." Upon hearing the annual salary of 50,000 yuan, their eyes widened in excitement, recognizing it far exceeds what others receive, not to mention the bonuses. Chen Jun declared, "I am willing. I too am willing." The others echoed in agreement. Seeing their acceptance, Fang Yufan felt a surge of joy and continued, "Excellent. Since you have all consented, allow me to outline your responsibilities. You will not be required to protect me at all times. I will assign the 2,000 individuals outside into 10 teams, and you will be responsible for managing and overseeing your respective team members. Should any issues arise in their daily lives, or if they encounter difficulties, it will be your duty to resolve them promptly. They are under your care, and we cannot neglect them." Fang Yufan reiterated the primary objectives, and the group nodded in understanding. After Fang Yufan allocated the tasks, Chow Hui proposed, "Boss, perhaps we should assign Mei Gui to oversee the female members, lest those rascally boys feign illness if they see her in charge." The others laughed at this suggestion. Mei Gui, with a serious expression, declared, "Whoever dares to act in such a manner shall be dealt with." Fang Yufan chuckled, "Mei Gui, your beauty warrants heeding Hui's advice. Otherwise, those individuals may indeed lose focus on their duties." Upon hearing the boss praise her beauty, Mei Gui felt a tinge of shyness and nodded. Having just listened to the young boss's words outside, she felt a growing sense of trust in him. Yang Yao added, "Boss, let Mei Gui serve as your personal protector from now on. This way, no matter the occasion, she will draw no attention, allowing us to remain in the shadows." Yang Yao concurred, "Indeed, this is a splendid plan. Otherwise, our imposing figures would certainly attract undue notice." Fang Yufan casually remarked, "Hee. I actually do not have many occasions to attend, and besides, I am not a prominent figure at present. No one pays attention to me, so we can all relax without worry." Mei Gui, with a resolute expression, replied, "What they say is true. From now on, I will stay by your side, and with thousands of us dining with you, our families rely on our salaries for their livelihood. You cannot afford to encounter any issues." Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan displayed a proud demeanor and said, "Hey, now that you mention it, I do seem rather impressive. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and the atmosphere became considerably more relaxed. Chapter 39. The stunning Rose. Fang Yufan smiled and jested with a few individuals, saying, "Please, take a seat. From now on, we shall reside together daily, so feel free." Once everyone was seated, Chao Hui remarked, "Boss, let's temporarily stay here for a while to better integrate with our teammates, which will also facilitate future communication." Yang Yao nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, this is no longer our hometown. Many here are not accustomed to it. We should remain to support them and later guide them around to familiarize themselves." Fang Yufan concurred with this notion, affirming, "Yes, you are correct. It would be wise to learn the local language and gradually diminish our previous habits. Otherwise, our large presence might attract undue attention." Chao Hui confidently replied, "Understood, boss. This matter is simple." He then inquired, "By the way, how is your family doing?" Fang Yufan took the opportunity to inquire about each of their family situations. After engaging in conversation for a while, and sensing the discussion was winding down, he stood up and said, "Very well, you can proceed with your arrangements. Achong, you should also stay. Once matters here conclude, you can escort them back to the villa." Rose, with a serious demeanor, asserted, "I do not need to stay. There are not many women here, so they can manage. My responsibility is to protect you." Fang Yufan glanced at her and then at the others, smiling as he said, "Those young ladies will indeed require your oversight. After all, communication among women is generally more effective." He then wrote down a phone number and handed it to her, saying, "This is the home number. Inform them they can reach you if needed." Rose was taken aback by her boss's thoughtfulness, accepting the note with a serious expression before departing. Fang Yufan chuckled and addressed the others, "You shall endure some hardship here, but in a few days, we will return home, and I shall treat you to drinks." Chao Hui responded, "Thank you, boss." The newly joined members also displayed cheerful expressions, realizing that this young boss was genuinely amiable. When Rose returned, Chao Hui and the others escorted them outside before returning to the warehouse. As Fang Yufan drove, he inquired with a smile, "Rose, can you drive?" "Yes, I have captured vehicles on the battlefield before," she replied. Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan regarded her with newfound respect, complimenting, "Impressive. I shall arrange for someone to obtain a driver's license for you." Rose nodded in agreement. As they continued driving, he asked, "You came here on your own? Is your family not concerned?" With her head lowered, Rose quietly admitted, "I do not wish to marry. Upon hearing of this opportunity, I seized it. Furthermore, I have 10,000 Hong Kong dollars for relocation expenses, which is sufficient for their living." Hearing her words, Fang Yufan was struck with understanding. It was no wonder she had not mentioned her family situation in the office earlier. He said lightly, "You are truly brave. It is fortunate you came to me, for with your beauty, even with your skills, you would struggle against some underhanded tactics." Rose tugged at her clothing, nonchalantly stating, "I am not afraid." Fang Yufan chuckled, teasing, "Indeed, who would dare challenge someone as formidable as you?" Rose glanced at him, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Upon arriving at the shopping mall, Rose vigilantly observed her surroundings. Once inside, she could not help but admire the array of beautiful garments. Fang Yufan led her to a women's clothing store, instructing, "Select a few outfits in her size." The enthusiastic attendant responded, "Certainly, sir." Rose, feeling a tad anxious, stammered, I don't need any." Fang Yufan chuckled, saying, "You will need to accompany me often. This attire is not suitable." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Rose glanced at her clothing and nodded in agreement. When the attendant brought out several outfits, she blushed, murmuring, "These clothes are too revealing." Fang Yufan chuckled, "Then we shall avoid those. There are many others." After a lengthy yet patient persuasion, Rose finally entered the fitting room, albeit shyly. When she emerged in a simple yet stunning dress, Fang Yufan was momentarily taken aback. It fit her as if tailored specifically for her. Her rosy lips and pearly teeth, combined with her fair complexion, evoked verses of ancient poetry extolling feminine beauty. He exclaimed, "You are breathtaking. Look in the mirror." Rose observed the pure admiration in Fang Yufan's eyes, devoid of any lewdness, which greatly enhanced her fondness for him. Turning to the mirror, she revealed a delighted expression. Fang Yufan, witnessing her smile, could not help but recite, "In the north, there is a beauty, unparalleled and independent. With a single glance, she captivates a city, and with a second, a nation." Upon hearing his praise, Rose blushed and replied, "I am not that exceptional." "Ah, you simply lack self-awareness. Quickly, try on the other outfits," he urged. Rose, now more receptive, eagerly changed into various ensembles. Fang Yufan mused. Is it not a waste for someone so stunning to merely serve as a bodyguard? Ultimately, he waved his hand, opting to purchase all the outfits she had tried on, along with a multitude of shoes and bags. When they reached the jewelry counter, Rose vehemently refused, pulling him out of the mall. Elated, she marveled at the numerous beautiful clothes and shoes she had never even seen before. As Fang Yufan drove, he chuckled at her joyful demeanor, stating, "From now on, you shall tell others you are my assistant." Rose glanced at him, nodding, "Yes, I shall remember." They continued their light-hearted conversation until they reached the villa. After disembarking, Rose gazed at the luxurious residence, instantly falling in love with it. "Master has returned." "Greetings, master." The servants greeted respectfully along the way. Fang Yufan smiled and instructed, "Please take the items to the guest room on the 3rd floor." "Yes, master." The servants promptly carried the purchases upstairs. Ji Xinghuai respectfully addressed him, "Master." "Yes, this is Rose, my assistant. She will reside in the guest room on the 3rd floor. In a few days, 9 bodyguards will arrive. Please arrange accommodations for them in advance." "Understood, master. I will make the necessary arrangements." Fang Yufan nodded, turning to say, "This is Uncle Huai, the housekeeper. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform him." Rose also greeted Uncle Huai. Ji Xinghuai smiled and replied, "No need for formality, Assistant Rose. If you need anything, simply let me know." They then ascended to the 3rd floor, where Rose, upon seeing the opulent room, suddenly felt a bit constrained. Flustered, she exclaimed, "This place is too lavish. I cannot accept it." Fang Yufan, with a gentle expression, reassured her, "Oh, this is merely how things are here. Allow me to explain how to use the water heater." As he spoke, he guided her through the various items in the room. Meguwei felt a blush rise to her cheeks as she was led by the hand, yet there was no hint of aversion. Noticing that she had remembered everything, he remarked, "Very well, take a nice bath and rest for a while. You must be quite exhausted after these past few days. The servant will come to summon you for lunch." "Thank you very much, boss," Meguwei replied gratefully. Fang Yufan smiled and said, "From now on, we are all family, so there is no need for such formality. If you require anything, simply instruct the servants outside." Once Meguwei closed the door, she gazed around the extravagant room, exploring it with curiosity. Ultimately, she made her way to the bathroom, joyfully filling the tub with water. Meanwhile, Fang Yufan retreated to his study, where a servant brought in tea before discreetly leaving. His mind wandered back through the events of the day, replaying the faces and expressions of everyone he had encountered. His fingers rhythmically tapped against the armrest of the chair. After a while, a smile graced his face as he rose, stretched lazily, and approached the window, hands clasped behind his back, admiring the distant scenery. Chapter 40. The elementary gene potion. At noon, Fang Yufan and Meguwei sat at the dining table, enjoying their meal. If the dishes did not suit their palate, they could simply inform the butler, who would make the necessary arrangements. Meguwei gazed at the sumptuous spread before her and promptly remarked, "It is already delightful. I have never tasted such dishes before." Fang Yufan chuckled and replied, "As long as you enjoy it, that is what matters. This afternoon, take some time to rest. Tomorrow, I shall drive you around to familiarize yourself with the surroundings." The two engaged in light conversation as they dined. Meguwei occasionally stole glances at the man beside her, unable to suppress her laughter at his witty remarks. The tension that had initially gripped her gradually dissipated, and they shared a joyful meal together. After finishing their meal, Fang Yufan retreated to the garden for some tea. Meguwei, standing in the guest room on the 3rd floor, secretly observed the man sipping tea in the garden, her heart a tumult of emotions. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she seemed to come to a resolution. Her face regained its previous cool demeanor as she turned and laid down on the bed, closing her eyes to rest. Ding Mingjie had dispatched a lawyer from his ranks to the villa to collect everyone's information and proceed with obtaining a driver's license. Fang Yufan took a sip of tea, watching the people frolicking on the beach in the distance, a smile creeping onto his face. "Ah, I was once quite youthful, yet I find myself feeling like an old man. Perhaps it is due to the lack of friends here," he mused. He believed this to be the case, for there was no reason not to enjoy life. At that moment, Ji Xinghuai approached respectfully, stating, "Master, there will be a butler's auction in 3 days, featuring some rare wines and cigars that are scarcely available in the market. Occasionally, there are also antique calligraphy and paintings. If you are interested, I can attend." Fang Yufan inquired curiously, "Oh, do you hold such auctions?" Ji Xinghuai smiled and explained, "Indeed, master. Our butler frequently collects items for the head of the family, and over time, this has evolved into a small-scale auction. Very well, if suitable, procure some fine wine and cigars for me. If you see anything else you deem necessary, feel free to purchase it. Determine the cost, and I shall write you a check. Typically, sums in the range of tens to hundreds of thousands would suffice." Fang Yufan promptly wrote a check for 2 million and handed it over, stating, "Acquire as many good items as you can." Ji Xinghuai nodded, accepting the check, and then asked, "Master, what shall we have for dinner tonight?" Fang Yufan pondered for a moment before responding, "Let us have seafood for dinner." "Very well, I shall make the arrangements," Ji Xinghuai replied before departing. During dinner that evening, Fang Yufan noticed that Mei Gui seemed to have become somewhat distant again. After contemplating, he surmised that she might still be adjusting. As he peeled a crab, he remarked, "Isn't it amusing to eat this way?" Mei Gui couldn't help but glance over, surprised to see him extract the crab meat while the shell still resembled a complete crab. "Would you like to learn? I can teach you," he offered. Mei Gui opened her mouth, shaking her head as she replied, "I am rather clumsy. I am content just eating it like this." Fang Yufan shrugged, "All right, but it is quite simple. You only need the right tools." He demonstrated while explaining the process. As Mei Gui listened, she found herself trying it out, and to her astonishment, she successfully extracted a whole piece of crab meat, her face lighting up with joy. Seeing her exuberance reminded Fang Yufan of a child, and he couldn't help but smile. The following morning, as he awoke, the familiar sound of the system notification rang in his mind. Ding! Based on the host's month-long experience, a rating of C has been assigned. Please choose one from the rewards below: Elementary Gene Potion, 60 million Hong Kong dollars, or an increase of 5 cubic meters in personal space. Fang Yufan sat up abruptly, astonished that the reward had been rated C, and the gene potion was available. It was evident which option to choose. Without hesitation, he declared, "The gene potion." Ding! The reward has been automatically deposited into the system space. Please retrieve it at your convenience. Fang Yufan felt a surge of excitement, nearly soaring with joy. Although he was in need of money, the gene potion undoubtedly offered greater value. He eagerly claimed it. Instantly, a test tube emanating a mysterious glow appeared in his hand, containing a golden yellow liquid that shimmered like gold. The instructions and effects of the gene potion automatically materialized in his mind. The elementary gene potion could progressively enhance the human genome towards a state of perfection, tripling one's physical attributes, including strength, speed, reflexes, immunity, and recovery, among other aspects. The transformation would occur over a month, gradually enhancing abilities rather than instantaneously bestowing overwhelming power. Fang Yufan gazed at the potion with gleaming eyes, brimming with excitement. It was splendid that it not only improved physical attributes, but also conferred a degree of toxin resistance. He was grateful for his choice. Otherwise, he would be unable to utilize the intermediate gene potion when it became available in the future. With that thought, he consumed the potion in one gulp, feeling a gentle surge of energy erupt within him, seamlessly integrating into his bodily organs and tissues without causing harm. Before he could savor the taste, a wave of discomfort washed over him, prompting him to dash to the bathroom. The gene potions were categorized into 3 levels: elementary, intermediate, and advanced, and they had to be consumed in order. Otherwise, although one would still experience a significant enhancement in physical attributes, the genetic foundation would become fixed, eliminating future opportunities to elevate one's genetic tier. Since acquiring the system, Fang Yufan had undergone a transformation through a mysterious force, and his abilities already surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Following this enhancement, he believed he would surpass Chao Hui and the others. After all, tripling his capabilities would likely render him capable of overpowering them, illustrating the principle that sheer strength could conquer even skilled fighters. After more than half an hour, Fang Yufan emerged from the bathroom, feeling a newfound sense of ease, as if his muscles had become more robust. He experienced a transformative sensation and couldn't resist practicing a set of punches in his room, relishing the exhilarating feeling that accompanied his first application of the elementary combat technique. After completing the routine, he exhaled deeply. He resolved to avoid unnecessary confrontations, as this would now be his most formidable trump card. With unwavering confidence, he anticipated that once the month-long transformation was complete, Chao Hui and his companions would be no match for him. He just wondered how many of them he could defeat. Dressed and ready, he made his way to the dining room on the first floor. Ji Xinghua greeted him respectfully. Master, breakfast is ready. An assistant Mei Gui has arrived. Excellent, Fang Yufan replied. Fang Yufan also nodded with a smile. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Mei Gui stood up to greet, boss. Fang Yufan replied with a smile, well, next time you should come down early and eat without waiting for me. It's all right. I just came down myself, Mei Gui explained as she took her seat. However, she discreetly observed her boss and suddenly felt that something seemed different, though she could not quite articulate what it was. Chapter 41. Shun Wanqing pays a visit after enjoying breakfast. Fang Yufan set out with Mei Gui, driving around to explore the sights. He enthusiastically shared details about Gangdao, while Mei Gui attentively studied the map in her hands, as if she wished to imprint the entire island in her memory. Fang Yufan guided her through all the renowned locales, and as he observed the patient man beside her, warmth surged within her, prompting an involuntary smile to grace her lips. After visiting a scenic spot, Fang Yufan, with a hint of trepidation, remarked as they got back into the car, next time, we must bring along more people. Why is that? Mei Gui inquired, puzzled. Fang Yufan glanced at her, his expression serious as he replied, it's because you are simply too beautiful. Did you not notice the envious glares directed at me, as if they wished to take my place? Mei Gui felt a blush creep to her cheeks, sweetness flooding her heart, and shyly responded, you always know how to flatter me. I'm not exaggerating. With your looks, if you were to enter the Miss World competition, the crown would undoubtedly be yours. I wouldn't participate. Their outfits are far too revealing, Mei Gui retorted. Fang Yufan, surprised, exclaimed, ah, you've seen it? With a rosy hue on her face, Mei Gui admitted softly, I watched some television in my room yesterday. Seeing her shyness made Fang Yufan chuckle. Haha, that's how it is here. When the weather warms up, the beach will be filled with ladies in bikinis. He added playfully, you could wear one at home, like when we go swimming. Mei Gui's face turned as red as an apple, and she bashfully urged, please drive faster. This is too embarrassing. Fang Yufan laughed heartily, starting the car and driving off, secretly anticipating the thought of swimming together. After 3 days of exploring Gangdao together, they had finally visited every noteworthy location. The lawyer delivered the driving license, and upon seeing that there were no further instructions from Fang Yufan, he departed. Mei Gui, delighted to have her license, beamed as Fang Yufan said, if you wish to explore on your own, feel free to drive out. I have no pressing matters. After a moment of hesitation, Mei Gui replied, thank you, boss. I would like to buy some personal items. Fang Yufan handed her 10,000 yuan, saying, consider this in advance on your wages. Drive safely. Gratefully accepting the money, Mei Gui nodded and requested the car keys from the butler before heading out. Sipping from her tea, she picked up a newspaper to read. At that moment, Shun Wanqing arrived at the villa, parking her car and surveying her surroundings, as it was her first visit. Ji Xinghua approached her politely, stating, the master is in the garden. Allow me to escort you there. Shun Wanqing smiled. Thank you for your assistance. You're too kind, Ji Xinghua replied with a smile, leading her to the garden. Upon her arrival, Fang Yufan set down his newspaper with a smile. This is your first time here, I see it? Shun Wanqing looked around with a cheerful expression and teasingly replied, you certainly know how to enjoy life. While I seem to lack that ability. Not taking her teasing to heart, Fang Yufan chuckled, Uncle Huai, this is Miss Shun Wanqing. We are all friends here. He then introduced, this is our butler, Uncle Huai. Ji Xinghua bowed slightly and asked, Miss Shun, would you like something to drink? Feeling pleased, Shun Wanqing replied with a gracious smile, coffee would be lovely. Thank you, Uncle Huai. You're too kind. The butler said before stepping away to instruct the servants, allowing the two to converse without interruption. Fang Yufan took a sip of his tea and joked, if you stay here for a few days, I guarantee you will find it quite relaxing. Shun Wanqing rolled her eyes playfully, feigning shyness. With so many people around, how could I not feel embarrassed? She shot him a flirtatious glance. Fang Yufan, accustomed to her whimsical nature, laughed, don't even try. I want to be swayed by your charms. He then picked up a cigar. Seated in a chair, Shun Wanqing teased, you're becoming more and more like an old man. It's quite dull. After lighting his cigar, Fang Yufan replied, I'm curious about you. Is this related to the newcomers? Shun Wanqing's smile faded, and she responded seriously, indeed. Are there any issues with these individuals? Fang Yufan took a drag from his cigar, savoring it leisurely before replying lightly, issues? We are simply conducting business as usual. What could possibly go wrong? Shun Wanqing regarded her boss thoughtfully and nodded, understood. However, As the number of people increases, it would be prudent to split them up sooner rather than later. I had a discussion with Supervisor Luo. The company's share structure will soon undergo changes. Playing with her cigar, she added with a smile, that sounds feasible. Who will be in charge? Have him come see me. Certainly, Supervisor Luo will handle this. He is quite capable, Shun Wanqing stated directly. The servant brought in the coffee and set it down before departing. Fang Yufan leaned back in his chair, gazing out at the beach. Very well, let us proceed as discussed. Shun Wanqing took a sip of her coffee, her face lighting up as she exclaimed, the training for the staff has already commenced, and in 3 days. They will be assigned to various areas. Fang Yufan nodded, excellent. Afterwards, acquire a packaging company. We will standardize our packaging for takeout, and once the designs are ready, let me review them. What about the other partnered establishments? Shun Wanqing asked, a hint of confusion on her face. Fang Yufan smiled as he explained, we will allow them to order our packaging, which can feature their branding. Should they choose not to order, we will cease accepting their orders. Shun Wanqing appeared enlightened. So, you intend to profit from this? Fang Yufan, with a mysterious air, replied, haha, while we may earn a profit, it is merely a small portion. In due time, there will be more lucrative opportunities. Observing her boss's enigmatic demeanor, Shun Wanqing pondered for a long while, but could not conceive of any other methods to generate revenue aside from collecting service fees. Deciding not to dwell on it, she concluded, all right, I will have someone investigate the factories and expedite suitable acquisitions. Fang Yufan took a drag from his cigar, nodding, rest assured, everything will unfold smoothly. Shun Wanqing gazed at the confident man before her, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she thought, I eagerly await to see what astonishing feats you will accomplish in the future. Fang Yufan glanced at her with a mischievous grin. If you stay the night, I can show you today. How cheeky, she exclaimed with laughter. Chapter 42, Celebration. As December arrived, Ding Mingjie found himself at a pivotal moment. On this day, he meticulously prepared himself and stepped out of his home, carrying a bag. Outside, 3 sleek black Mercedes vehicles awaited him, each flanked by 2 vigilant guards, their postures erect and eyes scanning the surroundings with keen awareness. Chao Hui stood at the rear door of the central Mercedes, his demeanor respectful as he opened the door upon seeing Ding Mingjie emerge. With a heartfelt expression, Ding Mingjie remarked, thank you for your trouble. Chao Hui, with utmost seriousness, replied, you are too kind, Lawyer Ding. The boss instructed us to wait at home to celebrate your success. I shall not disappoint the boss, Ding Mingjie responded, promptly taking his seat inside the vehicle. Chao Hui closed the door with care and swiftly occupied the passenger seat. The convoy of 3 black cars glided through the streets, with the bodyguards inside remaining ever vigilant, surveying the road conditions. Outside a grand edifice, a throng of reporters had gathered, eagerly capturing the arrivals with their cameras. Numerous police officers maintained order, while snipers from the elite Flying Tiger unit monitored the area from elevated positions. The entire city was abuzz with anticipation for the day's election, with many speculating about the eventual victor. Fang Yufan lounged on a sofa, watching the live broadcast on television, a smile gracing his lips. He felt confident about the election's outcome, knowing that Ding Mingjie's victory would greatly benefit his enterprise. Beside him, Shun Wanqing felt a twinge of anxiety, having put in considerable effort without knowing if it would bear fruit. Observing the composed man beside her, she playfully inquired, how can you remain so calm? Fang Yufan, feigning nonchalance, replied, with 2 beautiful ladies accompanying me, I must maintain an air of composure, lest I become the subject of your ridicule. Mei Gui, sitting nearby, blushed slightly. Despite having known him for a while and often being teased, she could not suppress her shyness. Shun Wanqing glanced at the stunning woman beside her, a hint of envy in her eyes, and retorted, you only know how to flirt. Look, even Mei Gui is embarrassed. With that, she seated herself beside Mei Gui, grasping her hand and jesting. If she dares to make a move, you should give her a good beating. Let us see if she dares to flirt again. At this, Mei Gui smiled softly, whispering, that might hurt the boss. Fang Yufan, bemused, remarked, am I really that easy to provoke? Shun Wanqing laughed heartily, thoroughly enjoying the innocent charm of Mei Gui. Taking a sip of tea, Fang Yufan teased, you don't secretly fancy women, do you? You always seem to be holding Mei Gui's hand. In response, Shun Wanqing playfully draped her arm around Mei Gui's shoulders, saying, you just discovered that. How could I not be fond of someone as beautiful as Mei Gui? Jie Wanqing, stop joking, Mei Gui said, her face flushed with embarrassment, clearly unaccustomed to such intimate gestures. Noticing her shyness, Shen Wanqing released her, quipping, "I'm just teasing you. Besides, we are all women, why be shy? It's far better than being taken advantage of by some lecherous man." As Ding Mingjie appeared on the television screen, the light-hearted banter ceased, and all eyes were glued to the image. The three Mercedes came to a halt outside the building, and the bodyguards swiftly exited, positioning themselves around. Ding Mingjie emerged, exuding confidence as he strode towards the entrance, surrounded by a flurry of camera flashes. Many were taken aback by his grand entrance, as not even the wealthiest of individuals could command such an entourage. Astute observers noted that these bodyguards were anything but ordinary, prompting a heightened regard for the Xianyuan company. Members of the Flying Tiger unit and detectives felt an involuntary shiver as they recognized the caliber of the guards, a sensation usually reserved for encounters with dangerous individuals. Due to the heightened security, Chao Hui and his team could not linger for long. Once Ding Mingjie entered, they promptly returned to their vehicles and withdrew to a safe distance. Governor Mai presided over the meeting, announcing the results as each candidate's votes were revealed. Ding Mingjie, true to expectations, secured his seat as a legislator, eliciting a surge of excitement within him. Following the election, the process of swearing in and speeches commenced. Shen Wanqing leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Wonderful! My senior has truly succeeded." Fang Yufan raised his teacup and, feeling a sense of relief, declared, "Uncle Huai, prepare a lavish feast. I intend to celebrate with Lao Ding." The butler responded with utmost respect, "Very well, sir. I shall make the arrangements immediately." Standing up, Fang Yufan smiled. "You all continue your conversation. I'll take a stroll on the beach." "I'll accompany you, boss," Mei Gui exclaimed, swiftly rising to follow him. Shen Wanqing chimed in with a smile. "Then let us all go together. There's nothing left to do here anyway." The three of them stepped out of the villa, meandering towards the beach. Shen Wanqing stretched her arms, exclaiming, "It's so beautiful. If only we had a yacht, we could set sail from here." Fang Yufan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that's a splendid idea. Of course. So when will you buy one?" Shen Wanqing asked expectantly. Fang Yufan pondered for a moment, then flashed a mischievous smile. "If you help me earn enough money, I'll buy a luxurious yacht to take you on an adventure." Upon hearing this, Shen Wanqing shot him a playful glare, annoyed. "You're still the same old Fang Yufan." She then burst into laughter, linking her arm with his, brimming with confidence as she asserted, "I'll definitely help you earn a fortune." Feigning surprise, Fang Yufan exclaimed, "Oh, that would be fantastic. I'll have so many things to buy, you'd better work hard." "Well, then it's up to you to impress me. Otherwise, I might just squander all your money," she teased, releasing his arm and joyfully running barefoot towards the beach. "How dare you say that? Just wait, I'll catch up with you," he retorted, chasing after her. Mei Gui watched the playful exchange, a smile gracing her face as she felt a pang of envy for Shen Wanqing's carefree spirit. That evening, in the villa's dining room, several senior executives from the company had gathered around the table. Fang Yufan raised his glass, beaming, "Let us toast to our esteemed Ding Yiyuan." Shen Wanqing, with a playful glint in her eye, lifted her glass. "Indeed, my senior is now a distinguished legislator. I toast to you." Luo Yaozu raised his glass, teasingly adding, "Ding Yiyuan, you must look after us from now on." Ding Mingjie wore a beaming smile as he raised his glass and joyfully proclaimed, "I owe my success today to our esteemed boss, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for their support during this time. I toast to all of you." The group clinked their glasses together in unison. Fang Yufan, brimming with happiness, exclaimed, "Today we are all comrades, so let us indulge freely in food and drink. We shall not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated." Upon hearing this, Ding Mingjie was the first to lift his glass, laughing, "Haha. Then we shall not hold back. It has been a while since I have seen the boss inebriated. I shall toast to the boss first." "Indeed, let us ensure he is thoroughly inebriated." Shen Wanqing clapped her hands in approval. The villa was momentarily filled with joyous laughter and a lively atmosphere. Chapter 43. A delightful sensation. The following morning, Fang Yufan descended the stairs with a beaming smile after freshening up. The previous night, the revelry had continued until the wee hours, with Ding Mingjie and Luo Yaozu succumbing to intoxication, lamenting past grievances, and shedding tears. Fang Yufan found the scene quite amusing, especially as Shen Wanqing also became inebriated and had to be escorted to her room by Mei Gui. Upon noticing Fang Yufan's arrival, the butler respectfully announced, "Sir, breakfast is ready. Shall we dine now?" Uncle Huan, are they still asleep? Not yet, sir. Very well. I shall not wait for them, and will partake in my meal first. As Fang Yufan enjoyed his breakfast, it wasn't long before Meiguei and Shun Wanqing came downstairs. You were overindulged yesterday. Thankfully, Meiguei was there. Otherwise, would you have succeeded? Fang Yufan remarked, casting a bemused glance at Shen Wanqing. If I were to take action, I would not wait until you were drunk. I would ensure your willing compliance, he replied. Shen Wanqing, filled with pride, retorted, Humph, just you wait. Meiguei chuckled softly, taking her seat and beginning her meal, remaining detached from their playful banter. Fang Yufan sighed regretfully. It's a pity Meiguei did not drink last night. Otherwise, I might have had the opportunity to take good care of you both. Hearing this, Shun Wanqing teased, then prepare your prosthetic limbs, or you may find it difficult to descend the stairs. Meiguei, displaying a hint of mischief, suggested, I could go easy on you. Seeing her humorous side, Fang Yufan bowed playfully. Ah, Meiguei, you do care for me. Then, please be gentle and disregard Wanqing's words. Shun Wanqing chimed in, Meiguei and I are good sisters. She would not harm you, but I might. So do not forget that I am a black belt. Meiguei laughed, appreciating such a delightful existence. When Ding Mingjie and Luo Yaozu finally joined them, they appeared quite sheepish. Fang Yufan jovially said, Haha, please, take a seat. The group avoided mentioning the events of the previous night. After breakfast, they moved to the garden for tea. Fang Yufan lit a cigar and remarked, Yaozu, you must expedite the cross-shareholding arrangements. If we are to proceed, let us do so on a larger scale. Register a shell company and establish cross-shareholdings with several hundred companies. I have further plans in mind. Luo Yaozu nodded. Boss, this is a simple task, merely involving some expenditure. Good. Also, Lao Ding, are you considering establishing your own law firm? Ding Mingjie chuckled, shaking his head. Boss, let us hold off on that for now. There are many matters at the company. Once things stabilize, I will reconsider. Fang Yufan encouraged, company matters can be managed. You can always recruit additional personnel. Now that you have taken this step, seize the momentum. Moreover, the company will facilitate your efforts, so do not harbor concerns. After contemplating, Ding Mingjie replied, I will follow your lead, boss. However, I will forego the law firm for now and focus more on my duties as a council member. Recently, some council members have shown curiosity towards us. I shall engage with them and, if possible, unite them. Fang Yufan looked at him with admiration. Your foresight is commendable. Henceforth, the company will allocate 5 million annually for you, which you may withdraw directly from Yaozu. If that proves insufficient, you may come to me. Ding Mingjie felt deeply moved by these words and solemnly expressed, Thank you, boss. I will not let you down. Fang Yufan waved dismissively. We are all in this together. We share both honor and disgrace. Therefore, feel free to approach me with any matters. I will remember that, boss. Ding Mingjie nodded earnestly. Luo Yaozu was equally pleased, knowing that his boss's ambitions would not cease here. Greater aspirations surely lay ahead. Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar and addressed the two. There are 2 more matters to discuss. The first is for Lao Ding to apply for a batch of firearm permits for Ah Hui and his team. Ding Mingjie nodded, boss. That is straightforward. Given our relationship with the police department, there should be no issues. Excellent. The second matter involves investigating the banks on Hong Kong Island that are up for sale. Ensure their qualifications are complete. The amount of assets is irrelevant. Our opportunity is approaching. Upon hearing this, the group felt a surge of excitement, realizing their boss had grander plans in motion. Luo Yaozu enthusiastically stated, Rest assured, boss. I will return and gather the necessary information to identify the most suitable options. Just then, Shun Wanqing emerged from the villa, playfully declaring, Fang Bapi, I am heading back to the company to earn money for you, striving to see you on a yacht soon. At this, Ding Mingjie and Luo Yaozu suppressed their laughter, rising to leave. Fang Yufan nodded. Very well, you may go. Manager Shun, please wait. I need to discuss something with you. Ding Mingjie and the others exited with smiles. Curious, Shun Wanqing approached and inquired, What is it? Fang Yufan rose and remarked, Your clothes are dirty. Where? Shun Wanqing asked, her mind racing as she anxiously checked herself. Fang Yufan, with a mischievous grin, playfully patted her rear. Right here, it is clean now. With that, he dashed back into the house. Shun Wanqing, covering her rear, felt her face flush with embarrassment, her eyes blazing with anger. You despicable Yufan, if I catch you, you will regret it. And she pursued him inside. Meiguei stifled a laugh, saying, Sister Wanqing, the boss has already fled. Shall we deal with him next time? Shin Wanqing, shaking her tiny fist, huffed. Humph, he infuriates me. Next time, I will show him. Megaway, you must protect yourself. He is quite wicked. Yes, I will certainly take care of myself. Megaway nodded vigorously. Fang Yufan, watching Shun Wanqing's car depart from his study, chuckled to himself. What a delightful sensation. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Megaway entered, her expression neutral. Boss, Sister Wanqing has left and mentioned wanting to beat you next time. She could not help but let a smile slip at the end. Fang Yufan turned to her, exuding confidence. I am quite formidable. I merely let her think she has the upper hand. Megaway observed that while her boss was physically robust, he lacked martial training, which made her chuckle inwardly, though she feigned admiration, saying, Indeed, boss is very impressive. Fang Yufan beamed. Ah, you truly have discerning taste. Megaway, unable to suppress a smile, found her boss amusing for not recognizing her sarcasm. Fang Yufan looked at her with a cheerful demeanor. You are far more beautiful than Wanqing and quite adorable as well. When Megaway heard the praises, her heart brimmed with joy. However, she still shook her head and softly remarked, Wanqing Jie is the truly beautiful one. Fang Yufan approached her, playfully pinching her little nose, and said with a smile, You should have a bit more confidence. You are the best. Startled by this sudden display of intimacy, Megaway swiftly turned and fled, exclaiming, Boss, I'm stepping out. Call me if you need anything. As she watched her dash away, he couldn't help but smile and turned his gaze back to the picturesque scenery outside. Chapter 44. The unprofitable business in the eyes of outsiders. Following the conclusion of the elections, numerous discussions arose surrounding Xianyuan Company. Within the confines of an office, a few individuals gathered. The boss remarked, I never expected they would truly succeed. If they had spent such a substantial amount of money without achieving success, it would have been a catastrophic loss. However, they will undoubtedly charge fees moving forward. Another concurred, indeed. Employing thousands of delivery personnel incurs monthly expenditures exceeding tens of millions. Even the wealthiest magnates would hesitate to subsidize such costs. The man seated in the boss's chair took a puff of his cigarette and chuckled. It's better not to support them. That way, the company can declare bankruptcy, and those delivery workers will certainly turn on their employer. The others nodded in agreement. Li Chaoran set down his newspaper and smiled. This young fellow truly managed to make it happen. I just wonder how things will unfold from here. Spending over 10 million in such a short time is quite a hefty price. Yet if the other party can pull it off, it would be commendable. Another person laughed. However, it won't be smooth sailing from here. With a delivery team of thousands, the monthly investment surpasses 10 million. Relying on just a few coffee shops to sustain these workers is simply unfeasible. Li Chaoran nodded in acknowledgement, admitting, even I lack the courage to undertake such a venture. He is still far too young. We shall see the outcome next year. Over 90% of the enterprises on Gangdao awaited news of Xianyuan's bankruptcy, and almost no one held optimism for them. The remaining 10% chose to disregard the company entirely, feeling that investing energy in such a venture was a waste. The division of Xianyuan Company progressed remarkably smoothly. Shun Wanqing, the prodigious young talent, organized the company's affairs with utmost precision, avoiding any semblance of chaos, as the delivery service was established as a separate entity. Luo Yaozu was exceedingly busy as well, with the number of delivery personnel reaching 8,000 and monthly wages exceeding 20 million. Daily data compilation kept him perpetually occupied. The financial department of Xianyuan also expanded continuously, necessitating an increase in staff for cross-auditing to prevent any discrepancies. Glancing at the reports, Shun Wanqing nodded, stating, Excellent. The packaging has been finalized, and the marketing department has commenced action. We will bypass any unwilling establishments. In the future, deliveries will prioritize those using standardized packaging. The marketing manager promptly replied, Understood, General Shun. This packaging is exquisite. Though it incurs additional costs, it remains profitable compared to previous self-delivery methods. I believe most will understand. Shen Wanqing, with a serious expression, responded, Yes, you have 1 week to complete the organization and distribute the packaging according to the payment sequence. Not a problem. With the cooperation of the delivery personnel, I am confident we will succeed. Wonderful, go ahead and arrange it. After the others departed, Shen Wanqing picked up a document and inquired, Luo supervisor, how much capital do we have remaining? How many stores remain unencumbered? Luo Yaozu replied directly, Currently, we have 83 stores. With the assistance of the delivery personnel, we sell 680,000 cups of coffee daily, averaging over 8,000 cups per store. Given the varying prices, the average profit per cup is 2 yuan, resulting in a daily profit of 1.36 million. Currently, we have 8 million in cash and 23 unencumbered stores. As he spoke, he couldn't help but admire the boss. They had only just begun, and many stores had not been open long. Otherwise, they wouldn't need loans to keep pace with development. If this data were to reach other companies, they would likely be left dumbfounded. In their eyes, a supposedly unprofitable enterprise was generating tens of millions in monthly profits. Even some conglomerates worth billions might struggle to maintain such income levels. Shun Wanqing nodded, contemplating. Very well. Contact the bank to continue expanding our stores. Our market share is still only in the low teens. We must expand further and secure funds promptly. Luo Yaozu confidently assured. No issue. I will reach out to the bank, and the funds will be in place within 2 days. Once the others had exited, Shun Wanqing expressed her delight. The company was finally accelerating on the fast track. Once these new stores opened, the company's profits would suffice to continue expansion, allowing them to repay the loans within 6 months. Especially upon reviewing the splendid reports, a smile of excitement graced her face. She was eager to witness the expressions of those companies that had mocked them upon seeing these reports. Fang Yufan sipped tea in his villa, observing the nearby sparring among a few individuals. Chao Hui teased, Haha, Chenjun, can you handle this? You haven't managed to take down Yang Yao yet. Chenjun retorted, Come on, Huige, spare me the sarcastic remarks. Yang Yao paused to wipe his sweat, laughing, Haha, I believe we're better suited for a 2-on-1 match. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take to determine a victor. Others echoed his sentiment. Chenjun grinned mischievously. Yao Ge, let us take on Huige first, just to silence his mockery. Sounds good. Let us do it. Yang Yao declared as he charged forward. Chao Hui exclaimed, Hey, what is this? An ambush? Watch me. Fang Yufan observed their skirmish and nodded. They truly embodied the prowess of elite warriors, their movements unstructured yet decisive, with no wasted actions. After sipping his tea, he smiled at Mei Gue. From now on, you should stay by my side and avoid engaging with them. Injuries would be troublesome. Upon hearing her boss's jest, Mei Gue's lips curled into a smile, and she nodded. Yes, I'll accompany you, boss. Haha, such a good girl, Fang Yufan replied with joy. The butler approached, holding an invitation, and respectfully announced, Sir, someone just delivered an invitation. HSBC is hosting a charity gala in a week. Fang Yufan, upon hearing this, took the invitation and remarked, A small fry like me has received an invitation? After glancing at it, he realized it was from Shun Zhou and handed it back, saying, All right, remind me when the time comes. The butler accepted the invitation, saying, Sir, shall I arrange for a tailor to make you a few suits? Must it be such a hassle? Fine, go ahead, and also have a few made for Mei Gue. Understood, sir. I'll take care of it. After the butler left, Mei Gue shyly inquired, Boss, do I need one too? Fang Yufan gazed at her and said, Indeed, in the future, if such an occasion arises, you must accompany me. However, if you prefer not to enter, you need not dress accordingly. Upon hearing this, Mei Gue promptly nodded and replied, Then I shall heed the boss's advice. With a chuckle, she added, It will certainly prove useful in the future. To be honest, I am not particularly fond of attending gatherings. Let us simply observe. And if it proves to be uninteresting, we shall take our leave. Chapter 45. The mermaid Hui Feng Shenzhou sat in his office, perusing documents. Opposite him, a department manager reported, Chairman, based on the cash flow of Xianyuan Company, I estimate that the company is not as the rumors suggest. I believe this is a company with significant potential. Shenzhou set down the document, lifted a nearby coffee cup to take a sip, and a thoughtful smile graced his face. Interesting, but this information must remain confidential. I would genuinely like to witness the expressions of those who doubt it. If this leaks, you may submit your resignation. Rest assured, Chairman, I will ensure that this remains under wraps, and the lower management is unaware. They will not jeopardize the bank's reputation. Hearing his subordinate's assurance, Shenzhou nodded and said, All right, you may return to your duties. Please call Manager Zhang to come in. Understood. Zhang Jun, upon hearing that the chairman was requesting him, hurried directly to the office on the top floor. Chairman, you called for me? With a smile, Shenzhou replied, Please, have a seat. Update me on the loan situation with Xianyuan Company. Zhang Jun felt a wave of anxiety, but, Seeing the chairman in good spirits, he relaxed slightly. He began, "Currently, the loan stands at 260 million. The other party has just proposed using 23 shops as collateral for a 50 million loan, which I have yet to approve. However, their assets are all of high quality, and when considering brand value, it definitely exceeds 400 million. Shenzhou listened without interrupting, and once Zhang finished his report, he pondered for a moment before stating, "Authorize an unsecured credit limit of 500 million Hong Kong dollars for them." Initially apprehensive upon seeing the chairman deep in thought, Zhang Jun was taken aback by the generous credit limit. "Chairman, isn't that amount excessively high? Even some wealthy individuals don't possess such resources." Shenzhou waved his hand, cutting him off with a smile. "Just follow my instructions. Fang Sheng is worth this investment. Have him notify me when he visits next." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun's mind raced with thoughts, and he replied earnestly, "Understood, Chairman. I will inform them right away. I am sure Fang Sheng will be eager to meet with you." "Haha, excellent. Now, you may return to your tasks." After Zhang Jun left the office, his mind buzzed with speculation about what unknown matters were unfolding within. Regardless, he thought to himself, "I shall notify them. The better Fang Sheng does, the more opportunities arise for me." With a beaming expression, he returned to his office and promptly called Xian Yuan Company. Luo Yaozu, upon hearing the details of the call, was momentarily stunned, but quickly grasped the implications. Silently admiring Shun Zhou's audacity, he rose and headed to the manager's office. Upon hearing his report, Shun Wanqing tapped her fingers on the desk and, after a moment, declared, "In that case, we cannot afford to waste any resources. You should go directly to the villa to report to the boss, but inform him that the company's future plans require 300 million, and he may use the remaining 200 million as he sees fit." Luo Yaozu smiled and replied, "I will certainly convey your message, Manager Shun." With that, he left with a grin. Both he and Ding Mingjie were aware of the subtle flirtation between the two, yet they considered such romantic entanglements quite natural. Should it blossom, they would be genuinely pleased. Fang Yufan welcomed Luo Yaozu with a smile, inviting him to sit. "Boss, I just received a call from Manager Zhang at HSBC, informing us of a 500 million unsecured loan offer. He also mentioned that Shenzhou holds a favorable view of Fang Sheng and wishes to meet him next time he visits." Fang Yufan responded with a chuckle, "I did not expect them to be so audacious. It certainly aligns with Shenzhou's approach." Luo Yaozu nodded. "It seems we must expedite the bank acquisition. Otherwise, our financial situation will be an open secret." Fang Yufan, fully aware of the situation, replied nonchalantly, "We shall proceed methodically. Let us keep the bank matters discreet to avoid attracting outside attention. This way, we can catch them off guard." "Understood, boss. We discussed it and are preparing to enlist a third-party firm for the acquisition to eliminate direct dealings." "Good idea. Let us proceed with that. Does Manager Shin have any further instructions?" Luo Yaozu chuckled. "You guessed correctly, boss. Manager Shin indicated that the company's future plans necessitate 300 million, while the rest is at your discretion." Fang Yufan laughed heartily. "Haha, she seems to underestimate my abilities. Moreover, given the company's current pace, we hardly require 300 million. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and said, "Very well, let us allocate 300 million. I certainly do not need that much. You contact them, and we shall proceed tomorrow, which conveniently allows us to execute a maneuver." "Yes." Luo Yaozu promptly reached out to HSBC from the villa. Fang Yufan lit a cigar, feeling quite elated. He had not anticipated such a financial boon coming his way. Although the interest was substantial, it paled in comparison to the projected profits. Acquiring 200 million from Kowloon Warehouse was uncertain, but it was worth a try. If successful, he would possess over 300 million in shares, leading to earnings in the billions within half a year. Contemplating the future profits filled him with joy. After finalizing the arrangements, Luo Yaozu reported back and then drove back to the company. Fang Yufan stretched and said, "Mei Gui, would you like to join me for a swim on the rooftop?" "I'll pass. I'll just stay here with the boss." Fang Yufan grinned mischievously. "That won't he do? Come on, there are no outsiders up there, and it's perfectly private. No one will see us." With that, he headed towards the room. Mei Gui hurriedly followed, feeling an undeniable rush of nerves. Fang Yufan changed into swim trunks and donned a robe before heading to the rooftop. The sun shone brightly, and the pool's water temperature was just right. After swimming a few laps, he noticed Mei Gui had yet to join him. Just as disappointment began to set in, a beautiful woman clad in a bathrobe appeared. Upon seeing her, Fang Yufan's eyes lit up as he cheerfully exclaimed, "The water is delightful. Hurry up." With a slight blush, Mei Gui slowly shed her bathrobe. Her skin, luminous in the sunlight, was almost blinding. Observing his reaction, she felt a twinge of pride as she stepped into the pool, gracefully gliding through the water. Fang Yufan, captivated by the enchanting figure resembling a mermaid, teased, "I'm coming," and promptly swam after her. "Ah, don't you dare catch me," Mei Gui called out, swiftly swimming away while occasionally splashing water playfully. The two delightedly frolicked in the swimming pool, thoroughly enjoying their time together. After playing for a while, the two of them lay on the shore, laughter bubbling forth. Fang Yufan remarked, "In the future, if we visit the seaside, it would be best if you refrain from wearing this. I wish to keep the view to myself." Rose felt a delightful warmth in her heart and nodded earnestly, saying, "Yes, I shall heed your advice." Fang Yufan suppressed the fluttering in his heart and smiled, suggesting, "Let us recline on the chairs for a moment." Chapter 46. Meeting the chairman of HSBC. Fang Yufan reclined in his chair, watching as Mei Gui draped a towel over her body, feigning regret. "Ah, how perfect. Why hide it?" With a playful giggle, she added, "Sister Wanqing advised me to be cautious around you." At this moment, Mei Gui appeared more relaxed, joking and laughing. Fang Yufan chuckled, pouring himself a glass of wine, and with a resigned expression remarked, "You should keep your distance from her. She will teach you how to oppose me." Mei Gui covered her mouth and laughed softly. Her gaze lingered on the man beside her, filled with tenderness, though it was quickly concealed as she picked up a cigar, skillfully lit it, and offered it to him. Fang Yufan accepted the cigar, took a puff, and said, "In just over a month, it will be the new year. I'll give you time off to go home." Upon hearing this, Mei Gui shook her head without hesitation. "I want to be going back." She then curiously inquired, "Boss, are you going home for the new year?" Fang Yufan exhaled a plume of smoke and shook his head. "There's no one left in my family. I am all alone. I sold the house when I left, so this place is my home now." Mei Gui did not expect her boss to be an orphan, and a pang of sympathy arose within her, as she softly said, "I'm sorry, boss, I didn't know. Women are inherently emotional, regardless of their strength." Fang Yufan waved his hand dismissively. "Haha, it's all right. I'm used to it, and besides, it's quite pleasant now that I have you all around. I don't feel lonely at all." Hearing him regard her as family, Mei Gui smiled brightly. "Yes, I will always be here with you." Fang Yufan looked at her, visibly moved, and said, "I'm truly touched. Come, let me give you a hug." Seeing him getting playful again, Mei Gui stood up and put on her robe, saying, "I'll go change first. I'll be right back." With that, she dashed away. "Hey, don't run. Aren't you worried about leaving me here alone?" "Not at all," Mei Gui's voice echoed from the staircase. Fang Yufan leaned back in his chair, chuckling, taking a puff of his cigar while gazing at the sea below. In the office of the chairman of HSBC, Shenzhou regarded the young man before him with admiration, smiling as he said, "Fang Sheng, I have always been keeping an eye on you. Unfortunately, I was too preoccupied with matters to meet you earlier." Fang Yufan replied with a beaming smile, "I should have visited you sooner, Chairman Shen, but as a newcomer, I was concerned about being an unwarranted disturbance." "Haha. The whole of Hong Kong has underestimated you, Fang Sheng. If it weren't for my staff's diligence in compiling reports and discovering your company's transactions, I'd still be in the dark," Shenzhou remarked. Fang Yufan raised his teacup, took a sip, and shook his head with a smile. "Chairman Shen, you are a true sage. Otherwise, you wouldn't have granted me such a substantial unsecured loan." Upon hearing this, a hint of pride illuminated Shenzhou's face, and his heart swelled with joy. While everyone else in Hong Kong misjudged Fang Yufan, he alone had seen the truth from the beginning. This joy was beyond expression, comparable to outsmarting countless intelligent individuals. The admiration in his eyes deepened. The calm and collected demeanor of Fang Yufan had already placed him among many affluent individuals. He dared say that he was unique among the younger generation. With anticipation, he added, "Fang Sheng, I look forward to the moment you take the stage, shaking the entire Hong Kong." Fang Yufan recognized it was time to take his leave, standing confidently as he said, "That day is not far off. Chairman Shen, I won't interrupt your work any longer. Thank you once more for your support." Shenzhou rose and presented a business card, smiling. "Fang Sheng, here is my card. Let us go fishing together sometime." Fang Yufan accepted it with both hands and respectfully offered his own card, beaming, "Of course, I look forward to our next meeting, Chairman Shen." Upon exiting the office, Xiao Hui and Mei Gue followed him to the credit department. Fang Yufan wore a smile. Although he possessed a system, he had not grown arrogant. Moreover, the other party had consistently expressed sincerity, deserving of respect. Luo Yaozu and Zhang Jun had completed the necessary formalities and quickly stood up as he returned. Boss, you can sign now. Fang Yufan smiled. Thank you, Manager Zhang. Please summon Manager Yu as well. His assistance will be needed. Zhang Jun, visibly delighted, replied, certainly, Fang Sheng. I'll call him right away. Knowing that Fang Yufan was about to purchase stocks, he was naturally thrilled, eagerly anticipating the profits from the stock sales. Manager Yu arrived promptly. Extending a warm handshake, Fang Sheng, what are your plans this time? Fang Yufan smiled. Manager Yu, I'd like to invest in Kowloon Warehouse, 200 million. If it proves impossible to acquire, the remaining funds will go towards purchasing Jining properties. As always, confidentiality is paramount. Upon hearing the 200 million for Kowloon Warehouse, Yu Jun's heart skipped a beat, realizing the challenge ahead, but he felt relieved upon hearing the latter part. Jining stocks were relatively easy to procure. With a serious expression, he inquired, is there a deadline, Fang Sheng? Fang Yufan pondered for a moment and replied, 2 months to purchase Kowloon Warehouse stocks. If we still cannot achieve it, we will purchase Jining properties instead. Hearing the 2-month time frame, Yu Jun revealed a confident smile. Fang Sheng, 2 months is completely feasible. I am confident we can acquire all of Kowloon Warehouse. Haha, excellent. Thank you, Manager Yu. Once sold, I will ensure a satisfactory reward for everyone, Fang Yufan expressed, delighted at the prospect of acquiring it all. After completing the various contracts, he departed. Outside HSBC, Luo Yaozu respectfully stated, Boss, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Be safe on your way back. Fang Yufan smiled as he reminded him, then got into his car. Mei Gue sat beside him in the back seat. Donned in a tailored suit that accentuated her stunning beauty, drawing countless gazes wherever she went. No one would suspect she was a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. Gazing out the window, she contemplated what to do next, noting an increase in her ratings, wondering if it was due to purchasing the villa. She decided to wait a month before making any decisions. With such thoughts, they returned to the villa. Ji Xinghua respectfully remarked, Sir, lunch is ready. Would you prefer to dine now or later? After exiting the car, upon hearing his words, Fang Yufan smiled. Let us eat now. We'll go to the restaurant. With that, he and Mei Gue headed to the dining area. At the outset, he called out to Cao Hui and the others to dine together. However, after a few meals, they declared that they would partake in their meals separately, opting instead for work lunches. The primary reason was their hearty appetites and the lavish spread of dishes, which made it difficult to relax in the company of the boss. Ultimately, only Mei Gue was compelled to stay behind by Fang Yufan, leading to their daily meals being shared exclusively between the two of them. Chapter 47. The HSBC Charity Gala. The HSBC Charity Gala was held at the Haitian Hotel, where a throng of reporters had already gathered outside, their cameras flashing incessantly as they captured the affluent and illustrious attendees. Dressed in a stunning evening gown, Mei Gue exuded an extraordinary beauty, complemented by her subtle makeup. Fang Yufan, attired in a well-tailored suit, appeared tall and distinguished. Once they were ready, they promptly entered the waiting vehicle. As they settled into the car, Fang Yufan turned to the enchanting lady beside him and remarked, You look even more beautiful today. Mei Gue felt a surge of sweetness in her heart and smiled playfully. You look quite handsome yourself, boss. With a chuckle, he replied, Today, you shall remain by my side, lest I fear many will see you and be rendered speechless. He teased her throughout the journey, and before long, they arrived at their destination. As Mei Gue gracefully extended her hand to Fang Yufan's, they alighted from the vehicle, only to be met with a flurry of flashes from cameras. Though it was his first experience, Fang Yufan remained composed, having prepared himself mentally. In contrast, Mei Gue felt a pang of nervousness. However, recalling the tumultuous times she had faced, this scene seemed trivial. With a radiant smile, she linked her arm with Fang Yufan's, and together they ventured inside. How stunning. Which star is that? One onlooker whispered. I don't know. I've never seen her before. She is simply breathtaking. Another responded, while a third noted, that young man possesses quite the charm. I wonder which affluent family he belongs to. Outside, many were captivated by Mei Gue's beauty. Fang Yufan presented their invitation to the doorman, and they were ushered inside by a server. Within the grand hall, numerous guests engaged in conversation and wine tasting. Turning their heads to gaze at the striking couple, Fang Yufan recognized none of the attendees, so he simply took a glass of wine and retreated to a corner. Megaway is performing remarkably, he commented. Megaway playfully stuck out her tongue and whispered, I learned it all from television. Fang Yufan chuckled at her adorable demeanor and surveyed the crowd with a sip of his drink. Shen Wanqing, arm in arm with Shen Juanxiang, was chatting with others when she noticed Fang Yufan's arrival. Daddy, my friend is here. I'll go greet her, she said softly. Shen Juanxiang, having observed the young man, smiled and replied, Go ahead. Megaway, you look so beautiful. Wanqing exclaimed. It's you who is truly beautiful, Megaway responded. Fang Yufan, sipping his drink, remarked, Indeed, both of you possess your own unique charms. With an air of pride, Wanqing replied, Well, at least you know how to flatter. She then took Megaway's hand and said, There are delicious treats over there. Let us go indulge. Fang Yufan grinned mischievously. You arrive and steal my companion. Then you too shall accompany me. He playfully wrapped his arm around Wanqing's waist as they strolled away. You greedy rascal. If it weren't for the occasion, I'd show you the might of my black belt, Wanqing retorted, giving him a playful twist at his waist. Though it did not hurt, Fang Yufan feigned surrender. Oh, brave warrior, spare me. There are so many eyes upon us. I must maintain my dignity. Wanqing giggled with pride. Hee, it's good that you understand. Megaway beamed at the playful banter, and the trio stood in the corner, enjoying desserts. Many young onlookers envied Fang Yufan, speculating about the identity of the man who could attract two such lovely companions. The gala had drawn not only the affluent of Hong Kong, but also tycoons from Nanyang and Maojiang, ensuring that no one dared to act recklessly. Otherwise, given the nature of those wealthy youths, someone would have surely made a scene by now. As Fang Yufan jested with the two ladies, he remained vigilant, observing the crowd. Soon, the lights dimmed, and a spotlight illuminated the stage, where a middle-aged man stood with a microphone, his face radiant with joy. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Thank you all for attending the annual HSBC Charity Gala. After his opening remarks, he continued, Now, let us welcome Mr. Shinzhou, the chairman of HSBC, to deliver a speech. Applause erupted throughout the hall as Shinzhou approached the podium, humorously recounting HSBC's achievements over the past year. Following his address, guests took their seats as the auction commenced. Why, Fang, I am going to join my father now. See you later, Wanqing whispered. All right, go ahead, Fang Yufan replied with a smile. Then he and Megaway found a corner to sit. As Megaway nestled against him, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. She cherished this intimate connection with Fang Yufan, feeling utterly at ease. Let me know if you see something you like. I shall buy it for you, Fang Yufan whispered in her ear. Megaway's cheeks flushed as she replied softly, I don't want anything. I am content just to be by your side. Fang Yufan found her adorably charming and smiled, saying, Then you shall stay with me always. As the two exchanged sweet nothings, the auction proceeded without any confrontations. All bids were made symbolically, and no one was foolish enough to engage in malicious competition over their desired items. The auction concluded in a harmonious atmosphere, with Fang Yufan spending several million on two necklaces, one for Shen Wanqing and the other for Megaway. Seated in the car, Shen Juanxiang observed his daughter's radiant expression and jested, We should invite that young man over for dinner sometime. Upon hearing her father's remark, Wanqing replied with a hint of pride, I won't invite him. I earn money for him every day. This shall be his compensation. Amused by his daughter's playful contradiction, Shen Juanxiang chuckled, Well, in that case, I shall have to teach him a lesson. Wanqing pouted, You're joking. P.S. Quite remarkable, and all the development strategies for the company were proposed by him. Soon you shall see. Remarkable yet referred to as a fool's company. Many are skeptical about you too, and you have been underestimated as well, he teased. Just wait until their jaws drop. You'll see. Wanqing retorted confidently. Shen Juanxiang smiled at his daughter. Haha. I shall eagerly anticipate that. Upon returning to the villa, Fang Yufan cheerfully announced, Everyone, please rest early. Yes, boss, replied Cao Hui and the others respectfully. Megaway ascended to the third floor, holding a gift, and with a hint of hesitation remarked, Boss, this is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it. Fang Yufan gazed at her, unable to resist wrapping his arms around her delicate waist, teasingly saying, It is not extravagant at all. I find its worth to be rather meager. You deserve something far better. Megaway's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and this time she made no attempt to escape. Enveloped in the man's intoxicating scent, she felt herself succumbing to his allure. Chapter 48 The 20 000. Person delivery team. The following morning, Fang Yufan stretched lazily, gazing at the sleeping Mei Gui beside him, unable to resist bestowing a gentle kiss upon her. Mei Gui stirred slightly, refraining from opening her eyes, her heart fluttering with a profound sense of shyness. Observing her feigned slumber, Fang Yufan chuckled softly, choosing not to tease her further, and rose to attend to his morning routine in the bathroom. Once assured he was alone, Mei Gui, reflecting on the events of the previous night, cocooned herself in the blanket, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of happiness. However, the realization of her role as merely a bodyguard washed over her, leading to a twinge of melancholy. With caution, she slid out of bed, donned her clothes, and made her way back to her own room with some difficulty. Upon completing his ablutions, Fang Yufan emerged to find the room empty, with only the impressions left on the bed to attest to the previous night's intimacy. He promptly proceeded to the guest room, rapping lightly on the door. Mei Gui answered, her head bowed as she greeted him with a soft, "Boss." Noticing her demeanor, Fang Yufan stepped inside, wrapping his arms around her playfully. "From now on, you may call me Fang Ge." Mei Gui glanced up, sensing the affection in his gaze, her face brightening with a joyful smile. "But I am older than you." With a playful exclamation, she covered her blushing cheeks, her embarrassment evident. Fang Yufan, grinning mischievously, teased, "Will you call me that or not?" Leaning into his embrace, Mei Gui whispered, "Fang Ge." "Very good," he replied with a chuckle. "You should rest well in your room today. I shall have the servants bring breakfast to you." Hearing his considerate words, Mei Gui nodded obediently. "Thank you, Fang Ge." After descending the stairs, Fang Yufan instructed the butler, "Huang Shu, please arrange for breakfast to be delivered to Mei Gui." "Of course, sir," Ji Xinghua replied with a smile. "I will make the arrangements right away." Following breakfast, Fang Yufan settled onto the sofa, sipping tea while perusing the newspaper. The pages featured photographs from the charity gala held the previous night, yet his own image was conspicuously absent, likely due to his relative obscurity, though he deemed this preferable. After scanning the paper for notable events, he set it aside and stepped outside. Spotting Chao Hui seated nearby, he remarked, "Ah Hui, I have no plans today. Feel free to go out and explore." Upon hearing his boss's words, Chao Hui dashed over, "Boss, it's quite all right. We've already formed groups to check on everyone's progress. A Yao and a Chang's teams have gone out." Fang Yufan smiled. "Very well, then you may proceed as you see fit. I shall head upstairs." With that, he ascended to the third floor. Once the funds for Xianyuan Company were secured, Shun Wanqing dispatched personnel to negotiate the acquisition of the selected storefronts. Under the weight of financial persuasion, the process unfolded with remarkable ease. The demand for coffee among the residents of Gangdao was staggering, with statistics indicating a daily consumption of no less than 5 million cups. Despite their impressive sales of nearly 700,000 cups each day, this remained insufficient. Without the assistance of a delivery team, achieving a comprehensive presence in Gangdao would conservatively require around 800 coffee shops. Fortunately, the current need stood at merely 300 locations, necessitating approximately 600 million in funding, as Fang Yufan's principle was to acquire the shops collectively. Shun Wanqing exhibited no resistance to this strategy. Rather, she found it commendable, recognizing the potential profits that would accrue as property values in Gangdao appreciated. With the cooperation of numerous personnel, the acquisition proceeded smoothly, and renovations and recruitment were progressing in an orderly fashion. The newspaper consistently featured recruitment advertisements. Observers noted with confusion that Xianyuan Company continued to expand, contrary to expectations of its impending bankruptcy. Instead, new storefronts opened daily, and the delivery team grew ever larger. In a tea house, patrons engaged in conversation. An elderly gentleman, scanning the newspaper, commented, "Incredible. The paper states that Xianyuan Company now employs 20,000 delivery personnel. That must be a fortune. My neighbor's child works for them, and sometimes earns 3,000 yuan a month." Indeed, I've heard that too. They are compensated based on their output. As long as they fulfill their duties diligently, they are paid per delivery. At that moment, Fang Yufan sat in the study of his villa, listening to reports from his subordinates. Chen Junkai respectfully stated, "Boss, we currently have 20,000 delivery employees, with over 100 storefronts undergoing renovations. Once these shops open, our current workforce will suffice. Any additional hires may lead to overcrowding." Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar and nodded, "Then let us pause recruitment for now. We will reassess our expansion plans once all stores are operational. Hearing the approval from his boss, Chun Junkai breathed a sigh of relief. Managing a 20,000 strong workforce was no small feat, with monthly payrolls reaching 50 to 60 million. Thankfully, personnel were allocated in groups, alleviating some management challenges. Fang Yufan inquired, "Has there been any disorder among the staff?" Shin Junkai promptly responded, "None at all. While there were instances of certain gangs harassing our delivery personnel, the team leaders swiftly intervened, and such incidents have not recurred. Your foresight has proven invaluable, boss." His expression brightened with excitement. After all, the gangs in Gangdao were not to be trifled with, yet they now kept their distance. Fang Yufan nodded in satisfaction, noting that the staff were organized in groups of 20, 10 groups forming a team, and 10 teams comprising a brigade. Under the leadership of seasoned veterans, the teams exhibited remarkable unity, and the delivery personnel were eager to band together, having previously faced harassment from gangs. Now, emboldened by their newfound strength, they were no longer easy targets for intimidation. Thus, when a situation arose, the brigade leader's call would summon an impressive force of 2,000 individuals wielding steel pipes, deterring any gang from instigating conflict. The gangs, motivated by profit, recognized that engaging in a confrontation would result in financial losses. After a few skirmishes, an understanding of mutual non-aggression was established. As Xianyuan Company continued its expansion, the public was left to speculate about the extent of its financial resources, hesitating to provoke them. Fang Yufan took another puff of his cigar, smiling as he remarked, "We must closely monitor employee benefits to avoid any missteps." Luo Yaozu nodded, "Rest assured, boss. Each store manager posts the daily workload for every employee, allowing for immediate feedback on any issues. Only once confirmed will we proceed with payroll, ensuring accuracy." "That is reassuring. You may return to your duties. Feel free to reach out to me as needed." "Understood, boss. We shall take our leave." With that, the two of them rose and exited the room. Fang Yufan leaned back in his chair, savoring a cigar. Chen Junkai, recruited through a headhunter, proved to be quite competent. Moreover, he effectively managed the team under his command, alleviating any concerns regarding disloyalty. Rising from his seat, he strolled to the window, gazing at the distant scenery. Sighing, he reflected on the impending new year, marveling at how swiftly time had elapsed. It seemed that tomorrow would bring another settlement. He pondered what it might entail this time. Chapter 49. The development strategy of the delivery company. After enjoying dinner, Fang Yufan summoned Chao Hui and the others to the hall. With a smile, he remarked, "In half a month, the new year will be upon us. You should take a break and go home to visit your families. Return after the holiday." Upon hearing this, Chao Hui glanced at the others and replied with a grin, "Boss, we've already discussed it. We will return home in shifts for the new year. However, since we have just arrived this year, there is no need to go back too soon. We will start rotating next year." Having previously spoken to Fang Yufan about this, he had privately conferred with the others. Mei Guo directly stated, "Wherever you go, I shall follow." Her eyes radiated deep affection. Chao Hui and the others exchanged smiles at Mei Guo's declaration. Fang Yufan took her hand, guiding her to sit down, and said, "All right, from now on, we shall always be together." Mei Guo nodded happily, but as she noticed the others watching her, she shyly lowered her head. Observing her bashfulness, Fang Yufan chuckled, "Haha, very well. Hui, let's proceed as you all have discussed. You may go rest now." "Understood, boss. We won't delay your rest any longer," the group replied cheerfully as they departed. Mei Guo's face turned crimson as she softly complained, "It's all your fault. They are all teasing me." Fang Yufan playfully pinched her cheek and replied with a mischievous grin, "All right, blame me then. I shall go upstairs and make amends." With that, he pulled her upstairs, both of them laughing together. A night of delightful dreams ensued. The next morning, as he awakened, the system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Based on the host's January performance, the rating is C. Please select one reward from the options below. Intermediate fighting technique, 50 million Hong Kong dollars. Increase in personal space by 5 cubic meters. Upon hearing the rewards, Fang Yufan did not rush to claim them. Instead, he glanced at Mei Guo, who was watching him. He smiled and kissed her lightly, teasing, "Why are you awake so early?" With a joyful expression, Mei Guo nestled against him, saying, "I have rested quite well." "Is that so? Then let us have an early lesson first." After a refreshing shower, Fang Yufan clenched his fists, feeling a significant surge in his strength, which filled him with joy. He unhesitatingly chose the intermediate fighting technique as his reward. He lacked neither money nor space, so enhancing his abilities was paramount. After a month, he had fully absorbed the basic genetic medicine, tripling his physical capabilities. However, upon claiming the intermediate fighting technique, another wave of energy surged within him, fortifying his skills. Every move had solidified into muscle memory, and he felt an extraordinary strength coursing through him, though he was unsure of its exact measure. Observing his reflection in the mirror, his sculpted physique pleased him, and he donned a bathrobe before stepping out. Upon his emergence, Megue's face flushed, especially at the sight of his muscular form. She shyly urged, "Quickly put on some clothes, or you'll catch a chill." Fang Yufan playfully replied, "You're shy despite seeing me every day." Embarrassed, Megue retorted, "You're incorrigible. Breakfast is ready. I'll wait for you downstairs." With that, she hurried away. Fang Yufan chuckled, changed his attire, and leisurely made his way to the dining area. As the year drew to a close, in the conference room of Xianyuan Company, Fang Yufan sat at the head of the table, attentively listening to Shen Wanqing's report on the company's status. "Boss, after over 4 months of development, we now have 384 employees, 245 operational cafes, and 55 more under renovation. Our daily revenue stands at 11.83 million. Once all 300 stores are operational after the new year, we expect to exceed 13 million in daily earnings." Listening to the impressive figures, Fang Yufan nodded in satisfaction. The company's net profit had reached 20, translating to over 2 million in daily profits, or around 60 to 70 million monthly. Next, Chen Junkai reported on the delivery service. "Currently, half of the businesses on Hong Kong Island have chosen us for their deliveries. We now have 20,000 delivery personnel, handling 700,000 orders daily, with this number steadily increasing. Since we have not imposed any fees, our main profit derives from the packaging, yielding a profit of $1 Hong Kong per bag, generating 800,000 to 1 million in daily income, although we are still operating at a loss." Fang Yufan smiled and inquired, "What are your thoughts on the future profitability of our delivery service?" Chen Junkai perked up and eagerly responded, "Boss, I believe that while maintaining our no-fee policy, we should innovate in software. The current ordering process is still too complex. If we could develop a dedicated ordering application, it would facilitate both merchants and our logistical services, allowing us to charge a software fee to enhance profitability." Fang Yufan silently acknowledged his insight. He had clearly put thought into this. "Your suggestion is commendable, but can we achieve this with our current technological capabilities?" Chen Junkai replied earnestly, "I have contacted some classmates in research, and they are quite interested in this project. While we may not achieve perfection, discussions with them have led me to believe we could improve efficiency by 50. Additionally, I propose establishing a dedicated platform for ordering, where we compile the specialties of various restaurants on Hong Kong Island, allowing customers to contact us directly without needing to reach out to individual establishments." The attendees in the conference room nodded in agreement, recognizing the convenience his proposal would bring. Fang Yufan grew increasingly impressed with Chen Junkai. In the absence of established enterprises to emulate, his ability to devise such strategies spoke volumes about his capabilities. Once he concluded, Fang Yufan addressed the group. "What are your thoughts?" After some contemplation, Shen Wanqing responded, "Mr. Chen's plan is quite promising, but if we create a platform for users to place orders, how will we handle instances of order cancellations? Will the company need to cover the costs, since restaurants will not bear that responsibility?" This indeed posed a dilemma, and all eyes turned to Chen Junkai, awaiting his response. Chen Junkai spoke with unwavering confidence, stating, "Indeed, General Manager Shen has made a valid point. This issue is undeniably significant. Therefore, I intend to engage in discussions regarding pricing with the willing establishments, perhaps negotiating discounts of 60 or 80%. This would allow us to secure a certain profit margin. While the occurrence of order cancellations is unavoidable, such minor losses are inconsequential. Of course, we cannot dismiss the possibility of individuals maliciously creating trouble for us. However, our delivery personnel are dispersed throughout Guangdao, with representatives nearly everywhere. Should the situation of order cancellations escalate in the future, we can easily dispatch nearby couriers to verify the circumstances. The time lost in this process would not exceed 10 minutes, after which we can confirm and collect the payment for the meal, subsequently reporting back to the platform and initiating the order for delivery. Chapter 50. Methods to generate profit. As Chun Junkai elucidated his ideas, Fang Yufan took a delicate sip from his teacup, contemplating the implications of his words. While it may incur a certain waste of time, it indeed presented a commendable notion at this juncture. Shun Wanqing interjected, "This approach is rather sound, but are those restaurants willing to offer us discounts?" With a confident smile, Chun Junkai responded, "Given our scale, if we facilitate a restaurant, its daily revenue could potentially triple or even more. If we take a median value and assist them in doubling their sales, excluding those who dine in or order directly, the remainder." His words illuminated the understanding among the group. Currently, restaurant profits hover around 50 to 60% or even more. By merely sacrificing a fraction of that, they could significantly enhance their profits. It was unlikely anyone would decline such an offer. Luo Yaozu nodded in agreement, stating, "If that is the case, this plan is indeed very feasible. However, the complexity of personnel allocation will increase, as it could easily lead to accounting confusion and disputes with merchants." Chun Junkai pondered this, acknowledging that once the platform was established, overlapping personnel during busy pickup times could lead to errors. Observing the thoughtful expressions of his colleagues, Fang Yufan smiled and remarked, "Your insights are commendable. Any plan is refined through continuous deliberation until it reaches execution." As their leader spoke, everyone turned their attention towards him, eager to discover if he had an even more brilliant idea. Seeing their anticipatory expressions, he smiled and directly stated, "Mr. Chen's plan can be regarded as the developmental trajectory for our delivery company. With the advancement of technology, these issues will eventually be resolved. However, for now, we must rely on human operation. Therefore, let us pause the platform construction and focus first on the software issues you mentioned. This could potentially enhance efficiency by 50%, and through ongoing upgrades, could we not aim for 100% or even several 100%? When that time comes, launching the platform for meal ordering would be far more effortless." Chun Junkai nodded in agreement, realizing he may have been too hasty. Taking a step-by-step approach might indeed be the wisest choice. The others concurred with nods, recognizing that the company had achieved remarkable results in just a few months since its establishment. It was essential to stabilize the foundation before progressing further. Fang Yufan took another sip of tea and smiled, saying, "I understand your determination to turn losses into profits. However, there are myriad ways to generate revenue. You must broaden your perspectives and view the issues from outside the box." Shen Wanqing's eyes sparkled with realization, aware that her boss's thoughts often soared beyond the ordinary, and she eagerly anticipated his ingenious ideas. Fang Yufan rose and approached the map behind him, tapping it with a pointer as he declared, "We plan to open 300 stores on Gangdao, so I will divide it into 300 zones." The group nodded in unison, their minds actively analyzing alongside their leader's discourse. These 300 zones encapsulated the entirety of Gangdao. How many businesses do you think operate within each zone? Companies, nightclubs, bars, don't they often require advertising? Shen Wanqing's thoughts crystallized instantly as she gazed at Fang Yufan, her excitement piqued by his unfathomable reasoning. Chun Junkai slapped his thigh, realizing the implications, and exclaiming, "Boss, this idea is brilliant. If we allow delivery personnel to display advertisements, charging by headcount or area, this could yield a substantial sum." Luo Yaozu chimed in, "Indeed, currently, advertising through newspapers and television on Gangdao incurs monthly expenses exceeding 300 million. Even if we capture a mere 10%, we could add tens of millions to our revenue." Fang Yufan, beaming with delight, replied, 10% is too modest. With 300 zones, instead of charging by headcount, we will charge by area. Allowing only one advertising slot per day or month, calculated at 10,000 yuan per area." Chun Junkai, momentarily stunned, mused, "That's 3 million a day. Wouldn't that amount to 90 million a month?" Shen Wanqing, equally exhilarated, inquired, "Boss, why limit it to just one advertising slot per day?" Luo Yaozu echoed her confusion, asking, "Yes, one area at 10,000 yuan is not a substantial issue for many companies. Wouldn't multiple slots exponentially increase our monthly revenue?" Fang Yufan chuckled lightly, avoiding a direct response, and instead posed a question, "Mr. Chun, do you know why?" Now calm, Chun Junkai nodded, articulating, "A single advertising slot can stand out more prominently. Moreover, it ensures the safety of our delivery personnel, as their tools are bicycles. Too many advertisements could pose safety hazards." "Exactly. Your insight is commendable. While our company must generate profit, we must also embody a sense of social responsibility. We cannot prioritize profit at the expense of our employees' well-being. Hearing Fang Yufan's words, both Shen Wanqing and Luo Yaozu felt a tinge of shame, realizing this was a perspective they had overlooked. Chen Junkai's thoughts were ignited as he joyfully proclaimed, "Boss, I will design a plan to ensure we maximize advertising effectiveness while safeguarding employee safety. Also, should we consider acquiring a newspaper? This would provide us with personnel advantages and a channel for expression." Fang Yufan returned to his seat, smiling as he said, "Indeed, with our foundation in the delivery business, we can draw from various points to continuously enhance our own ecological chain. Any large enterprise must possess a well-developed ecological chain, as it is a prerequisite for healthy, long-term growth. We need not concern ourselves with others' perceptions by the time they realize it. We will have established a comprehensive ecological chain, rendering us impervious to challenges." The group was invigorated, realizing that once today's plan was executed, they would leap into the realm of billion-dollar enterprises. Given sufficient time, they would soon transform into a truly formidable $100 billion conglomerate with ample cash flow. Fang Yufan observed the eager expressions of his team and smiled, stating, "The future belongs to us. However, the company will take a holiday today. Please make arrangements. As I invite everyone to my place for drinks tonight. Channel your enthusiasm and resume your efforts after the holiday." Ding Mingjie chuckled and remarked, "Haha, boss, tonight we must toast to you once more. I doubt anyone here can outdrink you. Indeed, I did not perform well last time, but this time I shall surely succeed," Luo Yaozu chimed in. Fang Yufan, appearing nonchalant, replied, "No problem. Feel free to employ any tricks you have up your sleeve." The gathering concluded with laughter and jovial banter. Chapter 51. A misstep in words in the evening at Qianshui Wan Villa. A lively gathering was in full swing as people indulged in drinks. Fang Yufan had invited Chao Hui and the others, and aside from Zhou Qiang and his team who were on duty, everyone else joined the festivities. Mei Guo and Shen Wanqing sat on the sofa, leisurely sipping red wine and engaging in soft conversation, their laughter echoing as they observed the raucous crowd. Shen Wanqing, appearing languid as she reclined on the sofa, expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "That rascal still took advantage of you. Why didn't you refuse him?" Mei Guo shyly replied, "Fang Guo is very nice. It's over for you, you're beyond saving." Shen Wanqing sighed, exasperated. With a bright smile, Mei Guo implored, "Sister Wanqing, stay with me tonight. Otherwise, Fang Guo will bully people again." Shen Wanqing, nodding seriously, responded, "All right, I'll keep you company today. Let's see if he dares to act up." "Haha, that's wonderful." Fang Yufan, with a robust physique, had managed to intoxicate the entire group, oblivious to how much alcohol he had consumed. Rubbing his head and observing the inebriated crowd, he laughed heartily. "Huh, you all think you can get me drunk?" Zhou Qiang supported him, giving a thumbs up. "Boss, you're incredible. How can you fit all that in?" Fang Yufan, with a drunken demeanor, replied, "What's this? I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. You all should take them to their rooms. I need to rest now." "All right, I'll help you upstairs." "Be careful," Zhou Qiang said as he assisted him. "No need to worry, I can manage myself." Fang Yufan swayed as he ascended to the 3rd floor, entering his room. Noticing it was empty and feeling dizzy, he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, he felt someone undressing him, and in a dazed state, he instinctively moved his hands. Why do you feel heavier?" he murmured before drifting back to sleep. Mei Guo stifled her laughter, while Shen Wanqing, annoyed, was about to pinch him but refrained upon seeing him asleep. He looked rather adorable while sleeping, prompting her to gently caress his face. Mei Guo, watching her, teased, "Sister Wanqing, why not stay?" Shen Wanqing quickly withdrew her hand, her face flushed. "What are you talking about? I'm so tired. I'm going back to sleep. You stay and take care of him." With that, she hurriedly exited. Back in her room, she buried her face in her hands, feeling her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Mei Guo chuckled as she watched her leave, then lay beside the peacefully sleeping Fang Yufan, a smile gracing her lips. She felt unbothered by the situation, which struck her as oddly delightful. "He may be a troublemaker, but I like him," she thought before closing her eyes and drifting off. The following morning, Fang Yufan awoke to find himself alone in the room. Rubbing his head, he went to the bathroom to freshen up. It seemed Shen Wanqing had been there the previous night. I drank too much, but it was exhilarating to see them all intoxicated," he mused. After washing up and dressing, he made his way downstairs. Shen Wanqing was having breakfast, and upon seeing him, she teased, "Oh look, the god of wine has descended." Mei Gui stifled a laugh. Fang Yufan, brimming with pride, responded, "Of course. Are they still not up? Dealing with them is no challenge at all. Is that so? Did you say anything embarrassing yesterday?" Shen Wanqing inquired with a mischievous grin. Fang Yufan feigned ignorance. "What did I say? I just went upstairs to sleep after drinking." Shen Wanqing raised her fingers in a playful gesture, fuming. "How dare you say I've gained weight?" Hey, that hurts. "You must have misheard," he retorted, running away in defense. Still denying it? Mei Gui chimed in, having overheard. "Haha, Fang Gu, I heard you." Fang Yufan, feigning indignation, responded, "Mei Gui, how could you not side with me? Just wait until I get back at you. You dare to threaten Mei Gui? I'll deal with you first." Shen Wanqing playfully chased after him. After a bout of playful banter, Fang Yufan finally sat down to enjoy breakfast. As he ate, he asked, "Uncle Ji, are the others all right? Have you checked on them?" Ji Xinghuai smiled, assuring him, "Rest assured, sir, I have instructed the staff to keep an eye on them. Everything is fine." "That's good to hear," Fang Yufan replied, then jokingly added, "But your drinking skills still need practice." Observing his cocky demeanor, Shen Wanqing quipped, "You think everyone can drink like you? I really don't understand how you can hold your liquor." Fang Yufan replied confidently, "Hey, it's a rare talent." After breakfast, the group settled on the sofa for tea. Fang Yufan cheerfully remarked, "Uncle Ji, you should also arrange some time off. Let us give everyone 2 months' salary as a bonus. I'm sure everyone will appreciate it." With a casual demeanor, he added, "As long as everyone works diligently, bonuses will be a yearly occurrence." Ji Xinghuai, equally pleased, commented, "People like you are rare. In other workplaces, even meals have limits, let alone bonuses." He continued, "I've already organized the shifts. 2 people will be on duty daily, and it's all voluntary." Fang Yufan nodded. "That sounds good. Just manage it as you see fit. There's nothing pressing at home these days." When Ding Mingjie and the others came downstairs, they appeared somewhat lethargic. "Boss, I'm truly impressed. I will never challenge you to a drinking contest again." Luo Yaozu chimed in with a wry smile. "Indeed, you are like a god of wine. We were all outmatched." Chao Hui and the others echoed similar sentiments. Fang Yufan laughed. "Haha, now you understand the gravity of the situation. Hurry and eat something. It'll help your stomach feel better." They all went to the dining room, where they had little appetite, consuming only a bit of porridge before taking their leave. As Shen Wanqing watched them depart, she stood up and said, "I should head back as well. Otherwise, my father will start nagging me." Fang Yufan, hearing this, smiled and replied, "All right, please send my regards to uncle." "Got it. Mei Gui, I'll find you to hang out another day." "Yes, Sister Wanqing. Be safe on your way." The two accompanied her outside, watching her drive away before returning inside. Fang Yufan picked up a cigar, and Mei Gui took it, lighting it for him before handing it back. Taking a puff, he asked with a smile, "Is there anywhere you'd like to go? I'll accompany you." Mei Gui contemplated for a moment, then shook her head. "I can't think of anywhere. Staying at home is just fine." Fang Yufan embraced her and pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about I take you shopping for clothes? Your wardrobe is still rather scant." "Not at all," she replied with a smile. "The tailor has crafted numerous outfits for me, far more than I can wear, and they are much more comfortable than those purchased from stores." "Ah, that is indeed a valid point. Then let us go buy some jewelry," he proposed. "No, thank you. I do not fancy wearing jewelry," she responded. Chapter 52 New Year's Blind Box. On New Year's Eve, Fang Yufan, accompanied by Chao Hui and others, adorned the villa with spring festival couplets and hung lanterns. The group engaged in cheerful banter, transforming the villa into a vibrant celebration of the new year. They also procured an abundance of fireworks to be set off on the beach that evening. Observing the villa's festive decor, Fang Yufan expressed his satisfaction, remarking, "Ah, now this truly embodies the spirit of the new year." Rose, linking her arm with his, joyfully exclaimed, "Hee, Fang Gu, it looks splendid. Haha, I will take you to set off fireworks tonight." Rose responded with a radiant smile. The two entered the villa amidst laughter, where Fang Yufan sipped his tea and surveyed his surroundings. "Well, it seems there is nothing else to prepare." Chao Hui entered and said, "Boss, if there is nothing urgent, would you like to step out for a bit and check on others?" Fang Yufan nodded, saying, "Indeed, I almost forgot. You all go ahead, and if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to inform me." With a smile, Chao Hui replied, "Understood, boss. Everyone is doing well. They've sent a considerable amount of money home, and their lives have improved significantly. They are immensely grateful to you. That is wonderful. Since they are with me, it is essential that everyone enjoys a good life. Off you go. Watching Chao Hui depart, Fang Yufan smiled and added, as long as life is good, that is what matters. Rose, gazing at him with admiration, remarked, Fang Gu, you are truly a benevolent person. The wages everyone sends home surpass what an entire family earns in a year. Tens of thousands owe their better lives to you. Fang Yufan chuckled, do not say that. Everyone contributes their labor, and it is only right they reap the rewards. I have endured hardships myself and truly understand the struggles. Rose looked at him in awe, perceiving him as the epitome of a perfect man. Meanwhile, Shun Juanxiang, seated at home with a cup of tea, chuckled, is your boss spending the new year alone? Shouldn't we invite his family over? Shen Wanqing, idly flipping through a magazine beside him, casually replied, he isn't lonely. He has plenty of company at home for the new year. Haha, I see. Then let it be. By the way, how much did your company lose this year? Upon hearing her father's question, Shen Wanqing glanced at him and proudly said, are you so certain we are in the red? Shun Juanxiang smiled knowingly. It is evident. Supporting tens of thousands is no easy feat, however. I believe you have plans for next year. Are you preparing to hire waitstaff to turn a profit? Wow, indeed, age brings wisdom. Shun Juanxiang beamed at his daughter's praise. Of course, the entire city believes so. Observing her father's pride, Shen Wanqing smiled mischievously. Unfortunately, you are mistaken. Our boss has declared that there will never be a service charge. As for how to make money, that is for a distinguished professor like you to ponder. Shen Juanxiang was taken aback, curiosity etched on his face. Never a service charge? Is that truly feasible? Hee. Our company will astonish everyone in the future. You will know soon enough, Shen Wanqing said with a hint of pride, choosing not to elaborate further. Shun Juanxiang regarded his daughter with a gentle smile, saying, haha, I shall eagerly anticipate it. As night fell, Fang Yufan and his companions had an early dinner before heading to the beach. Chao Hui and the others arranged the fireworks. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted. The sky blossomed with magnificent fireworks, illuminating the dark night with a kaleidoscope of colors. Fang Yufan, cigar in mouth, stood at the back with Rose, watching the spectacle unfold. The fireworks on their side acted as a signal, prompting nearby and distant areas to join in the celebration. Various beautiful fireworks exploded in the sky. Fang Yufan and Rose joined in the festivities, joyously setting off fireworks on the beach. The group reveled late into the night before reluctantly returning to rest. On the first day of the new year, Fang Yufan opened his eyes to find Rose awake as well. He smiled and said, Happy New Year. Fang Ge, Happy New Year. Rose replied, her eyes squinting into crescent moons from her smile. Fang Yufan stretched and was about to speak when the system's notification chimed in his mind. However, now was not the time to check. So he sat up and said, let us wash up and have breakfast. After breakfast, Fang Yufan produced a stack of red envelopes, giving one to each of the 2 servants on duty. The servants, pleasantly surprised to receive red envelopes, expressed their gratitude profusely. Thank you, sir. Fang Yufan smiled. You are still working hard during the new year. The amount is not substantial, just a token of celebration. He then distributed one to each of Chao Hui and the others, ensuring Rose received one as well. Haha, Happy New Year, everyone. Chao Hui and the others joyfully accepted the envelopes, offering their thanks. Thank you, boss. Rose opened her envelope, observing the modest sum of 100 yuan. She pouted, it really isn't much, just 100. Fang Yufan laughed. Haha, how much do you want? Rose replied, beaming, hee, that's fine. This is the first red envelope I've ever received in my life. Thank you, Fang Gu. Upon hearing her words, Fang Yufan jokingly said, then I shall give you one every day from now on. Absolutely not. That would spoil the fun. How about one each year? Rose replied playfully. All right, as you wish. I shall give you one every year. After a playful exchange, Rose took her red envelope and retreated to her room to treasure it. Observing her delight, Fang Yufan smiled and, noticing the pleasant weather outside, made his way to the garden where the servants had set out tea and snacks before departing. He first took a gentle sip of tea before checking the system notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received an opportunity for a New Year's blind box. There is an 80% chance to obtain items previously encountered and unclaimed, and a 20% chance for entirely new items. Would you like to open it now? Fang Yufan was pleasantly surprised by the system's generosity and the New Year's blind box, a look of anticipation crossing his face. With a thought, he declared, Open the blind box. Instantly, a box radiating mysterious light appeared in his mind, and he watched as it slowly opened. The scene resembled something from a game, visually stunning and vibrant. Fang Yufan gazed in eager anticipation as the light flickered. The blind box vanished from his consciousness, leaving only a mass emitting a soft white glow, its nature indiscernible. Just as his curiosity was piqued, the system's notification chime sounded once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your personal space has increased by 1 cubic meter. Would you like to claim it? Upon hearing the addition of merely 1 cubic meter, he couldn't help but grumble. What is this? I still have 5 cubic meters unclaimed, and they only offer me 1? My luck is truly abysmal. Nevertheless, despite his complaints, he decided to accept the reward with a mere thought. Instantly, his personal space doubled in size. Fang Yufan sensed the change, but chose not to dwell on it further. Chapter 53. The wolf has arrived. The New Year holiday in Guangdao was a mere 3 days, and as such, individuals swiftly returned to their demanding work routines following this brief respite. Xianyuan Company also commenced preparations for forthcoming profits. Fang Yufan, on the other hand, perused the newspaper daily. Prior to the new year, he had sold the 100 pounds of gold directly to HSBC at a price exceeding $800 per ounce. Shortly thereafter, the price of gold plummeted to over $500. He had also completed the acquisition of all shares in Zhejiang, now holding over 16 million shares, which would yield him billions in returns in just a few months. Moreover, following the new year, the stock had begun to rise dramatically, skyrocketing from $20 to over $40, and it continued to ascend. Fang Yufan was aware that Li Chaoran had also entered the fray. However, he remained indifferent. As the significant shares were already in his possession, he effectively controlled 15% of Zhejiang's shares. Due to the operational management of HSBC and the constraints of confidentiality agreements, no one was aware of the substantial shares he held. According to regulatory stipulations, one must declare ownership exceeding 5%. However, by diversifying his holdings, he naturally circumvented this requirement. Yu Junliang from the Securities Department of HSBC had been closely monitoring the stock market and was astonished at Zhejiang's rapid doubling, marveling at Fang Yufan's foresight. Zhang Jun was equally elated, having more than doubled his investment, and if the upward trend continued, he could soon afford a villa. He held a deep admiration for Fang Yufan, recognizing that if he sold the stock now, he could repay his debts and still possess a considerable amount of assets and capital. As everyone observed the stock market surge, another headline graced the front page of the newspaper. A photograph depicted a delivery rider cycling to deliver food, a seemingly ordinary scene. Yet the newspaper bore a striking headline: "The wolf has arrived." Both tabloids and major newspapers published reports regarding the advertisement placements for the delivery service. A stroke of genius. A rising star in Guangdao. While praise abounded, so too did criticism, resulting in a lively discourse within the newspapers. Many readers were intrigued by the content. They remarked, "Incredible, it can be done this way." Indeed, the cost of a daily advertisement was $10,000, which seemed quite reasonable. No wonder they proclaimed, "The wolf has arrived." This was clearly a competition against the newspapers and television stations. Yet, the report stated that they only accepted 1 advertisement per day. Clusters of delivery riders donned in yellow vests would announce each time they picked up an order. "New Vision is launching today. The first 3 days are entirely free. The boss is offering you a few copies at no cost." Curiosity piqued. People picked up copies of New Vision to peruse. Upon seeing the neat and clear layout, many were taken aback and could not help but delve into the contents. Wow, this is impressive. The material is quite innovative. Indeed, New Vision was an apt name. Oh, and look at this. The writing is quite good. Wow, Taishan, is that the one from the mainland? There's even the tale of Jiolong's coffin. Countless individuals throughout the streets and alleys were engrossed in their copies of New Vision. Particularly, the serialized content sparked much discussion. Many companies convened meetings, some deliberating on whether to invest in advertisements, while larger enterprises examined the feasibility of replicating the delivery model. Li Feng, Global, Huang's Real Estate, and countless other tycoons were engrossed in studying this new model. In a private club, a group of individuals sat together, sipping tea and conversing. Among them were middle-aged men and elderly gentlemen, all without exception holding a copy of New Vision. The shipping magnate observed New Vision and remarked, "Remarkable, truly a chain of interconnections. It seems the other party never intended to profit from service fees." A nearby individual chuckled and added, "It appears they have deceived everyone." While people thought he was merely promoting a candidate, he subsequently launched a unified packaging, and just as everyone believed it was unfeasible and destined for bankruptcy, he unveiled a stroke of genius by introducing advertisements. Truly impressive. Another person exclaimed, "Incredible. If we follow the current rules for delivery, the daily advertising revenue amounts to $3 million, which totals $90 million a month. How many enterprises in Guangdao achieve that level of monthly profit?" The group nodded in agreement, recognizing that even they could not reach such figures, let alone others. The shipping magnate smiled and said, "His newspaper is quite remarkable. Just look at this clean layout. Compared to other newspapers, it is simply unreadable." An elderly gentleman pointed at the newspaper and stated, "Yes, this piece is quite exceptional. The worldview is expansive, and the concepts are unprecedented, truly pioneering a new genre." Li Chaoran, seated in his office, was also engaged in discussions. "Chairman, Zhejiang stock has become scarce in the market, having gone many days without purchases. Our investigations revealed that large quantities of stock were bought before the new year, yet we could not ascertain the purchaser's identity." Another person interjected, "Could it be Xiaohua or the shipping magnate?" Li Chaoran shook his head. "No, if it were them, there would be no need for subterfuge. Let it be. Since it cannot be helped, we shall sell when the opportunity arises. Holding on to these stocks serves little purpose." The others nodded in agreement. Then one remarked, "Chairman, Xianyuan Company has made significant moves, causing quite a stir in Guangdao." Hearing this, Li Chaoran was taken aback. He had a habit of reading the newspapers, but had not yet had the chance today due to other matters. Before he could inquire further, his associate continued, "They are renting out advertisement slots for the delivery service, with only one slot available per area each day." Upon hearing his subordinate's description, Li Chaoran's mind began to race, his expression turning serious as he nodded in acknowledgement. Not simple at all. It seems everyone underestimated him. This young man is more astute than we imagined. "Indeed, Chairman, and they have also acquired a newspaper. Take a look," he said, handing over a copy. Li Chaoran, upon examining the newspaper layout, nodded in agreement as he swiftly skimmed the contents. It is no small feat. This is a web of intricacies, and it appears that with just a modicum of time, he is poised to evolve into a colossal enterprise. Shenzhou, seated within his office, peruses the newspaper, a broad smile adorning his face. "Ha. Many will surely be astonished by this turn of events. Let us see who dares to claim my vision is lacking." He had not anticipated that Fang Yufan would unveil such a formidable strategy right after the new year. Initially, he believed the other party would remain dormant for several years before taking action. Little did he know that the plans were already meticulously laid out. In a mere 6 months, utilizing 100 caddies of gold, he has forged a billion-level enterprise. Who throughout history can lay claim to such an achievement? Chapter 54. Unstoppable. Fang Yufan sat at home, perusing the newspaper, nodding in satisfaction. The newspapers have been quite cooperative, saving us the effort of self-promotion. Shen Wanqing, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "This morning, companies have been incessantly calling to rent advertising spaces. Orders are already lined up until next month, and the advertising fees will all be deposited into the company account within 3 days." Upon hearing her words, Fang Yufan calmly sipped his tea and replied, "It is nothing significant. Since we have accepted the advertisements, they must yield results. Only then will people be willing to continue investing." Shen Wanqing looked at him with admiration and said, "Indeed, boss, you are truly remarkable. Today, our Xianyuan company has completely redeemed itself. No one will dare to call us a foolish company anymore. Haha, I actually hope they continue to shout for a year, as our every move is being closely watched by many. However, it is of little consequence. Our foundation has already been established, and we are not concerned about being observed." Fang Yufan chuckled. Shen Wanqing nodded enthusiastically. Although she had envisioned success countless times, the sheer joy of achieving it was overwhelming. Lighting a cigar and taking a draw, she gazed at the distant scenery and stated, "The real estate company can be established to manage the stores under my name. There is no need to handle anything else." Shen Wanqing nodded in agreement. "Understood. I will arrange it upon returning." She now possessed unyielding confidence in Fang Yufan, believing that his decisions were invariably correct. After contemplating for a moment while enjoying her cigar, she turned to him and said, "For the next few months, we should focus on steady development, consolidating our current industries, ensuring a clear hierarchy, and maintaining oversight. This is our first cash cow. We cannot afford any mistakes. Indeed, I will remember that. At that moment, Luo Yaozu arrived at the villa in his car. Upon seeing Shun Wanqing, he greeted her happily, saying, "Boss, the bank has been confirmed. Longhua Bank has complete qualifications, with only 5 branches in Hong Kong Island. The company's assets are 80 million, liabilities 95 million, and it is for sale at 10 million, but we must assume all liabilities. After my thorough investigation, I discovered that this bank is somewhat undervalued. The bank's headquarters is in Central. Although it is merely an 8-story building, its valuation is no less than 100 million. If we acquire it and demolish the existing structure for reconstruction, we can utilize the surrounding land to build a headquarters building of over 30 stories, which poses no problem. They have wasted a significant amount of space, and the bank also has some properties mortgaged, which have already been overdue for recovery. Yet, due to the long duration, they have forgotten about them. This information was shared with me by a classmate. The total asset valuation amounts to 150 million, and acquiring it for 10 million would be an absolute profit." Fang Yufan listened quietly, then smiled and said, "Excellent. Let us proceed with the acquisition. Utilize an overseas company for the purchase, and have Lao Ding arrange for someone to start signing contracts." After taking a puff of his cigar, he inquired, "Are there any usable management personnel at the bank?" Luo Yaozu nodded. "There are still a few talented individuals who have been overlooked. If these people had been utilized earlier, the bank would not have fallen to such a state." Shen Wanqing did not mind Luo Yaozu bypassing her to report directly to the boss. After all, the finance supervisor should be the boss's confidant, which is quite normal in any enterprise. Fang Yufan stated directly, "That is fine. If they are available, bring them over to let me meet them." Luo Yaozu agreed. "No problem, I will contact them." Fang Yufan took another puff of his cigar and cheerfully remarked, "After you return, Shinzong, make sure to secure the bank. Moving forward, some accounts should be handled through our own bank, while we can continue collaborating with HSBC. We cannot put all our eggs in one basket." "Understood, boss. We will implement this immediately upon our return." Shen Wanqing replied earnestly. "All right, if there is nothing else, you may proceed with your tasks." After the two left, Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar, smiling as he gazed at the distant landscape, his mood considerably uplifted. With nothing pressing in the afternoon, he drove directly to the shooting club. Having practiced for a period, the 50-meter target posed no difficulty for Fang Yufan. At times, he could even achieve 3 bullets in one hole. Mei Gui, full of admiration, remarked, "Brother Fan, your talent is truly exceptional." "Haha, I am merely toying around. I cannot compare to you all," Fang Yufan humbly replied. Jia Yuqin approached him with a smile, and upon noticing the beautiful Mei Gui beside him, her eyes widened in surprise. Fang Yufan grinned and said, "Sister Qin, what a coincidence." Jia Yuqin responded with a smile, "Indeed, your girlfriend is exceptionally beautiful." Fang Yufan laughed and introduced Mei Gui. "This is Sister Qin. She is quite a madam and very impressive." Mei Gui sweetly greeted, "Hello, Sister Qin." "Hello, Mei Gui. You truly live up to your name. You are stunning." "Brother Fan is indeed fortunate," Jia Yuqin praised with a smile. "Sister Qin is also very beautiful," Mei Gui shyly replied. Fang Yufan pointed to the nearby lounge area and suggested, "Shall we go over for a drink?" "Sure," they agreed. The group made their way over, and Fang Yufan ordered a glass of red wine, getting drinks for the two ladies as well. Jia Yuqin playfully remarked, "No wonder I haven't seen you during my previous visits. It seems you have been accompanied by a lovely companion." She felt a tinge of bitterness. It was rare to encounter someone appealing, yet she felt too shy to reach out and had inadvertently missed the opportunity. Fang Yufan casually replied, "I come here frequently. It's likely just a matter of timing." "Is that so?" "It seems our fate is rather shallow," Jia Yuqin said, as if implying something deeper. Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan looked at her and teased, "Our fate is not shallow at all. I met Sister Qin as soon as I arrived at the shooting club. One could say you are too dedicated to your work, unlike me, who is quite leisurely." Jia Yuqin shrugged and said, "Perhaps." Mei Gui took a sip of her coffee, glanced at the two, and quietly said, "Brother Fan, I'm going to the restroom." "All right, go ahead," Fang Yufan replied with a smile. Once she left, he wore a mischievous grin and said, "Sister Qin, you wouldn't be feeling jealous, would you?" Jia Yuqin laughed and scolded, "Who would be jealous of you?" Feigning sorrow, Fang Yufan replied, "That truly saddens me. If such a beautiful woman like Sister Qin were to be jealous, I would surely take great pride in it." Jia Yuqin looked at him with a teasing expression and asked, If I were to make you two break up, would you be upset? Of course not. How could I ever commit such a heartless act? I am a person of great affection. This is simply youthful folly, Fang Yufan boasted with a proud demeanor. Jia Yuqin rolled her eyes at him, playfully chiding. At such a young age, you are already so fickle. Be careful, or I will tell Mei Gui that you are teasing me. Just as she finished speaking, a commotion erupted nearby. Beautiful lady, I just want to get to know you a little. You can't possibly be that indifferent, right? Chapter 55. The competition. Fang Yufan turned to look, the smile fading from his face as he stood up and walked over. Jia Yuqin quickly followed behind. Rose glared at the flirtatious man with displeasure and said, "Who told you to get handsy?" Across from her stood several young men, all grinning as they watched her. A young man with dyed blonde hair smirked mischievously and said, "Beauty, who got handsy with you? I just wanted to shake your hand. Now that you've slapped me, and with all these officers around, I could report you." Hearing his shameless words, Rose was momentarily at a loss for a response. Fang Yufan approached and said, "What's this? Knowing there are officers all around, yet you still dare to bully a girl? You're quite bold." Seeing him arrive, Rose lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong and whispered, "Brother Fan, I'm sorry." Fang Yufan chuckled and ruffled her hair playfully. "You didn't do anything wrong, so why apologize? Next time something like this happens, just break their legs. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you." Relieved that he wasn't upset with her, Rose nodded happily and said, "Okay, I'll remember that." Jia Yuqin watched with a hint of envy before turning her attention to the young man. "Xian, are you all itching for trouble?" The blonde-haired young man and his friends turned around, grinning as they greeted her. "Aunt Qin, what a coincidence." "Yeah, Aunt Qin, are these your friends?" The blonde-haired young man quickly explained, "Aunt Qin, we were just joking around. We didn't do anything. Look, I even got slapped." He pointed to his cheek. Jia Yuqin scolded, "You deserved it. Who told you to act so improperly? Hurry up and apologize." The young men stopped their flirtatious banter and obediently said, "Sorry, miss. We were just joking." "Yeah, you're so pretty. Any man would want to get to know you." Rose shyly leaned closer to Fang Yufan. Jia Yuqin apologized, "A fan, Rose, I'm sorry. They're all younger generation. They might seem unreliable, but they're not bad at heart." Hearing this, Fang Yufan turned to Rose and said, "Rose, you decide. Don't worry. I've got your back. Forget it, brother Fan. They didn't actually touch me." Upon hearing Rose's words, Fang Yufan nodded. "All right, let us leave it at that." The blonde-haired young man, annoyed by the arrogance of this peer, said discontentedly, "Hey, you're pretty cocky. Want to have a competition? Yeah, let us compete. Let us see if you really have the skills to back it up." The others chimed in, egging them on. Fang Yufan could tell they were just acting like kids and smiled. "Oh, what do you want to compete in?" The blonde-haired young man said confidently, "Shooting, of course." "You dare?" Jia Yuqin smiled and said, "Hee hee, a fan, do you want to give it a try? I'll be the referee." Hearing it was a shooting competition, Fang Yufan grinned. "Sure, how do we compete?" Seeing him agree, the young men were overjoyed. Haha. You choose, stationary targets or moving targets. There should be a wager, or it won't be any fun. Yeah, otherwise it's boring. The blonde-haired young man said dismissively, a wager would be bullying him. What if he chickens out? Watching them play off each other, Fang Yufan found it amusing. Jia Yuqin didn't intervene, simply watching the spectacle with a smile. She also wanted to see Fang Yufan's current skill level. Fang Yufan smiled and said, "What's the wager? You decide. But I haven't been practicing shooting for long, so I'm not good at anything too complicated." Seeing him agree, the young men exchanged conspiratorial smirks. "Haha, let us keep it simple, stationary targets. The loser pays for the other's 1 month expenses at the shooting range. How about that?" Fang Yufan nodded. "No problem." The group walked to the shooting range. Jia Yuqin smiled and asked, "Who goes first?" Fang Yufan shrugged. "Let them go first." The blonde-haired young man didn't waste time, walking over to pick up a gun. "Let us do 30-meter targets. Since I'm going first, don't get so scared you can't hold the gun." He quickly disassembled and reassembled the gun, loaded it, and took aim to start shooting. Bang, bang. He paused for a few seconds between each shot, showing considerable skill and steady aim. Fang Yufan watched and nodded in approval. Rose whispered, "His skill is pretty poor. Hee hee, let us just humor the kids." Jia Yuqin, seeing them chatting and laughing, felt a pang of jealousy and walked over. "We're in the middle of a competition. Can you take it seriously?" Fang Yufan looked at her and smirked. "Sister Qin, are you jealous? Come over here and chat with us." "Who's jealous? You're so young and already such a flirt." She then tattled, "Rose, see? P.S. A total playboy, flirting with me right in front of you. Rose covered her mouth and laughed. Sister Qin, brother Fan is really good. Jia Yuqin sighed helplessly. I don't know what kind of fortune a Fan accumulated to find such a wonderful woman. The young men watched Fang Yufan with admiration, whispering among themselves. Wow, that guy is really bold, daring to flirt with Aunt Qin. Yeah, no wonder he found such a beautiful girlfriend. I guess we're not brave enough. A Xian is brave, he got slapped in the face. This comment made them burst into laughter. The blonde-haired young man put down his gun and glared at his friends. Enough already. If I lose, I'll leave you here to pay the debt. Hey, we'll see who leaves who then. They joked around for a bit. The supervisor nearby called out, 100 rings. Hearing the score, they immediately became smug. Haha, 100 rings. Let us see how he beats that. Fang Yufan found these kids interesting and walked over. Not bad, but if I also get 100 rings, how do we decide the winner? Jia Yuqin smiled and said, even with the same score, we can still judge the quality of the shooting. Yeah, kid, are you just making excuses because you're scared? The blonde-haired young man quickly added, as if worried Fang Yufan might back out. Fang Yufan nodded with a smile. All right, then I'll shoot at 50-meter targets. 50 meters? Really? Can you even do that? Since the effective range of a pistol is 50 meters, it's possible to shoot farther, but accuracy diminishes beyond that. Those capable of hitting a target at 50 meters are undoubtedly individuals with exceptional marksmanship. The crowd regarded him with expressions of skepticism. Fang Yufan, undeterred by their doubts, donned a broad smile as he took the firearm into his hands. With deliberate precision, he disassembled and reassembled the weapon, loading it with ammunition before positioning himself to face the target situated 50 meters away. In a swift motion, he raised the gun. The sharp reports of gunfire rang out in rapid succession as he unleashed 10 rounds without a moment's pause. The young onlookers were momentarily taken aback, convinced that he had anticipated defeat and had chosen to concede outright. Chapter 56. Security upgrade. Fang Yufan laid down his pistol, removed his goggles and earpiece, and calmly gazed at the returning target. The supervisor announced, a perfect score of 100. Huang Mao and his companions were astonished, feeling it was beyond belief. As the target approached, they gathered around. Wait, something's off. There are only 6 bullet holes, right? Huang Mao exclaimed, staring at the target in disbelief. What? It's actually 4 shots in 1 hole. The younger crowd fell silent, peering closely. It was indeed true. 1 bullet hole was conspicuously larger than the others. Incredible. A sharpshooter. Jia Yuqin, while aware of Fang Yufan's talent, was nonetheless taken aback by his rapid progress. She marveled, Afan, it would be such a waste if you didn't pursue a career in law enforcement. Fang Yufan, maintaining his composure, replied, it's nothing, just a bit of casual practice. Huang Mao, filled with admiration, approached and said, Brother Fan, I'm Huang Yunxian. From now on, you are my big brother. How did you manage this? Another voice chimed in, Brother Fan, I'm Wang Jingza. You are now my leader. You are simply a gun god. Others echoed their sentiments. Fang Yufan waved his hand, saying, please refrain from calling me a gun god. There are countless experts at the shooting club, and this is merely a stationary target. It hardly counts as anything. He then jested, and as for calling me big brother, that's not going to happen. Your expenses for the next month will rely on you all. Wow, we've acknowledged you as our big brother, yet you expect us to foot the bill? They protested. Indeed, we are all impoverished. Where would we find the funds to treat you? Fang Yufan retorted with mock annoyance. Come on. When has it not been the case that the big brother enjoys the feast while the younger ones pay? Jia Yuqin observed the playful banter among the group and chuckled. You mischievous boys just know how to cause trouble. I suggest you all tone it down. Otherwise, I might just inform your parents and see if they want to use a belt on you. Please, Aunt Qin, show us some mercy. We have never caused any trouble outside, they protested. Exactly, we have been exceptionally well behaved, the group insisted. Fang Yufan smiled and said, it's getting late. We should take our leave. Sister Qin, see you another day. Brother Fan, let's hang out again next time. Yes, we often come here. All right, we'll meet again soon. Fang Yufan smiled as he wrapped his arm around Meiguei and headed outside. Jia Yuqin cast an envious glance before she too prepared to leave, only to be surrounded by Huang Yunxian and the others, who eagerly inquired about Fang Yufan. Once outside the shooting club, the two hopped into the car. Meiguei smiled and remarked, he truly is a child at heart. Was I a bit too harsh earlier? Fang Yufan leaned back in the rear seat and shook his head. Not at all. It's wise to be cautious, as one can never know who the other party might be. So, If such a situation arises again, it's perfectly acceptable to be more forceful. Hee, I've learned that, she replied. Although Fang Yufan had initially considered teaching those boys a lesson, after Jia Yuqin's words and further observation, he realized they were not bad, just a bit rowdy. Xiao Hui, seated in the passenger seat, reported, "Boss, the brothers down below have spotted some individuals loitering outside the jewelry store. They seem to be plotting something." Fang Yufan, still reclining in the back seat, contemplated briefly before responding, "Advise everyone to be cautious. We need not intervene. If anything occurs, the police will handle it." Understood. The vast delivery network of thousands not only delivered meals, but also served as an extensive intelligence network. They traversed the streets daily, encountering a myriad of events. Many of the news stories in his newspaper were sourced from these informants. However, anticipating that the situation would soon become tumultuous, Fang Yufan resolved to upgrade his vehicle as well. Upon returning to the villa, he picked up the phone and dialed Luo Yaozu. "Boss, you called for me." Luo Yaozu answered promptly. Fang Yufan replied calmly, "Yaozu, please order me a bulletproof Rolls-Royce and 2 bulletproof Mercedes." Luo Yaozu responded quickly, "No problem, boss. However, it may take a few months. I will expedite the process." "That's fine. It's not urgent. Also look into a yacht. The port beside the villa is still vacant." "Understood, boss. I will start making arrangements today." Fang Yufan hung up with a smile, thinking that once he sold his stocks, he would order a private jet to complete his acquisitions. He cheerfully told Meguei, "Once the yacht arrives, I will take you out to sea for some fun." "That sounds like it will be quite enjoyable," Meguei replied, her face lighting up with happiness. Fang Yufan shook his head. "I have never been on a yacht either. We will find out how it goes together." Time passed swiftly, and the first monthly review of 1980 arrived. Ding. Based on the host's lifestyle this month, a rating of C has been assigned. Please select one reward from the options below: $10 million, beginner world language, or an increase of 3 cubic meters in personal space. Upon hearing that his rating had diminished, Fang Yufan felt somewhat perplexed. Had he not lived quite freely? However, the rewards presented were indeed appealing. $10 million was no small sum, but upon contemplating the subsequent options, he hesitated briefly before deciding. Beginner world language. Instantly, a torrent of knowledge surged into his mind, causing Fang Yufan to feel a jolt of realization. The beginner world language encompassed various languages. However, being at the beginner level, it only included 6 commonly used languages, transforming him into a linguistic master. This was already quite impressive, and what was even more remarkable was that he could understand languages from other nations, even if he did not speak them. Regardless of the language, it would automatically be translated for him, allowing him to comprehend it, albeit not articulate it. Within just a minute, Fang Yufan absorbed all the information, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He thought to himself, "This is incredible. No one will be able to deceive me now. I've gained another trump card." Fang Yufan stretched and rose to wash up in the bathroom. Descending the stairs, he found Meguei waiting in the dining room. "Brother Fan, you're here. Breakfast is ready." "All right, next time, you can go ahead and eat without waiting for me," he replied. Meguei, beaming, said, "It's no trouble. I'm not that hungry anyway." Fang Yufan affectionately ruffled her hair and sat down to eat. Meguei cherished this intimate gesture, as it provided her with a sense of security. Ji Xinghuai approached to report, "Sir, this morning Supervisor Luo called to inform me that the cars have been ordered. They will be ready for delivery in a month and a half. He also mentioned that a few people you wish to meet will be brought over shortly." Understanding the context, Fang Yufan nodded and said, "All right." Luo Yaozu arrived swiftly, accompanied by 2 individuals as they made their way to the garden. Fang Yufan took a sip of tea, observed his approach, and nodded, inviting him to sit. Boss, Luo Yaozu exclaimed with a smile. "These are Gong Ruifeng and Ding Daqiang from Longda Bank." Fang Yufan set down his teacup, glanced at the 2 men, and nodded affirmatively, saying, "Yes, do well." Gong Ruifeng and Ding Daqiang, both visibly anxious, hurriedly assured him of their commitment. Chapter 57 Establishing Industry Standards. Shun Wanqing gazed at the report with immense satisfaction. The business volume was updated daily, and the income was steadily increasing. At the current rate of growth, the net profit each month could consistently exceed 100 million. Such a staggering figure was indeed formidable. Only the top 10 wealthy individuals could dare to claim a monthly earnings surpassing 100 million. Shun Wanqing's face radiated excitement as her mind began to ponder the future development directions. The marketing manager, Zhou Fuxing, knocked, and entered. President Shun, a new competitor has emerged, intending to imitate our model. Upon hearing this, Shen Wanqing inquired directly, what is their background? Zhou Fuxing handed over a survey report and explained, according to our investigation, the competitor is a young individual who has just returned from studying abroad. He invested 10 million to establish Yuanman Whim and is also recruiting delivery personnel. However, unlike us, they are pursuing a commercial route rather than primarily focusing on food delivery. Shen Wanqing examined the materials and shook her head, saying, choosing this path is truly misguided. If they had directly competed with us, they might have had a slim chance of survival. However, this choice is akin to seeking demise. Keep a close watch on them and report any updates promptly. Understood, President Shun. I will take my leave now. Shen Wanqing found the situation rather amusing. The individual truly seemed to lack foresight. In a shopping center, people typically purchase items themselves. With this approach, even if someone made a purchase, the inconvenience of returns would be significant. It was likely that they would face bankruptcy within a month unless they also aimed to delve into advertising. In the office of Yuanman Whim, a young man reclined in the boss's chair with a smug expression. Beside him, an alluring secretary sweetly remarked, "Boss, your vision is truly remarkable. The meager profits from delivery are hard-earned. Partnering with shopping centers for advertising fees will surely yield greater rewards without the exhaustion." Hearing the secretary's praise, the young man swelled with pride, wrapping his arm around her and saying, "You certainly know how to flatter. I must reward you handsomely." The secretary cleverly evaded his grasp, responding coyly, "Boss, this is the office. Someone will be arriving shortly." What is there to fear? Those who disobey will be promptly dismissed. He then lifted the secretary onto the desk. Fang Yufan read the news in the newspaper and smiled. June had arrived, and everything was set in motion. The shipping magnate had gone overseas, and he believed that the moment had arrived. As he continued to peruse the paper, an article caught his attention. Should the food delivery industry undergo regulation? Who is responsible for the safety of delivery personnel? After reading the content, Fang Yufan furrowed his brow, astonished by Yuanman Whim's reckless approach. He rose and went into his office, picking up the phone to dial. "President Shun, this is Fang Yufan." Upon hearing the boss's voice, Chen Junkai immediately responded with respect. "What can I do for you, boss? Have you seen today's newspaper?" "Yes, I have." Yuanman Whim, in their pursuit of advertising revenue, has mandated their delivery personnel to carry large advertising boards, resulting in numerous injuries and fatalities. It appears they have powerful backing, as the families have been pacified with a meager sum. Fang Yufan spoke in a grave tone. "You need to hold a press conference to disclose our treatment of delivery personnel. Then, report the safety incidents that have occurred over the past 6 months. Invite several legislators to participate and establish industry standards, urging the Hong Kong government to supervise an investigation. Additionally, mobilize a legal team to provide free legal assistance to the families of the victims. I want to see them bankrupt and face legal repercussions. If their powerful backers intervene, we must gather evidence of their illegal activities." His voice grew increasingly resolute. Chen Junkai could sense the fury emanating from his boss through the phone and promptly assured him, "Rest assured, boss. I will make contact immediately and seek justice for those affected." "Excellent. I await your updates." After hanging up, Fang Yufan shook his head, reflecting on the current era where human life seemed less valued than mere grass. Ordinary people had no recourse against the wealthy and powerful. Chen Junkai acted swiftly. Meeting with Shen Wanqing and Ding Mingjie. News of the Xian Yuan Company holding a press conference for their legal team quickly spread to major newspapers and radio stations. Ding Mingjie had invited 15 legislators to attend, along with representatives from various departments, including the Business Bureau and labor unions. Chen Junkai presided over the press conference, his face displaying a grave expression as he faced the reporters and surrounding officials. After a brief opening statement, he delved straight into the matter. "I believe everyone has seen the recent news regarding accidents involving delivery personnel. Our chairman is outraged and has specifically requested this press conference to address this issue. I will now publicly announce the benefits and safety measures we have implemented for our delivery personnel since our establishment." As he spoke, the audience's eyes lit up, realizing they were witnessing a significant news event. The camera flashes illuminated the room incessantly. "At Songdao Waimai, we have established a comprehensive insurance system. No personnel are permitted to work before their insurance is activated, and all equipment has been meticulously designed for optimal safety by experts. Since the inception of our company, there have been no fatalities. Anyone who doubts this can verify with the relevant authorities. As for injuries, we have recorded 25 incidents, all of which were minor accidents due to negligence. The journalists quickly took notes, and murmurs spread throughout the audience as the various benefits and incidents were disclosed. Everyone was astonished at how thoroughly Songdao Whim had considered safety, unlike other companies that prioritized profit over the welfare of their employees. As Chun Junkai concluded, he declared, "Our company will provide free legal assistance to help all families of delivery personnel pursue their cases. Our chairman constantly reminds us that a business must possess a sense of social responsibility. We cannot disregard the lives of others merely for profit. The value of a company lies in its ability to bring positive change to society, not to regress it. Otherwise, such a company has no reason to exist. Here, I want to issue a warning to certain enterprises. We are watching you." As his words resonated, the entire audience rose in applause. To everyone's astonishment, no one anticipated that Xianyuan Company would possess such lofty ideals. Never before had a company in Guangdao articulated such exhilarating sentiments. The council members and officials could not help but nod in agreement. Subsequently, they expressed their commitment to follow through diligently and to invite more legislators to participate. Such an opportunity to enhance one's reputation is undoubtedly irresistible, garnering widespread support. The press conference held by Xianyuan Company swept across Guangdao like a refreshing breeze. Countless individuals expressed their admiration, for no other company had shown genuine concern for the plight of ordinary people. The emergence of Xianyuan Company undoubtedly became a lighthouse amidst the vast sea, illuminating their path forward. Chapter 58, an impressive profit of 1 billion. At this moment, the Yuanman Waimai Company was enveloped in an atmosphere of desolation. A wave of anxiety swept through the employees, for the volume of deliveries loomed large over them. Their team numbered merely in the hundreds, a stark contrast to the tens of thousands employed by their rivals. Furthermore, the robust welfare system of their competitors rendered them utterly vulnerable. "Boss, we're in deep trouble this time. The opposition is fierce. All the shopping malls have terminated their contracts with us and are demanding compensation," one of the employees reported anxiously. "Indeed, the riders have gone on strike, demanding better welfare and compensation for their fallen colleagues," another added, his face reflecting the gravity of the situation. The young man seated in the boss's chair bore a grim expression, glaring menacingly at his subordinates. "Are you all dead? We are conducting our business legally. What is there to fear? Those who perished did so due to their own negligence. This has nothing to do with us." The employees exchanged glances, a silent communication passing among them as they reached a consensus. Suddenly, chaos erupted outside, and the office door was thrust open. A group of individuals clad in suits entered, the leader brandishing a document and declaring, "We are from the commercial department, and we have received reports alleging misconduct by your company." Before he could finish, another group followed, with their leader revealing identification. "We are from the Zhonghuan police station. We need you to investigate several criminal cases." Xianyuan Company dispatched dozens of lawyers, led by Ding Mingjia, to advocate for the victims. In an instant, the reputation of Xianyuan soared, and Ding Mingjia, along with his fellow legislators, garnered significant public support. Fang Yufan was highly satisfied with the speed of the incident's resolution. As for the opinions of other wealthy magnates, he was indifferent. It was time for him to reap the rewards. This morning, Shenzhou from HSBC had called to invite him over, and he was well aware of the reason. After enjoying breakfast, he leisurely perused the newspaper on the sofa, content with his current state of calmness. Had this been before, he would have been too agitated to sit still. When the time was right, he set off in a bulletproof Rolls-Royce, flanked by 2 armored Mercedes-Benz vehicles, creating a convoy that was unparalleled on Hong Kong Island. The Rolls-Royce had always been the domain of distinguished families, but Fang Yufan was unconcerned. He had ample wealth and felt no need to heed others' opinions. People on the streets gazed at the convoy with envy. Upon arriving at HSBC, Fang Yufan exited the vehicle, escorted by Chao Hui and others. Zhang Jun awaited him and promptly greeted, "Fang Shang, the chairman is expecting you in the office." Fang Yufan smiled and lightly patted his shoulder, whispering, "It's time to take action." Zhang Jun, instantly thrilled, responded eagerly, "Please, Fang Shang." Fang Yufan chuckled and strode towards the elevator. The individuals in the lobby conducting business speculated about the identity of this young man. Few were privileged enough to enter the office of HSBC's chairman. Shenzhou remarked to his counterpart, "Old Bao, the person has arrived. You may proceed." Bao Chuanwang smiled and replied, Thank you, old Shin. I am quite curious about this young man. Haha, none of you believed in him back then, Shinzhou boasted, relishing the moment. Bao Chuanwang teased, you can gloat all you want. I've heard enough about it. The office door was knocked upon. Shinzhou rose and said, come in. Upon entering, Fang Yufan greeted, hello, Chairman Shin. I wonder what you summoned me for today. Shinzhou, clearly delighted by his demeanor, responded, haha, Fang Sheng, you jest. How could I issue orders to you? Come, have a seat. He then pointed to a man on the sofa. This is Bao Yugong, chairman of the Huanqiu Group. I'm merely making the introduction. The rest is up to you. Fang Yufan maintained an air of composure as he nodded. Hello, Chairman Bao. Bao Yugong scrutinized the young man before him, his expression neutral as he inquired, do you know why I wish to see you? Fang Yufan smiled casually, settling into the sofa. I truly do not. I thought Chairman Shin merely wanted to share a cup of tea. Shinzhou, seated beside them, merely chuckled, refraining from intervening. Bao Yugong, realizing that his imposing presence had no effect on the young man, recognized he was at a disadvantage, as Fang Yufan held the upper hand unless he wished to forego the Kowloon warehouse. Consequently, he donned a smile. Haha, no wonder old Shin speaks so highly of you. I now concede that you are the finest of the younger generation. Fang Yufan, unfazed, replied, Chairman Shun has been supportive. I am merely an inexperienced youth, hardly comparable to the young talents of Hong Kong. Seeing the young man's slippery demeanor, Bao Yugong got straight to the point. Fang Sheng, I require the shares of Kowloon Warehouse that you possess. Name your price. Do you also wish for shares of Kowloon Warehouse? Fang Yufan feigned surprise. Upon hearing this, Bao Yugong's heart sank, realizing he was not alone in his pursuit. He quickly added, indeed. I wonder if you could do me the favor of selling them? Fang Yufan replied earnestly, Chairman Bao, you jest. It's not about favors. If you desire them, I am more than willing to sell. I can simply decline the other offer. Upon hearing Fang Yufan's willingness, Bao Yugong's mood brightened significantly. Haha, splendid. I'll take them all at 105 per share. Consider it a favor owed to you. Fang Yufan, maintaining his composed demeanor, responded. As you wish, Chairman Bao. I can handle the paperwork at any time. Noting the young man's lack of surprise at the figure, Bao Yugong regarded him with increased respect for his composure. Excellent, Fang Sheng. I will contact my people. Let us proceed with the paperwork now. Very well, I will summon my lawyer, Fang Yufan replied with a smile. In less than an hour, a transaction worth over 1.7 billion was successfully concluded in the office of the HSBC chairman. Upon the completion of the transaction, Bao Yugong felt a profound sense of relief and joyfully expressed his gratitude, saying, Fang Sheng, thank you for today. Once I manage my affairs, let us enjoy some tea together. I wish you great success, Bao Dong. Fang Sheng replied with a hearty laugh. Indeed. With that, Bao Yugong exchanged pleasantries with Shinzhou before departing with his associates. Meanwhile, Fang Yufan's account had swelled by over 1.7 billion, lifting his spirits considerably. With a beaming smile, he remarked, Director Shun, I shall not impose further. I will head downstairs to attend to some business. We shall share tea together when time permits. Certainly. Fang Sheng is always welcome to visit, Shinzhou replied, equally cheerful. Absolutely. Chapter 59, New Opportunities. Fang Yufan led the team out of the office and directly headed to the credit department. Zhang Jun had already completed the repayment paperwork. All that was required was a signature. The loan had been paid off, totaling over 800 million, yet Fang Yufan felt no regret, as there remained more than 900 million in cash. Coupled with the company's profits over the past 6 months, his cash reserves were nearly 2 billion. It could be said that in Hong Kong, there were few enterprises with cash exceeding his. Zhang Jun expressed his admiration, saying, Thank you, Fang Sheng. I can finally upgrade to a villa. Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar and replied with a smile, Manager Zhang, rewards follow effort. If you hadn't placed your bets on me from the very beginning, I might not have achieved what I have today. Zhang Jun shook his head. Fang Sheng, you flatter me. Even without my support, you would still prosper. Haha, Manager Zhang, please call Manager Yu over. We previously discussed rewards for selling stocks. We must not neglect these contributors, said Fang Yufan. No problem, I'll make the call now. He then took out a checkbook and wrote 6 checks, displaying extraordinary generosity, 1 for 100,000 and 5 for 50,000 each. Upon Manager Yu Junliang's arrival, he congratulated Fang Sheng. Your operations could be chronicled in textbooks. Truly admirable. Fang Yufan responded with a calm demeanor. It's nothing special, merely a stroke of luck. Manager Yu, everyone has worked hard. This is for you, and please distribute the others among the team. Yu Junliang was taken aback upon seeing the 100,000 check, astonished at Fang Yufan's generosity. With the others receiving 50,000, this was indeed an unprecedented reward, especially considering the bonus given just 6 months prior. He accepted graciously, saying, "Thank you, Fang Sheng. I will certainly convey your gratitude." Haha, that's great. There may be times I need to trouble you in the future, so I won't disturb your work any longer, Fang Yufan said, standing up to exit. Zhang Jun and Yu Junliang quickly accompanied him out of the building, and upon watching him enter his armored luxury vehicle, they returned to their tasks with joy. Leaning back, Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar and declared, "Today is a joyous occasion. Have Uncle Huai prepare a feast for us to celebrate." "Understood, Fang Gu. I'll call Uncle Huai," replied Mei Gue, smiling at his elation. She then picked up the car phone to make the call. Bao Yugong, having recently acquired shares, publicly announced his takeover of Kowloon Warehouse. Reporters bombarded him with questions regarding the specifics. Grinning, Bao Yugong stated, "I must thank Fang Sheng from Xian Yuan Company. I acquired all of his Kowloon Warehouse stocks for 1.73 billion. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Fang Sheng of Xian Yuan Company. Wasn't that the enigmatic chairman? Instantly, this news spread to the press, leading to investigations into Fang Yufan's investments. As various news stories emerged, headlines like the emergence of a stock god and 3 billion to 17 billion captured attention. Following reports that properties linked to Tian Yuan Cafe were owned by the Xian Yuan Company's boss, it became apparent that Fang Yufan's wealth extended far beyond stock market gains. He possessed substantial assets as well. Moreover, the revelation that Fang Yufan had only been in Hong Kong for a year added to the astonishment. This was nothing short of a miracle, transforming from nothing to a billionaire in just 1 year. Fang Yufan swiftly became an idol for countless young people. As he sat at home, reading the newspaper articles, he merely smiled serenely. Shen Wanqing, filled with admiration, remarked, "Boss, you've now become an idol for all the youth in Hong Kong. Are you not thrilled?" Taking a puff of his cigar, he replied nonchalantly, "What is there to be excited about? It's merely fundamental operations." Seeing his calm demeanor, Shen Wanqing was deeply impressed. Achieving such success while remaining so composed was remarkable. Reflecting on their previous jest, she teased, "I remember our agreement. There's just over a year left until you become the richest." Fang Yufan set down the newspaper, looking at her playfully. "Haha, I certainly recall. But will there be a reward then?" Shen Wanqing grinned. "When that day comes, I shall prepare a mysterious grand gift for you. I shall eagerly await it." Fang Yufan chuckled, not overly concerned about the gift. Taking another puff of his cigar, he began to ponder which industries could help him amass wealth swiftly. Remembering an unfinished task, he instructed, "Have the bank manager and the securities department manager come to see me." Shen Wanqing promptly stood, saying, "All right, I'll notify them now," before heading inside to make the call. Fang Yufan contemplated several stocks, determined not to miss another opportunity for wealth accumulation. Jining Real Estate, Jianyang Properties, Hengji Holdings, and Yida Investments were all poised for a surge in the second half of the year. Although their stocks had been declining recently, a significant rise was expected in just over a month, triggered by the government awarding development rights for several subway station properties. He decided to implement his banking strategies. If time was short, he would also engage with HSBC for part of the operations. Shen Wanqing soon returned, stating, "They'll arrive in half an hour. Do you have another plan?" Fang Yufan nodded. "Indeed, we shall discuss it once they arrive." Shen Wanqing, unconcerned, replied cheerfully, "If there's nothing else, I'll go chat with Mei Gue." "Ha, go ahead," Fang Yufan said, taking another puff of his cigar and gazing at the people playing by the seaside, his mind racing with thoughts of future endeavors. The Famicom seemed like an opportunity, but with Nintendo now established, acquiring it would be challenging. Perhaps gathering a group of professionals to articulate his ideas could yield fruitful results. Resolute, he noted that there were 3 years until the advent of home gaming consoles, ample time to seize the market. As he absently tapped his fingers on the armrest, he contemplated the possibilities ahead. If one were to manufacture the red and white console, it would be most prudent to acquire a gaming company in the land of the rising sun, with the final assembly taking place either locally or in the mainland. While pondering these matters, the manager of Longhua Bank and the manager of the securities department arrived. Since the acquisition, Fang Yufan had not hurried to change the bank's name. Instead, he had conducted an internal review and allowed them to develop autonomously. Boss. Fang Yufan turned around and smiled. saying, "Please, have a seat. Are there any issues at the bank lately?" Manager Gong Ruifeng cautiously replied, "Rest assured, boss, everything at the bank is operating smoothly. We have completed the internal restructuring and are ready to execute any tasks you assign." He could not afford to be careless. He had a profound understanding of his boss's formidable capabilities, especially after the recent success in the stock market. The securities department manager, Ding Daqiang, looked at his boss with admiration. He had analyzed the initial situation of Julong Warehouse, and had it not been for the recent Julong Warehouse battle, he would have missed any sign of a significant surge. Yet, his boss had begun planning a year ago, which left him in deep admiration. Chapter 60. Commencing the arrangement, Fang Yufan nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Indeed, maintaining stability and safeguarding the company is of paramount importance. Opportunities for you to showcase your talents will arise in the future." Upon hearing this, Gong Ruifeng, visibly excited, responded, "Understood, boss. I assure you, I will not let you down." After sipping his tea, Fang Yufan inquired, "Manager Ding, if I were to allocate 600 million yuan for the acquisition of 4 stocks without alerting the counterpart, and complete this within a month, do you feel confident in executing this task?" Ding Daqiang's expression shifted, and instead of responding immediately, he cautiously asked, "Boss, are we acquiring the counterpart or merely making an investment?" "It is solely an investment. We will sell at the appropriate time," Fang Yufan clarified. Ding Daqiang pondered this, ultimately expressing his disappointment. "Boss, such a substantial transaction exceeds the capabilities of my team. However, I can confidently manage 300 million yuan. He glanced nervously at his superior as he concluded. Fang Yufan reclined in his chair, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest, seemingly deep in contemplation. Both Gong Ruifeng and Ding Daqiang felt a surge of anxiety, fearing the potential ire of their boss, yet they were aware of their limitations. Their small bank, coupled with a limited number of staff in the securities department, meant that completing 300 million yuan in a month was already an impressive feat. Fang Yufan did not chastise them. Rather, he lamented the inconveniences of the current era, where stock trading relies heavily on phone calls or verbal communication, lacking the ease of future methods. "Very well," he affirmed, "I shall provide you with 300 million yuan to operate discreetly. I will also utilize HSBC for additional support. This month, you are to reside at the company. I will deploy personnel to monitor the situation. Once the task is accomplished, the rewards will be substantial." Ding Daqiang, brimming with confidence, responded, "Understood, boss. We are all well aware of the protocols, and I will keep a close watch." He felt a sense of relief internally. Gong Ruifeng also sighed in relief, determined to ensure the completion of the boss's directive, knowing that failure on this initial task could lead to his resignation. Fang Yufan beckoned to Chao Hui, who promptly approached. "Boss, how may I assist you?" Chao Hui inquired. Fang Yufan instructed, "Bring a Chong back. They have an assignment." "Certainly, boss. I will fetch him," Chao Hui exclaimed before rushing to the dormitory. The trio from Zhou Chang's team soon arrived. Fang Yufan directly addressed them. "A Chong, you 3 accompany manager Ding to the bank. Your subsequent task is to closely shadow the traders." After clearly delineating the assignment, he entrusted Ding Daqiang with the details of the stocks to be acquired. Once they departed in their vehicle, Fang Yufan rose and said, "Hui, summon Yang Yao and his team to accompany me to HSBC." "Understood, boss. I will prepare the vehicle," Chao Hui responded, turning to leave. As Shun Wanqing observed the arrangements being made, she stepped out from the room and asked, "Have you finalized everything?" Fang Yufan smiled, replying, "I have accomplished half of it. I still need to visit Shunfeng. You and Mei Gawei can entertain yourselves at home." Shun Wanqing shot him a playful glance, saying, "You didn't even bother to inform me. Never mind, Mei Gawei will surely follow you, so I shall return to the company." Mei Gawei chimed in cheerfully, "Sister Wanqing, if you have no plans tonight, come over, and I will keep you company." "All right, if I have no plans, I will come over to snuggle with you," Shun Wanqing teased back, both sharing a light-hearted moment. Fang Yufan chuckled, and the group made their way outside, where they each boarded their vehicles and departed the villa. He utilized the car's phone to contact Ding Mingjie, requesting a lawyer to head directly to HSBC, then turned his gaze out the window, lost in thought. Mei Gawei, observing him in contemplation, sat quietly beside him, refraining from interrupting his thoughts. Upon arrival at HSBC, the receptionist greeted him with courtesy, "Mr. Fang." Fang Yufan nodded and smiled, stating, "I need to visit the securities department." "Of course, Mr. Fang. I will escort you upstairs." The receptionist replied. They ascended in the elevator, where Yu Junliang from the securities department, engrossed in paperwork, promptly welcomed Fang Yufan upon his arrival. Mr. Fang, what brings you here today? Is there a specific plan? He inquired, intrigued since it was the first time Fang Yufan had personally visited. Fang Yufan affirmed, indeed. I require Manager Yu to arrange personnel to assist me in acquiring several stocks. Absolutely. Shall we proceed with the same 5 individuals as before? They are top-tier traders and will certainly accomplish this task, Yu Junliang suggested. That sounds perfect. Fang Yufan agreed. The lawyers soon arrived, and both parties signed a contract. Fang Yufan stated, for Jiani Real Estate, 200 million. For Jianian Real Estate, 100 million. For Hengji Company, 100 million. And for Yida Investment, likewise 100 million. These 4 stocks must be acquired within a month. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing the 500 million acquisition, the traders conferred among themselves before nodding in agreement. No problem. Excellent. Let the work commence. Rest assured, there will be ample rewards upon success, Fang Yufan encouraged. The mention of rewards invigorated the traders, who recognized the substantial generosity involved, and they became increasingly motivated. Yu Junliang assured him, Mr. Fang, you can trust us. This matter will remain confidential. Fang Yufan nodded, expressing his confidence in their integrity. I have complete faith in your credibility. This acquisition has no upper limit. If completed ahead of schedule, continue acquiring. I have prepared 1 billion in funds. The magnitude of your bonuses will depend on your execution. This revelation further animated the traders. If they completed the task in its entirety, the rewards would be significant given Fang Yufan's generous approach. They eagerly began contacting relevant parties. Given Fang Yufan's stature, he was now eligible for a large client room. However, he had never visited before. This time, he had no choice but to come due to the substantial funds involved. He lit a cigar and observed the traders in action for the first time, witnessing firsthand the operations of this era. Previously, he had thought it was merely fictional while watching television, but seeing it live confirmed its authenticity. Taking a puff from his cigar, Fang Yufan instructed, Yao, you 3 shall remain here for the time being. I will arrange meals for you, and feel free to call me if needed. Yang Yao nodded, understanding the implication, and assured, understood, boss. We will certainly execute this task without any issues. Fang Yufan nodded in acknowledgement, remaining for a while longer. After observing that they had already acquired several million shares in just over an hour, he decided to take his leave. Remaining there served little purpose. It would be more beneficial to return and rest. Once in the car, he instructed, Ahui, ensure that meals are arranged for this team, and please bring some cigarettes. Certainly, boss. We will take turns coming by, Chao Hui affirmed. Fang Yufan reclined comfortably in the back seat, a beaming smile gracing his face as he gazed out the window. He observed the delivery riders from his company bustling about on the streets. Ever since the successful execution of the last food delivery venture, no other company had dared to imitate them. The standards established for the delivery service were simply unattainable for others. Moreover, with the revelation that the owner of Xianyuan Company held billions in cash, it dissuaded any potential competitors from entering the industry. It was akin to an old man consuming arsenic. Should one plunge into this realm, the financial might of the opposition could easily overwhelm them. Chapter 61. Selecting talents without avoiding kinship. Upon returning to the villa, Fang Yufan immediately took Meiguwei to the rooftop for a swim. The 2 frolicked joyfully in the pool. Meiguwei, with a shy expression, exclaimed, Fanggu, you are so annoying, always bullying me. I will definitely tell Sister Wanqing. With a mischievous grin, Fang Yufan replied, I am not afraid of you telling her. I'll just bully both of you together. Hee. Sister Wanqing is known for her strength. Meiguwei retorted, I am not scared. I am quite formidable. Let me show you just how powerful I am. With that, she lunged at him. Ah, I was wrong. I won. Dare again. After more than an hour of play, the 2, tired, lounged on deck chairs sipping red wine. Meiguwei said with genuine happiness, I truly wish to spend all my time with you. Fang Yufan playfully pinched her nose and teased, do you wish to escape? Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will bring you back. Hee, not at all. Fang Yufan took a sip of wine, gazing at the distant sea landscape, and remarked, this is the essence of life. Meiguwei smiled back at him, her eyes filled with affection. In the office of the chairman of HSBC, Shenzhou listened to the report from Yu Junliang. Chairman, Fang Sheng has arranged for bodyguards to guard the high-value room. It seems he is determined this time. Shenzhou nodded thoughtfully and inquired, are there any updates on these stocks? Yu Junliang shook his head. None, and they have been declining since the beginning of the year, continuing to fall. All right then, let it be. Fang Xing's ideas are always eccentric. You may go about your business. Understood, Yu Junliang replied, turning to leave. Xinzhou pondered for a moment, but could not come up with any further issues, so he resumed processing documents. He had a multitude of tasks daily. Were it not for his regard for Fang Yufan, he truly would not have the time to monitor his operations. The following morning, Fang Yufan stretched lazily, and the system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Based on the host's month-long life, a rating of C has been assigned. Please select one reward from the following options: 50 million Hong Kong dollars, master-level gambling skills, or an increase of 2 cubic meters in personal space. Upon hearing about the gambling skills, he contemplated and decided, master-level gambling skills. Instantly, an influx of knowledge regarding cards, dice, mahjong, and various gambling techniques flooded his mind. It felt as though he had practiced for years, and in a mere instant, he mastered it all. After receiving the reward, he headed directly to the bathroom to freshen up. Over the past few months, he had acquired several rewards, ranging from beginner to intermediate, culminating in this master-level skill. He had discerned a pattern. The more powerful the skill, the more likely it began at the beginner level or was granted directly at the intermediate level, with no skills achieving peak status in one step. He also received a beginner-level gun combat skill, a remarkable technique from a film, which integrated firearms, swordsmanship, and body techniques into a formidable killing skill. The weapon, of course, was a handgun, and this reward significantly elevated his marksmanship. Additionally, he acquired a beginner-level disguise skill, which not only allowed him to blend into the wilderness or urban environments, but also included techniques for crafting human skin masks and altering appearances through makeup, even changing one's voice and physique, proving to be exceedingly practical. He took advantage of this to create several human skin masks, storing them in his space, anticipating their potential utility in the future. Moreover, he gained master-level literary and instrumental skills, both of which greatly enhanced his literary prowess, surpassing even that of professors and experts. After breakfast, Meiguei linked her arm with Fang Yufan's as they strolled along the beach. In the distance, beyond the barriers, tents were visible, indicating that someone was camping nearby. Fang Ge, look ahead. There are crabs, Meiguei exclaimed, joyfully rushing forward. Fang Yufan chuckled and followed her. Several sea crabs had been washed ashore, busily digging into the sand to establish their homes. Meiguei laughed. Hee hee, they dig so quickly. They've burrowed in already. Indeed, if they don't hurry, they'll be caught and eaten. Ding Mingjia arrived at the villa with a young man in his 20s. Upon hearing from the butler that the boss was walking on the beach, he chose not to interrupt and sat in the garden waiting. He remarked to the person beside him, "The boss is the wisest person I have ever met. At times, he is like a sage, his words illuminating the minds of others. His vision is unparalleled. I dare say no wealthy magnate in Hong Kong can compare. Every time you think you've grasped his thoughts, you realize your assumptions are vastly different from his, often appearing quite naive. This time, I am introducing you to the boss. Whether he takes you under his wing depends entirely on your performance." Chu Shiyu nodded earnestly. "Uncle Ding, I understand. I will give it my all and not disappoint your goodwill." "Haha, it's not that serious. The boss is very easy to get along with and does not carry airs. If you can follow him, you will certainly not regret it in the future." When Fang Yufan and Meiguei returned from their walk, the butler approached them. "Boss, Lawyer Ding has brought a young man and is having tea in the garden. Oh, he has some free time today. All right, I will go have a look." Meiguei smiled and said, "Fang Ge, I'll go wash up in my room." "All right, go ahead." Fang Yufan smiled as he made his way to the garden. Seeing the boss arrive, Ding Mingjia quickly stood and said, "Boss." Chu Shiyu also stood aside. Fang Yufan glanced at the unfamiliar young man and smiled. "Old Ding, what brings you here today?" "Haha, boss, today I am selecting talents without avoiding kinship. This is Chu Shiyu, the child of a good friend of mine, who has just returned from abroad after working for 2 years at a prominent law firm, participating in numerous international acquisitions, and..." Fang Yufan, after listening, nodded with a smile. "Please, have a seat. What a coincidence. I happen to have an overseas acquisition plan. You've just brought me a talent. Lawyer Chu, would you be willing to give it a try?" With utmost confidence, Chu Shiyu replied, "Boss, please give your instructions. I am confident in my ability to succeed." Ding Mingjia chuckled, sitting down to enjoy his tea. Fang Yufan took the towel handed to him by the butler, wiped his hands, and asked, "What do you know about Nintendo from the island?" After pondering, Chu Shiyu said, Nintendo is a very famous game company from the island country. Initially, the company was a toy manufacturer, but due to economic reasons, it later transitioned and, after over 20 years of development, has now become a global. After his introduction, Fang Yufan smiled and remarked, Attorney Chu seems quite familiar with this company. Chu Shiyu explained, because there was a plagiarism lawsuit overseas involving Nintendo, I had to do a lot of research. He then added, if Mr. Fang wishes to acquire them, it might not be easy. From what I know, several other gaming companies abroad have made acquisition offers, but they were outright rejected. Fang Yufan took a sip of tea, shook his head, and said, I don't need to acquire them. Instead, I want to acquire another gaming company, one with sufficient technical staff and the capability for independent research, development, production, and sales. Of course, the technical personnel are the priority. The latter two aspects are not essential, as they can be established independently. Chapter 62. Awaiting payment. Chu Shiyu finally comprehended Ding Mingjia's earlier insinuation. Indeed, the boss possessed a distinctly unconventional mindset. With little time for contemplation, he nodded affirmatively and declared, Fang Sheng, I am confident in this task. I shall promptly compile a list of enterprises that meet your requirements and report back to you. Fang Yufan smiled and replied, excellent. If you succeed in this endeavor, you shall become my dedicated attorney henceforth. Chu Shiyu, with a serious demeanor, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Fang Sheng, for this opportunity. Ding Mingjia, observing that matters were progressing smoothly, remarked with a smile, Boss, we shall take our leave now. Let Shiyu update you further. Fang Yufan nodded. Very well, travel safely. After watching them depart, he smiled gently and sipped from his teacup. With Ding Mingjia now engaged in politics, his focus could no longer remain on business. Thus he had been seeking another attorney. And this encounter seemed serendipitous. At that moment, Chao Hui approached respectfully, informing, Boss, I just delivered breakfast, and everything is proceeding normally. Fang Yufan replied, Thank you for your efforts. Chao Hui added, It's no trouble. If you need anything, feel free to call. Understood, Fang Yufan responded with a smile. Mei Guo emerged in a different outfit, and Fang Yufan gestured for her to sit beside him, playfully commenting, with so many dresses. You choose to wear something so formal. Mei Guo, beaming with joy, replied, Yes, this is convenient for movement. If you prefer to see me in a dress, I shall wear one for you tonight. She mischievously winked afterward. Fang Yufan laughed. In that case, I shall select an outfit for you this evening. During the ensuing month, Fang Yufan hardly ventured outside, relying solely on phone calls to stay informed about the situation at the exchange. When trading time arrived, he directly traveled to HSBC. In the large trading room, Yu Junliang reported, Fang Sheng, we have acquired a total of 800 million in stocks. Jining acquired 320 million. Yida acquired 150 million. Fang Yufan took a sip of tea, nodding in satisfaction, and produced a prepared check, handing it over while stating, Excellent work during this period, everyone. Upon seeing the check, several faces lit up with joy. Yu Junliang accepted the check gratefully, exclaiming, Thank you, Fang Sheng. The traders echoed their thanks. Fang Yufan replied, Well, there will be additional rewards upon the sale of the stocks. I shall take my leave now. Upon hearing of the rewards, the traders joyfully shouted, Send off Fang Sheng. Send off Fang Sheng. Once outside HSBC, Fang Yufan entered the vehicle, instructing, Let us return to the villa. Yes, the team at Longhua Bank had likewise completed their operations, striving to please the boss. They had acquired 420 million in stocks, thus exceeding their targets. Upon arriving at the villa, Gong Ruifeng and Ding Daqiang awaited him. Boss. Seeing their exhilaration, Fang Yufan smiled. It seems your efforts have been fruitful. Ding Daqiang, brimming with enthusiasm, reported, Boss, we have acquired a total of 420 million in stocks, with Jining at 200 million and Hengji at 80 million. After they completed their report, Fang Yufan nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Your diligence during this period has not gone unnoticed. Await my instructions for selling, and bonuses will follow. Seeing the boss pleased, Gong Ruifeng felt elated. Their hard work over the month had finally borne fruit. He cheerfully stated, Boss, it is our duty to serve. Your satisfaction is reward enough. Fang Yufan smiled. Those who work with me shall reap rewards for their efforts. Moving forward, the bank will prioritize stability, but we can also cultivate talent, especially among traders, as such tasks will be frequent. Understood, boss. Both men were overjoyed, with Ding Daqiang the most thrilled, for with more talents under his wing, profits, and opportunities would surely abound. After discussing banking matters for a while longer, he dismissed them to return to their duties. Fang Yufan produced several checks, stating, "Oui, distribute these 2 checks of 50,000 to Yao and Chong, and this one of 30,000 among the 3 of you." Chao Hui was pleasantly surprised by the bonuses, exclaiming, "Thank you, boss." Fang Yufan chuckled. "Everyone has worked hard during this time. Let them have a moment to rest." "Yes." Mei Gawei, with a joyful expression, chimed in, "You seem quite pleased. Does this mean you are about to earn a substantial amount?" Fang Yufan playfully pinched her cheek, praising, "You are truly astute. Would you like a reward?" "Not necessary. It is daylight, and one shouldn't tease." "Haha. Then I shall save the teasing for tonight." During this time, Chu Shiyu had been diligently gathering information on all gaming companies in the island nation through various connections, analyzing which enterprises were most suitable for acquisition. He then swiftly traveled to the island nation, conducting on-site investigations of each factory. After 2 weeks of relentless effort, he finally identified 3 companies that met the criteria. With the materials organized, he drove directly to Qianchuan Villa. Fang Yufan sat in the garden, perusing the documents while listening to Chu Shiyu's presentation, his expression revealing no emotion. After thorough investigation, these are the 3 enterprises in the island nation that align with your needs. They possess professional development teams and production facilities, along with established sales channels. Although other companies also qualify, their financial stability would demand a hefty price for acquisition. Conversely, these 3 are on the brink of bankruptcy, making acquisition considerably straightforward. Fang Yufan set down the documents and inquired, "Which one do you prefer?" Chu Shiyu responded directly, "Daban Electronics. I have conducted an on-site inspection. Their factory boasts extensive land and facilities, and despite facing bankruptcy, the workers remain passionate." Fang Yufan took a sip of tea, contemplating before saying, "Very well. Can we recruit all the technical personnel from the other 2 companies?" After a moment of thought, Chu Shiyu replied, "Since they are not in the same city, perhaps only a portion would be willing to relocate." Fang Yufan nodded, acknowledging the practicality of the situation, and asked with a smile, "What are your salary expectations?" Upon hearing this, Chu Shiyu recognized his qualifications, responding earnestly, "An annual salary of 150,000. Fang Yufan promptly produced his checkbook and wrote a check for 150,000, smiling, "Let negotiations commence. I will be present for the contract signing." "Understood, boss." Chu Shiyu received the check and exclaimed with delight. Fang Yufan, smiling, remarked that exceptional managers could be retained, but a thorough investigation was necessary, as he sought loyalty. Chu Shiyu nodded and assured, "I will conduct a thorough inquiry through the local detective agency." "Excellent. Proceed with it. I await your good news," Fang Yufan replied. With an expression of exhilaration, Chu Shiyu drove away from the villa, his heart brimming with excitement. During this period, he had often heard the legendary tales of his boss. The company, once regarded as foolish by many, orchestrated a series of interconnected operations that led to fame, even becoming a topic of study in universities, garnering praise from countless individuals. In just a year, he had transformed from an ordinary individual who had just crossed the harbor into a billionaire worth tens of billions. With such a remarkable boss, he was certain that a bright future awaited him. Chapter 63. Journey to the Island Nation. In mid-August, Gangdao suddenly announced that 4 enterprises, including Jianing Real Estate and Yida Investment, had won the bid to construct residential areas at the newly built subway stations. The news broke unexpectedly, causing the previously declining stocks of these companies to surge dramatically, as if a pause button had been pressed, resulting in a doubling of their value. The stock exchange was abuzz with excitement. The suddenness of this announcement caught many off guard, prompting a frenzy as individuals rushed into the exchange to purchase shares of the 4 companies. Yu Junliang from HSBC Securities was equally taken aback upon hearing the news, particularly recalling that Fang Yufan had recently purchased 800 million in stocks. Just a few days later, such a significant piece of news had emerged. He promptly called Fang Yufan, stating, "Fang Sheng, the stocks have skyrocketed, doubling in value today alone." Fang Yufan responded with a casual smile, "Is that so? That's wonderful. Let's hold off for now, no rush." Impressed by Fang Yufan's calm demeanor, Yu Junliang thought to himself that this doubling represented a staggering 800 million. Moreover, the stocks continued to rise. Suppressing his excitement, he replied, "All right, Fang Sheng, I will keep a close watch. Thank you for your hard work, Manager Yu." Fang Yufan said as he hung up the phone, turning to Ding Daqiang across from him, and remarked with an air of tranquility, "This is merely the beginning. Await my news." "Understood, boss." Ding Daqiang responded, equally exhilarated. Such an investment return was unparalleled across Gangdao. After Ding Daqiang departed, Fang Yufan accepted a cigar from Meiguei, savoring a puff with satisfaction. In truth, he felt a sense of relief. He had feared a shift in the global rules, but it turned out to be merely a false alarm. He maintained a composed expression, as if several billion were not a concern at all. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Fang Yufan said, "Meiguei, we are heading out to sea for some leisure." "Sounds excellent." Subsequently, Chao Hui and the others accompanied him to the harbor. The yacht was operated by a few of them, while the household chef brought along 2 assistants. Standing at the bow, with the sea breeze tousling his hair, Fang Yufan felt an indescribable thrill. Chao Hui and the others remained alert, scanning the waters. After over an hour of sailing, they arrived at their destination, where the yacht came to a halt. Fang Yufan cheerfully announced, "Feel free to enjoy yourselves. If you like fishing, go ahead. As for lunch, it's up to you." Yang Yao replied joyfully, "Haha, don't worry, boss. I'll definitely catch something good today. If not, I'll dive in and catch it myself." "I'll be watching to see if you can catch anything," Fang Yufan joked, before embracing Meiguei and heading to the top deck. The two lounged under a sunshade, sipping drinks and enjoying their time. "Meiguei, are you interested in learning something, perhaps about managing a company?" "Not really. I find managing so many people quite troublesome. If you want me to, I will, but it's not my preference." Fang Yufan looked at her and replied with a smile. "I was merely asking. If you're not keen, then it's no matter. I don't particularly enjoy it either, so I leave everything to them." Meiguei gazed at him with admiration and said, "Haha, Fanggu is the most capable." "Of course." With a bright smile, Meiguei asked, "Fanggu, what is your dream?" Fang Yufan pondered for a moment before responding, "My dream is for everyone around me to live well, allowing me to enjoy a carefree life." "Well, you can live that kind of life now. It shouldn't depend on others. Of course, it does matter. If you all live well, you can assist me with more matters, allowing me to relax and enjoy life." In a private room at the Peninsula Hotel, Baoyu was chatting over tea with several friends. Su Shixuan remarked with a smile, "It seems that Xianyuan Company has quieted down. There hasn't been any action lately. This young fellow is quite intriguing. Bao should have a deep understanding of that," Zheng Yu teased. The others joined in laughter, while Baoyu remained unfazed, proudly stating, "That is how the business world operates, but I owe him a significant favor this time. Otherwise, I would have lost face." Li Chaoran chuckled, "To be honest, I attempted to acquire Geelong Warehouse, but ended up with little. Only later did I realize it had already been acquired by him." He then sighed, "I was truly deceived. Who would have thought of such a strategy?" Now, Xianyuan dominates the delivery market in Gangdao, boasting tens of thousands of couriers, and has gained a strong foothold. Su Shixuan took a sip of tea and casually remarked, "Xianyuan Company has likely reached its peak. There's nowhere to go but down, or they wouldn't remain so subdued." Baoyu, however, suspected it wouldn't be so simple, though he couldn't fathom how the other party would break the impasse. Shaking his head, he said, "I don't think so. I met Fang Sheng once. Though he is young, he exudes a sense of maturity and composure, especially that confidence about him. Such a person won't settle for the status quo." Li Chaoran became intrigued and suggested with a grin, "How about we place a bet to see what this young fellow can accomplish that will astonish us?" "Good idea. I wager he will stop here." "Agreed," the others chimed in. Baoyu laughed, "In that case, I'll take the bet. I say he will achieve something even more shocking." A light-hearted wager was settled in the private room, though only Baoyu held optimism about it. Fang Yufan spent his days sipping tea and reading books. Since being introduced to literary knowledge, he had developed a fascination for ancient literature, even exploring texts from various sections. Negotiations in the island nation proceeded swiftly. After Chu Shiyu reported on the work, Fang Yufan stated decisively, "All right, book the tickets. We will depart directly. There's nothing pressing here at the moment, so let us go explore." "Understood, boss. How many people do you need?" "I will make arrangements." Fang Yufan contemplated and decided it would be better to take a few people along, especially since he could always retreat safely if necessary. He replied, "One from the finance department will suffice, along with myself." Chu Shiyu nodded, "I will arrange that now." Once the others departed, Meiguei expressed her concerns. "Fanggu, let me accompany you. What if there is danger?" Fang Yufan embraced her and reassured, "There are bodyguards for protection. If anything were to happen to you, I would be worried, especially since it's not our territory. You can rest easy. All right. But do ensure your safety. I'll be waiting for you at home. Don't worry. I should be back in about half a month, Fang Yufan replied. He contacted Luo Yaozu to inform him of the situation and then briefed Shun Wonking on various matters, effectively ensuring everything at home was in order. The group then took a vehicle to the airport. Chapter 64 The most practical reward. After several hours of flight, the airplane gracefully descended upon Dabin's airport. The proprietor of Dabin's Electronics was already awaiting their arrival outside the airport, accompanied by a handful of associates. As Fang Yufan and his entourage emerged, they were greeted by a line of luxury vehicles, which brought them a sense of satisfaction, indicating that the host was indeed considerate. Chu Shiyu proceeded to introduce the parties involved. The village chief, Yamashita, bowed respectfully and said, "Welcome, Mr. Fang. I have prepared our local specialty hotel and hope you find it to your liking." Fang Yufan replied with a smile, "Thank you, Mr. Yamashita. Let us converse further at the hotel. Please, after you." Upon entering the vehicle, Fang Yufan gazed through the window at the towering skyscrapers, a testament to the era of economic prosperity in the island nation. However, he mused that in a few years, this grandeur may cease to exist, and he might have to come back to partake in the spoils. After a pleasant journey, they arrived at the hotel. Yamashita had reserved an entire private villa, and Fang Yufan nodded in approval as he surveyed the surroundings. A stunning woman in a kimono approached with a radiant smile and asked, "Esteemed guest, would you like to bathe and change before dining?" Yamashita interjected, "Mr. Fang, the service here is exceptional. Perhaps we should rest a moment before our meal?" Fang Yufan graciously responded, "I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Yamashita, but I cannot neglect my companions. We can enjoy the other services later. Let us dine and converse." "As you wish, Mr. Fang." Yamashita nodded in agreement. In the dining room, they settled cross-legged and surveyed the island cuisine. Fang Yufan was not particularly fond of it, though the teppanyaki was quite delightful. The meal was enjoyable, especially with a beautiful attendant catering to their needs, enhancing the experience. Chu Shiyu attentively observed his employer to address any queries that might arise. Fang Yufan raised his glass and said with a smile, "The flavors are indeed exquisite. Let us toast to Mr. Yamashita for his hospitality." Yamashita lifted his cup with humility, replying, "Thank you, Mr. Fang." After consuming a drink, Fang Yufan inquired, "Once the factory contract is signed, how soon can the handover occur?" Yamashita responded, "Mr. Fang, the factory can be handed over at any time. Although I am reluctant to part with my enterprise, I am not an adept manager." Fang Yufan nodded thoughtfully, "Mr. Yamashita, everyone has their own path. A period of rest may lead you to discover your true direction." Yamashita expressed his gratitude, saying, "Mr. Fang, you are indeed a sage. I, too, look forward to finding my path." The meal concluded with much merriment. Fang Yufan proclaimed, "Let us visit the factory tomorrow morning. If all is satisfactory, we shall sign the contract." "Certainly. I will come to collect you, Mr. Fang," Yamashita responded eagerly, bowing deeply. Once the guests departed, only Fang Yufan, Chu Shiyu, and 2 financial staff members remained in the room. He retrieved a cigar, lighting it leisurely, and addressed them, "Everyone appears weary. You should retire for the evening. Tomorrow, we shall see the factory. And if all goes well, there will be much work ahead." The employees nodded and departed the room. Fang Yufan reclined on the soft couch, savoring his cigar. Suddenly, a soft knock on the door interrupted him. A beautiful attendant respectfully inquired, "Sir, would you like me to prepare a bath for you?" Fang Yufan glanced at her and nodded, "Yes, please." The following morning, he awoke and stretched, the system notification resonating in his mind. Ding. Based on the host's month-long lifestyle, the rating is B-. Please select one reward from the options below: 10 loyal warriors, the Eye of Loyalty, or an additional 10 cubic meters of personal space. Upon hearing the nature of the reward, Fang Yufan sprang upright, startling the attendant beside him. With little interest in her, he hurried to the bathroom, his heart racing with excitement. He had not anticipated such a generous reward. Was it typical for B-level rewards to be so bountiful? The prospect of receiving loyal warriors, individuals who would be utterly devoted to him, was thrilling. However, the Eye of Loyalty also piqued his curiosity. With a thought, he asked, "System, why is this reward so lavish? Is this standard for B-level ratings?" Ding. Any reward is random. This time, it simply reflects the host's exceptional luck. Please make your selection promptly. After processing the system's explanation, Fang Yufan endeavored to calm himself. Contemplating the rewards, he decisively chose the eye of loyalty. If it were indeed as its name suggested, it would undoubtedly serve him well. Human hearts are intricate, and he was uncertain whether those around him were truly aligned with his interests. If this ability could genuinely reveal their intentions, he would have struck gold. Instantly, a wave of energy enveloped his eyes, imparting a refreshing sensation that compelled him to close them. A surge of information flooded his mind. The eye of loyalty could discern friend from foe. Those harboring ill intentions would emanate a dark glow, while ordinary individuals would emit a white light, and loyal ones would shine in red. The deeper the loyalty, the more vibrant the hue, with a purple glow indicating absolute fidelity, an assurance against betrayal in any circumstance. Upon opening his eyes, Fang Yufan felt a surge of exhilaration. He mused indeed. I made the right choice. Discerning who is genuine and who is not will now be effortless. While he felt a twinge of regret for not selecting the loyal warriors, he considered that future opportunities might arise, and thus he dismissed his concerns. After a refreshing shower, he emerged ready for the day. Shall I prepare breakfast for you, sir? The attendants inquired, kneeling in the room. Observing the white glow radiating from them, he smiled and replied, Please do. During breakfast in the dining room, he noted the red glow emanating from Chu Shiyu and the two financial staff members, which pleased him greatly. This skill was indeed immensely beneficial. Yamashita awaited them outside with a convoy, bowing as they exited. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Yamashita. Let us set off. Certainly. As they traveled to Dabin's Electronics, Fang Yufan found the premises, as Chu Shiyu had indicated, to be quite expansive. After inspecting both the interior and exterior of the factory, he noted that most employees appeared satisfactory. However, a few managers radiated a dark glow. He promptly removed them from the list. Though the others were puzzled, they complied with their employer's directive. Those who were dismissed expressed their dissatisfaction immediately. However, despite their grievances, they had no choice but to gather their belongings and depart. Over the course of a single day, Fang Yufan assessed all the employees within the company and implemented certain adjustments. Subsequently, he returned to the hotel, leaving Chu Shiyu and the others in charge of the reorganization. Once everything was in order, he would return to oversee the subsequent arrangements. In the following days, Fang Yufan explored the islands, indulging in the unique characteristics of the region, which left him thoroughly content. Chapter 65. The birth of the red and white console. Fang Yufan luxuriated in the soothing waters of the hot spring, accompanied by two enchanting ladies. He raised a glass and downed its contents in one swift motion, thoroughly satisfied with their attentive service. He mused to himself, no wonder so many affluent individuals are enamored with this place. It indeed stirs a man's desires. A woman clad in a kimono approached with delicate steps. Bowing respectfully as she announced, Sir, your subordinate is here and waiting outside. Fang Yufan nodded, rising from the hot spring. The nearby beauty swiftly retrieved a towel to dry him off before draping a bathrobe over his shoulders. Upon seeing his return, Chu Shiyu greeted him with a smile. Boss, the factory has been organized. We have brought in 20 skilled technicians from other regions, and they are all in place. Fang Yufan took a seat and acknowledged, Excellent. I will visit tomorrow morning. Ensure that all technicians are prepared. There must be no absentees. Understood, boss. Uncle Huai from home called to inform me that Manager Yu from HSBC has attempted to reach you several times. Fang Yufan calculated the timing and, realizing the stock sale was not yet imminent, replied with a smile. Very well, I understand. The following morning, the group went directly to the company. Yoshida and his team greeted the boss with utmost respect. Good day, boss. Fang Yufan surveyed them, nodding in satisfaction as he inquired, Have the technicians arrived? They are already waiting in the conference room. Yoshida replied respectfully. Let us proceed, Fang Yufan commanded. Yoshida was his appointed leader, one of the few individuals who radiated a red aura. In the conference room, 45 individuals, the entire research and development team, stood as Fang Yufan entered, bowing in unison. Observing that most exuded a white aura, with a select few glowing red, he took his seat at the head of the table. Addressing the assembly in fluent island dialect, he instructed, Please be seated. Once everyone was settled, Fang Yufan continued, I am delighted that you have chosen to work here. From this day forth, all of your salaries will be increased by 20%. The room erupted with excitement at this announcement, for a 20% raise was no trifling matter. Noticing that many began to exhibit red auras, he felt a sense of satisfaction within. Fang Yufan elaborated, With this increase comes the expectation that you will deliver results that meet my approval. I will outline my vision, and you are to conduct your research accordingly. He then proceeded to share his concept for a home gaming console, along with several well-known games from the future. The conference room fell into a hushed silence, with only his voice and the sound of pens scratching on paper breaking the stillness. Many faces lit up with excitement as they realized that the current technology could indeed bring these ideas to fruition, instantly expanding their horizons. They gazed in admiration at their boss, astonished that he could conceive such brilliant designs. Chu Shiyu was taken aback by his boss's fluency in the island dialect and his profound understanding of gaming, leaving him at a loss for words. He wondered silently, has the educational standard in the mainland reached such heights? The meeting stretched from morning until evening, with lunch taken in the conference room. The technicians continually raised questions, and Fang Yufan patiently shared his knowledge, though he refrained from discussing more distant concepts. For now, the focus was solely on bringing the red and white console to life, after which they could await financial rewards. After a month spent in the island nation, he observed the technicians working diligently and, feeling a tinge of boredom, decided to explore other cities. He traveled alone, indulging in leisurely adventures. After traversing the island and savoring its wonders, he returned to Dabin and awoke in his hotel room. A system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Based on the host's month-long experience, your rating is B-. Please select one reward from the options below: 10 million master-level acting skills, or an increase of 10 cubic meters to your personal space. Upon hearing the rewards, Fang Yufan pondered briefly before selecting the expansion of his space. At this moment, he found himself lacking in funds, and his skills were not entirely satisfactory, thus he opted for space. Instantly, the mysterious area in his mind expanded to 12 cubic meters, followed by a wave of feedback flooding his consciousness. Fang Yufan was taken aback, a look of joy gracing his features. To his astonishment, with the increase in space, he could now manipulate items within a 1-meter radius of himself with mere thought, without the need for physical contact. Rising, he made his way to the restroom, and with a flick of his mind, he retrieved items from the countertop into his space, only to return them effortlessly to their original positions, his heart brimming with happiness. In the office of the chairman at Dabin Electronics, Yoshida excitedly reported, "Boss, following your guidance, we have successfully created a prototype, and several games have been developed. The remaining games are in tight production." Fang Yufan replied with delight, "Bring it to me. I wish to test it." Shortly after, several technical team leaders joined him in the office. Fang Yufan examined the gaming console, which closely aligned with his vision, and upon connecting it to the television, he indulged in playing block games and Contra, among other mini-games. "Very good. Though the controls are somewhat sluggish, you must rectify this immediately," he instructed. He then added, "Shiyu, once the improvements are made, ensure that patents are registered globally without delay. During this time, confidentiality must be upheld. If any issues arise, my wrath will be beyond what you can bear." The group felt the powerful aura emanating from their boss, and a palpable tension filled the room. Yoshida quickly assured him, "Rest assured, boss. I will ensure the factory maintains strict confidentiality, and no technician will leave the premises." The technical team leaders nodded in agreement. "Yes, boss, we will closely monitor the remaining team members to prevent any leaks." Chu Shiyu confidently stated, "Boss, have faith in me. I am confident we will complete all patent registrations within a month, ensuring your plans remain on schedule." Fang Yufan nodded in satisfaction, "Excellent. During this period, I will remain at the factory. Once the gaming console is ready, Yoshida, promptly initiate production." With that, the group resumed their respective tasks with renewed vigor. Fang Yufan took up residence in the office, which boasted a lounge, spending his days sipping tea and reading, or strolling through the factory. Yoshida thoughtfully assigned a beautiful female employee to attend to his daily needs. Fang Yufan was quite pleased with this arrangement. Currently, Gangdao is bustling with activity. In the stock exchange, individuals eagerly observe the ever-rising stocks, resembling gamblers in their fervor. Unbeknownst to them, a calamity looms on the horizon, one that will lead to countless individuals facing bankruptcy and despair. Chapter 66. Li Chaoran. As November arrived, Fang Yufan finally completed all matters concerning the island nation and boarded a plane back to Gangdao. Outside the airport, Meiguei and her companions waited eagerly for his return, greeting him with joy. "Fanggu, you are finally back." Fang Yufan replied with a beaming smile. "I initially thought it would be a quick trip, but some matters held me up. Now that everything is settled, I returned immediately." Meiguei cheerfully exclaimed. Dinner is already prepared at home. Let us hurry back. All right, let's go. Fang Yufan gazed at the radiant glow of red and purple surrounding Meiguei and the others, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Indeed, they did not disappoint him. Their loyalty was unwavering. He patiently listened as Meiguei recounted tales from home, including how Shun Wangqing often visited her, occasionally sharing amusing tales that painted him in a less than favorable light, which he found rather amusing. Upon returning to the villa, Shun Wangqing, Luo Yaozu, Ding Mingjie, and others were already waiting. Fang Yufan chuckled. Haha, everyone is here. Let us eat first. Is the boss over there so enchanted that he is reluctant to return after such a long time? Hearing Shun Wangqing's teasing, Fang Yufan sighed. I was merely occupied with work. Shun Wangqing, with a hint of disbelief, remarked, who knows if that is true? I've heard that the services over in the island nation are quite plentiful. The others laughed in agreement. Fang Yufan joked, you seem to know quite a lot about it. Perhaps we should discuss it in detail later. Shun Wangqing blushed slightly and reached out to pinch him. Fang Yufan quickly dodged, laughing. You dare to defy hierarchy. I might have to deduct your salary. You wouldn't dare. If you do, I'll just move Meiguei to my place, she retorted. Meiguei, watching their playful banter, laughed along. After some playful exchanges, everyone settled at the dining table. Fang Yufan's gaze fell upon a maid, and a flicker of intrigue crossed his eyes. He raised his glass and declared, let us toast together. Everyone has worked hard during this time. Luo Yaozu raised his glass and smiled. The boss has been the one truly working hard. Let us toast to our esteemed boss. Indeed, it seems our boss has lost some weight lately, Ding Mingjie added with a grin. Fang Yufan sighed. The food there was quite unpalatable. Thankfully, there were barbecued meats and seafood. Otherwise, I would have been stuck with instant noodles every day. Shun Wangqing teased. I think instant noodles are not that great either. After casually mentioning this, an idea sparked in Fang Yufan's mind. But he quickly suppressed it and smiled. Let us not dwell on such things. Tonight, we shall not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Cheers. The evening banquet brought immense joy to all. However, this time, Ding Mingjie and the others learned their lesson and refrained from challenging Fang Yufan to a drinking contest, keeping their consumption moderate. Once they departed, Fang Yufan turned to Shun Wangqing and asked, would you prefer to stay, or shall I arrange for someone to take you back? I think I'll return. I wouldn't want to intrude on you and Meiguei, she replied. Sister Wangqing, there's no need to worry about that, Shun Wangqing said with a grin. I was just joking. It's still early. I'll come by another day. Meiguei nodded. Yes, let us plan for another day. After seeing her off, Fang Yufan smiled and said, you go upstairs first. I have some matters to attend to in the study and will join you shortly. All right, but don't stay too late, Meiguei cautioned. Soon after, Fang Yufan summoned Chao Hui and the others to the study. Lighting a cigar, he took a puff and inquired, have you noticed anything unusual with the household staff recently? Chao Hui and the others exchanged glances, deep in thought. After a long pause without any realization of issues, Chao Hui sheepishly replied, I apologize, boss. We have been somewhat negligent. We will investigate them discreetly. Fang Yufan smiled. This isn't your fault. Keep a close watch on Mei Jie and subtly investigate her home situation. This must be done discreetly to avoid detection. Upon hearing the boss's instructions, Chao Hui promptly responded, understood, boss. We will clarify this as soon as possible. Good. I await your updates. Now, go rest, Fang Yufan replied. As he leaned back in his chair, savoring his cigar, he reflected on the past few months, ensuring he had not inadvertently revealed anything in front of others. After recalling the events of the past few months, he felt reassured that he had not disclosed anything, allowing a cold smile to form. Interesting. Just as I suspected, there are indeed insiders among us. Had it not been for my newly acquired skills, I might not have detected the issue. It seems I shall have to engage with the person behind this more thoroughly. His thoughts then drifted back to the mention of instant noodles. Now that Kong Shifu's instant noodles had not yet been released, this presented yet another opportunity. While the exact recipe was unknown, he believed that with the help of a professional chef, it could certainly be replicated. Contemplating the specifics of this endeavor, he organized his thoughts and returned to his room with a satisfied expression. After resting at home for 3 consecutive days, Fang Yufan spent his time sipping tea and sharing amusing anecdotes from the island nation with Meiguei. Fan Gu, next time I must accompany you. Sister Wangqing said the women there are quite something. At this, Fang Yufan chuckled. Haha, sure. I'll take you next time, but you mustn't blush. Chao Hui approached respectfully, boss. Fang Yufan nodded. Yes, What have you discovered? Over the past few days, Mei Jia has had no contact with outsiders. We investigated her home and found that her husband worked as a gardener 10 years ago. However, we have yet to ascertain which household he served. This will require more time. Fang Yufan tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the armrest, asking, "What about her children?" Xiao Hui replied directly. Her son graduated from university and is currently interning at Hutchison Whampoa. He has been there for less than 6 months, while her daughter is still in school. Upon hearing Hutchison Whampoa and noting the short internship duration, Fang Yufan felt a sense of clarity. Internally, he mused, Li Chaoran, I was never particularly fond of you, yet you dared to plant a spy in my midst. I shall not hold back from here on. Fang Yufan said aloud. Continue your investigation. I will provide some information later to see whom she associates with. Xiao Hui responded earnestly, Understood, boss. After he left, Mei Gui, with a serious expression, asked, Fan Gu, should I take care of her? Fang Yufan gazed at her, shaking his head with a smile. There is no need for that. I do not wish for you to soil your hands. Rest assured, I have it all arranged. Indeed, brother Fan, I am unafraid. No one can harm you, Mei Gui declared with utmost seriousness. Very well, our Mei Gui is the most formidable. Should anyone dare to bully me, I shall certainly inform you, he replied. Mei Gui, charmed by his words, laughed joyfully, leaning into his embrace. The earlier chill in her demeanor completely dissipated. Chapter 67, A Further Acquisition of 4 billion. Fang Yufan, upon receiving reports from his subordinates, realized that the stock price had nearly reached its peak. He promptly instructed Xiao Hui to arrange for a vehicle and made his way directly to HSBC. While en route, he took out his phone and called Ding Daqiang. Boss, Ding Daqiang answered. Yes, I am heading to HSBC now. The stocks will commence selling today. You should also consider timing your sales accordingly, Fang Yufan informed him. Ding Daqiang, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement. The stocks worth over 400 million had surged to 1.8 billion, and the moment of harvest had finally arrived, stirring a sense of exhilaration within him. Understood, boss. I will keep a close watch. Excellent. Fang Yufan hung up, his face beaming with joy. This investment had multiplied his assets several times over. However, he was aware that such a substantial quantity of stocks could not be sold in a single day. Yet, he remained unconcerned, confident that they would eventually be sold. In the trading room of HSBC, all traders were present. Fang Yufan commanded, Sell everything. Yes. The team wasted no time and began making calls to sell off the stocks. Although the upward momentum had slowed, the stocks were still rising, and as they sold, buyers quickly stepped in. Fang Yufan reclined on the sofa, savoring a cigar, nodding as he listened to their continuous shouts of selling prices. Contrary to his expectations, there was no substantial sell-off that caused a price drop. These professionals indeed demonstrated their expertise, as the stock price not only held steady, but even experienced a slight increase. By noon, having successfully sold 100 million shares, he decided not to wait any longer, knowing it would take several days to complete the sales. He left a team behind to oversee the operations and departed from HSBC. Upon returning home, Fang Yufan engaged in his usual activities, sipping tea, reading, or swimming. 4 days later, in the trading room of HSBC's securities department, Yu Junliang gazed at the final tally, astonished. Fang Sheng, everything has been sold, totaling 724 billion. All funds have been deposited into your account. Upon hearing the final figure, Fang Yufan's face lit up with happiness. Great. Thank you all for your hard work these past few days. He then pulled out his checkbook and began writing. The traders in the room were ecstatic. The recent weeks had indeed exhausted them, but every effort was worth it as the time for reaping rewards had finally arrived. Fang Yufan generously announced, Each of you will receive 100,000 as a bonus for your hard work during this period. Should further opportunities arise, I would be delighted to collaborate with you again. Upon hearing of the 100,000 bonus, everyone was filled with joy. Thank you, Fang Sheng. Thank you, Fang Sheng. The 5 individuals gratefully accepted their checks. Fang Yufan handed the last check to Yu Junliang, saying, Manager Yu, you've worked hard as well. This is for you. Seeing a check for 150,000, Yu Junliang was beside himself with excitement, having received a total of 300,000 in bonuses over the past few months, more than his annual salary. Thank you, Fang Sheng. It is my honor to serve you. Haha, there will be many more opportunities in the future. I shall take my leave now. I'll see you off, Fang Sheng. Yu Junliang beamed as he escorted him out of HSBC before returning to work. Leaning against the car, Fang Yufan felt a surge of excitement within, though he maintained a composed exterior. This time, the total from HSBC surpassed 3.7 billion, and with over 1.8 billion from Longhua Bank, his investment of over 1.2 billion had yielded an astounding profit of over 4 billion, substantially inflating his assets once more. Upon arriving home, he cheerfully declared, "Uncle Huai, prepare a sumptuous feast for dinner tonight, and ensure the entire family is included. Let us celebrate, as if it were a festival." Upon receiving the master's command, Ji Xinghuai smiled and replied, "Understood, master." After issuing his instructions, Fang Yufan happily ascended the stairs to change his attire. The household staff shared in the joy, whispering among themselves once the master had departed. One servant remarked, "I wonder what good news has made the master so cheerful. He must have made a fortune. He was just as happy last time when he had earned billions, as reported in the newspapers," another replied. Ji Xinghuai interjected, "All right. The better the master does, the more fortunate we all are. Everyone, let us hurry and prepare." Although Chao Hui and the others appeared to be resting outside as usual, they were indeed monitoring the situation with the servants closely. Fang Yufan dressed in a comfortable tang suit and headed to the garden for tea. His mind was occupied with thoughts on how to subtly leak some information. He intended to set a significant trap for his opponents. Although Li Chaoran had acquired Hanjin Huangpu, he had yet to achieve complete control. His debts were substantial at this time, and any misstep could force him to make desperate choices, thereby jeopardizing his aspirations of becoming the richest person. Future opportunities would inevitably slip away without the requisite strength. Moreover, with the capital Fang Yufan currently possessed, it was indeed the perfect moment to deal with his adversary. As he contemplated this, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. "Since you have laid a trap for me, do not blame me for casting you into an abyss of despair." That evening, Shen Wanqing, Ding Mingjia, Luo Yaozu, Chu Shuyu, and other senior executives gathered. Observing Fang Yufan's barely concealed joy, they were all curious about what had caused such elation. Shen Wanqing teased, "Could it be that you've taken another concubine, which has brought you such happiness?" The others laughed heartily at her remark. Fang Yufan maintained a serious demeanor and replied, "Indeed, today I plan to take you as my little concubine. Fang Yufan, I will kill you." Shen Wanqing immediately flared up, chasing after him. Fang Yufan darted around the table, joyfully exclaiming, "Haha, everyone has seen it. President Shen is positively beaming." Ding Mingjia and the others could hardly contain their laughter. "Haha, I believe President Shen and the boss truly make a perfect match," one chimed in. Luo Yaozu nodded in agreement. Indeed, given President Shen's capabilities, it is only fitting that she pairs with someone like the boss. Hearing their banter, Shen Wanqing's face flushed slightly as she retorted, "I have no interest in him. He is merely a narcissist." She then took Rose's hand and said, "Let us ignore them and enjoy our meal." "Very well, Sister Wanqing," Rose replied with a beaming smile. Fang Yufan feigned disappointment. "Alas, our esteemed President Shun is so remarkable, it seems no one will dare pursue her in the future." As Shen Wanqing's temper flared once more, she shot a glare at him, but, seeing the crowd, she indignantly declared, "Humph, I shall deal with you later. I'll let you save face in front of so many people." "Haha, then I must thank the gallant lady for showing mercy." After the laughter subsided, everyone took their seats. The servants gracefully arranged the dishes upon the table. Fang Yufan cheerfully proclaimed, "Come, everyone, let us raise a glass together. This time, I have reaped substantial profits, and thus I have decided to provide each of you with a splendid vehicle. Just let me know the specifications, and President Shun will report back to me." Upon hearing of the generous gift of cars, the crowd's spirits lifted. "Thank you, boss," they exclaimed in unison, joyfully raising their glasses to toast. Chapter 68. The beginning of digging a pit after sipping a drink, Fang Yufan said, "Yaozu, arrange for me a private jet, luxurious and extravagant. Money is no object." Shen Wanqing regarded him with a curious gaze, reminiscent of a nouveau riche, and inquired, "How much have you actually earned?" With a casual wave of his hand, Fang Yufan replied, "It's merely the previous earnings. I just haven't had the opportunity to spend it until now." Upon hearing his words, Shen Wanqing, with a look of disbelief, remarked, "You've visited HSBC a few times, and your vehicle has even been featured in the newspapers. Spare me your pretense. Tell me, how much have you truly made?" The others, equally intrigued, were unaware of their boss's financial situation. Fang Yufan, savoring a bite of food, nonchalantly stated. It's just pocket change. Not much at all. Merely a bit more than last time. A bit more than last time? Last time he made 1 billion. Does that not imply nearly 2 billion this time? Ding Mingjie gave a thumbs up and declared, Boss, you are remarkable. I doubt even the tycoons on Hong Kong Island possess as much liquidity as you do. These figures may appear substantial, but they diminish quickly upon expenditure. Our foundation remains shallow, he remarked, eliciting nods of agreement from the group. Shen Wangking then queried, Is there another plan on the horizon? Fang Yufan took a sip of his drink and replied, Indeed. However, there are currently no suitable projects on Hong Kong Island. All industries are under the control of other conglomerates. I predict a significant rise in the stock market next year, at which point I intend to make another large investment, accumulating funds once more before venturing into other sectors. The others, though somewhat perplexed, could not overlook the fact that their boss had never suffered losses in investments, fostering their belief in him. After pondering, Shen Wangking asked, What leads you to believe in such a rise in the stock market next year? Fang Yufan set down his glass, brimming with confidence, and said, It is a matter of perception. Currently, both parties are engaged in discussions. The British capital would never forego this opportunity for profit. They will undoubtedly release various negative news next year, precipitating a market crash, allowing them to covertly sell off stocks and acquire them, culminating in a new wealth redistribution. Listening to his certainty, the group began to contemplate. While they believed the British capital might engage in such tactics, they questioned the risk of failure. Luo Yaozu posed the question that echoed the thoughts of all. Boss, might they be taking too great a risk? A slight misstep could lead to failure. Noticing the maid, Mei Yi, standing not far away, Fang Yufan smirked internally, but maintained a calm facade as he replied, Failure? You underestimate the leverage held by British capital. The combined wealth of all the tycoons on Hong Kong Island pales in comparison to theirs. How could they possibly fail? Moreover, this time, not only the wealthy of Hong Kong, but also some British capitalists will face cleansing. As there is discontent among certain factions within the American establishment, everyone will be caught in this turmoil. His words startled the group, as the strength of the British Empire was not to be underestimated. In recent years, the rise of Chinese capital had led many to bask in the joy of imminent resurgence. Perhaps the Americans were indeed concocting a grand scheme to revert everyone to their original states and make them aware of the prevailing circumstances. Fang Yufan observed his misled subordinates and silently expressed an apology. However, to expand the pit, such measures were necessary. After all, his decisions had never faltered, and with the stock market yielding tens of billions in profits twice, they had no choice but to place their trust in him. Ding Mingjie, with a serious expression, asked, Boss, what will happen to ordinary people? Fang Yufan chuckled, shaking his head. They will eat and drink as usual. What else can be done? This is a battle of grand capital. So focus on your work and refrain from engaging in the stock market. It is best to wait until everything settles before entering. The conversation shifted, and they discussed various matters, enjoying a delightful meal together. The group felt reassured by their boss's words, believing that as long as they fulfilled their own responsibilities, it sufficed to have him at the helm. In his heart, Fang Yufan began plotting his next steps, unwilling to grant Li Chaoran any opportunities. Hutchison Whampoa possessed numerous valuable assets, and should he allow the opponent to regain their footing, subsequent maneuvers would become increasingly challenging. The following day, Fang Yufan sat in the garden, sipping tea. Luo Yaozu and Chu Shiyu approached, greeting him, Boss. Come and sit, Fang Yufan said, setting down his teacup. He continued, I need to find a few frontmen in America and Britain for a discreet matter. Do you have a means to accomplish this? Chu Shiyu's spirit was ignited, and he nodded, Boss, no problem. This is quite simple. They are merely puppets, and the funds do not need to pass through their hands. They only need to enjoy their lives as wealthy individuals. Luo Yaozu added, Indeed, we can designate our own personnel to manage finances, dispersing all funds so they will have no opportunity to intervene. Pleased with their responses, Fang Yufan inquired, Excellent. How long will it take to accomplish this? A month will suffice. Fang Yufan nodded, his fingers tapping against the armrest as he contemplated whether there were avenues to explore in overseas futures and the stock market. This time, he intended to create several new affluent individuals. Only through such means could subsequent operations be facilitated with greater ease. He instructed the two, All right, expedite this task. I will later inform you of the operational methods to package them as emerging stars in the investment realm. The two nodded earnestly, accepting their orders. After they departed, Fang Yufan lit a cigar and gazed at the distant scenery. Shortly thereafter, Ding Mingjie arrived at the villa, parked his car, and made his way to the garden. "Boss, I have procured the information you requested." Fang Yufan, visibly pleased, replied, "Good. Take a seat while I review it." As he opened the documents, he found the shareholding status of Hutchison Whampoa stakeholders. Li Chaoran held 23 of the shares, making him the largest shareholder, while HSBC possessed 5, and Chung Kong held a mere 10. He shook his head at the figures. Retail and institutional holdings accounted for approximately 20. Even with some discrepancies, the circulating shares were no less than 30. Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar. Mentally calculating, Hutchison Whampoa was valued at several hundred billion, and with his current funds, he lacked the capacity to secure a controlling stake. Should one act rashly, there exists a considerable likelihood that Li Chaoran would preemptively discover and seize control, especially given the extensive network of business partners he has cultivated over the years on Hong Kong Island. Ding Mingjie sipped his tea, refraining from inquiring about his employer's intentions. His sole focus was to execute his own responsibilities diligently. After all, when the time was right, the boss would reveal the necessary information. Fang Yufan quietly calculated the situation in his mind, reflecting that it seems he must wait until next year to embark on this endeavor, at which point he aims to achieve control in one fell swoop. In the interim, it is essential to substantiate the matter regarding the nail, ensuring that a legitimate rationale is established. Chapter 69. Identifying the puppet master. Upon grasping the situation, Fang Yufan's face broke into a smile as he spoke. "Thank you for your efforts. Are there any issues on your end?" Ding Mingjie replied with a grin. "It's nothing. I'm doing well here. Currently, 16 members of parliament are covertly aligned with us. I have also utilized the financial support from the company to assist them." Fang Yufan nodded. "Excellent. As long as you can rally a group around you, no one will dare to disregard your words. Although alliances may sometimes be tenuous, as long as one party remains formidable, no one is inclined to abandon ship." After their conversation, Ding Mingjie took his leave. Fang Yufan stood, stretched leisurely, and called for Meiguei as he made his way to the swimming pool on the top floor. On weekends, the maid, Aunt May, as usual, returned home after work in the evening, citing her daughter's return from school as the reason for her departure. This had always been the case, so no one suspected otherwise. However, circumstances had changed. Zhou Qiang and a few others secretly arrived at her residence, eavesdropping on her conversations with her family. Once the family retired for the night, Aunt May quietly spoke to her husband, Guang. "A few days ago, I overheard the master chatting about the stock market expected to surge next year. He also mentioned that British capital would seize the opportunity to release false information to profit during a market downturn, secretly acquiring assets, completing a harvest of the tycoons on Hong Kong Island." Upon hearing this, her husband exclaimed eagerly, "That's fantastic. This information could surely fetch us more rewards." "You are remarkable, Aunt May." Aunt May responded with a smile, "Of course. But do you think this is wrong? The master has always treated us well. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. What do we work for, if not for money? If we can earn a bit more, wouldn't life be better? Wouldn't it be preferable to move into a larger house rather than stay cramped here? Is this news really that crucial? I don't know. But the boss is quite generous. If it's genuinely useful, he will undoubtedly reward us handsomely." Zhou Qiang, hiding outside the window, listened intently to their conversation. If it weren't for the boss's orders, he would have rushed in to apprehend them. Yet, they fell asleep without revealing the identity of their employer. He could only wait patiently, deciding to follow the man in the coming days. Since they mentioned exchanging information for money, he was certain he would meet someone. As expected, the following day, the man stepped out with his hands in his pockets, casually strolling down the street. After wandering for over 2 hours, he arrived at a tea house, ordered some snacks, and sat down to read the newspaper while eating. Shortly thereafter, the butler of the Li residence arrived at the tea house and sat beside the man. He had never considered that a young, unanchored individual would discover the existence of a mole, so he conversed openly without a hint of caution. After days of investigation, Zhou Qiang and his team finally located their target. Although they were still unaware of the man's identity, some members sat nearby to listen, while others discreetly captured photographs from a distance. The entire operation was executed flawlessly, without anyone suspecting a thing. In the villa at Qianshuan, Fang Yufan listened to Zhou Qiang's report, coldly amused. Having anticipated this outcome, observing the photographs of the two individuals, he remarked, "Very well, You have worked hard during this time. Please divide this sum among yourselves as a reward. He handed over a check for 90,000. Zhou Qiang quickly responded, Boss, this is simply our duty, and you have already rewarded us sufficiently. We hardly spend it all. Fang Yufan chuckled as he pressed the check into his hands, teasing, good work merits rewards. Should you err one day, I may need to deduct your wages. Hearing this, Zhou Qiang laughed, Thank you, boss. I assure you, I won't give you any reason to deduct pay. Next time I will have you produce a child. If you fail, I shall deduct your pay. Zhou Qiang scratched his head awkwardly. How can I do that? I don't even have a wife. Then go marry one. If the women here don't suit you, find someone when you return home. Got it, boss. Zhou Qiang grinned as he took the check and departed. Fang Yufan stored the photographs away, confirming the mole's identity. He resolved that when the time came for him to act, he would show no mercy. Due to the confidentiality agreement, the news of his substantial profits from the stock market had not been disclosed. Meanwhile, Xin Zhou, the manager at HSBC, had already caught wind of the situation. Observing the data, he was astonished. This series of maneuvers had yielded over 2 billion in profits, leaving him at a loss for words. He pondered, could the other party possess alternative channels for information? How else could they so accurately pinpoint specific stocks? Based on the host's lifestyle over the past month, a rating of C has been assigned. Please select one of the following rewards: 50 million Hong Kong dollars, master-level calligraphy, or an increase of 5 cubic meters in personal space. Upon hearing that his rating had decreased, Fang Yufan was puzzled. With a thought, he selected the master-level calligraphy. Instantly, a plethora of calligraphic styles flooded his mind. Having already possessed basic calligraphy skills, he was now infused with the expertise of a master in the art. After breakfast, Fang Yufan proceeded to the food company. Lu Yutong and a team of employees were already waiting outside the company. Upon the arrival of the boss's vehicle, they quickly stood at attention. Chairman, you have arrived. They greeted in unison. Fang Yufan smiled and replied, Yes, thank you for your hard work during this time. How is the company faring? Lu Yutong responded promptly. Chairman, the company has been fully restructured. Good. Let us head to the conference room. Fang Yufan nodded and walked into the company. This was his newly acquired venture, and he had replaced the entire management team, retaining only those researchers who proved capable. There were no workers yet, as producing goods required further research. Thus, it was unnecessary to maintain a large workforce at this stage. In the conference room, everyone took their seats. Fang Yufan directly presented a stack of documents, stating, This is what we are set to produce: long Shi-Fu instant noodles, packaged in large paper cups, which I refer to as bucket noodles. The flavors are indeed diverse. I have outlined the ingredients for a braised beef noodle. The attendees in the conference room scrutinized the documents, which featured illustrations that were remarkably lifelike, all the while listening to the chairman's words and deep in thought. Once the presentation concluded, the head of research and development spoke up. Chairman, there is no issue with the production. However, we currently lack the necessary equipment for this packaging and will need to procure it from overseas. Fang Yufan smiled and replied, Well, let us first develop the flavors I mentioned. Once we confirm their viability, we will reach out to equipment manufacturers, preferably to acquire one, as our requirements are extensive. Lu Yutong interjected, That is not a problem. I have contacts with machinery factories in Taiwan. Such equipment is well within their capabilities, and we could acquire one without incurring significant expenses. Excellent. How many days will you need to develop the product? Lu Yutong turned to the head of the R&D department, who pondered for a moment before responding. Boss, I can have it ready in at most 3 days. Fang Yufan was quite pleased with the efficiency, smiling as he said, Good. Let this matter remain confidential. I do not wish for any external parties to learn of it before we commence sales. Lu Yutong assured him, Rest assured, boss, such a situation will not arise. Observing the enthusiasm radiating from those in the room, he nodded and remarked, I will return in 3 days. Without lingering, Fang Yufan made arrangements and departed, escorted by the attentive group. Chapter 70 Year-End Summary. Remarkable achievements. As the end of December approached, Xianyuan Company found itself once again at the juncture of year-end summary and planning for the upcoming year. In the conference room of Xianyuan Company, Shun Wanqing and her colleagues had already gathered. Upon the arrival of their boss, everyone rose to greet him. Fang Yufan smiled and waved his hand, instructing them to be seated. Once everyone settled, he glanced at the attendees and cheerfully remarked, It has been a challenging year for all of you. Shun, please provide an update on the company's status. Shun Wanqing nodded and replied, Certainly, Chairman. The Tianyuan Cafe currently operates 300 stores, averaging 3 million cups of coffee sold daily, which represents 75% of the coffee market on Hong Kong Island. We have 932 employees, and our total revenue for the year amounts to 172 billion yuan, yielding a net profit of 1 billion yuan after deducting various costs. As the attendees absorbed the report, their spirits soared. A single cafe achieving a net profit of 1 billion yuan annually was indeed remarkable. Fang Yufan was equally pleased. Presently, Xianyuan Company encompasses Tianyuan Cafe, delivery services, real estate, a gaming company, a food company, a newspaper, and a bank, though the bank remains an undisclosed asset and was not mentioned in the conference room. More companies are expected to be established in the future, but such developments will be approached incrementally. After Shen Wanqing concluded her report, Shen Junkai took the floor. Chairman, our delivery service currently employs 25,000 personnel, with standardized packaging covering 80 of all stores on the island. We average 2 million deliveries per day, resulting in a total packaging revenue of 438 million yuan and advertising income of 935 million yuan, culminating in a total of 373 billion yuan. Our expenses amount to 920 million yuan, yielding a profit of 453 million yuan. The general manager of the real estate company, Han Kuan, spoke next. Chairman, our real estate company has not expanded yet. The annual rent for the 300 stores is 15 million yuan, with expenses at 350,000 yuan. The cafe pays rent to the real estate company as the properties belong to Fang Yufan personally. Although the company is his, certain expenses must be delineated. Yoshida from the gaming company expressed his excitement. Chairman, our electronics factory registered 173 patents this year and added 3 production lines, now totaling 5 that operate 24 hours a day. Our gaming consoles and cartridges have captured the domestic market, with 500,000 units sold and 3 million units on order. I have already contacted a construction company to continue building the production workshop, with plans to establish 5 more production lines in the initial phase, achieving a daily output of no less than 50,000 units. Sales channels have been established in neighboring Asian countries, while sales in Europe and America will commence after the production lines are operational. Our total investment amounts to $12.5 million, and our current revenue is $350 million. Including the unfulfilled orders, our total revenue for this year could reach $600 million. With a net profit of $420 million, I am confident that we can achieve a net profit of $2 billion next year. Shen Wanqing had thought she was already earning a substantial amount, but upon hearing the figures from the newly established gaming company, she felt a surge of pressure. Shen Junkai experienced similar feelings. He had been somewhat proud of his accomplishments, but in comparison to the gaming company, he felt insignificant. No one had anticipated that a gaming company could be so lucrative. The glances directed at their boss resembled those of worshippers gazing upon a deity of wealth. Lu Yutong, general manager of the food company, felt a sense of urgency as he listened to the reports, though he was relieved that he had completed part of the tasks assigned by the boss. Otherwise, he would have been in a precarious position today. Noticing the boss's gaze upon him, he quickly composed himself and stated, Chairman, in accordance with your vision, our research department has developed 4 flavors, and the equipment factory has completed the acquisition and is currently working overtime on production. We anticipate finalizing the product after the new year, and the factory has also undergone adjustments based on product specifications. I am confident we will present a finished product in 3 months. Hearing that the food factory's products were also designed by their esteemed boss piqued everyone's interest. They were well aware of their boss's prowess. Anything he proposed was bound to succeed. However, now was not the time for inquiries, and they all sat attentively, awaiting the boss's address. Lu Yang, the president of the newspaper, took the opportunity to report as well. Chairman, since its launch, Xian Shuan has been immensely popular among the citizens, especially given the topics provided by you, which have garnered numerous letters from readers. We have also published books for sale. Our newspaper has 375 employees and ranks second in circulation among all newspapers, reaching a daily distribution of 250,000 copies. Due to our high-quality paper, our costs exceed those of our competitors. To maintain a clean layout, advertisements are strictly vetted. The newspaper's profit stands at 16.42 million, with advertising revenue at 120 million. And we have sold 3.64 million books, yielding a profit of 24 million. The total profit. Upon hearing that even the newspaper had achieved over 100 million in profit, the attendees were filled with admiration. Fang Yufan took a sip of tea and remarked, "Indeed, everyone has performed admirably. The real estate and food companies have unique circumstances, but the gaming company deserves commendation. Yoshida, you have done exceptionally well. Achieving this level in merely 3 months is commendable." Yoshida's face lit up with excitement, and he straightened his posture, humbly responding, "It is all thanks to the chairman's guidance. Without your vision, the company would not have flourished so. Indeed, even the finest ideas require execution. Your dedication is evident, and this year's bonus will be calculated at 3 times your annual salary," Fang Yufan said, prompting Yoshida to joyfully exclaim, "Thank you, Chairman." Fang Yufan smiled and observed the others, noticing Shun Wanqing and her colleagues appearing serious, indicating they felt the pressure, which he deemed beneficial. He then stated, "Next year, the real estate company will undertake significant developments. I will inform you when the time comes." Han Kuan, the general manager of the real estate company, responded with enthusiasm, "Understood, Chairman." Fang Yufan then addressed Lu Yutong, saying, "The food company is also on the right track. Once the equipment is finalized, we will begin testing immediately, ensuring continuous updates. I have immense confidence in this product, and I foresee a significant presence in the global market. Therefore, the equipment must function flawlessly, and we must consistently progress towards automation. In the future, we will establish a factory in the mainland, where the vast land can serve as our production base for the Southeast Asian region, as Hong Kong Island is simply too limited." Lu Yutong nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, Chairman, I share your confidence in this product. Once it is launched in the market, it is bound to achieve great success." Fang Yufan responded with a nod, then turned to Chen Junliang and remarked, "The limitations in the food delivery industry are significant. Therefore, our focus for next year should remain on deepening our roots domestically. The coming year will be rather challenging, and we shall refrain from expanding our workforce for the time being." Upon hearing that the upcoming year would be difficult, Chen Junliang recalled Fang Yufan's words from the previous celebration and nodded, saying, "I understand, Chairman." At this moment, Shun Wanqing, feeling an increase in pressure, spoke up directly, "Chairman, I am preparing to expand overseas next year. I believe the timing is now ripe." Fang Yufan smiled and inquired, "That sounds promising. What plans do you have in mind? How much funding will you require?" Chapter 71. Li Chaoran enters the game. When Shun Wanqing saw that her boss had agreed, her heart leaped with joy, and she directly stated, "I plan to establish branch offices across various European countries, primarily focusing on renting stores. Additionally, I aim to create our own coffee and orchard cultivation areas to achieve self-sufficiency. I require 1 billion yuan in funding." Fang Yufan pondered her plan, nodded, and replied, "That is feasible. I will not interfere with the subsequent operations. It is up to you." "Thank you, Chairman." Shin Wanqing exclaimed with a beaming expression. Fang Yufan leaned back in his chair, addressing everyone. "I can provide the platform for you. How far you can go in the future depends on you all. I hope to see everyone here in 3, 5, or 10 years. Upon hearing this, everyone appeared serious, as they understood the chairman's intent, and each silently motivated themselves. Fang Yufan also ensured that other companies were not left out, as everyone received bonuses, though not as much as those from the gaming company. Everyone accepted this, recognizing that the gaming company was indeed more profitable. After the meeting, Fang Yufan went to his office and stood by the window, gazing at the towering buildings outside, secretly contemplating, "Soon, we will have our own corporate headquarters." Shun Wanqing knocked and entered, pouting with a displeased expression. Observing her demeanor, Fang Yufan teased, "Oh dear, your lips are almost capable of holding an oil bottle. Who has offended our general manager Shun? Isn't it you? The newly established gaming company is making such a fortune that I feel overshadowed." Shun Wanqing pouted playfully. Hearing her words, Fang Yufan chuckled. "Indeed, different industries yield different results. Coffee shops are not exactly a high-profit sector." Shin Wanqing, fully aware of this, confidently asserted, "Humph, I will not fall behind. I am determined to make our cafe the #1. Fang Yufan gave her a thumbs up, saying, "I have faith in you. The future coffee queen will be none other than you. You do have an eye for talent," Shun Wanqing responded, her smile radiant. Seeing her so happy, Fang Yufan couldn't help but wrap his arm around her waist, saying, "I will soon acquire some office buildings. We can select one as our corporate headquarters." Shen Wanqing showed no aversion to such intimacy. Instead, she felt a sense of delight. Upon hearing his words, she exclaimed with admiration, "That's wonderful. I want to choose." "Haha, that will depend on your performance," he replied. While the two were playfully flirting in the office, Li Chaoran sat at home in his study, his brow furrowed in thought. The butler stood quietly beside him, waiting patiently. Li Chaoran contemplated the information reported by the butler, constantly calculating the possibilities of this news in his mind. Could it be that the Eagle Sauce was preparing for one final sweep? If they succeeded, wouldn't the economy of Hong Kong revert by decades? Should he intervene? But the required capital was substantial, and his company's stock price might plummet. Thus, he needed to prepare in advance. After reaching a conclusion, he spoke decisively. "Very well, let the other party resign. This matter is crucial. We cannot leave any traces." The butler nodded in response. "Understood, my lord. I will notify them and offer some rewards. They will remain discreet." "Excellent. Proceed," Li Chaoran instructed, watching the butler leave. After further contemplation, he made up his mind, picked up the phone, and dialed. "Am I interrupting your work, Director Shin?" Shin Zhou replied with a smile. "Not at all. Did you call to discuss something, Director Li?" "Nothing escapes Director Shin's notice. I have some investment plans and require a loan for a longer duration this time, at least 3 years. Why not come to my office to discuss it?" "All right." After hanging up, Li Chaoran instructed the driver to prepare the car and went directly to HSBC. In the following days, he also visited Standard Chartered and Citibank to discuss loans. Fang Yufan, smoking a cigar while listening to Chao Hui's report, wore a slight smile. He nodded. "Good. You need not follow up on this. Go take a rest." "Understood, boss." After Chao Hui left, Ji Xinghuai approached respectfully, stating, "Sir, Lu Mei has encountered family matters and has submitted her resignation. Should I recruit someone to replace her?" Fang Yufan felt a wave of cold amusement in his heart, but maintained a neutral expression, nodding. "Very well, make the arrangements. Once you find someone, let me see them." "Yes, sir. I will take care of it." After watching him leave, Fang Yufan took another puff of his cigar, inwardly amused. "Haha, they must not believe it. Otherwise, why would they be continually visiting the banks these days? Surely, they are preparing for a loan to gather ammunition." With this thought, he felt an even greater sense of satisfaction. So many loans, and by next year, when the situation explodes, let us see how they fare. Li Ka-shing had not yet made up his mind to take out substantial loans. However, upon hearing Xinzhou mention that Fang Yufan had earned even more in the stock market this time than the last, he was utterly astonished. This was nothing short of a stock market deity. The funds gained from these two stock market ventures exceeded his own net worth, tens of billions in cash. Who in Hong Kong could compare? His heart ignited with fervor. It seemed that Fang Yufan intended to seize this opportunity for a significant profit. If that were the case, he needed to prepare his own ammunition in advance. After all, it would only involve paying some interest. Even if nothing happened, this minor loss was manageable. Thus, he left HSBC and engaged in discussions about loans with other banks. Moreover, even the company's investment plans for the upcoming year were put on hold, awaiting future developments. Fang Yufan sat in the food company's office, sampling several bowls of instant noodles placed before him. With a satisfied expression, he remarked, "Excellent. This is the taste I wanted. Let us continue developing other flavors." Seeing the boss satisfied, Lu Yutong joyfully responded, "Yes, boss. We have all tried this flavor, and it is truly delightful. However, due to the equipment not being ready yet, we cannot accurately calculate the costs." Fang Yufan nodded. "That is understandable. You have further tasks ahead. I have decided to build a factory across the way. Please scout for a large land area, as I plan to establish our own industrial park there, which will also include electronic equipment." Lu Yutong studied the map on the table, listening to his boss's plans, and quickly noted everything down. After recording, he nodded, "No problem, boss. I will contact them and then take a team to conduct an inspection." "All right. The initial investment should not be less than $500 million. Once that is sorted, have someone design the blueprints and present them to me." Upon hearing of the substantial investment of $500 million, Lu Yutong became quite attentive. This was indeed a significant sum, indicating the boss's optimistic outlook towards that venture. With a serious expression, he proclaimed, "Understood, boss. I will ensure this matter is handled with utmost diligence." Fang Yufan, seeing that there was nothing more to discuss, rose from his seat and departed the food company, taking his armored luxury vehicle back to his villa. As he pondered the situation, He contemplated the possibility of hiring a few capable secretaries so that he would no longer have to bear the entire burden of these thoughts alone. Chapter 72. 500 million investment. Upon returning to the villa, Fang Yufan found that Zhou Qiang, Yang Yao, and the other three had already packed their belongings. Smiling, he inquired, "Is everything ready?" Zhou Qiang chuckled. "The boss has everything prepared. Just some clothes and food will suffice. If we bring back anything too valuable, it will only lead to nagging at home." The others echoed similar sentiments, all appearing quite cheerful. This year, the five of them would be heading home for the new year, while next year, it would be Chao Hui and his group's turn. Fang Yufan nodded. "All right, be careful on the road. Hui, you drive them over." "Thank you, boss." After watching them leave, Fang Yufan settled onto the sofa, lifted his teacup, and took a sip, reflecting, "Time flies. The new year is upon us once again." With a bright smile, Mei Gui exclaimed, "I can receive red envelopes again for the new year." Seeing her delight, Fang Yufan teased, "If you wear that outfit tonight, I might consider giving you a generous red envelope." "Oh, Fang Gu, you're so naughty," she replied, laughing. Seeing her shy demeanor made him chuckle, and he picked her up, carrying her upstairs. The following morning, as Fang Yufan watched the still sleeping Mei Gui, a smug smile crept across his face. Scattered across the floor were remnants of clothing, a testament to the previous night's fervor. Ding. Based on the host's lifestyle over the past month, a rating of B has been assigned. Please choose one of the following rewards: 10 million stock market futures for the coming year, or an increase of 10 cubic meters in personal space. Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Fang Yufan's eyes brightened, and he declared, "I choose option 2. There was no hesitation. Although he was aware of significant events occurring next year, he knew nothing of the rest. Instantly, a deluge of stock and futures information flooded his mind, leaving him momentarily dizzy. However, the sensation vanished just as quickly, returning him to normalcy. The fluctuations of various stocks and futures prices were etched in his mind with remarkable clarity, filling him with excitement. This is fantastic, though there may not be any particularly grand market movements. The gains to be had from sheer volume are equally substantial." After thoroughly organizing his thoughts, he carefully got out of bed and headed to the bathroom to freshen up. At breakfast, Mei Gui's cheeks still bore a rosy hue. Seeing this, Fang Yufan couldn't help but laugh, jokingly saying, "Eat well. In a couple of days, you'll be fine. We can try again next time." Mei Gui playfully retorted, "Fang Gu, you're incorrigible. I need to have Wan Xinjie come over to keep me company for a few days." "All right, take a good rest," he replied. After they finished their breakfast cheerfully, Fang Yufan encouraged her to return to her room for some rest while he proceeded to his study. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table as he contemplated his upcoming strategies. Before long, there was a knock at the study door. "Come in." Luo Yaozu and Chu Shiyu entered. Respectfully greeting, "Boss." Fang Yufan nodded and said, "Please, have a seat." Once they were seated, he directly stated, "It's time for those individuals to take action. I have outlined this month's operations in the document. You two will respectively command the Eagle Sauce and the Mary Jin personnel." Luo Yaozu, brimming with confidence, assured, "Rest assured, boss, I will keep a close eye on the finances." Fang Yufan replied earnestly, "Yes, outsiders remain outsiders. Be vigilant. Complexity is acceptable, but we must ensure that our connection with them remains concealed." Both men nodded solemnly. Although they were unaware of their boss's ultimate objective, the gravity of his instruction suggested a grand scheme was at play. Chu Shiyu, with utmost seriousness, assured, "Don't worry, boss. These individuals are down on their luck. Given this opportunity, as long as they aren't foolish, they won't entertain any ulterior motives." A smile broke on Fang Yufan's face as he nodded, "Excellent. Moving forward, I will provide you with information every month. This matter is known only to the three of us." "Understood, boss." The duo felt elated, recognizing that their boss considered them confidants. As he watched them leave, Fang Yufan felt a twinge of unease. However, there was little he could do at this point. For the sake of the plan ahead, he had to take a gamble, knowing that even failure would only cost him time. If successful, the ensuing period would be ripe for reaping rewards. With overseas arrangements in place, he could not afford to overlook opportunities in Guangdao. Fang Yufan picked up the phone and called Ding Daqiang, requesting his presence, then hung up and began to write. He jotted down some stock information that did not entirely mirror the system's data, but as long as it yielded profit, that was what mattered. If his predictions about the stock market were to leak, his peace would be shattered. Half an hour later, Ding Daqiang arrived at the villa. Boss. Fang Yufan handed him the prepared document, saying, "This contains my analysis of certain stocks in Guangdao. Operate according to this, and I will allocate 300 million in funds." Ding Daqiang, curious, glanced at the paper and was taken aback to see predictions for the rise and fall of numerous stocks. Very well. I await your report on the results. Yes. Fang Yufan lit a cigar slowly, reclining in his chair and pondering. He mused, "I hope the system rewards me more generously next time, perhaps even providing me with some loyal subordinates. This way, I could delegate such tasks without needing to tread so carefully." With this thought, he focused his mind and commanded, "System, change the settlement method to annual." Ding. Settlement method modified successfully. Wishing the host a pleasant life. He had come to realize that the system's highest monthly rating was capped at B, so he was curious to see what an annual settlement might yield. Furthermore, it seemed that the rewards he had received were becoming increasingly less beneficial, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Rising from his seat, he approached the window and gazed at the throngs of people on the beach. There are still people filming. The film company seems to be thriving. After taking a puff from his cigar, he shook his head and remarked, "There is no rush. I shall commence once I establish my own distribution channel. Otherwise, I would be at the mercy of others, a sensation I find quite distasteful." Lu Yutong from the food company also ventured into the mainland, and upon learning that the initial investment from the Hong Kong Island Xianyuan company would not be less than $500 million, he instantly recognized its significant importance. It is noteworthy that no foreign investment has ever reached such a magnitude. Fang Yufan's profile also made its way to the highest office. The elder perused his information and, with a look of admiration, remarked, "This young lad shows promise. It indicates that we are not devoid of talent, merely lacking a suitable platform for them to showcase their abilities. Therefore, we must resolutely pursue our future path." Chapter 73. The house was burgled. Fang Yufan remained blissfully unaware that his personal information had been thoroughly investigated back in his hometown. Even if he had known, it would have mattered little to him. That evening, Shun Wanqing arrived at the villa, her expression one of discontent as she remarked, "Humph, always picking on Meigui. We're heading upstairs to chat." Fang Yufan, with a teasing grin, replied, "How about you let me have a go at bullying you?" Then, Shun Wanqing, with an air of playful arrogance, merely smiled and ascended the stairs with Meigui, who waved cheerfully at him. After sitting in the room for a while, Fang Yufan decided to take a stroll along the beach. The evening air by the seaside was still quite cool, and he ambled slowly along the shore. In the distance, he spotted a group of people gathered around a bonfire, singing and chatting, which brought a faint smile to his face. He realized that his life had become rather monotonous. As he walked, his thoughts wandered. He had initially believed that with the system in place, he could live a carefree life. However, after starting his company, he found himself increasingly consumed by the desire to earn more money, especially as more people began to follow him, making it impossible for him to slow down. Human desire, indeed, knows no bounds. Once he completed the company's layout, he resolved to step back and let others develop it. Reflecting on his thoughts, he turned back towards the villa. Meanwhile, Shun Wanqing and Meigui were seated by the window, chatting and occasionally glancing at the figure strolling along the beach. "Sister Wanqing, after the new year, you're going abroad to develop your career, right?" Meigui inquired. "Indeed," Shun Wanqing replied with a beaming smile. "Meigui, are we not good sisters?" Meigui nodded affirmatively. "Then would you be willing to let your good sister go overseas alone?" Meigui, with a look of innocence, shook her head. "Of course not. I wouldn't want that. Why don't you stay, Sister Wanqing?" With a serious demeanor, Shun Wanqing insisted, "I must go. I aim to develop my cafe into the world's best. If I don't expand abroad, I'll have no opportunities when foreign enterprises arrive." Meigui, not fully grasping the complexities of the situation, offered her encouragement. "Yes, Sister Wanqing, you will surely succeed." Shun Wanqing gazed at her with a sly smile. Meigui, will you join me? That way, I won't be lonely." Upon hearing the suggestion, Meigui quickly shook her head. "No, I must protect Fang Ge." Shun Wanqing casually remarked, "With so many people around him, what is there to protect? Aren't you worried about me? What if someone bullies me while I'm abroad?" She ended with a pitiful expression. Meigui, witnessing her distressed look, felt torn. Having spent considerable time together, they had become close friends, yet the thought of accompanying her created inner conflict. On one hand, She was reluctant to part with Fang Yufan. On the other, she genuinely worried about Shen Wanqing, considering the potential dangers of a girl traveling alone. Shen Wanqing, observing her internal struggle, continued to entice her. You wouldn't want to be a bodyguard for the rest of your life, would you? If you join me, I can teach you about business, and together we can run the company well, making it so he truly cannot do without you. Megawei pondered this. Previously, Fang Yufan had asked her if she wanted to learn something. Did he genuinely wish for her to do something meaningful? Unbeknownst to him, Fang Yufan returned home, relishing a comforting shower before pouring himself a glass of red wine and settling by the window to savor it. Upon hearing a knock at the door, he called out, "Come in." Shen Wanqing and Megawei entered, and upon seeing them, he smiled. "Why are you two still awake?" Megawei hesitated, unsure how to voice her thoughts. Shen Wanqing, however, stated directly, "Of course, I have something to discuss with you. I officially inform you that Megawei will be accompanying me from now on, and after the new year, she will join me in my overseas endeavors." Fang Yufan was taken aback. "Megawei is going with you?" Megawei softly added, "Fang Ge, I want to learn something that can help you in the future." Observing her earnestness and Shen Wanqing's smug expression, he quickly understood. Rising to his feet, he exclaimed, "How dare you burglarize my home? Today, I shall deal with you." With that, he lunged forward. Shen Wanqing attempted to flee, but her movements were too slow, and she was swiftly caught and thrown onto the bed. Fang Yufan playfully smacked her rear end. "Ah, Fang Yufan, I'll fight you." Shen Wanqing's face flushed with embarrassment as she began to resist. Megawei, covering her face, watched the playful scuffle between them, thoroughly amused. Shen Wanqing cried out, "Megawei, hurry and help me deal with him. How dare he hit me?" Fang Yufan, grinning mischievously, retorted, "Humph, calling for help is futile. Today, you shall learn your lesson." The room was filled with laughter and shrieks of surprise. The next day, on the first day of the new year, Shen Wanqing took a leave of absence from work, pouting as she sat in her room enjoying breakfast. She mumbled, "Megawei, how could you not help me?" Megawei giggled, "Hee, I think this is wonderful. We won't have to part ways anymore." Shen Wanqing rolled her eyes, exasperated, "You truly are hopeless. You'll only return once a month at most. Let him bully us." Megawei's eyes sparkled with joy as she nodded, "All right." Ultimately, Fang Yufan consented to let Megawei accompany Shen Wanqing, as he felt uneasy about her venturing out alone. He also intended to arrange for a small security team to accompany them, ensuring their safety. During lunch, Fang Yufan disregarded Shen Wanqing's eye rolls and cheerfully announced, "After the new year, I'll have Chao Hui take 2 people to accompany you. If you need anything, just contact me." "Understood," Shen Wanqing replied casually, though her heart brimmed with happiness. "Just don't lead Megawei astray, or when you return, I'll have words with you." Shen Wanqing said through gritted teeth, "Humph, once I'm settled in, you'll see how we handle you." Fang Yufan smirked. "I welcome it any time. Just don't beg for mercy then." Megawei, enjoying her meal while watching their banter, could hardly contain her laughter. Before long, it was the first day of the Lunar New Year, and the time had come for the blind box opening, which Fang Yufan anticipated eagerly. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a New Year blind box opportunity. There is an 80% chance of receiving items that have previously appeared and not been claimed, and a 20% chance of receiving new items. Would you like to open it now?" Seated in his study, Fang Yufan focused his mind and declared, "Open." Suddenly, familiar images flashed in his mind, accompanied by a ringing notification sound. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Black Technology Insect Monitor 10. Would you like to claim your reward?" Upon hearing of this reward, Fang Yufan felt a surge of interest. With a mere thought, he commanded, "Claim." Instantly, 10 mosquitoes materialized within his personal space, indistinguishable from real ones. Just as he was about to take them out for a closer inspection, a wave of information flooded his mind. Once he absorbed this knowledge, he understood how to utilize these entities, and excitement illuminated his face. Chapter 74. The Reward of Advanced Technology. The Insect Monitor, a product of extraterrestrial civilization, harnesses wind and solar energy for continuous operation, functioning tirelessly around the clock. It is capable of transmitting real-time holographic images within a radius of 100 meters directly into his mind, inclusive of sound. If Fang Yufan desires, these visuals will automatically morph into contemporary playback mediums for public viewing, with the control range limited to this planet. Truly remarkable. With a flight speed of 200 kilometers per hour, it can withstand impacts of up to 100 tons and endure extreme temperatures of around 10,000 degrees Celsius. Fang Yufan, filled with admiration, exclaimed, "Indeed, this is advanced technology. With such formidable defenses, I cannot fathom what could possibly destroy them. I never expected the system possessed such extraordinary items." With a mere thought, a mosquito materialized in the study, emitting not a single sound, and he mentally commanded it to conceal itself in a corner. Leaning back in his chair, Fang Yufan closed his eyes, and the scene of the study vividly appeared in his mind, igniting a sense of childlike wonder as he directed the mosquito to explore the villa. The servants diligently attended to their tasks, entirely oblivious to the mosquito's presence. The clarity of the auditory and visual images in his mind was unparalleled, akin to possessing a divine perspective, granting him an exhilarating sense of omnipotence. This was astonishing. Initially, he had deemed the system somewhat inadequate. It seemed he had simply not encountered its true potential. With another thought, the images in his mind vanished, and he issued a command to the mosquito, thereafter neglecting it. He allowed the mosquito to roam freely throughout the villa, confident that it would automatically record any unfavorable occurrences or instances of betrayal, providing him with timely alerts. Upon entering the dining room, the dumplings for the New Year's Day celebration were already prepared, and he called everyone to join for a meal. Xiao Hui and the others did not decline this time. Fang Yufan smiled and said, "Today is New Year's Day. Everyone, feel free to help yourselves. If you wish to drink, just serve yourselves." "Understood, boss." Xiao Hui and the others replied with smiles. After breakfast, as was customary, Fang Yufan distributed red envelopes to everyone. Meiguei joyfully tucked her envelope away in her room. Taking a puff from his cigarette, Fang Yufan remarked, "Hui, once the New Year festivities conclude, do exercise caution overseas. It is quite different from here. Should anything arise, feel free to contact me at any time. The 3 groups will rotate annually, and the salary for overseas assignments will be doubled." "Thank you, boss. We will remember that." The group was delighted to hear about the doubled salary for international work, considering the annual rotation quite manageable. Moreover, with firearms prohibited abroad, they felt more liberated to perform their duties without constraint. Noticing their glee, Fang Yufan smiled and said, "All right, it's New Year's Day. Let us all enjoy ourselves. Who wishes to engage in a game of cards? Now is the time to sign up. Haha, count me in, boss. I didn't win a small fortune from you last year." Xiao Hui cheerfully raised his hand. "Hey, winning last year doesn't guarantee the same outcome this year. Let the games begin." Fang Yufan replied with a joyful demeanor, ready to welcome everyone to start. With his master-level gambling skills, losing was unlikely. He merely sought amusement, so he would not truly win their money. The villa buzzed with activity, with some playing cards while others gathered to drink and watch movies. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiang, back in his hometown, felt utterly bewildered. His family were ordinary farmers, and it was only due to his earnings that they began to enjoy a better life. However, this new year, witnessing throngs of high-ranking officials visiting left him perplexed. Yet, having spent over a year with Fang Yufan, he had seen enough grand scenes to feel no discomfort. He conversed with guests with ease. Villagers looked at the once naive Zhou Qiang, now engaging in lively banter with such dignitaries, filled with envy. An elderly villager chuckled. "Xiangzi has truly achieved something remarkable." Others around echoed their agreement. "Indeed, I heard he is associated with a major businessman from Hong Kong and is making a fortune. Of course, if he weren't making money, how could he build such a splendid house? No one in the entire town has a home as fine as Xiangzi's." Zhou Qiang's parents, both honest and simple farmers, had never witnessed such grandeur and were somewhat reserved, sitting quietly to the side. Observing their son's success filled them with immense pride. Zhou Qiang soon grasped the intentions of the visitors and, with a wry smile, said, "Esteemed leaders, I am merely a bodyguard beside the boss. I cannot make decisions for him." An elderly man laughed heartily. "Haha, Comrade Zhou Qiang, fear not. We would not put you in a difficult position. As long as you can relay a message, that suffices. Mr. Fang is a patriotic businessman, returning to invest 500 million, which has invigorated the entire nation. Our Central Plains region is rich with potential. If given the chance, let Mr. Fang come and take a look. Perhaps new projects will arise." A middle-aged man nearby added, "Indeed, Mr. Fang is truly admirable, having built such a vast enterprise in just over a year, and he never forgets." Compliments flowed from all sides. Upon hearing that Zhou Chang's boss had invested 500 million, onlookers gasped in astonishment. Many people still earned just a few dozen yuan monthly, let alone 500 million. They had never even seen 10,000 yuan. Not only was Zhou Chang's home bustling with activity, but Yang Yao's family, who also returned for the new year, was similarly lively. After the festivities, Shun Wanqing arranged company matters and flew directly to Yingjiang with Mei Gui. This was the first country she had decided to enter after thorough analysis. With Mei Gui gone, Fang Yufan found himself alone once more, spending his days sipping tea, reading newspapers, and monitoring the trends of the Hang Seng Index. Ji Xinghuai approached with a phone call. "Sir, you have a call." Fang Yufan set down the newspaper and walked into the room. Picking up the phone, he said, "This is Fang Yufan. Boss, this is Liu Yutong. The equipment for producing paper bowls has been successfully developed. After numerous experiments, it is now ready for use." Upon hearing this news, Fang Yufan smiled and said, "Excellent. Since it is ready, let us commence production. The industrial park in the deep market also needs to be expedited." Liu Yutong replied, his face brimming with excitement. "Understood, boss. The land for the industrial park has been purchased, and we have engaged a professional design company that is currently drafting the plans. It will be ready for your review in a week at most. All right, please make the necessary arrangements swiftly." Liu Yutong hung up the phone and promptly instructed his secretary beside him, "Book a flight to Taidao immediately." "Understood, Mr. Liu." The secretary replied and hurried off to make the arrangements. Liu Yutong tidied up briefly before exiting the office. This time, he intended to personally oversee the production of the equipment to ensure a swift initiation into manufacturing. He was determined to impress other companies at the year-end summary meeting. The thought of competitors reaping profits in the billions instilled in him a sense of urgency. Since the company's products were defined by the boss, any failure to meet expectations due to his incompetence would inevitably lead to his downfall. Chapter 75: The emergence of instant noodles. After the Lantern Festival, Zhou Qiang and his 4 companions returned to Gangdao. Fang Yufan, observing the returning group, smiled and inquired about their family's well-being. Zhou Qiang, brimming with excitement, replied, "Everything is great, boss. My family is thrilled and encourages me to stay close to you. The villagers are envious and even wish to come along, but I declined. They lack any skills, and I wonder what they would do here." Yang Yao chimed in, equally pleased. "Yes, my family is quite the same. They are overjoyed." The others also wore smiles, indicating similar sentiments. Fang Yufan responded, "That's wonderful. I've arranged for Hui and the other 3 to protect Wanqing, and Mei Gui has accompanied them. From now on, you will rotate annually, with those who go earning double their salary." Upon hearing this, the group nodded in understanding. Realizing the absence of Chao Hui and Mei Gui, Zhou Qiang scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "Boss, during my visit home, many high-ranking officials came to see me, hoping you could pay a visit. I didn't agree, but they said it was sufficient to relay the message." He then recounted their words. Yang Yao and the others echoed, "Yes, boss, people from our village also came, creating quite a stir. They've never seen so many prominent figures. But I also declined." Fang Yufan smiled and nodded, understanding that such occurrences were commonplace. "All right, I understand. When I return to my hometown in the future, I will try to visit." The group felt elated at the prospect of their boss visiting their families, which would surely bring them immense joy. After this, Fang Yufan waved his hand, saying, "Enough chatter, put down your things and go rest in your rooms." Zhou Qiang, grinning, responded, "Boss, we'll put our things away. I also brought many local specialties. I'll have the kitchen prepare some for you at dinner." He expressed his eagerness to taste the hometown delicacies after a long absence. Fang Yufan felt pleased, contemplating that he indeed needed to visit home later and perhaps purchase a siyuan in the capital, envisioning the pleasure of returning for a while. That evening, they hosted a welcoming dinner for the group at the villa, enjoying a hearty meal together. After indulging in food and drink, they all retired to their respective rooms for rest. After 3 months of development, Xianyuan Food Company finally unveiled Master Long's instant noodles. Liu Yutong, observing the production of various flavors, was filled with excitement. "Let us prepare a few buckets of each flavor for tasting. I will report to the boss immediately." He eagerly opened one for preparation. Others quickly joined in, understanding that this was a critical moment. After tasting, Liu Yutong's eyes lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Haha, wonderful. This is the flavor we wanted. Let us try the other varieties." After sampling all the flavors, he finally felt reassured and declared, "Pack several boxes of each flavor and load them onto my car." Lao Lu, Come with me to report to the chairman. Lu Kaishan, the head of the RD department, nodded in agreement, stating, understood. President Lu, I am confident the chairman will be pleased with our progress. Lu Yutong instructed the others to await news and drove off with Lu Kaishan to the Qianchuan villa. Fang Yufan, dressed in Tang attire, sat in the garden sipping tea and reading when he saw the two men arriving, carrying several boxes of instant noodles, assisted by servants and bodyguards. He set down his book, approached to inspect the packaging, which matched his design, and opened a box to view the noodles inside, nodding in satisfaction. Fang Yufan remarked, very good. Let us prepare some of each flavor for everyone to taste. Seeing their boss pleased, Lu Yutong and his companion felt a wave of relief, knowing that once the flavor met expectations, success was nearly assured. Boss, the flavors are consistent with what we had before. We tasted them prior to coming here. This flavor will surely be popular, Lu Yutong explained. Fang Yufan examined the seasoning packets, opened one, inhaled the aroma, and nodded, finding it reminiscent of his memories. He then sampled each flavor before waving his hand, saying, move the rest inside. Take what you like. Yes, boss. Thank you. The servants and bodyguards took the items away, and Fang Yufan sat down, lifting his teacup for a sip. He looked at the two men and asked, very good. If we proceed with production, what will the daily output and costs be? Lu Yutong straightened up and replied, boss, given our current company's capacity, the maximum daily output is 500,000 buckets, which is sufficient to supply the Guangdao market. With the current production levels, the cost per bucket is 5 yuan. After thorough research, we plan to set the factory price at 4 yuan and the retail price at 5 yuan. This is based on current costs. The industrial park is already undergoing intensive construction, and we expect to have 5 workshops completed in a month. I can then relocate the equipment to establish a production base there. By June at the latest, we can achieve mass production with a daily output of no less than 5 million buckets, bringing the cost down to around 1 yuan. I also discovered that the consumption level in the mainland is quite low, but the future market is vast. So I plan to simultaneously produce bagged instant noodles, which are cheaper and facilitate market entry. As the industrial park develops, we can continuously expand production until we meet market demand. Fang Yufan was pleased with Lu Yutong's reasoning and nodded, saying, excellent. Your foresight is commendable. Proceed with your plans, and I hope to see impressive results at the year-end summary. Lu Yutong, brimming with confidence, declared, boss, I will not disappoint you. Fang Yufan chuckled. Then let us wait and see. Once production begins, send a batch to the delivery personnel, allowing them to enjoy 3 days of free meals, encouraging them to eat in public. Hearing this, Lu Yutong's eyes sparkled with admiration, exclaiming, brilliant. Boss, this idea is fantastic. It saves on advertising costs. Free meals for 3 days, and then I will instruct the marketing department to start distributing the products. Fang Yufan shook his head, stating, we do not accept credit. All who wish to sell our products must pay in full to the company account, including those in overseas markets. Lu Yutong earnestly replied, I understand, boss. Their products are exceptional, and once consumers recognize their quality, merchants will naturally come with cash in hand. Therefore, by not extending credit, he actually prefers this approach, as it reduces complications and enhances the company's financial standing. He eagerly anticipated the year-end meeting, aiming to impress other companies. Chapter 76. The moment has arrived. The launch of Long Shifu instant noodles indeed lived up to Fang Yufan's expectations. Tens of thousands of delivery workers perched by the roadside, savoring their cups of noodles, had already become a picturesque scene on Guangdao, further enhanced by the enticing aromas wafting through the air, instantly capturing the attention of passers-by. Curious pedestrians, drawn in by the delightful scent, found themselves hesitant to inquire directly, but noted the packaging and scoured various supermarkets in search of the noodles, only to find none. For 3 consecutive days, numerous shopping malls and supermarkets were left perplexed, unaware of what Long Shifu instant noodles truly were. Ultimately, it was the customers who, noticing the delivery workers enjoying them, became curious enough to approach them for information. They soon discovered that Long Shifu cup noodles were produced by Xianyuan Food Company. However, upon hearing that payment was required before delivery, some hesitated, while the bolder individuals placed cash orders without delay. The noodles sold out almost instantly, prompting vendors to swiftly increase their stock levels. Lu Yutong was now beaming with joy every day, as orders poured in like snowflakes. He held immense admiration for his boss, who had spent not a single cent on advertising, by merely utilizing one day's production capacity. The orders had now extended a month into the future. As the factory operation stabilized, he began to oversee the construction of an industrial zone in the mainland, eager to expedite its completion to keep pace with the surging orders. As June rolled around, the Hang Seng Index reached 1750 points, signaling that the time had come. Fang Yufan set down his newspaper, calculating his available funds. The company's idle capital now stood at over 5 billion, and he could allocate an additional 5.5 billion, totaling over 10 billion Hong Kong dollars. However, he could not afford to place all his bets, so he resolved to utilize 8 billion Hong Kong dollars. He picked up the phone on his desk and dialed Luo Yaozu. "If you're free, come over right away," he instructed. Hearing this, Luo Yaozu promptly replied, "Understood, boss. I'll be there in half an hour." After hanging up, Fang Yufan called Chu Shuyu, similarly urging him to come quickly. Once he had notified everyone, he turned to the steward nearby and said, "Uncle Huai, I'm heading to the study. When the others arrive, let them come find me." Ji Xinghuai respectfully acknowledged, "Yes, master." Fang Yufan made his way to the study, poured himself a glass of red wine, and leaned back in his chair, savoring it slowly while his mind raced with thoughts. 8 billion was still insufficient. This time, leveraging was essential, as the money would evaporate regardless. If he did not claim it, it would merely benefit others. With that thought, a smile crept onto his lips. Luo Yaozu and the others arrived swiftly, entering the study together. "Boss," Fang Yufan nodded and said, "We have a significant operation ahead. How much idle capital does the company currently possess?" The mention of a major initiative sparked their interest, and Luo Yaozu responded, "Boss, we currently have 5.4 billion in idle funds, primarily from the monthly profits of our gaming division." Fang Yufan nodded, finding this consistent with his calculations, and continued, "Excellent. Transfer 3 billion from my account, and the company will contribute 5 billion. We need to transfer this to an offshore account promptly. Arrange for 2 investment firms from Engjiang and 1 from Myligian to come over quickly. Divide this sum into 3 parts and transfer it to HSBC, while applying for the highest leverage possible." Luo Yaozu nodded, "No problem, boss. We can finalize this by tomorrow." Fang Yufan, with a serious expression, added, "This operation will take approximately 3 months. When they arrive, I will arrange for personnel to accompany them, so please make the necessary preparations." Over the past 6 months, he had trained over a dozen reliable associates and decided to deploy 3 for this task. It was not that he was incapable of managing it himself. Rather, he preferred to maintain discretion. After discussing the details with the 3 in the room, he instructed the 2 to expedite the arrangements. Once they departed, Fang Yufan summoned 6 human skin masks, all resembling European features, which, when paired with wigs, would go unnoticed if worn silently. He pressed a button on the desk, and a servant promptly knocked and entered. "Master, how may I assist you?" Fang Yufan instructed, "Please summon a Chong and the others." "Certainly, master." The servant acknowledged and quickly left. Zhou Qiang and his 6 companions, upon hearing their boss's call, hurried to the study. Upon their entrance, Fang Yufan, with utmost seriousness, said, "There is a confidential task that requires your attention. This matter must remain undisclosed, even upon completion. It must be kept under wraps. Can you manage that?" Observing their boss's gravitas, Yang Yao solemnly affirmed, "Boss, just give the orders. We will face any danger for this. Indeed, even if it costs us our lives, we will not divulge a word." The 6 assured him in unison. Fang Yufan nodded in satisfaction, noticing the deepening hue of purple on their attire, indicating an increase in their loyalty. He then presented the human skin masks, explaining their usage amidst their astonished expressions. Finally, he cautioned, "You will leave the villa tomorrow, and pair up in 2s to wait at a hotel. In a few days, the individuals you are to monitor will arrive. You need not speak, simply act as ordinary bodyguards following them, as others will coordinate with you." Yang Yao, brimming with confidence after receiving the assignment, responded, "Rest assured, boss. We will keep a close eye on them and ensure they have no opportunity for mischief." The simplicity of the task was not a concern for them, but given the seriousness with which their boss approached it, they understood that the implications were far from trivial, and thus they remained vigilant. Fang Yufan nodded approvingly, "Very well. Once this mask is used, return it to me for destruction. If anyone loses theirs, they need not return. Our partnership ends here." Upon hearing this, the 6 again promised their loyalty before departing, with several leaving the villa in shifts. Fang Yufan downed his glass of red wine in one go and moved to the window to gaze at the distant scenery. This operation was poised to yield him hundreds of billions of Hong Kong dollars, leaving no room for carelessness. The transfer of funds from Fang Yufan's account stirred a reaction from Shenzhou. For tens of billions was no trivial sum. Chairman, Fang Sheng has just transferred out 3 billion Hong Kong dollars. Currently, there remains over 2 billion in cash in the account. Their financial supervisor mentioned that the chairman has a new investment plan. Shenzhou, after listening to the report from his subordinate, pondered for a moment before nodding and saying, "Very well, you may proceed with your tasks." As he observed his subordinate's departure, he raised his teacup to take a sip, yet found himself at a loss for thoughts. He then chuckled softly, acknowledging, "Indeed, after such a prolonged period of immersion, it is time for progress to commence." Speaking to himself, he resumed his perusal of the documents. Currently, the account of Xian Yuan Company was directly held at Longhua Bank, and outsiders remained entirely oblivious to the company's operational circumstances. Furthermore, in the eyes of the public, Longhua Bank bore no connection to Fang Yufan, thus ensuring an exceptional level of discretion. Chapter 77. Living in seclusion in the office of the chairman of Changhua Industries, Li Chaoren was engaged in a meeting with his subordinates. Over the past 6 months, he had amassed a staggering 3 billion Hong Kong dollars and had been diligently monitoring various news sources. However, the absence of any significant developments was beginning to vex him. "According to our analysis, the economic landscape is exceptionally bright," one of his subordinates reported. "The Hang Seng Index has reached 17,500 points, and the likelihood of surpassing 20,000 points this year is quite high." Upon hearing this analysis, Li Chaoren's agitation was suddenly quelled. If this were the case, then a sudden influx of negative reports, spurred by ill-intentioned individuals, would inevitably lead to stockholders liquidating their shares. Consequently, it would be only natural for foreign capital to enter the market and capitalize on the ensuing sell-off. He was acutely aware of the immense wealth wielded by these entities, which was undoubtedly several times greater than that of the residents of Hong Kong. Nodding discreetly, he inquired, "What recent activities have transpired at Xian Yuan Company?" Ms. Shun Wanqing from Tianyuan Cafe has ventured to the Eagle Nation earlier this year to develop new business. Their food division has recently launched a product called Long Shi Fu Instant Noodles, which has garnered considerable popularity and is available in major shopping malls and supermarkets. Other companies, however, have not made any significant moves. Just as Li Chaoren was about to delve deeper into product inquiries, he was interrupted by a knock at the door. The secretary entered and announced, "We have just received word that the chairman of Xian Yuan Company discreetly visited HSBC, driving himself there. Had it not been for his entry, we might have overlooked it." Upon hearing this, Li Chaoren swallowed his previous questions, his mind racing with possibilities. Could this be the beginning? Is that young lady not merely operating a store, but also gathering intelligence from the Eagle Nation? He then asked, "Is there any news from the Eagle Nation?" The secretary flipped through her notebook and replied, "Chairman, it appears that the chairman of Sky Investment and the chairman of Innovation Investment are set to visit Hong Kong soon. Additionally, it seems that an American investment firm will also be arriving." Li Chaoren noted the arrival of these investment firm chairmen, many of whom were new enterprises that had made a remarkable impact in the investment sector within a mere 6 months. There were widespread speculations that these individuals were merely the frontmen for established aristocrats, as their rapid growth raised eyebrows. He sensed that an opportune moment was imminent and commanded, "Remain vigilant regarding the movements of these individuals, as well as those of the chairman of Xian Yuan Company. Keep me updated at all times." The secretary nodded in compliance. "Understood, Chairman." In the office of the chairman of HSBC, Fang Yufan savored a sip of tea, remarking, "The tea here is exquisite, Chairman Shun." Shenzhou, equally pleased, responded, "Haha, I had it specially procured from an auction house." "Fang Sheng, you must take some back with you. That one tea be necessary. It's far more enjoyable to drink it here in your office when I have the time." Fang Yufan hastily waved his hand. Today, he had deliberately come to convey misinformation to certain parties. His understated arrival suggested that he had ulterior motives. Although he wished to make a more conspicuous entrance, his bodyguards had been dispatched, so he opted for a simpler appearance, believing it would better mislead others. Shenzhou cheerfully added, "Haha, you are always welcome here. With your substantial cash infusion into the company, there must be significant developments ahead. If you find yourself short of funds, I can readily assist." "Thank you, Chairman Shen. Should the need arise, I will not hesitate to seek your aid," Fang Yufan replied. After half an hour of casual conversation, Fang Yufan checked the time and decided to take his leave. After Shen Zhou escorted him out, he speculated that Fang Yufan had likely transferred a significant sum of money, prompting this visit. With that thought, he felt quite pleased, interpreting it as a sign of respect from Fang Yufan. Once outside HSBC, Fang Yufan located his vehicle and drove away, feeling quite buoyant. As he passed by a television station, he noted, I almost forgot. Acquiring a television station is essential. I shall have someone look into it. With this in mind, he drove directly back to his villa. The sudden arrival of chairmen from the Eagle Nation and American investment firms, though shrouded in discretion, had not escaped the attention of the paparazzi, who captured their movements. Newspapers buzzed with speculation, some suggesting significant developments were afoot, while others expressed optimism regarding the economy of Hong Kong. Their activities in Hong Kong appeared limited to attending various banquets, where they publicly expressed confidence in the local economy and indicated intentions to invest in certain groups. Li Chaoran kept a close watch on these individuals, and indeed, they frequented HSBC, spending considerable time there. In the comfort of his home, Fang Yufan enjoyed his tea, his mind racing with real-time images of the 3 white gloves he had under surveillance. He had not only deployed bodyguards, but also insect monitors to track their every move. Li Chaoran, observing the unfolding scenario, felt a surge of satisfaction as the plan began to materialize. Even if he could not ensnare them completely, he remained unperturbed. As long as the operation proceeded smoothly, he had ample means to deal with them. Lighting a cigar, he gazed out at the distant sea, his mood elevated. HSBC had once again proven to be a steadfast ally. Shen Zhou had granted the 3 white gloves a leverage of 50 times, and they had commenced placing orders. Upon hearing of the influx of short sell orders in the market, Li Chaoran immediately recognized that the plan was set into motion. Although he yearned to join the fray and profit from the downturn, time was not on his side. Diving into the market with his limited capital could very well lead to his downfall, as his funds were negligible compared to the vast resources of others. He felt a tinge of regret for having let that servant go. Had he remained, he might have been privy to more information. Nevertheless, his journey thus far had not been devoid of merit, and he quickly regained his composure, instructing, "Keep a watchful eye on the stock market. If there is a significant sell-off of hedgy stocks, we must seize the opportunity to increase our holdings." The secretary replied earnestly, "Understood, Chairman. I will monitor the situation closely." Fang Yufan observed everything unfolding on Li Chaoran's end, his smile growing ever more radiant. "Ha, how amusing. It appears that evading entrapment this time is quite impossible. HEG's valuation stands at over $5 billion USD, and Li Chaoran currently holds more than 23 of the shares, making him the largest shareholder. HSBC possesses 6, while Qiaohan holds merely 11. Various institutions and retail investors collectively control around 20, with approximately 40 of shares circulating in the market. With the 3 billion Hong Kong dollars raised by Li Chaoran, even if the stock price were to decline, he could only augment his stake to a maximum of 35, which falls significantly short of achieving a controlling interest. However, having reached this juncture, he finds himself devoid of resources. With liabilities exceeding 8 billion, even a mere straw could potentially collapse his entire enterprise. Fang Yufan, contemplating this, could not help but feel a sense of secret satisfaction. How delightful it is to be concealed behind the scenes. Chapter 78. Stock market crash in mid-July. The Hang Seng Index soared to an impressive 110 points, fulfilling everyone's expectations for a new high. However, without any forewarning, a significant reversal occurred. The investors within the exchange, witnessing the unexpected decline of the Hang Seng Index, initially dismissed it as a mere technical correction, believing it would soon resume its ascent. Regrettably, the downturn intensified over several days, accompanied by the emergence of negative news from unknown sources. The stock prices began to plummet catastrophically, with some companies experiencing a halving of their stock value in just one day. Panic ensued as investors rushed to inject capital to stabilize the stock prices. The shares of Heji Huangpu were not spared. Although the decline was not severe, it continued to slide. Fang Yufan perused the newspaper, stroking his chin, and mused that it seemed the opposing party was biding their time for an even lower entry point, which was unacceptable. Without delay, he picked up the phone to make a call. Ding Daqiang was also closely monitoring the stock market, holding immense admiration for his boss. Prior to the onset of the stock crisis, the bank had already liquidated all contracts, rendering the impending crash ineffective against their interests. When he received the call from his boss, he excitedly inquired if there were any plans. Fang Yufan replied straightforwardly, instructing him to acquire Heji Huangpu stocks, emphasizing the goal of provoking certain individuals and to cease actions when Changhe commenced their buying spree. Understanding the directive, Ding Daqiang replied affirmatively, assuring his boss of his swift action. Pleased that his intentions were understood, Fang Yufan concluded the call and indulged in a puff of his cigar. Li Chaoran sat in his office, vigilantly tracking the stock prices. His secretary entered, her demeanor anxious as she reported that someone was aggressively purchasing Heji stocks. Li Chaoran promptly inquired about the identity of the company involved. He had been waiting for the opportune moment to buy in at a favorable price, and the continuous decline in stock prices only reinforced his belief that they might drop further. The secretary remarked that time was too short to ascertain the specific brokerage firm, yet the purchasing activity was robust, halting the downward trend. Upon hearing that the decline had been arrested, Li Chaoran's mind raced with possibilities. Could it be that British capital was seizing the opportunity to increase their stake? He considered this likely, given that Heji was an established British entity, potentially having already negotiated with local parties to reclaim control of the company. Without hesitation, he commanded immediate action, instructing his team to acquire as much as possible. With over 30% of the circulating shares at stake, if the opposing party amassed them all, Li Chaoran would be compelled to exit the game. His secretary promptly took the orders and began coordinating the acquisition. Li Chaoran harbored no fears about exhausting his resources, confident that if a reshuffle was imminent, the chaos would not linger long, possibly paving the way for a reversal. At that point, stock prices would undoubtedly surge, alleviating his debts. The traders, acting on the chairman's directives, commenced their acquisition of Heji stocks. Observers noted that amidst the overall market downturn, Heji's stock price remained stable, even experiencing slight rebounds, prompting fearful investors to frantically offload their shares. Consequently, the recently stabilized stock prices once again fell, yet under Li Chaoran's substantial investment of $3 billion, the price fluctuations were kept minimal. Although he felt the strain of his investments, he recognized that any relaxation on his part would invite competitors to seize shares, compelling him to engage in an all-in strategy. Global, Huanji, Xinhong, and various large conglomerates began making inquiries. Li Chaoran deflected their questions, attributing his actions to the group's increased stake. As a shrewd businessman, he prioritized his interests, withholding any sensitive information. Other groups lacked the luxury of time to speculate, as their stocks were also plummeting dramatically. When someone unexpectedly short-sold the Hang Seng Index, many companies anticipated significant profits, only to be taken aback by a sudden collapse of the previously favored index. In a mere fortnight, it plummeted by over 700 points, showing no signs of recovery. Many brokerage firms had begun to witness lines forming on their rooftops. Central as a commercial hub, Central District became a disaster zone. Fang Yufan, listening to Ding Daqiang's report, could not suppress a smile. Boss, it appears Li Chaoran is now out of ammunition. His company holds 32% of Heji's shares, and the stock price has dropped by 30%. Fang Yufan took a drag of his cigar and stated, "Good. There is no need for further action at this point. Just keep a discreet watch. In a month and a half, we will approach those holding Heji stocks for a covert acquisition." Ding Daqiang promptly acknowledged, "Understood. I will start collecting information in secret." After ending the call, Ding Daqiang reflected on his unfortunate position of offending his boss. Over the past 6 months, leveraging the information provided by his superior, the bank's profits had soared to over $3 billion, leaving him to wonder if any competitor could match such speed in earnings. Fang Yufan hung up, took another puff of his cigar, and silently calculated that the time was not yet ripe. He would wait a month and a half before unleashing the final straw. He then dialed another number. Shenzhou found himself overwhelmed by the stock crisis. Answering the phone, he said, "This is Shenzhou from HSBC. Who's calling? I hope I'm not interrupting." "Director Shun." Upon realizing it was Fang Yufan, Shenzhou replied with a smile, "Not at all, Fang Sheng. To what do I owe the pleasure?" "Director Shun, I am looking to acquire shares in several companies." Shenzhou's interest peaked as he inquired about which companies Fang Yufan had in mind. Fang Yufan listed a dozen enterprises spanning various sectors on Hong Kong Island, including electricity, water supply, and television stations, naturally including Heji. He concluded with a smile, "I hear HSBC holds a significant number of these stocks, so I wonder if Director Shen might consider parting with any?" Hearing the list of enterprises, Shenzhou began to contemplate. Some core stocks were non-negotiable, but those beyond the core were fair game. Furthermore, the stock prices continued to decline. By divesting from HSBC now, one could not only recover losses, but also secure substantial profits. In this manner, his capabilities would undoubtedly be showcased. Amidst the stock market turmoil, he not only avoided losses, but also reaped significant gains, leaving no room for dissent among other shareholders. Contemplating this, he spoke. Fang Sheng, while I possess stocks from these companies, certain decisions are beyond my unilateral control. I must consult with headquarters. However, regarding the stocks of the television station and Heji, I can decide directly. Fang Yufan smiled inwardly, recognizing this as his intent. The timing for electricity and water supply is not yet ripe, and the counterpart would undoubtedly exclude Huashang from participation. Chapter 79. A web of intricacies. Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar and feigned regret as he inquired, "That is well and good, but at what price does Director Shin intend to sell these stocks? Furthermore, I hope this matter remains confidential." Upon hearing the other party's agreement, Shun Zhou smiled and replied, "Rest assured, the confidentiality measures at HSBC are robust. I will arrange the details, and we can discuss them in person later." "Very well. I shall not disturb Director Shun's work any longer." After exchanging pleasantries, Fang Yufan hung up the phone, a broad smile adorning his face as he strolled toward the garden. Currently, Li's television station was suffering significant losses, leading to widespread discontent among shareholders, and the plummeting stock prices had drastically diminished their wealth. In such circumstances, if an acquisition were to occur, they would undoubtedly be eager to sell. HSBC held a mere 6% stake in Heji, which, while not substantial, could be pivotal if secured. With no surplus funds available, Fang Yufan found himself powerless to acquire shares from others. Once the proverbial straw was drawn, even if he continued to seek loans, he doubted their effectiveness. His only recourse lay in a desperate gambit, though the specifics of that gamble were beyond his control. Fang Yufan's wisdom lay in his decision not to wait for a market crash to acquire shares. Although it required a greater financial outlay now, it projected an image of confidence in these enterprises. Waiting until the end could be perceived as opportunistic, perhaps leading astute observers to speculate whether he possessed insider knowledge. Thus, the present moment was indeed the most opportune time to act. At HSBC, the managers of the securities and credit departments were summoned, and Shenzhou promptly disclosed the companies Fang Yufan aimed to acquire. He then instructed, "Please calculate the most suitable selling price." Yu Junliang, upon hearing this, remarked, "Director Shun, our analysis suggests that this stock crisis is far from over. The Hang Seng Index may plummet below 700 points. Shenzhou's expression turned serious upon this grave news. Zhang Jun interjected, "Director Shun, even if it reaches that point, we shall not incur losses. However, selling now could yield substantial profits. The challenge lies in determining the right price. If it is set too high, Fang Sheng may be reluctant to proceed given the current market conditions." Shenzhou nodded in agreement. "Then let us offer it at half the current stock price. In that case, we shall demonstrate our utmost sincerity." After deliberation, the plan was finalized. The following day, Fang Yufan received a call from HSBC to arrange a meeting. After confirming the time, he reached out to Luo Yaozu and Chu Shiyu to join him. In the morning, within the chairman's office at HSBC, Shenzhou greeted Fang Yufan with a warm smile as they sipped tea, while others diligently prepared the contracts. After taking a sip, Fang Yufan shook his head and remarked, "I initially thought the stock market would stabilize, but it has declined even more rapidly. It seems that the economy of Guangdao was somewhat inflated." Shenzhou concurred. "Indeed, based on our economic team's analysis, the Hang Seng Index is likely to fall below 700 points, leading to the collapse of many enterprises. Fortunately, my company is not publicly listed. Otherwise, I would likely lack the inclination to pursue stock acquisitions." Fang Yufan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Shenzhou, observing him, laughed in return. "Haha, Fang Sheng, do not say that. The flavor of your newly produced Long Shifu instant noodles is truly delightful. They are sold everywhere in Guangdao. With such a strong foundation, even amidst a stock crisis, the impact on you will be minimal." Fang Yufan replied with genuine joy, "Indeed, this food factory has considerable potential. When I initially acquired it, my intention was merely to refine the company structure. Little did I anticipate such a pleasant surprise." He wisely chose to downplay his role in developing the product. Shenzhou, having no doubts, chuckled. "That further underscores Fang Sheng's unstoppable momentum. By the way, I have a good relationship with the major shareholder of the television station, the Australian consortium. They have long harbored intentions of selling. If you are interested, I can facilitate an introduction. Fang Yufan responded nonchalantly. If the price is reasonable, I am open to discussions. However, if it is exorbitant, I shall prefer to wait. The current situation is too unpredictable. That is sensible. I will converse with them and gauge their interest. Rest assured, I will keep the matter of selling shares confidential, Shenzhou affirmed. Fang Yufan maintained an outward demeanor of indifference, though inwardly he was elated. The Australian consortium held over 60 of the shares. If he could secure those along with HSBC's stake, he would control over 70 of the shares. Once he announced a capital increase, the other shareholders, faced with the television station's persistent losses, would be unlikely to invest further. Having just experienced a stock market crash, no one would be foolish enough to continue investing. Thus, the inevitable outcome would be for them to sell their shares and cash out. In that event, he would effortlessly gain full ownership of the television station. After reviewing the contracts, the 12 stake in Lee's television station was sold for 10 million Hong Kong dollars, while the 6 stake in Heji was sold for 80 million US dollars. This was indeed a bargain, and Fang Yufan readily signed the contracts, both parties entering into a confidentiality agreement. Until he made a public announcement, HSBC would continue to exist as a shareholder. Having acquired what he desired, Fang Yufan departed with satisfaction. The group returned to the villa, where in the study, Luo Yaozu and Chu Shiyu reported on the situation regarding the white gloves. Fang Yufan nodded approvingly. Excellent. By November, everything should be in place. I will notify you when to swiftly transfer the funds, ensuring no traces remain. Coordinate with Chia and other utility companies, and once the harvest is complete, we will discuss acquisitions and equity participation. I intend to maintain control over these enterprises from behind the scenes. Luo Yaozu pondered for a moment and replied, Understood, boss. These are all quality enterprises. We may need to acquire shares from the stock market. Fang Yufan chuckled. Of course, I plan to repurchase them at a low price next year. My goal is full acquisition, after which we can delist. My enterprises do not require the stock market to raise capital. Upon hearing their employer's plans, both men were taken aback, realizing that only their boss possessed such audacity in all of Hong Kong. After conversing in the study for a while, the two departed. Fang Yufan left behind a mosquito monitor for each of them. Although their loyalty was currently high, he would not relax until it reached 100%. Human nature is often fragile under scrutiny. Thus, in pursuit of a successful plan, he deemed it prudent to maintain an extra layer of precaution. Rising to return to his room, he changed into swim trunks and ascended to the rooftop pool, where he swam several invigorating laps. Feeling refreshed, he eventually emerged from the water, reclined on a lounge chair, and accepted a drink offered by a servant, savoring a sip. Chapter 80. The sudden lottery. The chaos in Guangdao persists, with countless individuals facing bankruptcy and despairing to the extent of taking their own lives. The police force across Hong Kong is nearing exhaustion. As November swiftly approaches, the Hang Seng Index has plunged to 630 points. Fang Yufan understands that it is nearly time. There is no need to await the final moment. Seated in his study, he picks up the phone and dials Luo Yaozu, conveying the necessary information before ending the call. Now, all that remains is to wait patiently. Through the vivid images in his mind, he envisions the three individuals receiving the notification and proceeding to HSBC accompanied by bodyguards and secretaries. Within the large trading room, the traders receive their directives and begin placing orders. In just 3 short days, all transactions are settled. Yu Junliang, as the manager of the securities department, glances at the reports submitted by his subordinates, his fists clenching involuntarily. These scoundrels have short-sold and amassed over 60 billion Hong Kong dollars. However, he finds himself powerless. All actions are standard procedures. He takes the reports to the chairman's office. Upon reviewing the reports, Shenzhou remains silent for a considerable time before setting them down and stating, even without these speculators, this stock market crash was inevitable. As the manager of the securities department, you should comprehend this. Chen Junliang nods in acknowledgement. I understand. Chairman. Good. Then proceed to transfer the funds as requested by the other party, Shenzhou replies, resuming his focus on the documents. Internally, he too feels unsettled. 60 billion Hong Kong dollars amassed in just 3 months is akin to printing money at an alarming rate. Luo Yaozu continues making calls, and upon hearing that the entire 68.2 billion Hong Kong dollars has been received, he feels a profound sense of relief. He grabs the documents and drives directly to the villa in Qianchuan. Chu Shiyu also arrives at the villa. Fang Yufan welcomes them in his study, glancing at the documents with a smile. Haha, splendid. You both have worked hard during this period. As he speaks, he writes out 2 checks, each for 1 million. The 2 men accept the checks with expressions of joy. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. 1 million represents several years of their salaries. Although their boss earns significantly more, they are aware that this money truly belongs to them. Fang Yufan inquires, how are the acquisitions of the enterprises progressing? Chu Shiyu promptly responds, boss, many enterprises have suffered losses. However, for these core industries, no significant damage has occurred. Thus, their willingness to sell is not strong, though they are open to investment, and the price discussions remain unresolved. Luo Yaozu nods in agreement, adding yes. I believe it would be prudent for us to strike from the stock market. Currently, the circulating shares of the electric company account for approximately 60%. We can quietly acquire these shares, estimating that 6.5 billion Hong Kong dollars would secure 51% ownership. Fang Yufan nods thoughtfully before shaking his head, addressing the 2. The core industries will not easily relinquish control. This is also why I employ intermediaries. Even if discovered, they will be complacent, thinking it is their own people. When the opportune moment arises, we will directly proceed with the acquisition. Even if they have objections, they will find us beyond their reach. He continues, let us purchase the stocks under their names. Once we acquire 5%, we will announce it publicly, while continuing to covertly gather shares. This way, the 3 of us will publicly hold 15%. When we achieve 51% ownership, we can await our opportunity. After assigning tasks to the 2, he allows them to make arrangements. Once they depart, Fang Yufan presses a button on the table. A servant promptly knocks and enters. Master, do you have any instructions? Summon Yang Yao. Yes, master. The servant acknowledges and exits. Fang Yufan takes out a cigar and lights it slowly. Now that the harvest is complete, it is time to deal with Li Chaoran. Yang Yao arrives at the study shortly, bowing respectfully, boss. You called for me. Fang Yufan smiles. You have all worked diligently during this time. Here is 100,000 for each of you. Please distribute it among the team. He presents 6 prepared checks. Upon hearing the amount of 100,000 for each, Yang Yao quickly responds, boss, we willingly serve you, and you have already been generous to us. Fang Yufan waves his hand with a smile. Good deeds deserve rewards. You are not young anymore. When housing prices drop next year, you will be able to purchase a few properties, establishing your own home here in Guangdao. Yang Yao, deeply moved, accepts the money and solemnly declares, thank you, boss. We will remain eternally loyal. After he finishes speaking, an overwhelming surge of purple energy envelopes him, swiftly consuming the original red hue. Witnessing this transformation, Fang Yufan feels immense joy as a notification chimes in his mind. Suppressing his excitement, he smiles and states, since you have chosen to follow me, I will consider your future well-being. Taking a puff of his cigar, he continues, we can initiate some leaks, but it must be done discreetly. Yang Yao, securing the checks, confidently assures, rest assured, boss, no one will suspect us. Excellent, proceed with the plan. Fang Yufan watches him leave with a smile, before reviewing the recent system notification. Congratulations to the host for securing the complete loyalty of a subordinate through personal charisma. You have earned 1 lottery draw. Please select 1 category below to proceed. 1. Daily items. 2. Characters. 3. Skills and techniques. Upon hearing the categories presented by the system, Fang Yufan's eyes gleam with excitement. Could it be possible to acquire more individuals and thus gain additional lottery opportunities? Due to this being the first time capturing a subordinate, the system grants 1 lottery draw. Future captures will not yield additional rewards. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Fang Yufan's earlier excitement wanes, but he remains pleased with the current reward. He hastily inquires, System, could you elaborate on the meanings of these categories? Daily items include money, real estate, technology. Characters encompass various talents, with drawn individuals pledging complete loyalty to the host. Skills and techniques cover a vast spectrum, ranging from the ordinary to the extraordinary, including gene serums and other treasures that enhance one's abilities. After considering the system's explanations, Fang Yufan evaluates the 3 categories, feeling a sense of conflict. He swiftly dismisses daily items. Although they contain technological goods, drawing money or property would result in a substantial loss. The remaining options of characters and skills and techniques captivate his interest. However, according to the system's explanation, it seems that characters are more reliable. After all, If one were to draw an extraordinary skill or technique, one could truly soar to great heights. Yet, if a rudimentary skill were to be acquired, would one not be left in despair? After much contemplation, a decision was made, and with a focused thought, I declared, I choose to. Ding. The host has made a choice. Character selection is now commencing. At this moment, Fang Yufan also held his breath, patiently awaiting the final outcome. Chapter 81. Taking action. As Fang Yufan eagerly awaited, the system's voice finally resonated again. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the world's #1 mercenary group, the Tiantong Bingchuan, who will pledge their unwavering loyalty. Upon claiming your reward, you will receive a communication device that cannot be monitored or tracked by any technology. Upon hearing this reward, Fang Yufan was nearly propelled from his seat in excitement. Although he was unaware of the specifics regarding the mercenary group, the title of being the best in the world was sufficient. Suppressing his exhilaration, he inquired mentally, System, after claiming the reward, will these individuals materialize before me, or will they appear in some other manner? Ding. Rest assured, host. The Tiantong Bingchuan already exists within this world. Upon your acceptance, the system will enhance them, elevating their overall capabilities beyond that of elite warriors. The leader will automatically contact you. Fang Yufan, impressed by the system's prowess, no longer regarded it as futile. With a beaming expression, he declared, claim. He could hardly contain his anticipation. With such an opportunity, hesitation was unwarranted. Suddenly, a mobile phone appeared in his spatial pocket. With a mere thought, he retrieved it. The device resembled an antiquated model from the future, and he instantly grasped its operational functions. Initially, he presumed this communication device would solely connect him to the mercenaries. Yet he discovered it could also facilitate calls to others, using virtual numbers that were untraceable and undetectable. Indeed, this would greatly streamline his communication with others. As he contemplated this, the phone rang. Without hesitation, he answered, Master, this is James, the leader of the Tiantong Bingchuan, extending greetings on behalf of our 845 members. We shall serve as the scythe in your hand, clearing away all obstacles that impede your progress. Fang Yufan could not suppress the smile curling at the corners of his lips. 845 individuals, each possessing strength surpassing elite warriors. Such power was undeniably formidable. With delight, he responded, James, I sense your loyalty. Enlighten me regarding the circumstances of the mercenary group. Certainly, Master. Currently, the group consists of 845 members, with 800 combatants, while the remaining 45 manage logistics and intelligence. We have 3 secret bases, organized into teams of 11, with 9 teams forming a battalion. Presently, 3 battalions are stationed at the bases, 3 are active in the Middle East, and 2 serve as rapid response forces. As Fang Yufan listened to the introduction, satisfaction swelled within him. Only 3 battalions actively engaged in combat meant that, to the outside world, the Tiantong Bingchuan appeared to consist of merely 300 members. The remaining 5 battalions and logistical personnel remained concealed, and even with this, they ranked first. Following the system's enhancement, their combat prowess would surely ascend to unimaginable heights. With this thought, his excitement surged. The system had proven to be exceptionally considerate, earning his utmost admiration. He pondered for a moment before stating, Excellent, James. Maintain this status. Should any missions arise, I will reach out to you. Notify me immediately of any news that may pose a threat to me. James replied confidently, Understood, Master. I shall continuously gather intelligence. Would you like me to dispatch a battalion for your protection? I am currently secure. I will contact you when the need arises. After concluding the call, Fang Yufan poured himself a glass of wine and drank deeply. This mercenary group required no additional funding from him. Their self-sufficiency would be ensured through the commissions earned from their missions. With such strength at his disposal, he had significantly bolstered his previously frail foundation. Meanwhile, Yang Yao distributed checks to the others, moving them deeply. Had Fang Yufan seen them, he would have recognized that they were on the brink of total loyalty. They dispersed to contact previously arranged individuals, beginning to leak certain covert information to the press. Initially skeptical, the press, entangled with affluent figures, prudently dispatched reporters to investigate. After a period of inquiry, they confirmed the veracity of the information, igniting excitement within the press. They promptly reported back to their benefactors, and with potential profit on the horizon, there was no hesitation. Reporting was greenlit without delay. Following a recent stock market crash, as the populace tended to their wounds, several news stories instantaneously ignited the entire region. Li Jiaqing dares to infiltrate the homes of multiple tycoons. Li Jiaqing's true rise to power revealed. The serpent swallowing the elephant. This is how it operates. As people read the explosive revelations in the newspapers, chaos erupted. Was this true? Did Li Jiaqing truly dare to act in such a manner, unafraid of retribution from others? It was indeed impressive. No wonder he had advanced so rapidly, possessing inside information to monitor others' movements. Conversations erupted throughout the streets and alleys, with many tycoons unable to remain composed, hastily dispatching trusted aides to investigate whether their household staff had also been compromised. Figures such as Bao Chuan Wang, Xin Zhou, Li Zhaoji, Gui Desheng, and other affluent individuals furrowed their brows, speculating about the accuracy of the newspaper's claims. Nevertheless, they unanimously resolved to investigate their domestic affairs. In the office of the chairman of Changhao Industrial, Li Chaoren gazed at the newspaper, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. He had not anticipated being exposed. His mind raced, pondering where he had gone awry. Such occurrences were not exclusive to him. Others engaged in similar conduct, and bribing servants was commonplace. However, his actions had now been laid bare, which complicated matters. Moreover, he was at his most vulnerable. Should the allegations be substantiated, it would spell his ruin. This is absurd. Immediately arrange for lawyers to file a lawsuit against this fabrication. The secretary, observing the chairman's grave countenance, nodded and promptly set to work. Yet, unease lingered within Li Chaoren, prompting him to call his family's steward and instruct, "Did you see the newspaper? Clean up any loose ends immediately." After issuing his orders, he hung up the phone, still troubled, sensing that this matter was far from simple. Meanwhile, Lu Mei was tidying up in a restaurant's kitchen when she overheard a hushed conversation in the corner. Initially dismissive, her curiosity piqued upon hearing her name, prompting her to pause her tasks. "Mr. Li is enraged by the news in the papers. To prevent any unforeseen incident, rest assured, she will remain oblivious. I have always taken great care of her. Were it not for my obligations, I could easily summon her to my bed with a mere beckoning gesture." "Very well, I am glad you understand. I shall take my leave." Lu Min, having overheard their conversation, turned pale with fear, her heart racing as if it would leap from her chest. Upon hearing approaching footsteps, she endeavored to maintain her usual demeanor, bowing her head to wash the dishes, while her mind began to devise an escape plan. As the footsteps drew nearer, her anxiety intensified. "Ahua, come here for a moment, lend me a hand." "Oh, I'm coming, what a bother." Upon hearing someone being summoned away, Lu Mei quickly wiped her hands and hastened toward the exit. She dared not confirm her suspicions. Her thoughts solely focused on swiftly informing her husband and children, for their safety was at stake. She never anticipated that Li Jiaqing would be so ruthless, willing to eliminate her entire family to avoid exposure. Chapter 82, A Deadly Strike. In the distance, Zhou Qiang observed Lu Mei fleeing in a state of panic, a cold smirk gracing his lips. At that moment, Lu Mei's partner, a Guang, was equally pale with fear. By chance, he had heard the news and had hurriedly returned home to gather all their wealth, planning to escape without a second thought. The welfare of his wife and children was the least of his concerns. Survival was his utmost priority. Upon returning home, Lu Mei was met with the sight of her disheveled house, and in an instant, she rushed inside, only to discover that all their savings had vanished. She collapsed onto the floor in despair. As uncertainty clouded her mind about whether her husband had been apprehended, an elderly woman entered. "Lu Mei, a Guang just dashed away in a frenzy. Has he gotten himself into trouble? He didn't respond when I called out to him," the old woman exclaimed. Hearing her words, tears streamed down Lu Mei's face. She never imagined her husband would abandon her and their children in such fear. Just moments ago, she had been worried, but now her heart felt as if it had turned to ash. A glimmer of resolve sparked in her eyes. If it had come to this, she would not hesitate to fight back. Once she had gathered her thoughts, she wiped her tears, stepped outside, and said, "Thank you for informing me. I will find a way to locate him." "All right, as long as you're fine. I shall take my leave," the old woman replied before turning to depart. After the elderly woman left, Lu Mei swiftly shut the door and picked up the phone to make a call. Initially, she contemplated seeking help from Fang Yufan, but reflecting on her own actions, she dismissed the idea and instead dialed the police station. She believed that only the authorities could assist her now, and she also intended to notify the media. She needed to expose the situation. The more people who knew, the less likely it was that they would dare to harm her and her children. Soon, the police and reporters arrived at her home. With tears in her eyes, Lu Mei recounted the events orchestrated by Li Jiaqing. The revelation created an immediate sensation. Flashbulbs flickered incessantly as journalists eagerly documented every detail. The police took the matter seriously as well. Upon learning that Li Jiaqing had dispatched individuals to surveil the owner of Xianyuan Company, they became quite agitated. The police department had been in a cordial relationship with Xianyuan Company, especially since it had several prominent politicians backing it, making the situation delicate. They promptly contacted the chief to report the developments. Ultimately, under the escort of numerous officers, Lu Mei was taken back to the police station for her protection. Many affluent individuals received the news. Upon hearing his son-in-law's words, Bu Yugan expressed disbelief, asking, "Is the information verified?" "Father, it's absolutely certain. The former nanny of Fang Sheng has been placed under police protection, and she disclosed everything in front of dozens of reporters," came the reply. "It's truly remarkable. Fang Sheng anticipated this stock market crash last year, and the individuals shorting the stocks were indeed from Yingjiang." Bu Yugan's mind raced, realizing that trouble was brewing. He had heard from Shenzhou that Fang Yufan possessed a substantial amount of cash. With Li Jiaqing's actions, it was evident that the other side would not relent. Shenzhou also received reports from his subordinates and quickly deduced that with Fang Yufan's character, he would not let this matter rest easily. The cash flow on their side was robust. If a conflict erupted, how should they at HSBC respond? Should they remain neutral or take a side? Upon hearing the news, other wealthy individuals reacted differently. Some prepared to watch the spectacle unfold, while others dispatched additional personnel to investigate their own situations. Many recalled previous investments during critical moments when they were unexpectedly outmaneuvered. This led them to ponder whether someone in their household had leaked information. Li Chaoran also received the news, his expression darkening. After sending out his subordinates, he picked up the phone and instructed, "Handle this matter discreetly." Following that, he dialed several more numbers. His rise to this position was not due to naivety. With the situation escalating, he decided to complicate matters further. Fang Yufan observed all of this unfold and captured the recent events on video. He summoned Yang Yao and instructed him to distribute the footage, ensuring it was ready for the media. After arranging everything, a smile graced his face. This time, he sought both profit and prestige. Ji Xinghuai and the household staff felt a growing sense of unease as they had seen the newspapers over the past few days. Particularly, Lu Mei's interview had revealed everything, causing them to tread carefully. They dreaded the possibility of the master's sudden wrath. When Fang Yufan descended the stairs and noticed his servants behaving cautiously, he understood the reason behind it. The butler, looking remorseful, said, "Master, it was my failure to discern character. Please forgive me." Fang Yufan nodded and replied, "Huaishu, no one wished for this outcome. Tell everyone to focus on their work. There is no concept of collective punishment here. I still believe that everyone is not of that ilk." After speaking, he proceeded to the garden. Hearing these words, Ji Xinghuai felt deeply moved and summoned all the servants. "The master is benevolent and has chosen not to pursue our accountability. Let us work diligently. If such an incident occurs again, I will risk my life to confront anyone who betrays us." The servants were relieved to hear the master's lack of reproach and eagerly pledged their loyalty. "Rest assured, as long as the master treats us so well, I would have to be insane to act as shamelessly as Lu Mei. Indeed, the master is the finest employer I have encountered. I would not want to lose this position," they all affirmed. Ji Xinghuai nodded and said, "Well, remember your words and return to your duties." Suddenly, shares of Changhe Industrial and Hutchison Whampoa began to be sold off aggressively. The news of Li Jiaqing placing spies in the home of the owner of Xianyuan Company had spread like wildfire, and everyone knew this would not end quietly. The stock market experienced a seismic jolt, catching many by surprise. Changhe Industrial held shares in Hutchison Whampoa, but as both companies were publicly traded, Fang Yufan's intervention resulted in a devastating impact. The 6% stake in Hutchison Whampoa amounted to over 30 million shares, and under the trader's manipulation, it dealt a lethal blow to Hutchison. In the previous transaction, Changhe Shiria's Fang Yufan acquired an 8% stake from HSBC, and thus, this time, the sell-off was executed with unwavering decisiveness. Li Chaoran found himself devoid of funds, left only with anxiety. He had not anticipated such resoluteness from his adversary, who struck directly at his vulnerabilities. Moreover, Recent attempts to play spies had caused many of his old friends to hesitate in intervening. Furthermore, even if they wished to assist, they lacked the financial means, having previously depleted their cash reserves to stabilize their own company's stock prices. Li Chaoran is now truly alarmed. He understands that failing to resolve this predicament could potentially trigger a catastrophic debt crisis. Chapter 83. A Clear Division of Affections. The news of Xin Yuan Company convening a press conference spread rapidly among the media outlets on Hong Kong Island, attracting a throng of reporters. The financial supervisor, Luo Yaozu, presided over the conference, and after a brief opening statement, he promptly delved into the main topic. Due to the unscrupulous conduct of certain merchants, the company's chairman expressed profound dissatisfaction, leading to the following decision. All future collaborations would exclude any enterprises associated with Zhang Ashuria, and any companies collaborating with them would be placed on Xin Yuan's blacklist. Upon hearing this announcement, murmurs erupted throughout the venue. Was Xin Yuan overly confident in its standing? After all, Li Jiaqing had dominated Hong Kong Island for many years. How could a fledgling company contend with him? However, it appeared that Xin Yuan was indeed unfazed, as it did not directly involve itself in those industries. Luo Yaozu, after stating this, quietly awaited the audience's response. Once the conference hall fell silent, he continued, whether Xin Yuan speaks arrogantly, we invite you all to observe. I would like to add that Xin Yuan Company fears no enterprise on Hong Kong Island. Our capabilities remain unknown to you. With that, he rose and departed. The reporters were left stunned, particularly by the last statement. Our capabilities remain unknown to you. Such a declaration was undeniably imposing, igniting curiosity among all present as they speculated about the source of Xin Yuan's confidence. Those who reacted swiftly relayed the news back. Some news agencies began earnestly analyzing Xin Yuan's situation, hoping to unearth additional stories to bolster their circulation. Amidst the maneuvers of various speculators, the number of stocks held by Fang Yufan continued to increase, yet their prices plummeted. Heji was also in disarray, prompting shareholders to confront Li Chaoran directly. Li, this predicament stems from your actions. What do you plan to do now? If this continues, our stocks will become worthless. Li Jiaqing's expression mirrored their concerns, yet he remained composed as he replied, there is no need for alarm. Given our company's scale, the opposition lacks the capacity for a takeover. They merely wish to pressure us by swaying retail investors. However, I perceive this as an opportunity to increase our holdings. If anyone is interested, they could sell high and buy low. Since they are eager to fund us, it would be a disservice to decline their generosity. Upon hearing this, several shareholders exchanged glances, and the representative from Chaohe remarked, Li, if your estimation proves erroneous, we may very well relinquish the company. Li Jiaqing shrugged and replied, then you may choose not to sell your shares. Perhaps increasing your holdings could also be a prudent strategy. After a brief quarrel in the conference room, the attendees dispersed. Li Jiaqing promptly instructed his secretary to have the traders sell his stocks. His previous remarks were somewhat ambiguous, but one thing was certain. He doubted that Fang Yufan possessed sufficient cash reserves. With over 30% of shares, he might not only avert the crisis, but also secure substantial profits. Fang Yufan chuckled to himself, thinking, you wish to profit greatly. Let me show you what true pain feels like. That night, 2 yachts were anchored in international waters. Fang Yufan and Bao Yugong were seated in the cabin, savoring wine. Fang, you should know that I assisted Li Jiaqing in acquiring Zhongking stocks, Bao Yugong said. Fang Yufan nodded, of course, I am aware. It was a few years ago. However, I recall that Bao Xing assisted him in the acquisition of Heji. Otherwise, he would not have acquired over 20% of HSBC shares at such a low cost. Bao Yugong was not surprised, as this was no secret. After taking a sip of wine, he curiously inquired, did you not have the opportunity to sit down and discuss matters? Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar and replied, if Bao Xing is unwilling to part with his interests, I shall not press the issue. Let us act as though we have never met today. Bao Yugong narrowed his eyes as he regarded the young man across from him. Over the years, he had faced countless storms, yet few dared to reject his proposals so decisively. Nevertheless, recalling that Zhongking would have changed hands without Fang Yufan's assistance, he decided to offer a word of caution. Fang, in the business world, one cannot act solely on impulse. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is not late even after a decade. You are an exceptionally talented young man, and I believe your future achievements will be remarkable. Fang Yufan exhaled a puff of smoke and shook his head, stating, I dislike causing trouble and even more so engaging in conflicts. However, at times, refraining from fighting does not equate to being easily bullied. With that, he retrieved a videotape from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. Bao Yugong, intrigued, gestured for a bodyguard to insert the tape into the cabin's player. Soon, the screen displayed footage of Li Jiaqing on a phone call. Bao Yugong's eyes narrowed sharply. The clip lasted only a few minutes, yet the audio and expressions were strikingly clear. He turned to face the young man, his mind racing. Was this all part of a calculated scheme to lure them into conflict, designed to secure Heji? Fang Yufan paid no heed to his gaze and simply stated, "This was delivered to my villa this morning. Someone hopes for us to clash." Upon hearing this explanation, Bao Yugong suddenly realized he had overthought the matter. How long had Fang Yufan been in Hong Kong? After years of their meticulous cultivation, there was hardly anything they did not know. The ability to secretly set up a camera in an office was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. With this realization, he curiously asked, "Since you know someone seeks to instigate conflict between you, why comply with their wishes?" Fang Yufan shook his head, smiling as he replied, "Bao Sheng, if I do not take action, how will others perceive me? Today it is I, tomorrow it could be someone else. If someone were to undermine you, could you endure it?" With that, he rose and walked to the window, coldly stating, "I do not relish entanglements. Yet that does not imply I fear them. Compared to cash, I fear no one. The money I earned in 2 years could obliterate the wealth of some individuals in a lifetime. I find that rather amusing." Turning back to face Bao Yugong, he noted the profound impact of his words. Bao Yugong was acutely aware that Fang Yufan had amassed tens of billions in the stock market on 2 occasions. Yet the true earnings of his company remained a mystery to outsiders. However, if those tens of billions were indeed unleashed, it could very well trigger a seismic upheaval. He recognized that the young man had firmly resolved his intentions, especially since he had articulated them quite clearly. If he were to encounter a similar situation, he might have acted even more decisively. After contemplating this, he nodded and said, "Very well. I shall discuss with a few friends to sell you our 15% stake in Heji stocks. As for the final outcome, it rests entirely in your hands." A smile graced Fang Yufan's face as he replied, "Thank you, Bao Sheng. We are clear of any obligations." Upon hearing this, Bao Yugong suddenly felt a twinge of regret for not having given a more unequivocal agreement earlier. Chapter 84. Crushing Li Chaoran the following day, as the stock market opened, Heji's shares saw an influx of millions of low-priced stocks, which were swiftly acquired as if signaling a frenzy. A deluge of Heji stocks was rapidly offloaded, albeit at varying prices. Before many could sell, new low-priced stocks emerged, incessantly refreshing the stock prices. The shares, originally priced at 17 Hong Kong dollars each, plummeted to over $13 within half a day. After the midday recess, many wiped the sweat from their brows, overwhelmed by the madness, as they witnessed Fang Yufan's audacity. In a private room at the Peninsula Hotel, Chu Xiu and Luo Yaozu had already signed a contract with several representatives, acquiring 15 of Heji Huangpu shares at a premium of 20 over the $13.2 price at the market's close, totaling $680 million in cash. The other party was astonished by Xin Yuan's boldness, particularly the cash acquisition, which altered their perception of Fang Yufan. They were particularly impressed by the financial prowess displayed, having received no prior news of any loans from Xin Yuan. Yet here it was, nearly $700 million presented effortlessly. Many recalled the statement made at the press conference, "You know nothing of Xin Yuan's strength." Upon hearing the report, Bao Yu felt a deeper pang of regret. He sighed, "Incredible. It seems Fang Sheng is indeed not as simple as he appears. Old Li has made a foolish move this time." As the stock market reopened in the afternoon, 20 million shares were listed at $8, immediately sending shockwaves through the exchange. Heji shareholders were incensed, speculating who could be so reckless as to sell at half price. Unfortunately, they lacked the capital to seize this opportunity. Li Jiaqing clenched his fists, his expression darkening. The 20 million shares remained listed for an hour without sales, followed by another 20 million at 7.5 Hong Kong dollars. Panic ensued among investors as they realized Xin Yuan's owner intended to render Heji's stock worthless. Even if Li Chaoran wished to halt trading, he would need the consent of half the shareholders and to undergo the application process. By the time that was completed, the opponent would have executed their plan. Coming to this conclusion, he shook his head and thought, "Forget it. I must resort to drastic measures." He then commanded, "List my shares at $15 each and see if they will buy." "Understood." Fang Yufan smirked, thinking to himself, "So naive. With an abundance of shares priced at $7 or $8, he would be foolish to purchase from them. Moreover, if the other party could not sell, all the better. Once he secured control, he had myriad ways to render their shares worthless. For 3 consecutive days, as the stock price sank to $6, shareholders grew frantic, with some resorting to discreetly contacting Fang Yufan. Luo Yaozu and Chu Shiyu met with these individuals multiple times, ultimately acquiring all shares at $8 each in cash. After a week of maneuvering, Fang Yufan owned 52 of Heji's shares, thus securing control. Sitting in his villa, Fang Yufan was quite pleased, nodding as he remarked, "Excellent work, everyone." Luo Yaozu responded joyfully, "It is our duty." Currently, only Li Jiaqing and Shahi remain. All others have been cleared out. Aside from some circulating shares in the market, we have acquired all shares at a total expense of $1.3 billion. Li Jiaqing has already sent someone to contact us, indicating he wishes to sell his shares, suggesting he is ready to concede. Ding Daqiang added, "Boss, although Chung Kong's stock has also declined, Li Jiaqing holds a substantial stake, which will mitigate any adverse effects on him. Therefore, I have accumulated some shares, intending to let him repurchase them at a high price after he exits Heji, which will also serve to irritate him." Fang Yufan nodded with a smile, saying, "Very well, offer to acquire Li Jiaqing's shares at $5 each. If he agrees, great. If not, so be it. I will announce my intent to acquire next week and will inject an additional 10 billion Hong Kong dollars, eventually applying for delisting." Heji Huangpu is an undervalued asset, encompassing not only ports but also retail, energy, telecommunications, and other premium sectors. Luo Yaozu nodded, "No problem. I will take action on Monday. I will arrange for personnel in the next couple of days to conduct a thorough investigation of the company's assets." As Fang Yufan sipped his tea and was about to speak, the phone on the table rang. He answered directly, "This is Fang Yufan." "Who is calling?" "Fang Sheng. This is Shen Zhou. I hope I am not disturbing your rest." Fang Yufan replied with a smile, "Chairman Shen, your calls are always welcome. What can I do for you?" Shen Zhou, hearing his response, was quite pleased. "Haha, Fang Sheng, your grand strategies are indeed interconnected, earning admiration from many. However, I find myself in a position to mediate. You are aware of my collaboration with Li Sheng. I have been approached to facilitate a low-price sale of Heji shares. As the saying goes, harmony brings wealth. What are your thoughts, Fang Sheng?" Hearing this, Fang Yufan's lips curled slightly with a hint of helplessness as he replied, "Chairman Shen, if it were anyone else calling, I would likely disregard it. But you are different. I must honor that. However, should the price be unacceptable, I hope you will not take offense. I've resolved to announce my intent on Monday, planning to inject an additional 10 billion Hong Kong dollars and gradually pursue delisting." Upon hearing this, Shen Zhou was elated. As the latter part of Fang Yufan's statement unfolded, he sensed the determination behind it, recognizing it as a relentless pursuit of opportunity. Li Jiaqing, holding over 30 of the shares, would need to invest over 3 billion to keep up, or risk dilution of his holdings, ultimately leading to his ousting from the board and eventual delisting, rendering his shares worthless. Sitting opposite him, Li Jiaqing overheard the conversation and felt a cold sweat break out on his back. He was unsure how much capital Fang Yufan possessed. Merely acquiring over 50 of the shares would cost him no less than $1.5 billion, without any loans involved. If Fang were to procure an additional 10 billion Hong Kong dollars, how much would that require? Where was this money coming from? The thought left him feeling overwhelmed. Noticing Shen Zhou's gaze, Li Jiaqing hesitantly raised a hand, conflicted. Shen Zhou expressed his satisfaction with the other's audacity and remarked, "Haha, Fang Sheng is indeed correct. I have discussed the price with him, set at $5 per share. I wonder if this price meets Fang Sheng's approval?" Upon hearing the quotation, Fang Yufan smiled, realizing it aligned with his expectations, and saw no need to press further. He replied readily, "Director Shen, let us proceed as you suggested. I am prepared to sign the contract at any moment. However, I may require a loan from you at that time, as the expenses ahead are quite substantial." Upon hearing this, Shen Zhou joyfully responded, "No problem. $10 billion can be transferred at any time." He no longer perceived the other party as lacking funds, but rather believed that the loan was a means to maintain their close relationship, which filled him with delight. Chapter 85. The opportunity is lost for Li Chao run on Hong Kong Island the following day. Fang Yufan, accompanied by Luo Yaozu and Chu Shiyu, directly signed the agreement at HSBC. Thus, they acquired 85 of the shares of Heji Huangpu. They also processed a loan of $1 billion on site, but by the time this sum reached Li Chaorun, it had dwindled to less than $200 million, with the rest returning to HSBC. Essentially, HSBC had managed to circulate the funds with minimal expenditure while profiting from the interest on the $1 billion loan, making this transaction exceedingly advantageous. The reason behind this was that Li Chaorun had previously acquired Heji shares through a loan from HSBC. Now that the other party had sold their shares, relying solely on the valuation of his Cheung Kong Industries, he lacked the capacity to repay, thus necessitating the repayment of the prior loan first. Li Chaorun, having over $100 million at his disposal, promptly gave Fang Yufan $50 million to facilitate the acquisition of shares in Cheung Kong Industries. The atmosphere of the entire transaction was remarkably harmonious, showing no signs of prior conflict between the parties. True to his reputation as a cunning veteran, Li Chaorun smiled and remarked, "Fang Sheng is indeed admirable. The title of the richest person on Hong Kong Island surely belongs to you." Fang Yufan, smiling in return, humbly replied, "Li Sheng, you flatter me. There are countless wealthy individuals on Hong Kong Island, and their family foundations are profound. My achievements are merely trivial in comparison." Time truly makes one feel old. I cannot deny it. Fang Sheng, let me treat you to tea another day. Of course, Fang Yufan responded. After Li Chaorun and his entourage departed, Fang Yufan sat across from Shenzhou. "Congratulations, Fang Sheng. However, it won't be easy for Chia He to withdraw." Fang Yufan nodded casually, saying, "It doesn't matter. I will begin to audit assets shortly, and then I will apply for delisting. If the other party is willing to collaborate with me to develop Heji further, I would be most welcome." Shenzhou regarded him thoughtfully and said, "You know, I must be straightforward. Chia He is also preparing to sell shares, hoping for a higher price. No problem. We have no conflict of interest, and everyone knows the reasons behind the previous issues. Now that they are resolved, I agree to the terms. I won't haggle over their asking price." Hearing this, Shenzhou was immensely satisfied, having completely shifted his perspective on Fang Yufan. He nodded and said, "All right, with your word, I will ensure the price is negotiated down. To be honest, I expected you to acquire at $5. Fang Yufan shook his head with a smile. "I detest complications. If I hadn't stepped forward, how would outsiders perceive it? How could I maintain my reputation on Hong Kong Island? Moreover, there are individuals hidden behind the scenes, but they are too elusive for me to grasp." Shenzhou nodded, contemplating before finally saying, "I've heard from Lao Bao about this matter. We suspect it involves the enemies of Li Jiacheng, but in business, one inevitably offends many. Pinpointing a target is indeed challenging." Fang Yufan internally chuckled, feigning helplessness as he shook his head. Regardless, it is his misfortune. If it weren't for a servant leaking information, even if someone wished to target him, they wouldn't have been so meticulous. Indeed, Fang Sheng perceives the situation clearly. After chatting for a while longer, Fang Yufan stood up and said, "Director Shun, just give me a call if you have any news." "Understood. I will reply by tomorrow at the latest," Shenzhou responded. Once Fang Yufan and his team exited HSBC, he instructed, "Yaozu, you and the team should settle into Heji and conduct a thorough investigation. Ensure the other party doesn't leave without revealing something." "Understood, boss." Luo Yaozu and Chu Shiyu promptly replied, then drove away. Fang Yufan entered his armored vehicle, feeling elated as he poured himself a drink. He was unperturbed by the possibility of others deciphering his actions, as the logic simply did not hold. Meanwhile, Bao Yugong was seated with several old friends enjoying tea. Li Zhaoji from Hengji Group remarked, "Impressive. This is a direct financial onslaught." Guo Dixing from Xinhong Group expressed his confusion. "Indeed, how can a company that has only been established for 2 years possess such wealth?" Bao Yugong set down his teacup and shook his head. They made a profit of 5 billion Hong Kong dollars from the stock market twice. 5 billion. The surrounding individuals were equally astonished. Su Shixuan gasped. "The first time was from you. But when was the second?" Bao Yugong turned to Li Zhaoji and stated, "It was during last year when your company's stock prices soared." Li Zhaoji, upon hearing this, smacked his forehead. "So it was him who bought our stocks?" The others turned to him, eager for details. Li Zhaoji wasted no time, explaining, "Last year, someone suddenly acquired a substantial amount of our stocks, totaling over 10 billion in just a few days, and they must have made at least 5 billion from that transaction." Everyone was shocked. One party made 5 billion from 2 investments, while another made the same amount from a single transaction. This was only what they knew. How much more was there that they were unaware of? Zheng Yutong sighed, incredible. So, his wealth must surpass ours. With over 80 of Heji shares, and judging by his intentions, he aims for complete ownership. He is undoubtedly the richest on Hong Kong Island. The others nodded in agreement. Li Xiaoji concurred. Indeed, remarkable. Old Li has clearly underestimated Fang Sheng. With such financial resources, it's a direct overpowering. Bao Yugong shook his head, underestimating the talents of the world, thinking a young man with no roots here could simply place his spies. If this were to happen to you, would you let it go so easily? After taking a sip of tea, he added, I believe we should consider bringing him into our circle. Old Li has lost his opportunity. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing that despite Fang Yufan's current charm, they would never allow Li Jiacheng a chance to rebound. The same applied to them. Having established enmity, how could they afford to grant any opportunities? Su Shixuan spoke up. I agree to let Fang Sheng join. We could use some fresh blood. Indeed, and the innovative ideas of youth may bring us unique perspectives. Zheng Yutong also nodded in agreement. Seeing the consensus among the group, Bao Yugong smiled. Very well. I will contact Fang Sheng and arrange a meeting to inform everyone. Upon returning home, Li Jiacheng's countenance was grim. He had initially intended to stir the waters, but he had not anticipated Fang Yufan's rapid ascent. In the political arena of Guangdao, he had already established a certain foundation, which prompted him to abandon his previous aspirations. However, years of meticulous planning had come to naught, and this immense disparity instilled in him a murderous impulse. Upon returning home, he sat in his study, contemplating his future plans, acutely aware that his losses were insurmountable. Not only had he been reduced to his former self, but he was also burdened with insurmountable debts, rendering him devoid of opportunities for the next 5 years. To settle his debts within a decade would be considered a modest achievement. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became, pacing back and forth in his study until he found himself before a map, staring vacantly at the mainland. He murmured to himself, perhaps this is my opportunity, since there are no prospects here. It would be wiser to shift my focus to the other side. He remained acutely aware of his circumstances, recognizing that with Fang Yufan's scrutiny, there would be no further opportunities for him in Guangdao. Chapter 86. The youngest Chinese billionaire. That evening, Fang Yufan received a call from Shenzhou, and upon hearing the offer of $8 per share, he did not decline. Although it involved a greater expenditure at present, it allowed him to remain concealed. Excessive brilliance would not serve his intention of retreating behind the scenes. After 2 more days of busyness, matters concerning Heji Huangpu came to a temporary conclusion. In the conference room, Fang Yufan occupied the main seat, observing the senior executives of Heji while holding a list in hand, from which he crossed out several names. The others watched the colleagues being dismissed, sitting upright with anxiety, fearing they might be next. Fang Yufan surveyed the room and nodded, stating, I believe everyone knows who I am. I will now address a few points. First, the company will conduct an asset liquidation. If you have any issues, please report them to Supervisor Luo after the meeting, and I will not hold past grievances against you. Upon hearing this, the tension in the room eased significantly, as those with ulterior motives began to strategize their post-meeting discussions. Secondly, we will apply for delisting to reclaim our circulating shares. We are not in need of funds, and I have no desire for the stock market to be a means of financial exploitation. The mention of delisting sent ripples of shock through the attendees, especially upon hearing the assertion of not needing money, which underscored the new owner's formidable presence. Once valued at over $6 billion, Heji Huangpu still held a market value of over $4 billion despite the stock market crash. Who would dare to simply delist? Fang Yufan disregarded the crowd's thoughts and continued. Thirdly, the company will undergo a 3-month assessment. Those who perform satisfactorily will remain. With a 20% salary increase, contributions to the company will be rewarded with year-end bonuses that will surely satisfy you. Excitement spread across the faces of all present as they began to feel hopeful. Although an assessment was still required, they did not doubt their qualifications. Fang Yufan observed their expressions and nodded, saying, Supervisor Luo, you will oversee the company. I await your updates. Luo Yaozu promptly stood and assured, Chairman, rest assured. I will handle company matters appropriately. Fang Yufan then rose and departed, accompanied by his bodyguards, prompting a collective sigh of relief from those remaining. Luo Yaozu, now seated in the main position, spoke solemnly. You have all heard the chairman's words. I hope to see you all here in 3 months. Now, I will begin assigning tasks. The news of He Huangpu's delisting swept across Hong Kong like a tempest. Newspapers simultaneously reported Xianyuan Company's complete acquisition of He Huangpu, marking it as the first fully acquired British-owned enterprise by a Chinese businessman, thereby amplifying Xianyuan's reputation. Previously, Li Jiaqing had placed spies in Fang Yufan's home, and within just over a week, news of He's complete acquisition emerged. The people of Hong Kong were left in awe of this new billionaire's formidable tactics. A few days later, a headline in the daily newspaper elevated Fang Yufan's prestige, the youngest Chinese billionaire. The article detailed Fang Yufan's journey, from purchasing shops to opening cafes. Previously covered aspects were revisited. Following that, data about the takeaway services and food factory revenues was published, allowing everyone to truly grasp the might of Xianyuan. Tianyuan Cafe sold an average of 10,000 cups of coffee per store each day. With 300 outlets, the numbers were staggering. The revelation of more than 24,000 delivery personnel, each delivering nearly 50 orders daily, alongside daily packaging fees exceeding 100,000 and advertising expenses around 3 million, culminated in a terrifying sum. The food factory's Dragon Master instant noodles began selling to neighboring Asian countries, with daily sales in Hong Kong alone exceeding 500,000. The barrage of data left everyone astounded. How much profit could this possibly yield? Would it surpass 1 billion in a year? Someone uncertainly remarked. No wonder Xianyuan could fully acquire He. That was a business valued in the hundreds of billions. The news from Hong Kong quickly spread to surrounding Asian nations. At just 21 years of age, the Chinese billionaire shone brilliantly, especially having achieved this in a mere 2 years. Countless individuals became fervent admirers, believing that with effort, even if they could not become billionaires, there was still a possibility of becoming wealthy. If Fang Yufan were aware of the public sentiments, he would likely only shake his head and smile, uttering, "Still too young." In Yingjiang, Shun Wangqing saw the report and exclaimed with excitement, "Mei Gui, Afan really did it." Mei Gui responded joyfully, "Yes, Brother Fan is the best. Should we celebrate when we return?" Upon hearing this, Shin Wangqing shot her a glance and replied, "If we go back, won't we just be bullied by him? Hee. We are not afraid. It's the perfect opportunity to rest for a few days," Mei Gui nonchalantly remarked. Shin Wangqing, having longed to return, nodded. "All right, I'll arrange for tickets. We'll head back immediately." In a conference room in the imperial capital, a group of elders sat, reflecting on the newspaper with admiration. Remarkable. Rising from nothing to become the Chinese billionaire, truly formidable. Indeed, and now he is increasing investments in the South, which is commendable. While some praised, others expressed discontent. One elder shook his head, saying, "For certain reasons, he directly expelled individuals from the company. Such methods are rather questionable." "What do you mean by certain reasons? If you had spies infiltrating your home, would you not resist? Or do you consider yourself virtuous by inviting your opponent into your home and catering to their whims?" "What nonsense. I am merely stating facts." "What facts?" "I have heard you have been in contact with Li Jiaqing recently. Have you been swayed and corrupted by him?" The conference room erupted into chaos. The elder at the head of the table, expressionless, gazed at the newspaper until the uproar subsided, then set it down, stating, "We have all emerged from struggles. No one is foolish. I do not wish to hear such words again. Competition fosters progress, but deceit and intrigue are unacceptable." At this moment, everyone understood the elder's sentiment. He was supportive of Fang Yufan, a perspective shared by most. The assembly echoed their agreement, while a few individuals contemplating underhanded tactics fell silent, lowering their heads. Fang Yufan, Shun Wangqing, and Mei Gui, after finishing their breakfast, strolled into the garden. Shun Wangqing playfully teased, "Fang Shoufu, do you have any acceptance speech to share?" With an air of nonchalance, Fang Yufan replied, "What is there to say? If I truly wished to become the wealthiest, it would merely take a moment. Besides, being a Chinese billionaire is just the beginning. In a few years, I shall show you what it means to be the world's richest." "Haha, Fang Gu is the best." Mei Gui joyfully interlinked her arm with his. Shun Wangqing rolled her eyes, expressing her boredom. "For others, earning money is a tremendous challenge. Yet for you, it seems as effortless as eating and drinking." Fang Yufan playfully tapped her on the head. "Hey, you're being rough again." Fang Yufan retorted, "That is simply because I am exceptional." Shin Wangqing stuck out her tongue, made a silly face, and settled onto a nearby chair. "As long as you think you're impressive." Fang Yufan and Mei Gui also took a seat, wearing proud expressions. "As long as you know it, I am actually quite lazy and do not particularly enjoy making money. Living freely each day is what I cherish. Shun Wangking glanced at him and teasingly remarked, if those words were to spread, you might find yourself in trouble on the streets. Fang Yufan, momentarily caught off guard, then laughed as he lunged towards her. Ha! Then I shall deal with you first. Ah, you can't catch me. The three of them began to frolic in the garden. Chapter 87. Taking over the television station after a brief respite of 3 days, Shun Wangking and her companions returned to Yingjiang by plane. With just over a month remaining until the year-end summary, she felt a surge of anticipation. Fang Yufan, however, remained indifferent. She was free to indulge her whims. The unexpected visit from Bao Yugong caught him by surprise, though he welcomed his guest with warmth. Mr. Bao, what a rare pleasure. Shall we retire to the inner room for tea? Fang Yufan exclaimed with genuine enthusiasm. Haha, I hope my unannounced visit hasn't disturbed you. Mr. Fang, Bao Yugong replied. Oh, not at all. I am but a leisurely person, spending my days sipping tea and reading books. Your presence is most welcome, Fang Yufan assured him as they made their way inside. As Bao Yugong surveyed the surroundings, he remarked, in our line of work, we business people tend to band together for mutual support, forming a small circle. This time, it was a unanimous decision to invite you to join us. I wonder what your thoughts are. Upon hearing this, Fang Yufan's face lit up with joy. I would be delighted to join. It would truly be an honor to collaborate with esteemed predecessors like you. Seeing his enthusiasm, Bao Yugong responded with pleasure. You are too modest, Mr. Fang. In terms of assets, no one can rival you. Your title as the wealthiest person among the Chinese is well-deserved. That should not be taken too seriously. I am under immense pressure. If I fail in the future, I would certainly face scrutiny, Fang Yufan replied. Well said. Many believe that becoming a billionaire is enviable, yet they remain oblivious to our burdens. Business people too bear significant responsibilities, Fang Yufan mused, finding joy in their conversation as they shared insights into the nature of business. Bao Yugong was pleasantly surprised by the depth of understanding displayed by the younger man, feeling as though he had found a kindred spirit. Their dialogue grew increasingly engaging until noon approached. After politely declining an invitation to stay for lunch, they agreed to meet again for the year-end gathering before parting ways. Once Fang Yufan saw Bao Yugong off, he headed directly to the restaurant. Although he was indifferent about joining their circle, he felt it unnecessary to refuse such a personal invitation, especially since it bore no adverse consequences. A few days later, news arrived from Shenzhou that the shares of Li's television station held by the Australian consortium had been negotiated, with over 60 being sold for 90 million Hong Kong dollars. Without hesitation, Fang Yufan signed the contract and processed the cash payment, securing 75 of the shares. He then arranged for Chu Shuyu to negotiate the remaining 25, opting for a direct and straightforward approach, money talks. Arriving at Li's in a bulletproof luxury vehicle, he was greeted warmly by the station's director and a group of individuals. Good day, Chairman, they exclaimed. Fang Yufan surveyed the assembly, nodding with a smile. Have the representatives from the other 3 shareholders arrived? Director Fu Jihong quickly responded. The chairman has already arrived. Excellent. Please have everyone assemble in the conference room in half an hour. I wish to meet them, he instructed. Understood, Chairman. In the small conference room sat representatives from the 3 remaining shareholders, each holding 25 of Li's shares. They displayed no impatience, recognizing that Fang Yufan's status had dramatically changed. Being the wealthiest Chinese was no trivial matter. Upon entering the conference room, Fang Yufan greeted them with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Not at all, Mr. Fang. We just arrived ourselves, they replied. Indeed, we understand that Mr. Fang is quite busy. Before we began, our chairman mentioned that the shares we hold would be a token of goodwill, and he suggested we enjoy a few drinks together at the upcoming gathering, one representative stated. Fang Yufan understood that Zheng Yutong was attempting to ingratiate himself, acknowledging that the amount was modest. However, he felt it essential to accept the gesture graciously while ensuring a fair transaction. Haha, I look forward to sharing a few drinks with Chairman Zheng. I appreciate the goodwill, but I must insist on compensating you. I propose to acquire the shares at a 30 premium based on current market value. The representatives were taken aback by the generosity of the offer. Once seated, Fang Yufan continued, to be frank, upon my arrival, I found the dilapidated state of the premises quite unacceptable. I intend to demolish it and construct a new building on the site to serve as the television station's headquarters. This new edifice will accommodate various studios and performance spaces, utilizing world-class technology. I envision a structure of over 30 stories, and I am prepared to inject an initial capital of 2 billion. If that proves insufficient, I will add more. Zheng Yutong's representatives felt a mix of admiration and relief, knowing that the shares had already been agreed upon for sale, leaving them unharmed by the proposed capital increase. However, the other two parties felt uneasy at the prospect of further investment in a station that had incurred annual losses, questioning the logic of pouring more money into it. Indeed, Mr. Fang is a man of grand gestures. It is evident that he sees potential in the station. So I will gladly facilitate the sale of my shares, one remarked. I share the same sentiment. Mr. Fang, please present your offer so we can finalize the contract today, another added. Noting their willingness to cooperate, Fang Yufan feigned regret. I had hoped we could all work together to strengthen the television station. Nonetheless, let us proceed with the signing today, at a 20 premium. Our relationship with Chairman Zheng is unique, so I trust you will understand. Though a 10 reduction was disappointing, the proposed price was still acceptable, and both parties quickly agreed. Zheng Yutong's representative felt a sense of pride in securing a 30 premium for their shares, while the others settled for just 20. Chu Xiu promptly drafted the contract, and after a review confirmed its accuracy, all parties signed the agreement. Li's television station had officially changed hands, now wholly owned by Fang Yufan. As the meeting concluded, the staff awaited in the conference room, their expressions a mixture of excitement and apprehension. The ordinary employees were thrilled, anticipating the arrival of a new era under the leadership of the youngest Chinese billionaire, while the upper management felt anxious, fearing possible dismissals given the station's current predicament. Amidst the varied thoughts of the attendees, the conference room door swung open. Everyone quickly settled into their seats as a tall, handsome young man entered with a smile. Flanked by the director and deputy director, the women from the television station beheld their dashing boss, their eyes sparkling with admiration. It was the first encounter with this enigmatic Chinese tycoon, and they were taken aback by his striking handsomeness, effortlessly outshining male celebrities by leaps and bounds. Everyone gazed at the new owner on the podium with eager anticipation, wondering what plans he might unveil for the television station. Fang Yufan, radiating a warm smile, took his seat at the center, acknowledging the attendees in the conference room with a nod. Chapter 88. My disinterest in making money. Fang Yufan spoke with a gentle demeanor, addressing the assembly. Greetings, everyone. I am Fang Yufan. Just moments ago, I have acquired the shares held by several other shareholders, and now, Li's television station is wholly owned by me. The revelation from the new owners startled everyone. They had not anticipated such decisiveness. One by one, they instinctively straightened their spines. Fang Yufan continued, I have 3 announcements to make. First, the television station will undergo a comprehensive asset audit lasting 7 days. Those who voluntarily disclose any discrepancies and rectify losses within 3 days will not be held accountable for past transgressions. However, should any issues arise from the investigation, the repercussions will be borne solely by those involved. After speaking, he deliberately cast a glance at the 10 or so individuals exuding an ominous aura within the conference room. Several attendees involuntarily shuddered, particularly after being scrutinized by the new boss. Second, he proceeded, the station is currently facing severe financial losses. Once the audit is completed, I will inject capital, and those who remain will see improved compensation. This announcement elicited joy among many, as their meager earnings had made them targets of ridicule from their peers at the neighboring wireless station. Finally, they could anticipate a better standard of living. Thirdly, he added, the station is in dire need of renovation. I will arrange for a temporary office space, and subsequently, we shall demolish the existing structure and construct a new building with over 30 stories, equipped with cutting-edge technology. The individuals in the conference room erupted in excitement, instinctively breaking into applause. Observing their enthusiasm, Fang Yufan smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, the wireless station also received the news. Xiao Yifu, Fang Yihua, and other senior executives were engaged in a discussion regarding Li's situation in their office. A staff member entered to report, Uncle Six, several major shareholders from Li's have just fielded questions from reporters, and it has been confirmed that the station is now wholly acquired by the wealthy Fang. Specific internal details remain unknown. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent for a moment. Xiao Yifu spoke solemnly, very well, let us further investigate the situation there. Understood, the staff member replied before exiting. Fang Yihua interjected, Uncle Six. This new wealthy individual is just a young man. How could he possibly understand the intricacies of running a television station? I believe we need not be overly concerned. Wang Tianlin shook his head, cautioning, we cannot afford to be complacent. Fang's recent acquisitions reveal a strong desire for control. He has fully acquired Heji and completed the delisting process. Now, having taken charge of the television station, he is swiftly ousting the other shareholders. We cannot predict his next move. Fang Yihua, dissatisfied with the dissenting opinion, was about to voice his disagreement when Xiao Yifu interjected, Tianlin is correct. This young man is formidable. Let us observe further before making any decisions. Hearing this, Fang Yihua suppressed his discontent and nodded affirmatively, saying, I will defer to Uncle Six. In the office of the station director, Fang Yufan held a list, stating, the individuals I have circled are problematic. Please arrange for an investigation. If no one comes forward within 3 days, we will report to the authorities. Director Fu Jihong respectfully accepted the directive, replying, understood, boss. I will take care of it. Fang Yufan nodded. The director had previously served as the deputy director and had proven himself capable. Following the acquisition of the station, their discussions had yielded a favorable impression, prompting his promotion. First, we need to secure a temporary office space. I will inject 200 million into the station. Part will cover interest, while the remainder will support normal operations. Subsequently, I will contact a construction firm to demolish the existing building and aim for relocation to the new structure within 2 years. Fu Jihong, brimming with excitement, responded, thank you, boss. I will not disappoint your expectations. I have some plans in mind and believe we can turn the station's fortunes around. Fang Yufan smiled, excellent. Let us finalize the office location before the year's end. After providing a few more instructions, he made his way outside. Outside Li's television station, a throng of reporters had gathered. As they saw a remarkably handsome young man leading the way out, the sound of camera shutters filled the air. The flashing lights nearly blinded Fang Yufan as he stepped forward. Mr. Fang, could you share your vision for the future of the television station? One reporter inquired. Another added, yes, Mr. Fang. Could you enlighten us about the station's development plans? Yang Yao and several bodyguards positioned themselves to shield the reporters from advancing too close. Fang Yufan, who had never before appeared publicly, was nonetheless mentally prepared for the spotlight, smiling as he addressed the crowd. Thank you all for your interest in the television station. As for its future, I plan to demolish the current facility. It is simply too dilapidated. Upon hearing this, the crowd's interest peaked and questions erupted. Mr. Fang, we have heard that the station has been operating at a loss, with debts amounting to 700 million. Wouldn't this lead to even greater losses? Another queried, indeed, Mr. Fang, with over 100 million in annual interest payments. Are you planning something grand with this new construction? Fang Yufan listened to their inquiries with a smile, waiting for the room to quiet before speaking. I am not particularly interested in making money. Rather, I find great pleasure in spending it. Therefore, if anyone has promising investment projects, please reach out to our investment department. After a thorough review, projects that earn my approval will receive funding. I believe there are many talented individuals whose dreams have been hindered by various circumstances. Today, I offer you the chance to realize those dreams, provided you do not deceive me. With that, Fang Yufan beamed as he entered his armored vehicle. As the convoy departed, the crowd remained momentarily stunned. His earlier statements had made an indelible impact. I am not interested in making money, but I am keen on spending it. Anyone with a promising project can seek my support. I am offering you the opportunity to fulfill your dreams. The reporters and onlookers buzzed with excitement. Is it true? The wealthy Fang genuinely wishes to help ordinary people achieve their dreams? Surely he cannot be deceiving us. I have an idea I must finalize and present to Xianyuan Investment Company. The journalists began to formulate headlines for the following day, hurrying to their respective newsrooms. Xiao Yifu, upon receiving updates from his subordinates, wore a complex expression on his face. Fang Yihua's expression was rather grim as he directly remarked, Uncle Lu, this is utterly despicable. Does the other party not intend to entice certain individuals to their side? Upon hearing his words, Xiao Yifu shook his head and said, intriguing. This young man is truly intriguing. His words today are laden with double meanings. We must exercise caution in our future dealings. Fang Yihua, somewhat perplexed, inquired, what do you mean? Instead of addressing her question, Xiao Yifu lamented, Fang Sheng indeed possesses remarkable determination. He truly deserves the title of the youngest tycoon among the Huaran. Chapter 89. The gathering of the 10 wealthiest individuals. Fang Yufan sat in the car, pouring several glasses of wine, which were promptly accepted by Luo Yaozu and Chu Shuyu. Yaozu, it is imperative to cultivate more talent in the finance department. Annual rotations must be executed diligently, especially during handovers, where we should assign personnel for thorough inspections. Luo Yaozu nodded earnestly, affirming, what the boss says is true. I will take note. Chu Shuyu, with a beaming expression, remarked, Boss, acquiring the television station is truly splendid. Our company's status in Guangdao will be unassailable henceforth. Taking a sip of wine, Fang Yufan chuckled. Indeed, this opportunity arose due to the stock market crash. Otherwise, such an acquisition would not have been so straightforward. The two nodded in agreement. After all, the significance of a television station is universally acknowledged. Even amidst annual losses, people are reluctant to relinquish it. The successful acquisition this time was due to Fang Yufan's foresight in securing a majority stake. Others, regardless of their reluctance, could not dismiss the title of the richest Chinese. Luo Yaozu took a sip of wine and suggested, Boss, if the television station continues to incur losses, it could adversely affect your reputation. Should we consider recruiting some exceptional talents? Fang Yufan shook his head with a smile. Rest assured, I possess numerous strategies to ensure the television station becomes profitable. For now, let us allow Fu Jihong to take a shot at it. And we can also plan for a reconstruction of the station. There is no rush. Chu Shiyu complimented, I am truly eager to see the boss's brilliant ideas in action. I anticipate a surge in viewership that will keep many awake at night. Luo Yaozu expressed his excitement as well. Yes, indeed. I am looking forward to it. Afterward, he proposed, Boss, you have always been without a secretary. Perhaps we should engage a headhunter to select a few for you? Upon hearing this suggestion, Fang Yufan nodded. Yes, I had considered this previously. Please contact a headhunter. Understood, boss. Once we have selected suitable candidates, I will bring the headhunter to meet you. The trio continued to jest and banter until they arrived at the villa. After a sumptuous lunch, the two took their leave. Fang Yufan reminded them, please expedite the renaming of the television station and arrange for the design of the office building. Certainly, boss. We will commence arrangements upon our return. Fang Yufan nodded and ascended to the upper floor, changing into a comfortable Tang suit before heading to his study. He approached his desk, practiced calligraphy for a while, and then picked up a book to read. The next day's newspaper naturally caused a sensation. The mysterious richest Chinese made his debut. When people beheld the youthful and handsome Fang Shoufu, it ignited admiration and infatuation among many young individuals. Sun Xiaoxiao, the landlord from whom he rented upon his arrival on the island, nearly gasped upon seeing the newspaper. She never imagined that the dashing young man she once knew had transformed into the enigmatic new tycoon, prompting her to reminisce about past events. Her cheeks flushing with warmth. Miling and Ami also caught sight of the newspaper, albeit during the evening shift when boredom set in. Upon seeing Fang Yufan's photograph and introduction, the two were momentarily rendered speechless. Having not seen him for over a year, they had long relegated their past experiences to mere memories. Now, witnessing that he had ascended to the heights of wealth, any lingering thoughts dissipated. They were no longer inhabitants of the same world. The two simultaneously resolved to resign and no longer work at the nightclub. Meanwhile, some at the television station proceeded cautiously. With the boss's orders, Fu Jihong began to scrutinize these individuals. While seeking temporary office space, he engaged in conversations with old employees, uncovering a wealth of insider information. His respect for the boss deepened. If it were not for the boss remaining unaware, he would have intensified his efforts to gather evidence. Among the group of more than 10 individuals, a few, unable to withstand the pressure, voluntarily confessed their misdeeds. However, as they could not immediately provide substantial compensation, Fu Jihong did not press them too hard and simply instructed them to document their accounts. Amidst their trepidation, he stated, the boss is benevolent. Henceforth, 20% of your salaries will be deducted as compensation until the debt is repaid, after which full salaries will be disbursed. Moving forward, please perform well and do not disappoint the boss's goodwill. Upon hearing this outcome, the individuals felt a wave of relief wash over them, and their gratitude towards Fang Yufan swelled, along with their loyalty. This matter was not kept secret and quickly spread throughout the television station. Observing the situation, others promptly began to confess as well. The staff at the television station expressed their satisfaction with the new boss. Their spirits were markedly elevated. The employees of the rival station, witnessing the transformed demeanor of their counterparts, were filled with curiosity and inquired about the circumstances. The two television stations being in close proximity, the news spread rapidly. In an instant, Fang Yufan's reputation for kindness became widely known. Some tabloids even published articles about this incident. On the streets of Guangdao, praises of Fang Shoufu's benevolence echoed. At the Guangdao Pier, rows of luxury cars were parked, surrounded by numerous bodyguards clad in black suits. Many journalists, having received the news, rushed to the pier to capture images of the affluent alighting from their vehicles. When Fang Yufan's car arrived, it drew particular attention from the reporters. Had it not been for the bodyguards, they would have rushed to interview him. Bao Yugong was engaged in conversation with Su Shixuan when he noticed Fang Yufan's arrival, greeting him with smiles. Fang Yufan expressed his apologies. "Apologies for my tardiness, Bao Sheng, Su Sheng." Bao Yugong cheerfully replied, "Not at all. We were merely idle and arrived a bit early." Su Shixuan added with a smile, "Indeed, we were just mentioning you, Fang Sheng, when you arrived." Fang Yufan merely smiled in response and joined the conversation with the group. Shortly thereafter, others began to arrive. They boarded Bao Yugong's yacht, with Fang Yufan opting not to bring bodyguards on board. Surrounding the yacht were 5 speedboats, manned by bodyguards, their bulging waistlines suggesting they were armed. Fang Yufan and the others sat in the cabin, savoring red wine while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Including him, they formed a gathering of the 10 wealthiest individuals in Guangdao. While it was clear that he possessed the greatest wealth, he remained humble and unassuming. The group first welcomed his presence with raised glasses, then discussed the impacts of the recent stock market crash on their respective fortunes. Fang Yufan merely listened to their conversation with a smile, embodying the demeanor of a respectful junior, silent yet attentive. Hua Yingdong, with a grin, remarked, "Fang Sheng, your investments in the mainland are growing increasingly substantial. Do you have any further plans in the pipeline?" Although others were engaged in their own discussions, their focus remained captivated by the exchange between the two. Many still harbored reservations about returning to invest, approaching conversations regarding the mainland with utmost caution. Having reached their current stature, they tread each step towards the future with meticulous care, fearful that a misstep could bring calamity upon their family. Chapter 90. The abandoned working emperor Fang Yufan casually remarked, "I have merely returned from my hometown, which I hold in high regard. Now that I possess some capabilities, it is only natural for me to invest back home. Moreover, the future of Guangdao is inextricably linked to my roots." As his words resonated, the crowd pondered silently. They understood the reasoning, yet were apprehensive that their hard-earned family businesses might be lost. Hua Yingdong, brimming with delight, responded, "Haha. Fang Sheng speaks wisely. The elders have praised you numerous times, particularly for the remarkable enterprise you have built in just 2 short years, which has garnered the admiration of countless individuals." Hearing the elders' commendation stirred genuine excitement within Fang Yufan, who replied with a joyful demeanor, "I never expected that my modest achievements would earn me such praise. I feel quite daunted. Truthfully, it is mostly due to good fortune. Many matters are managed by my team, while I am merely a bystander. This was precisely what made us envious. Every one of us toils daily over the affairs of the group, and compared to you, we indeed feel aged." Hua Yingdong's words struck a chord with others present. Su Shixuan, filled with envy, inquired, "Fang Sheng, do you possess some secret? How can you so readily entrust your enterprise to others?" Zheng Yutong chimed in, "Yes, Fang Sheng, if you have any wisdom to share, please enlighten us." Fang Yufan, appearing somewhat helpless, responded, "What secret could there possibly be? I simply trust my people and do not suspect them. After all, I am rather lazy. If I were to doubt their abilities, I would find myself overwhelmed, and the results might not surpass theirs. It is better to delegate authority. I focus solely on the outcomes. I understand the principle that clear waters harbor no fish." His words prompted thoughtful reflection among the group. Bao Yugong remarked with admiration, "Fang Sheng articulates it well. To trust those we employ and to understand that clear waters yield no fish. Many comprehend this truth, yet how few have been able to embody it throughout history." Hua Yingdong nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is no wonder that Fang Sheng has ascended to the pinnacle of wealth among the Chinese. Such magnanimity is not easily found in others. As the praises poured in, Fang Yufan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Should he tell them that he possesses a golden touch, and thus is unconcerned about betrayal from below? He merely laughed and bantered with the group. Once the yacht reached international waters, the atmosphere was lively, with some fishing and others enjoying drinks and conversation. Fang Yufan sat on the deck, rod in hand, fishing alongside Bao Yugong. feeling quite content. Bao Sheng, you won't end up with an empty catch today, will you? He teased. Curiously, Bao Yugong asked, what does empty catch mean? Fang Yufan jested, it means catching not a single fish. The others quickly grasped the meaning and erupted in laughter. Bao Yugong, somewhat indignant, replied, you underestimate me. If it weren't for the rough seas today, I would have had plenty of fish on my line. Fang Yufan, wearing a broad smile, continued to jest with them, and after their previous interactions, the group felt increasingly at ease with one another. Harmless banter went unchallenged, fostering closer relationships. Taking a puff of his cigarette, Fang Yufan proposed, Bao Sheng, I am considering demolishing the television station and rebuilding it. I am not particularly interested in construction. Does your company have any interest? Bao Yugong, delighted by the proposition, responded, haha, Fang Sheng, you truly possess great foresight. Several of us here are involved in construction. My company is currently focused on the Kowloon area, so I will consult with the others. Perhaps we can entrust it to Lao Su and his team. Fang Yufan smiled. Certainly, delegating to trusted individuals brings peace of mind. Who undertakes the project is of little concern to me, but their invitation to join their circle is indeed a favorable response. Naturally, Su Shixuan and the others were intrigued. A skyscraper of over 30 stories is no trivial endeavor. And ultimately, the project was awarded to Li Zhaoji of Hengji. At noon, the group gathered in the dining hall for a sumptuous seafood feast, after which some of the older members retired to their rooms for a nap. Being youthful, Fang Yufan had no need for rest, so he reclined on a deck chair with a bottle of wine, sipping leisurely while contemplating future endeavors, as next year would mark 1982. Meanwhile, within the Central Police Station's Major Crimes Unit, the atmosphere was tense. Jia Yuqin, furrowed brow, scrutinized the documents before her. Madam, this deranged killer truly eludes our grasp. He has struck in Wanchai, Kowloon, and the new territories, and has now suddenly appeared in Central. Indeed, she replied, and the victims are all different, women returning home late after work. Regardless, the impact is severe. We must focus on the current leads for investigation. I suspect he will strike again soon. Over the past year, the intervals between his attacks have shrunk from 6 months to just 1 month. Upon hearing her words, the team members grew solemn. After deploying their tasks, they began to gather information. Jia Yuqin returned to her office with the documents, massaging her temples, and then retrieved a newspaper from her drawer. A smiling photograph of Fang Yufan prominently adorned the page. As she gazed at his image, her previously restless mind suddenly found tranquility. With a slight smile, she closed the drawer and resumed her case study. Within the villa at Qianshuan, Fang Yufan examined the newspaper article about the rainy night butcher with a frown. This incident had previously caused a significant uproar, and he was surprised to learn that the perpetrator had committed multiple offenses, which he had overlooked until now. Luo Yaozu, accompanied by personnel from a headhunting firm, arrived at the villa. Boss, Mr. Paul has arrived. Fang Yufan set down the newspaper and rose with a smile. Paul, it has been a while. Paul, equally pleased, replied, Fang Sheng, it is truly an honor to see you. You are simply remarkable. Haha, please have a seat. I have received an abundance of compliments recently. I wonder if you have brought the talents I seek? After taking his seat, Paul produced a dossier from his briefcase and professionally stated, Indeed, Fang Sheng, I have selected the most exceptional candidates for your secretary position from our global headquarters. Please take a look. Fang Yufan received the materials and began to peruse them. There were a total of 5 individuals, all sharing numerous commonalities. They were all young women in their 20s, adorned with impressive educational backgrounds and accolades, indeed representing exceptional talents. Among them were individuals of Chinese descent, those from the West, and a striking beauty of African descent. However, despite her allure, she was regrettably eliminated from consideration. Gazing upon the final 4, he contemplated and remarked, Let us arrange for these 4 to meet. Upon seeing his selection, Paul shrugged and replied, Of course, I will bring them to meet you in 3 days. Excellent. Thank you for your efforts, Paul. It is my privilege to serve Fang Sheng. After concluding their discussion, Luo Yaozu escorted the individuals out before returning to the garden. Boss, the assets from Heji have been organized, and we have also identified a promising talent who previously worked with Chang'e. He was assigned to Heji as an accountant, and for reasons unknown, he has not departed. He is a graduate from a prestigious university and has provided valuable suggestions regarding the company's assets. As Fang Yufan listened to his words, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could it be the esteemed worker, Huo Jianya? After hearing Luo Yaozu's introduction, His suspicion was confirmed, and an intriguing smile graced his face. How amusing it was that his acquisition of Heji had led to Hua's departure from Changha. Yet, he needed to ascertain the situation further to ensure he was not a remnant left by Li Jiaqing. Having mulled it over, he smiled and said, "Since you believe he is commendable, then bring him to me for an evaluation." Upon hearing that the boss wished to meet him, Luo Yaozu nodded and responded, "Very well, I shall call him to come over immediately." Chapter 91. Another nail is driven, and Hua Jianye received an unexpected call from the financial supervisor, Luo Yaozu. Upon hearing that the boss wished to see him, he did not dare to delay and promptly took a taxi to the Qianchuan villa. Upon arrival, he felt a twinge of nervousness, but the housekeeper guided him to the garden. Fang Yufan, upon seeing him, greeted him with a warm smile and said, "Come, have a seat." After taking a sip from his teacup, he continued, "Supervisor Luo holds your abilities in high regard and has recommended you to me. What are your thoughts on the development of Heji?" Hua Jianye glanced gratefully at Luo Yaozu, then organized his thoughts before responding, "Chairman, I do have some insights regarding certain company assets. The company possesses a plethora of undervalued and wasted high-quality assets, such as the abandoned shipyard in Kowloon, which spans over 100,000 square feet. If we were to dismantle it and develop a residential community." Fang Yufan listened intently as Hua Jianye spoke about the company's underutilized assets, mentally nodding in agreement. That area, over 100,000 square feet, equates to more than 240 acres of land, located in the heart of Kowloon. To leave it abandoned is a colossal waste. In another world, that very shipyard had been transformed into a thriving community, earning Li Jiaqing billions. EG has an abundance of high-quality assets, including ports, shopping malls, energy resources, as well as numerous properties and plots of land. If all these were made public, their valuation would undoubtedly exceed $100 billion. Observing the white radiance surrounding Hua Jianye, Fang Yufan recognized that he was not a remnant from Li Jiaqing's era, yet he could be of use. If any issues arose, he could always be replaced. After taking a puff from his cigar, he nodded and said, "Impressive. It seems you have indeed put thought into this. Since Supervisor Luo has endorsed you, I will grant you an opportunity. You will be responsible for the shipyard. Do you have confidence?" Upon hearing the chairman's words, Hua Jianye's face lit up with excitement as he replied, "Thank you for your trust, Chairman. I am confident I can accomplish this." He had not anticipated that the chairman would place such trust in him, especially as he was a remnant of the previous boss. The entire harbor knew of the long-standing animosity between Fang Yufan and his former employer. With a precedent of former subordinates being sidelined, Hua Jianye was deeply impressed by the chairman's magnanimity. As he pondered this, the red aura around him gradually enveloped the white, transforming into a soft crimson hue. Fang Yufan felt satisfied, aware that for the time being, Hua Jianye was indeed a valuable asset. With a smile, he said, "Excellent. Should you require anything, feel free to communicate with Supervisor Luo. I eagerly await your good news." "Yes," Hua Jianye replied enthusiastically. Luo Yaozu felt elated as well, knowing that the chairman's trust in him also bolstered his own standing, evident in the fact that he had been mentioned twice. After they departed, Fang Yufan took a leisurely puff from his cigar, having already resolved that should Hua Jianye prove loyal, he would entrust him with the management of Heji. During this time, Li Jiaqing had not been idle, frequently traversing to the mainland. After conducting on-site inspections, he was resolute in his decision to invest there. The mainland offered an abundance of cheap land and labor, perfectly suited for his current development plans. Given that his financial resources were limited, with 100 or 200 million being the maximum he could muster, such funds were insignificant in Hong Kong. However, on the mainland, they would wield immense potential. He could easily acquire land to construct residential buildings and office complexes, which would undoubtedly yield substantial returns in the future. 3 days later, in the study of the villa, Fang Yufan sat in the executive chair, observing a strikingly beautiful and intelligent woman seated across from him. She held a dossier that detailed her credentials. Liang Qianlan, a 24-year-old overseas Chinese, possessed an office management certificate and a secretarial certificate from the British Chamber of Commerce. Fluent in 3 languages, she had never been in a relationship. Noting that even the headhunter had conducted thorough research, Fang Yufan marveled at the professionalism. Setting the dossier aside, he smiled and inquired, "Miss Liang, do you have any requirements regarding salary or work environment?" Liang Qianlan had been intrigued by the headhunter's invitation, especially upon learning that the new tycoon was a young man even younger than herself. She was captivated. As she observed the handsome young tycoon lost in thought, she quickly composed herself and replied formally, "I have no particular demands as I trust my employer will be generous. My only stipulation is that there should be no instances of inappropriate conduct." Fang Yufan chuckled and nodded, assuring her, "I can guarantee that. Furthermore, we can stipulate in the contract that should such an occurrence arise, you are free to terminate the contract at any time." Liang Qianlong responded earnestly, "In that case, I have no issues. I am available around the clock to follow the boss's commands." "Oh, you do not require time off?" she added. "If I could have a month off each year, I would not refuse." Fang Yufan grinned and nodded, saying, "Very well, please call in the next candidate." Liang Qianlong stood and headed out, uncertain whether she would be hired, especially since the three individuals downstairs were all exceptionally beautiful and accomplished. Fan Miaoji, 23 years old, was also an overseas Chinese, yet she too had never been in a relationship and possessed impressive skills. Fang Yufan admired her sweet appearance and asked, "Miss Fan, do you have any requirements regarding the job?" Fan Miaoji tilted her head thoughtfully and responded, "You do not have any peculiar preferences, do you? I've heard many bosses require their secretaries to wear various bizarre outfits. Rest assured, that will not be the case. Attire should only be appropriate for the occasion," Fang Yufan replied, amused by her candor and finding her intriguing. He thought having her nearby would surely be entertaining. Fan Miaoji smiled and nodded, "Then I have no issues. I am capable of fulfilling all duties as a personal secretary." "Excellent. Please call in the next candidate." "All right," Fan Miaoji replied as she stood up, unsure if she had made the cut. Upon the entrance of the final candidate, Fang Yufan inquired casually and then allowed the individual to depart. Internally, he scoffed at the audacity of someone sending a spy his way. He would need to investigate that later. The last applicant was an American, Mary Zachary. Also 23 years old, fluent in 3 languages. Upon discovering that she too had never been in a relationship, Fang Yufan found it hard to believe. After all, he had always perceived Americans as quite liberal, revealing that exceptional cases exist in every country. Fang Yufan inquired with a radiant smile, nodding in satisfaction after posing several questions. Ma Li, his personal secretary, possessed a plethora of skills, adept at sourcing anything he wished to know or acquire through the appropriate channels. Her innate talent for discerning key details from a myriad of clues was further enhanced by her professional education, allowing her to fully harness her abilities. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to retain the 3 individuals, while deciding against keeping the troublesome one. All he needed was to ascertain who had sent that person. Chapter 92. Not at all lecherous Liang Qianlong, Fan Miaoji, and Ma Li were overjoyed upon hearing the news of their acceptance. Naturally, the 3 of them were intrigued by the young tycoon who had risen to prominence in just 2 short years. Fang Yufan instructed the butler to arrange rooms for them on the 2nd floor and introduced them to his family. He then led them to his study and cheerfully announced, "From now on, Secretary Liang and Secretary Fan will assist me with corporate affairs, while Molly will tend to my daily needs. I tend to be quite leisurely and might not leave the villa for days. The end-of-year company meeting is approaching, and I would like both of you to accompany me to discuss this year's achievements and outline plans for the upcoming year." Upon hearing that this young magnate preferred to stay indoors, each of the women had her own thoughts, yet they were all keenly curious about the impending meeting. This was their prime opportunity to comprehend the workings of the company, and they were filled with anticipation. Fang Yufan continued, "Currently, the company encompasses Tianyuan Cafe, delivery services, a gaming company, a food company, a real estate company, Heji Huangpu, a television station, and a newspaper. All these enterprises are wholly owned by me. And next year we will be acquiring a headquarters building and establishing a group." He provided a brief overview of the company's status to facilitate their understanding. The 3 women diligently took notes, surprised to learn that their boss owned a television station, which was indeed impressive, as such entities are of paramount importance in any nation. After outlining the company details, Fang Yufan smiled and said, "All right, you may return to your rooms and make yourselves comfortable. I am not one for strict protocols. As long as you fulfill your assigned tasks, you will be deemed satisfactory." Liang Qianlong nodded and replied, "Understood, boss. I will tidy up my room." "Yes, I shall do the same," Fan Miaoji cheerfully added before exiting. Ma Li, with a beaming smile, remarked, "Boss, I will also head back to my room. Please feel free to call on me if you need anything." Fang Yufan responded with a smile, "Very well." I hope you find your stay here pleasant. Thank you for your consideration, boss. Goodbye, she said, swaying her hips as she departed. Leaning back in his chair, Fang Yufan chuckled. Although his workload did not necessitate 3 secretaries, the exceptional qualities of these 3 women warranted their presence. Certainly, it was not mere lust that compelled him to keep them around. Once they had all left, he took out his phone and made a call. The leader of the Heavenly Mercenary Corps answered with a respectful tone. Fang Yufan promptly relayed the details regarding a certain informant and instructed, "Uncover the individuals backing her. They may already be on alert. Exercise patience and do not rush." "Understood, my lord. I will make the necessary arrangements immediately." After ending the call, Fang Yufan moved to the window, pondering who in Hong Kong might have orchestrated such a scheme, contemplating whom he had unwittingly antagonized. Although several names crossed his mind, he could not ascertain their involvement, so he dismissed the thoughts and selected a book from the shelf, comfortably settling into his chair to read. Once James hung up the phone, he dialed another number and stated, "Ryan, the master has a task for you. I will send the details shortly. This one needs to be executed with finesse." "Oh my, the master finally has a mission. How exhilarating. I can hardly contain my excitement." "Excellent. We must showcase our capabilities to the master. I will fax you the details, await your feedback." Ryan, seated in an office, received the transmitted information and realized it was merely a minor investigative task. He shook his head and said, "Very well, since it is the master's command, I shall proceed with it." Subsequently, he made a few phone calls and gathered substantial information about the individual in question, meticulously recording all the details. He then began analyzing the data, quickly identifying discrepancies within the bank transaction records. However, he refrained from drawing conclusions and initiated a further investigation into the anomalies. From the moment Fang Yufan issued the order to the point of uncovering all pertinent details, only a brief hour had elapsed. Upon receiving James's call, Fang Yufan recognized the prowess of the mercenary group and felt a surge of satisfaction. "Excellent. Once you return, confirm the findings and report back to me immediately. Rest assured, my lord, I have arranged for our personnel to remain vigilant regarding this matter. We should receive news shortly." After hanging up, Fang Yufan leaned back in his chair, contemplating the situation. It was intriguing. He had only recently acquired Heji, and now he found himself embroiled in a new conflict. Yet, this adversary had always been his target, the Keswick family, alongside the covert power brokers, whose real estate company controlled a significant portion of premium office properties in Central, as well as a vast array of properties in other districts and in developed Southeast Asian nations. Historically regarded as the hidden world's wealthiest, the real estate company's stock price presently languished, even lower than that of Heji, largely due to the current state of the property market. Fang Yufan's ambition was to seize control of the real estate company. Once he accomplished that, the Keswick family would be rendered as ephemeral as a drifting leaf in Asia, devoid of any prospects for future grandeur. However, acquiring their company posed certain challenges. The Keswick family and the real estate company were interlinked through cross-shareholding, their fates intertwined. Approximately 30% of their shares were publicly traded, with institutions and British capital holding another 20 to 30%. The Keswick family possessed only 25% of the real estate company's shares, and if Fang Yufan were to employ the same strategy he used to acquire Heji, he feared success might prove elusive. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he mused, "It appears I must enlist the help of a frontman. We can initiate contact and await the collapse of the housing market next year to present ourselves as saviors." With this realization, a mischievous smile crept across his face. That evening, Fang Yufan instructed the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner to celebrate the arrival of the 3 secretaries. The women were delighted by the lavish spread. Liang Qianlan and Fan Miaoji displayed a reserved demeanor, politely expressing their gratitude before delicately sampling the dishes. Ma Li, on the other hand, enthusiastically praised the flavors as she dined, even toasting with Fang Yufan on several occasions. Fan Miaoji observed her drinking and softly cautioned, "Be careful not to overindulge." Ma Li waved her hand dismissively, saying, "I have a great tolerance for alcohol. This little bit one tea faze me." Fang Yufan chuckled, saying, "From now on, you should all dine with me. If anything does not suit your palate, feel free to inform the butler." "Thank you, boss." The 3 of them expressed their gratitude with smiles. After satisfying his appetite, Fang Yufan stood up and said, "Please continue. I shall take a stroll outside." With that, he sauntered away. Watching the boss depart, Molly whispered, "Do you think the boss dislikes women?" Liang Qianlan and Fan Miaoji immediately widened their eyes in astonishment. Molly shrugged and replied, I am merely speculating. After all, we three are quite beautiful, yet the way the boss looks at us lacks any hint of disdain. The two pondered her words and realized that she might indeed have a point. Chapter 93. The terrifying data. The boss harbored a disdain for women's conjectures, and the very next day, they unraveled effortlessly. After Meguwei and Xin Wanqing returned to Hong Kong aboard Fang Yufan's private jet, they hurried back to the villa. Fanga, I missed you so much. Fang Yufan exclaimed joyfully as he embraced her, saying, You must be exhausted. Take some time to rest now. Meguwei nodded, her face radiating happiness. Xin Wanqing, noticing the presence of three new lovely women, inquired with evident dissatisfaction. Who are they? Fang Yufan, smiling, wrapped his arm around her waist and introduced, These are my newly hired secretaries, Liang Qianlan, Fan Miaoji, and Ma Li. He then added, This is Xin Wanqing and Meguwei. They are both my beloved. Upon hearing Fang Yufan's introduction, Xin Wanqing's mood instantly brightened, and she cheerfully remarked, Hello. Just so you know, he is quite the lecher. So do tread carefully. The trio, initially tense, relaxed at her earnest warning and exchanged smiles. Fan Miaoji sweetly assured, Wanqing Jia, don't worry. I will ensure the boss does not succeed. Fang Yufan, feigning exasperation, replied, You jest. Perhaps one day I might just devour you first. Fan Miaoji playfully stuck out her tongue and hid behind Liang Qianlan. Meguwei, beaming, said, Hello? You are all so beautiful. Fanga is a wonderful person, so there is no need for fear. Fang Yufan affectionately patted Meguwei's head and asked, You were such a good girl. Were you tired from the journey? Not at all. We returned easily on your private jet, she replied. Haha, that is good to hear. Afterward, the group settled onto the sofa. Liang Qianlan and her companions took a seat a short distance away, observing their boss and his playful antics, each lost in their own thoughts. Xin Wanqing, noticing that he had yet to inquire about the developments abroad, expressed her dissatisfaction. Why don't you ask about the company's affairs? Fang Yufan casually responded, What is there to ask? A meeting is scheduled in a few days. We will hear everything then. All right, you are right, Xin Wanqing conceded, feeling somewhat disheartened. Fang Yufan chuckled, Relax. Work is never-ending. With your capabilities, you will surely thrive. It's merely a matter of pace. Xin Wanqing shot him a playful glare, pouting, You're quite the charmer, you wicked capitalist. Haha, I sense you must be tired. Let me take you and Meguwei upstairs to rest, he said, wrapping his arms around both as they ascended the stairs. Molly whispered, I wonder if the boss can handle it. Hearing her mutter, Fan Miaoji widened her eyes in confusion, asking, What do you mean by handle it? Seeing her innocent expression, Liang Qianlan and Molly exchanged glances and promptly stood to head upstairs. Fan Miaoji inquired, Where are you going? Liang Qianlan replied, I'm going back to my room to read for a bit. Yes, I will also return to read, Molly added, hastening up the stairs. Fan Miaoji, observing their hurried departure, followed suit, murmuring, How tedious. I might as well read too. The third year-end meeting of Xinyuan Company convened as scheduled. In the conference room, all the general managers from the various branches had already taken their seats, engaging in hushed conversations. Ing Tian from the gaming company was particularly elated, eager to present his results to the assembly. Witnessing his smug demeanor, others could only resign themselves, knowing their own companies could not compare. Last year, they had heard that this year's net profit was set to exceed $1.2 billion, a feat unmatched by others. Liu Yutong from the food company was equally jubilant, planning to unveil this year's data during the meeting, certain it would astonish everyone. Meanwhile, Xin Wanqing was preoccupied with thoughts of her own company. The door to the conference room swung open, and upon seeing their boss accompanied by two stunning women, everyone immediately rose. Chairman. Greetings, Chairman. Fang Yufan, wearing a broad smile, approached the head of the table and remarked, Please take your seats. Time flies. And it is once again time for our summary. Everyone chuckled and settled down. Liang Qianlan and Fan Miaoji instinctively moved to a corner, preparing to take notes. Fang Yufan cheerfully introduced, These are my secretaries, Liang Qianlan and Fan Miaoji. The attendees exchanged knowing glances, realizing that these were the newly hired secretaries they had heard about. Very well, we can catch up later. Let us proceed as usual. Shinzong, please commence with this year's report. Hearing his request, Xin Wanqing promptly began, Thank you, Chairman. Over the past year, Tianyuan Cafe in Hong Kong has remained stable and has even seen a notable increase compared to last year, with total revenue of 5.53 billion Hong Kong dollars and a net profit of 2.25 billion. We have established 3 overseas plantations, and while we will not see returns until next year, the current situation is promising. Fang Yufan Cafe has opened 235 branches in Yingjiang, with an additional 100 under renovation. The overseas earnings are sufficient to support our future expansion plans, as I aim to open 500 more cafes in developed countries within 3 years. Liang Qianlan and Fan Yaoji were astounded to learn that a single coffee company could achieve a net profit of 2 billion. Moreover, the ambition to establish so many cafes overseas indicated a pursuit for the #1 position. As they recorded the information, their minds were in turmoil, but before they could dwell on it further, another report was presented. Shin Juankai stood with his prepared materials, reporting, "Chairman, the delivery service did not expand this year, but focused on stability, resulting in a significant increase in delivery volume, reaching 1.4 million orders daily, with packaging revenue of 511 million and advertising revenue unchanged at 935 million, while expenditures amounted to 850 million, yielding a profit of 596 million Hong Kong dollars. Fang Yufan nodded in satisfaction, noting a reduction in expenses by 70 million compared to the previous year, while profits had surged by over 100 million. Having already been informed of the previous profits in the billions, Liang Qianlan and her colleagues were no longer shocked. Han Kuan from the real estate company, beaming with delight, announced, "Chairman, the real estate company has taken over the commercial properties and offices from Heji, following your directive to rent rather than sell. This year, rental income totaled 350 million, with expenditures of 18 million, resulting in a profit of 332 million. Fang Yufan nodded slightly, casting a glance at the visibly excited Yoshida. "Chairman, after a year of rigorous research and upgrades, our gaming company has implemented several modifications to the gaming console, filed 684 patent applications, developed 12 new games, and is producing 65,000 home gaming consoles and 2,000 large desktop machines daily. The total annual sales amount to an astounding $18.0675 billion. Cough, cough. Before Yoshida could finish, several individuals were taken aback, their recently sipped tea spewing forth. Everyone stared at Yoshida in utter disbelief. Only Fang Yufan remained composed, sipping his tea as if the staggering figures had failed to astonish him in the slightest. Chapter 94, The World's Richest? Yoshida felt an immense sense of pride at the astonishment of the crowd. However, upon noticing the composed expression of his boss, he swiftly concealed his delight and earnestly continued, "After deducting expenses, our net profit stands at $12.7 billion. Currently, the company's orders are remarkably stable, and I am confident that we shall achieve new heights next year." The other company heads were somewhat disheartened. How could one person amass over $100 billion in profit in a single year and still aspire for more? Did he not consider the livelihoods of others? Yet, their spirits soon lifted, for a financially prosperous company enables better development for all. Earning over $100 billion in a year, what other company could boast such numbers? Fang Yufan, wearing a broad smile, remarked, "Indeed, excellent work." Upon hearing the praise from his superior, Yoshida was elated. He understood that the success of the gaming company was entirely attributable to his boss's brilliance. Even without him, others would not have achieved such astounding sales figures. This awareness kept him vigilant, as his future success depended entirely on his boss's directives. Lu Yang, the president of the Xian Shiya newspaper, suppressed his excitement and spoke up, "Chairman, our daily sales have stabilized at 300,000 copies, and the advertising revenue." Fang Yufan listened intently, expressing satisfaction with the newspaper's stability. The sales figures were nearing those of the leading daily publication. Lu Yutong from the food company also reported, "Chairman, since the launch of Master Long's instant noodles in April, it has garnered widespread consumer affection. Currently, we are selling 500,000 bowls daily in the Hong Kong market, with further increases anticipated. On Taiwan Island, we are selling over 2 million bowls each day, and in Macau, sales in Asian countries have reached 3 million bowls daily. Our packaged instant noodles are equally popular due to their affordability, surpassing the sales of bowl noodles." As Lu Yutong presented these impressive figures, everyone could not help but glance at their boss. Just last year, he had confidently predicted the success of their products, and in just 1 year, they had experienced such rapid growth. Listening to these statistics, It was evident that the food company would not fall short of impressive sales this year. Indeed, Lu Yutong soon revealed the astonishing total. Our annual revenue has reached 5.32 billion Hong Kong dollars, with a net profit of 3.724 billion Hong Kong dollars. As many products began production only in the second half of the year, I am confident we can triple these figures next year. The prospect of yet another billion-dollar enterprise emerging filled the room with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Fang Yufan's two secretaries were beginning to feel numb, who claimed that their boss was merely the richest Chinese. Shouldn't such income qualify him as the richest person worldwide? Fu Jihong, the director of Asia Television, clenched his fists in excitement, eager to showcase his boss's prowess through the television network. If this information were to be revealed, how high would the ratings soar? 50, 70, or perhaps even higher. Noticing his boss's gaze, he quickly straightened up and reported, "Chairman, the television station has officially been renamed Asia Television, and the relocation of our offices has been completed. As per your instructions, we have acquired new cameras and vehicles." Fang Yufan sipped his tea, and after Fu Jihong finished his report, he responded, "Very good. We must ensure stability among our staff, and we need to prioritize artist training." Understood, Chairman. Asia Television has already begun recruiting for artist training and has discovered several promising talents. Whenever you have time, I can arrange for you to meet them. Upon hearing this, Shun Wanqing shot a glare in his direction. Others stifled their laughter, while Fu Jihong felt a chill run down his spine, completely unaware of the underlying tension. Fang Yufan nodded seriously. "Yes, when time permits." "How is the situation with Luo's department and Ji?" Shin Wanqing rolled her eyes at him and diligently resumed her note-taking. Luo Yaozu, temporarily overseeing the G project, presented his organized information, saying, "Chairman, all properties under G have been allocated to the real estate company as per your directives. The shipyard has also begun drafting plans, and construction will commence after the new year, transforming it into the largest residential area in Hong Kong." Fang Yufan nodded appreciatively. "Excellent. For now, continue to manage that project diligently. I will find someone to replace you next year." "Understood, Chairman." Fang Yufan addressed everyone. "This year, all of you have performed admirably, showing significant progress. Although your earnings may not rival those of the gaming and food companies, this is merely a reflection of industry norms, so do not take it to heart. However, the food company must be cautious. For future overseas exports, we will not bear transportation costs. The ordering party must pay in full for delivery to the docks, after which they will be responsible for the logistics." He then provided evaluations for each company and outlined the development directions for the coming year. Naturally, he did not forget to distribute bonuses to everyone, which brought joy to all. Fan Miaoji gazed at his boss with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Liang Qianlong felt similarly, believing her boss to be extraordinarily impressive. With such high annual earnings, if the outside world were to discover this, it would likely create a monumental uproar. Ultimately, Fang Yufan decided that a grand celebration was in order, inviting everyone to a dinner at the villa that evening. After making the announcement, he retreated to his office. This office, which he visited only once a year, remained impeccably clean, indicating that it was regularly maintained. Fang Yufan leaned back in his chair and addressed his two secretaries. "From now on, you will take turns coming in weekly to relay company updates and sift through investment proposals." Liang Qianlong nodded earnestly. "Understood, boss." Fan Miaoji quickly agreed. "I will remember, boss." Shin Wanqing and Luo Yaozu entered together. "Boss." Fang Yufan smiled and nodded. "Please, take a seat." After sitting down, Shun Wanqing remarked, "Great tycoon, shouldn't we arrange for our office building?" The others chuckled at her words. Fang Yufan lit a cigar, casually replying, "Rest assured, it will be ready soon. You might even find it overwhelming." Upon hearing this, Shun Wanqing inquired curiously, "Isn't there just a few buildings with G?" Fang Yufan shook his head and remarked, "I find those few places unsatisfactory. Even if we were to utilize them, we would eventually have to replace them." He then continued, "Lao Luo, Secretary Liang, and Secretary Fan will take turns coming over each week. Please notify the others when the time comes, and entrust them with the review of the investment projects." "Understood, boss. I will make the necessary arrangements," Luo Yaozu replied with a nod. Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar and stated, "In the future, I wish to review any new personnel in key departments of the company before a decision is made, particularly those in finance who will have access to the accounts." "Certainly, boss." Shin Wanqing and Luo Yaozu did not dwell on the matter, believing that the boss's request was perfectly reasonable. Chapter 95. The Island Country Real Estate Branch. That evening, the general managers of various companies gathered at the villa. A group of individuals encircled the dining table, raising their glasses in a toast. Fang Yufan, with a smile, remarked, "Tonight, everyone is free to indulge in food and drink." "Boss, we shall not hold back," Qin Junkai responded, lifting his glass and adding, "I toast to you. Qi Tian, your earnings this time surpass all others." "I must raise my glass to you several times." Qi Tian, beaming with joy, replied, "Haha, thank you, General Qin." Unbeknownst to him, the others had already decided to ensure he consumed a significant amount of alcohol that night, and he merrily clinked glasses with everyone. Everyone was well aware of Fang Yufan's drinking capacity, so no one foolishly attempted to compete in drinking. Observing the others seeking out Qi Tian for drinks, Fang Yufan chuckled softly and refrained from intervening. Knowing they all understood the limits and that no harm would come to anyone, the feast continued late into the night, and true to expectations, Qi Tian was rendered completely inebriated. Fang Yufan arranged for the servants to escort him to a guest room, while the others, one by one, prepared to head home, thus arranging for bodyguards to drive them. The following day, Qi Tian awoke feeling extremely dizzy. The servant, noticing he was awake, inquired, "Sir, do you feel unwell anywhere?" Qi Tian glanced around, curious, and asked, "Where am I?" "You were intoxicated last night, and the master instructed us to bring you back here to rest," the servant explained. Upon realizing he was at his boss's residence, Qi Tian quickly rose to freshen up in the bathroom. After having breakfast, Fang Yufan sat on the sofa reading the newspaper when Qi Tian hurriedly approached. "Boss, I apologize for my inappropriate behavior yesterday. I will certainly be more cautious in the future." Observing Qi Tian's nervous demeanor, Fang Yufan smiled and said, "That's fine. There is breakfast available in the dining room. Please help yourself." "Yes." Qi Tian bowed in response. Molly handed a lit cigar to Fang Yufan, who set down the newspaper, took a puff, and began contemplating the strategic layout for the island country. The Plaza Accord of '85 was still vivid in his memory, although the time was still early. He could initiate some preliminary arrangements. He would not overlook the opportunity to capitalize on the island country, and since he was taking action, it would be decisive. Seeing that his boss was not angry, Qi Tian did not dare to be negligent. After eating a bit, feeling somewhat better in his stomach and more alert, he entered the hall. "Boss, I have finished my meal," he said respectfully. Fang Yufan smiled and gestured towards the sofa, saying, "Please, have a seat." Qi Tian sat upright on the sofa, awaiting further instructions. Fang Yufan took another puff of his cigar and stated, "This year, your focus will remain on deepening our involvement in the gaming industry. The technology park in the mainland will be operational this year. You will need to organize personnel to go over there and enhance the upstream and downstream industries." Qi Tian, after pondering for a moment, exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, if that is the case, our cost will be reduced several-fold, and we can shift the focus of our factories in the island country to the mainland. Indeed, the production focus will transition to the mainland, and we will procure a substantial amount of high-tech equipment in advance. In the future, our projects will not be limited to gaming. Research and development of chips will also be a primary focus." "Understood, boss." Upon returning to the country, I will proceed to acquire the equipment and begin recruiting research personnel to ensure I fulfill your directives. Fang Yufan took another puff of his cigar and contemplated, "How are our banking relationships in the island country?" "A real estate company will be established there, and in the coming years, we plan to acquire a significant number of quality real estate projects." Qi Tian replied earnestly, "Boss, we have strong ties with Mitsubishi Bank and Mitsui Bank in the island country. A substantial amount of funds is transferred through these two banks each year, and our company enjoys a top-tier reputation." "Excellent. Then proceed with the arrangements. This year, let half of the profits from the gaming company remain in these two banks in the island country. Once the real estate company is established, I will pay a visit," Fang Yufan instructed. Qi Tian stood and bowed, then exited the villa. Fang Yufan turned to Secretary Fan and said, "Please call Han Kuan from the real estate company." Fan Miaoji respectfully acknowledged, "Yes, boss," before stepping aside to make the call. Shun Wanqing lazily descended the stairs, expressing her displeasure. "They could have at least called us." The rosy-cheeked Mei Gue blushed and suggested, "Sister Wanqing, let us go have breakfast first." "All right," she conceded. Fang Yufan smiled at them, aware that they had enjoyed themselves too much the previous night, leaving them exhausted. He stood and said, "I will head to the study. When Han Kuan arrives, bring him up to see me." "Understood, boss." Fan Miaoji replied. Once in the study, Fang Yufan settled into his chair, contemplating the strategic layout for the real estate venture in the island country. With approximately 7 to 8 years remaining before the island country's economic collapse, now was the prime moment to invest in core property locations. As long as he exited before the bubble burst, all would be well. Soon, Secretary Fan entered with Han Kuan. Boss. Yes, please take a seat, Fang Yufan replied, sitting up straight. He directly stated, this year, we will establish the island country real estate branch. Do we have suitable candidates within the company to send? Han Kuan promptly responded, Boss, the marketing manager, Hyalan, would be ideal. She graduated from Tokyo University in the island country and worked there for 3 years. She will be among the first employees when the real estate company is established, and her capabilities over the past 2 years are commendable. Fang Yufan recalled Hyalan's profile. She was 30 years old, had lived in the island country for over a decade, and possessed a sense of ambition, demonstrating loyalty as well. Sending her would indeed be appropriate. Her familiarity with the island country would enable her to swiftly engage with the plans he had in mind. Nodding, he said, All right, speak with her when you return. If she is willing to go, bring her to meet me. Han Kuan smiled. Yes, boss. I will discuss it with her when I return to the company. Knowing her, she will be very eager to accept this mission. He felt a twinge of envy. Everyone knew that those who followed the boss's arrangements would reap great rewards. Though envious, he was also pleased. As long as he remained the general manager of the real estate company, the profits from the island branch would also reflect positively on his achievements. Fang Yufan nodded, stating, This year, the real estate company will significantly increase its investment. The investments in the island country real estate branch will not be less than $8 billion this year, and we will continue to invest thereafter. Similarly, there will be developments on the Hong Kong island front, and your tasks will be substantial moving forward. Han Kuan also felt a jolt of excitement, exclaiming, Wonderful! We do not fear hard work. Rather, we dread idleness. Rest assured, boss, I have consistently maintained our talent pool and can readily immerse myself in work. Fang Yufan replied with a smile. Excellent. Then you may return and make the necessary arrangements. Certainly. Han Kuan responded eagerly and departed with a beaming expression. At last, it was their property company's turn to take action. Over the past 2 years, they had watched other companies thrive while remaining stagnant. If it were not for their recent acquisition of additional properties from Heji, they would still be idle at this moment. Chapter 96. The rainy night butcher case. Fang Yufan picked up the phone and called Luo Yaozu, informing him about the game company's decision to retain half of the profits. As the chief financial officer, it was imperative that he be apprised of such matters. Fan Miaoji prepared a cup of tea and placed it on the table. Fang Yufan took it up and sipped lightly, saying, All right, there is nothing else for now. You may leave. Understood, boss, replied Fan Miaoji as he exited. Once he was alone, Fang Yufan took out his phone and dialed. James, among the unexposed members of the mercenary group, how many are proficient in finance? With the company's growth and the increasing funds involved, he began contemplating the necessity of employing individuals with absolute loyalty, distributed across various companies to ensure that no errors would arise. James pondered before responding, Master, the mercenary group currently has 3 logistical personnel responsible for accounts, and there are a total of 13 with financial expertise. Among the combatants, 8 possess such knowledge, and 2 are engaged in intelligence work. None of these individuals have been exposed, and their true identities remain unknown to the outside world. If you require, the mercenary group can retain only 1 or 2 financial experts. The rest can be dispatched. Fang Yufan was pleased to hear this abundance and inquired with a smile. What is the level of financial knowledge among these individuals? I require some exceptional talent, as the accounts and funds involved are substantial. Rest assured, Master, these individuals are highly professional. They joined the mercenary group due to their love for adventure and excitement. If they learn it is your command, they will be thrilled to serve you, James assured him. Very well, arrange for 10 to come over. You know my address. Let them come directly to me. Also, downplay their mercenary identity, Fang Yufan instructed. Understood. After hanging up, Fang Yufan felt a surge of happiness, realizing the mercenary group was indeed rich in talent. While he had confidence in Luo Yaozu's loyalty, he preferred individuals with unwavering fidelity. He found himself eagerly anticipating the capabilities of these new recruits. After finishing his tea, he exited the study. Xin Wanqing, noticing him coming downstairs, remarked, I haven't been home since I returned. Today, I plan to accompany my father. The day after tomorrow, Megaway and I will head back to Yingjiang. Fang Yufan nodded, saying, very well, spend time with your family. This time, let Yang Yao and the others accompany you. Zhou Qiang and his team deserve a break. Indeed, over the past year, Chao Hui and the others have been diligent and resolved many issues. Haha, I understand. They will be well rewarded, he replied. The trio, Yang Yao and his team, were already briefed on their task and drove Shun Wanxing away from the villa. Fang Yufan and Megaway watched them depart before returning indoors, where Chao Hui and the others awaited. Fang Yufan promptly presented a prepared check to Chao Hui, stating, Hui, you have all worked hard this year. This is for you. Pack your things in the next couple of days. You'll be heading home for the festival. The group was elated upon receiving the check, discovering it amounted to 200,000. They quickly exclaimed, Boss, this is too generous. Fang Yufan waved his hand with a smile, not at all. You have all performed excellently. This year, property prices in Hong Kong Island will fluctuate. With the money you have, you might consider purchasing a home and establishing your roots. Hearing this, they nodded enthusiastically, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, boss. All right, go and pack. Zhou Qiang will drive you over later. As Chao Hui and the others contemplated their imminent return home, excitement coursed through them. Fang Yufan, reflecting on the lack of pressing matters, suggested, shall we visit the shooting club for a bit of fun? Megaway responded joyfully, sounds great. Noticing the boss was leaving, Fan Miaoji hurried to arrange for bodyguards to drive. The residents of Hong Kong Island were quite familiar with the luxurious vehicle of the wealthiest man. And as it emerged, many gazed upon it with envy. Even paparazzi, having received word, rushed over. Upon their arrival at the shooting club, the attendees greeted Fang Yufan warmly. Fang Sheng, he responded with a beaming smile, maintaining the usual routine of shooting before taking a break in the lounge. Although he wished to shoot longer, his current status necessitated a greater level of security, and the club had stationed numerous individuals around to prevent any untoward incidents. Many onlookers surrounded him, praising his marksmanship. Recently, Jia Yuqin had been feeling quite troubled. The rainy night butcher case yielded no leads, and she had come to the shooting club to vent her frustrations. Upon hearing of Fang Yufan's presence, she cheerfully approached him. Wow, the wealthiest man has come to the shooting club. Fang Yufan, hearing her words, chuckled. You know I am the wealthiest man and still dare to tease me. Aren't you afraid I might take action against you? Jia Yuqin rolled her eyes playfully, sitting beside him with a relaxed demeanor. The wealthy are indeed different. You threaten me with a mere word. Fang Yufan took a puff of his cigar, shaking his head with a smile. The wealthy are still human. Being human entails emotions and desires. One cannot simply become a sage devoid of all attachments because of wealth. Haha, only you can articulate such notions. However, I truly did not expect you, with your status, to come here. Aren't you afraid of being photographed by the paparazzi? Jia Yuqin, feeling her previous irritations dissipate, playfully bantered with him. If they take my picture, so be it. They are merely trying to create news to earn a living. As long as they do not fabricate stories, let them be, he replied. Hearing his words, Jia Yuqin praised. No wonder there are rumors of your kindness in Hong Kong Island. Just this sentiment surpasses that of other tycoons. Fang Yufan raised his glass of red wine, taking a sip and reflecting. Sometimes, it is essential to consider things from another's perspective. A little mutual understanding suffices. We are all striving for a living, and there is no need to complicate matters for one another. Listening to his reasoning, Jia Yuqin smiled. But what about criminals? Should they also be understood? Setting down his wine glass, Fang Yufan pondered before responding. Criminals are indeed sinners, yet their reasons for committing crimes must be examined. Who is born a villain? Jia Yuqin nodded, contemplating the case that had troubled her, and could not help but say, indeed, yet due to certain reasons. Taking the lives of so many innocent people is still unforgivable. Just like the ongoing rainy night butcher case, we have pursued it for quite some time without any leads. So many innocent women have been ruthlessly murdered, causing immense suffering to the victims' families. Fang Yufan regarded her and inquired, are you in charge of this case? Jia Yuqin affirmed, yes. Recently, he has been committing crimes in Central, so the chief assigned the case to our major crimes unit. Our team is responsible for the investigation, but despite several months of effort, we have made no progress. Chapter 97. Guidance for Jia Yuqin. Fang Yufan observed her glum demeanor and remarked with a smile, I saw it in the newspaper. I didn't realize you were in charge. After reflecting on the details of the case, he stated earnestly, I refuse to believe in the existence of a perfect crime. Every case harbors clues. It merely depends on whether they have been noticed. Fan Miaoji glanced at her superior, having also seen the newspaper report. Although she found his assertion reasonable, she doubted the ease of uncovering the truth. After all, it had been over a year since the case began, and despite her boss's capabilities, she remained skeptical about finding the culprit. Mega Wei, on the other hand, did not ponder too deeply. As long as Fang Gu was unharmed, that was sufficient for her. She possessed an unwavering faith in Fang Yufan, convinced that if he desired something, he could achieve it without fail. Jia Yuqin furrowed her brows in contemplation, replaying the case in her mind, and sighed with exasperation. Though your words hold merit, I simply cannot fathom what clues might exist. Fang Yufan took a puff from his cigar, reclining on the sofa as he addressed her. Firstly, the very title of the case, The Rainy Night Butcher, contains a crucial clue. Upon hearing this, the others turned their attention to him, and Jia Yuqin experienced a moment of clarity. As if she had discovered something she had overlooked, yet the realization eluded her. Ultimately, she surrendered her thoughts and eagerly inquired, "What clue?" Fang Yufan smiled and, without any pretense, replied, "Since the crime occurred on a rainy night, your first consideration must be that the perpetrator chose such weather to obscure the crime scene." The officers seated around them had been intently listening to their conversation. Jia Yuqin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, isn't that the case?" Fang Yufan shook his head. "While that holds some truth, it is not the crux of the matter. Consider this. Why were the victims taken by the murderer on a rainy day?" Jia Yuqin furrowed her brows in contemplation over his words, while the others pondered various possibilities. Fang Yufan continued to guide them. "The assailant must not have any relation to the victims. I trust your police force has thoroughly investigated their connections." "Yes. The friends of the victims have already been questioned and cleared of suspicion," Jia Yuqin affirmed. Fang Yufan nodded before continuing. "If they were strangers, yet the victims willingly followed them. Can you explain why?" Jia Yuqin, curious, asked, "How do you know the victims followed willingly?" If they were unwilling, a mere act of resistance would have drawn the attention of passers-by, wouldn't it? Why has your police force been without leads for so long?" Jia Yuqin's face flushed, and she urged, "Please, reveal your answer. If we solve the case, I will certainly nominate you for the Good Citizen Award." Fang Yufan took a leisurely sip of his drink and replied, "You do not seem to be begging for help." Jia Yuqin, exasperated, countered, "Fang Shoufu, have mercy. For the sake of the victims, please share your insights." Resorting to moral coercion, are we? "Very well, I shall share," Fang Yufan conceded. Shaking his head, returning to the matter at hand, the victims willingly accompanied their captor on a rainy night, suggesting only one possibility: they intended to hail a taxi. "Taxi!" Jia Yuqin sprang to her feet, her mind racing, and clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Of course. How could I have overlooked that? Afan, you are brilliant. I must investigate the taxis immediately." She made to leave. Fang Yufan waved his hand, asking, "From which direction will you investigate the taxis?" Jia Yuqin turned back and replied, "Naturally, I will speak to the drivers who passed by during the incident. Any who repeatedly appeared must be scrutinized." Fang Yufan nodded. "Indeed, but you must also investigate taxi drivers with a history of mental illness to narrow down the suspects." "Mental illness?" Jia Yuqin pondered aloud. "Certainly, no sane individual would commit such heinous acts. I suspect the perpetrator has hidden the severed organs at home. For some disturbed individuals, these become trophies to admire." As they listened to Fang Yufan's words, the others shuddered involuntarily. "How grotesque," one murmured. "Is there truly such a person?" Fang Yufan glanced back and noticed a gathering crowd. Smiling at their awkward expressions, Bifo Jia Yuqin stated directly, "Now, let us promptly split into teams. One group will investigate the taxi company for individuals with a history of mental illness, particularly focusing on taxi drivers who were present in the vicinity on the day in question. The rest will immediately reach out to the psychiatric hospital." Fang Yufan glanced at the reporters outside the gunfight and said with a smile, "I merely came here for a bit of amusement. There is nothing else on my agenda. Are you all here to conduct interviews?" Upon hearing his words, a reporter responded with a smile, "Fang Sheng, we have just received information suggesting that you have some insights regarding the Rainy Night Butcher case. Would you be so kind as to share your thoughts?" He did not answer the reporter's question directly, but rather responded in an official manner. "I have faith in the police's ability to safeguard our citizens' safety. A temporary setback does not determine everything. It is imperative that we maintain our trust in the police."